Set up really nicely here for when the postseason rolls around.
But it was Tuesday. They don't lose on Tuesdays.
That's the one thing I was thinking about. I'm watching the game and I go, well, look, they've hit a post, they've hit a crossbar, and it's a Tuesday. They're going to come back and win this game. Just never happened. Especially the third was just kind of back and forth. I skate one way, you skate the other. It wasn't a whole lot of action. But again, I just think this is one of those, what were you going to do? Win every game for the rest of the year? You're just kind of due for one. And let's be honest, the Avs have gotten lucky on a few occasions as well, haven't they? I mean, you overcome a 4-goal deficit to win a game. You overcome another multi-goal deficit to win a game. You played in this 9-game win streak. Was it 4 overtime wins that you had? Overtime is kind of a coin flip situation. They had a lot of things bounce towards them. It's going to happen. Every once in a while, you're going to get one of these. So I don't know how you guys feel this morning. Not concerned at all. You played sort of a meh game. Maybe got a little bit unlucky at times. Whatever. You're still all of the goals that you have that at least I have for this team, which is win the division, go out, win the Western Conference. Hell, you still got a shot at winning being the number 1 seed in the NHL. Like, all of that's still available to you. You know, you look at the standings right now. Dallas did win yesterday, but they do have a game in hand, so you're 2 points back on them. No big deal. Now 1 point back still of Vancouver because they did not play yesterday. Still 3 points up on Winnipeg. Like, you're fine. All this is okay.
Nothing needs to change. It just happens sometimes.
What I really like to do is not play Nashville right now because Nashville is on a heater beyond heaters. You see what the Preds did last night? Overcame a 3-goal deficit in the third period. Two-notch. Is it their 18th straight game with a point? I think the number's 18.
What?
Yeah. So they're 8-0-2 in their last 10, but I think they've notched a point in every game since, if I read this right, February 12th or something like that. No, February 15th was the last time they did not record a point in a game. So they've won since that date, Marty, 16 of their last 18 with 2 4-3 overtime losses mixed in between. They're on fire at the moment. So if nothing else, can we win just to put some distance between you and what a potential wild card matchup would look like? And that's why winning is still very, very important. But the Avs, despite the loss last night, still one of the best home teams in the NHL. Have a lot of home games left. You know, one more tough roadie that's coming up. You got a couple more at home against the Rangers tomorrow. Nashville, that damn team this weekend on Saturday. And then basically all through next week, Monday, Thursday, Friday, it's at Columbus, at Minnesota, at Edmonton. And then you're pretty much home free with one Vegas game in Vegas left, the second to last game of the year. But not upset today. Just want to see a couple of more bounces go your way because you can't play the way that this team has been playing unless I guess you're Nashville for that long of an extended period of time without a couple of bounces going the opposite direction. That's what happened last night. I mean, you easily could have responded. I mean, who was it? McKinnon ripped one off the post in the first period. And then right after that, Mikko did with about 3.5 left.
Didn't the goal light go off?
Well, I don't know if the goal light went off, but there was a reaction as if it was one of those that hit the post inside the net and hopped out. But Moj and Riker they didn't react that way. Because that was crossbar, right?
I was listening to Connor at the time, and he was like, goal! Wait! The light's off. No goal. They're still playing. I don't know what's going on.
I didn't see the light. So maybe they did. Maybe they lit up the light and was like, oopsie, never mind.
Which is a tough job, man.
Oh, I don't know how those guys do it. Where do those guys sit? Like, that would be impossible. You get one of those, especially one of those that rings off the post. Or who was it? Kadri in the playoffs a couple years ago that had the game winner that was like,
Oh, and nobody knew where it
got
was?
stuck on the top of the net.
Yeah.
Was that Kadri?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know how those guys do that job at all.
I've been doing that, getting on the PA. My bad. I thought,
Oops.
sorry again.
Oops.
That was my 5th time today, but I apologize.
Texture says, do you think it would be better for the Avs playoff run if McKinnon's point streaks were broken before the playoffs so he doesn't worry about that? Let me tell you something right now. McKinnon does not worry about that at all. Like, at the end of the day, these point streaks, especially the home point streak, Marty, it's like, okay, it's a fun little quirk. It's not like he's going to do this and his jersey goes in the Hall of Fame afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool.
If he does it all season, does it count in the playoffs too? Your home point streak?
Maybe. I think that's just regular season, though. Maybe I'm wrong. What can I compare it to? It would be like, how about this, Marty? It's like a pitcher's got 15 consecutive quality starts, and you're like, wow, that's really good. Really good. But there's no real record that you keep track of for consecutive quality starts. It's like,
And you don't need it to win.
it's just a cool number.
Yeah.
That's all. So I don't think that McKinnon thinks about this at all. The only time he thinks about it is when somebody goes, your point streak continued. And he goes, yeah, neat.
Yeah, I try to score every game.
Right.
That doesn't change.
I try and add to the scoring totals in either way. Good news yesterday before the game, by the way. I thought this was great. They didn't go out and make a move for a backup goalie. Juice got the start last night. And they signed Onanen to a 2-year, one-way contract that's worth $830,000 a year. If you can get these kind of starts from Juice, I know he had the L last night. Don't think that's on him. A 2-1 game, that's totally fine. If you can get those starts out of a backup goalie and you can do that for $830,000 a year, sign me up.
That was his first loss in a month almost? I mean, he doesn't play every game, but still.
Yeah, he had
Because he lost that
5
overtime one in
straight starts?
Detroit.
5 straight starts, maybe. No, he played fine. I mean, the thing that sucks is you start the game great. You go up right after puck drop. McKinnon goal, everybody's happy, place is rocking. As Alan Roach is announcing the goal, it's just like, oops, there's another one. Going the opposite way. But 303-504-0925. Again, not concerned today. Whatever. They won 9 straight. They were due for a game not to just get the bounces, and that's the way that I saw it. So a couple other things here. Number one, I got a theory on this new kickoff rule thing. And the more I think about it, the more I'm excited about it. We'll get to that in a few minutes. But I can't be in here, Marty. I don't know whose decision it was to put Vic's painting on my left here up against the wall, and it's just looking at me.
Kind of staring at you there, huh?
Actually directly at me. The head tilt is directly at my face.
Are those eyes following you?
Yeah, it's like one of those haunted house sort of paintings that's up on the wall. I don't like this at all.
I was wondering where that was going to eventually end up. If he was going to leave it here, take it home.
Well, from what I understand, it is going to go home with Vic at some point, but our PD had the brilliant decision to make this a part of the studio, I guess, for a while. Don't know why. I can't imagine if Wyndham Clark came in here for a in-studio interview and he's got a naked man staring at him on the wall, how he would feel about this. And then you have to go through the 5-minute story of, all right, well, First of all, one of our co-hosts' wives is a painter.
No. Don't tell him a story. Oh, that's Vic. That's it. No explanation.
Maybe that would be better.
Why is there a naked painting? Oh, that's just Vic.
But if you guys didn't hear Michael Malone yesterday, and this is where I'm going to need your help, Marty, because if it's up to me, it's the first question I asked Bednar, despite playing a game last night, is about Vic's naked painting. But maybe that's not what the people want. That's what I want to do.
After a loss, I don't know, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So maybe we got to save that one to the end. Now, if they won yesterday, that's the first question. But I think DL kind of throws a wrench in all of this. But he will be asked about it in the same way that Raj asked Malone about this, because here's what happened. Malone was on with Dempsey and Company yesterday, and he actually said some interesting Nuggets things that we'll get to a little bit later. But he said, I'm told Vic just texted you. Do you mind going and checking your text messages right now? That's all he had the setup for. And then do we have the rest of this audio? Let's listen.
That is quite upsetting.
It is upsetting.
Yeah, that's for the people at home who can't see what I'm looking at, it is unfortunately a nude self-portrait of Vic Lombardi. And, well, that ruined my day.
Unfortunately, ruined my day. That's upsetting. Those are all proper things to throw out there in the first few seconds, but he does follow up. Do we have the rest of this, Marty? Because it actually makes him curse on the air, which I don't think Malone's done with them, at least not in a while. Let's listen.
Yeah, just put that out there in the public eye, and I think it will take care of itself.
It'll
for you
take
guys.
care of itself. Yeah, you can't unsee that once you see it. There's no doubt.
And the best part about it is I eating grin.
You know what else I loved about that? Because I've been in this situation before many times. Because, look, you have a guest on, especially somebody who's regular who knows you. You like to mess around. We do it with Bednar every week. Like, we ask him some stupid things at the end of interviews, whatever. And I see all these people that listen to the radio show or Avs reporters who are like, McKinnon, questionable for tonight per Jared Bednar. And then I get to those, I'm like, well, why don't you report the answers I have at the end of the interview? Why don't you have those ones? But when you have a
Bednar
regular...
prefers to call them horses outside of ponies.
Yeah. When you have a regular on the show, you're able to do stuff like this. And here's what's funny, this dynamic. Because I've been this guy before who keeps going for the nonsense questions because I'm not a reporter. And then I have a Dempsey that's next to me. Dempsey wanted to move on immediately from that. And I was like, Demps, he's cursing on the air. You let this man cook.
Sorry about that, Coach. Sorry.
You let him cook. Because I think Dempsey's transition was, Christian Brown, though. I'm like, all right. I've been there. I've been there before. For example, Marty, at the time when I was in Nebraska, if you guys don't know how college town radio works, signing day is a big day. And what you try and do, Marty, is you try and get all these recruits on the air, okay? Especially the big-time ones. So I remember...
Big-time teenagers.
Well, that's the problem. Most of these kids can't speak, and it's nothing against them. They're just high school kids who've never done interviews before, so you get like two words. Hey, are you excited to get here for spring camp? Yes. What's the thing you like most about your coming here to play football? The football. Cool. Like most of those kind of go that way. But I had Les Miles. Remember him? Former LSU coach, national champion. His son was a commitment. I had him on the air. People really liked this. He was supposed to be this good player. And you know what I spent the 5 minutes talking to him about? His dad. And I said, does your dad really eat grass? Was my first question. Because if you remember Les Miles, who would be on the sideline at LSU, he would pick up a tuft of grass and just throw it in his mouth and start eating it. Now, his son was not receptive to my shenanigans. He did not like these questions. And I was like, you're a fullback. I don't know what to ask you here, okay? We're just going to talk about your dad. But everybody else in the room with me was like, Dempsey, Brett, can you ask him football things? No, this is fun for me. I like this. But we'll get to the substantive responses that came out of Michael Malone a little bit later, including something about Jamal that is, I don't know if it's concerning, but it's something to keep an eye on.
That is quite upsetting.
Yes, that is quite upsetting. It's a great drop, by the way. When we come back, though, I've had a day to think on this because this broke during the show yesterday, this approval of the new kickoff rules. If the Broncos are smart, they can make this a real advantage in their game. I'll explain next. All right, so the new kickoff rule, it's going to be a lot different. Once the season starts and we get a true look at this thing, I mean, we're talking about you're lined up essentially 5 yards apart, and everything about it, Marty, is incentivized for you to return the ball. You have to kick it within that target area between the goal line and the 20. And if you kick it through the end zone or for a touchback, the opposing team gets the ball at the 30, which I don't think any team is going to just accept, at least on purpose. You kick it either ahead of that little 5-yard area between the kickoff and return team, or you kick it out of bounds, they get the ball at the 40. So they are truly trying to get returns back into football, which, you know what? I'm here for it. You can't tell me it wasn't fun when we had Dante Halls and Devin Hesters and Josh Cribbs and guys like that taking kicks. It was a fun time. Loved it. It's obviously going to look a little bit different, but if you're smart, dude, take advantage. Like, here's what smart organizations do. Did you see what the Steelers did yesterday? They passed that rule in the morning, and a few hours later, they did what? They signed Cordero Patterson, who was one of the best kickoff returners post all of those guys I just mentioned in the entire league. In fact, I would venture to guess, Marty, he probably has kickoff return touchdowns, probably 6. And there's probably nobody close to Cordero Patterson in the kick return game, at least in recent memory. If you're smart, you take advantage of this. You know, the Broncos had an All-Pro last year at that position. Didn't ever break it for a touchdown, but now he's going to get a million opportunities. 86% of kickoffs at Mile High Stadium were touchbacks last year. 86. Now you're going to be forced into getting returns. So I love the idea of forcing kickoffs. Go
Patterson has 9 touchdowns.
9. Who's the next closest? I mean, the next closest got to be some dude with like 3. I remember a guy from Minnesota was pretty good. Was it in Nwangwu or something like that was his name? Kene Nwangwu? Nwangwu? I'm going to keep saying the name.
You're so close. Just say it a bunch more times.
Are you being serious?
No,
or no?
I don't.
Oh, okay. So they said Patterson has 9, most in NFL. Is that the most in NFL history? 9 kickoff returns to touch? That can't be true.
Wait, did Mims take one back last year?
A kickoff?
I think he took one back.
Are you sure?
I'm looking at this NFL.com/stats that says he took one back.
When did he take one back last year? Oh, that might be why. Texture says Mims took one to the house against Miami. I wouldn't have known you were down 1,000 points at that time. So maybe you're right. Yeah, it's against Miami is what Textures are saying.
Naheem Hines had 2.
Hines
2 years
was really
ago.
good, yes. Wait, Hines had 2.
He was the one that broke his leg on a boating or a jet ski accident, right?
No, but he had 2 in the game after the DeMar Hamlin thing, remember? Because DeHamlin was on special teams, and then the opening kickoff for the Bills the following week was a touchdown from Hines, and then he got another one later in that game. So, point is this. You know what you have to do now? Strategy has changed. You get to the end of training camp, Marty, it's not just, you know what, I'm going to fill out my roster with the deepest guys at each position, and then I'll just find somebody to return kicks. No, that has to be an actual strategy now. Because if you're smart, you'll take advantage of this. This, to me, is no different than a guy that you're going to give, let's be honest, Marty, a wide receiver of substance on a roster touches the ball, let's say 5 times a game. Okay, your really good ones obviously get like 8, 9, 10. But let's say you're a wide receiver 2, a wide receiver 3. You're going to get about 5 touches a game, typically. You know who else is going to get that now? Kick returners. Unless your defense is like the best defense in the league, you're certainly going to get one on at least the opening kickoff or the kickoff after half. So that's one guaranteed. Let's say you give up 24 points, 3 touchdowns and a score, or 3 touchdowns and a field goal. Well, add another 4 to that. That's 5 touches. Now, think about on 1 or 2 of those if he takes it to the 35 or 40-yard line. Can change the game. Which takes me to my theory yesterday, Marty. Well, why would they want to do this? Better field position equals what? More points. More scoring, which they want. I just don't think this is something where it's like, oh, this quirky thing's so stupid. Well, guess what? Even if you think it's stupid, now it's a strategic point in the game that you can lose games off of or win. You know what I'm really happy about, Marty, is no more surprise onside kicks that never work. That will be great. I mean, those are eliminated now. There's no way you can do this.
So when there will be an onside kick, do you have to say, hey,
to
everybody,
declare
we're
it,
doing
I
an
think.
onside kick.
Yeah, I think
do the formation.
I think you have to declare it.
So you can fall on the ball and it'll be useless.
I mean, I don't... Well, the rule certainly isn't this. Past 10 yards, you can get it because the kicker would just kick it to the 45-yard line and jump on it himself. So that's not going to happen. Now, I didn't read that part of it, but it's pretty obvious. You got to say, we're going to onside kick, so let's do it. One thing I was thinking about, Marty, would you think about just ripping a bullet right down the middle? Like, as opposed to a kickoff traditional one with an arc to it? You'd have to be good at this because you'd have to land it within that landing zone, which is the 0 to the 20. But if you're a team that, like, I don't think my special teams unit is good, or the guy on the opposite side has the next coming of Devin Hester, if you do like a pseudo squib where you could have a guy with the right foot, you just kick a rifle right at where that landing area is and hope that it rolls up to him and, like, maybe he lets it roll out of the back of the end zone. There's different strategies that you could go with on this. Like, the little pooch kick isn't going to matter anymore. You know, teams used to do that. They move the kickoff up so you could either boot it out of the back of the end zone, or if you really liked your special teams unit, you would shoot the ball straight up in the air, have it come down at the 5-yard line, give your kickoff team time to sprint down there. Like, strategy. There's strategy to it. But I like this. The more I think about it, I'm like, good. Get returns back in my life. Totally fine with me. It's just going to look super bizarre when the kickoff returner catches the ball and nobody's moved yet.
It's going to take a couple of years to get used to, I think.
Well, at least a few weeks. But you know what? I'm a preseason guy. So I'll be watching all these in the preseason. And if you're smart, you could make this an advantage. 303-504-0925. I saw something interesting yesterday. The Lakers, who are the 9 seed, won it in overtime against the Bucks yesterday. Double overtime, actually. The Lakers' record with LeBron James in the lineup this year is 34-28. Which, decent, whatever, okay. Not great, not kind of anything, just meh. I mean, good enough to have you at about the 9 seed. But if you break that down to a, statistical percentage, that's 82% win percentage. The Lakers without LeBron James in the lineup this year. Wait, 82 is completely incorrect. My fault. Did that wrong. See, now I've forgotten how to do this. The point is this, Marty. Their win percentage, I did this last night. It's early, and the math stuff early in the morning isn't good for me. Their winning percentage without LeBron is better than with LeBron this year, is what I'm getting at, okay? So they have a better winning percentage in 10 games without LeBron than with him in the lineup. They're 6-4 without LeBron James this year. So that would be 60. 34-28 is less than 60. I have forgotten how to do the math on the fly now. So my bad.
I'm gonna share that one with my friends. Thank you for making me look like a genius in front of my buddies.
Dude, I'm not kidding. Let me tell you something about my math history, okay? There was a point in my life, Marty, when I was an 18-year-old boy. Do you know what I took the ACT 3 times? 25, 25, 29. 29 is an impressive score on the ACT. Now, I am not smart. I think I guessed really well. I say this all the time. I'm not smart. I know a lot about a little things, but I know virtually nothing about a lot. Math, Marty, that portion of the ACT, I got a 33. The highest score you can get is a 34. I got so high that when I got to college, my college, what do they call the people who help you with the classes? Counselors? What are they? Guidance counselors?
Yeah.
Said, oh, you tested it out. You're good. She basically said, you're smart enough for math the rest of your life.
Tested out of just math.
I didn't have to take a math class in college. I tested so high on the ACT in math that they said, you're good. And I did that all 3 times. And now, Marty, especially early, I can't do a damn thing.
Let's get the counselor on the phone. Let them know they were wrong.
I was awful at the stuff we don't use in life. Like the fact that I was taking math classes like trigonometry, I'm like, can I just tell you what my personality is, and then you'll know that I'm not going to have a job suited to ever use this stuff, and why are we doing this to me? You know what I'd really love? Like a finance class. Or is there a handyman class? Because I'd love one of those. Can I have one of those? Can you teach me how to work on a car so I don't have to spend thousands of dollars when a car breaks down?
No, do the cosine again.
I don't know. Find the cosine of x, y minus 2 in parentheses. I'm like, why? Anyway.
Sine, cosine, and tangent. Remember that one?
Oh, tangents. The only tangents I know is when we go on tangents about Vic's naked portrait. That's the only ones I'm concerned about.
Unfortunately, they can't teach that in class anymore. There is a law against that.
Wait, there's a law against old men naked paintings? Come on.
Let's hope so.
What world are we living in here? What world is this? So, by the way, Marty, I figured this out. 34 plus 28 is 62. Dude. You take the wins, 34 divided by 62.
Add the
that
tangent.
Makes their winning percentage 55% this year. Like I said, I did it last night. I just had to get the coffee rolling a little bit this morning, okay? I got it. So winning percentage without LeBron, 60. Winning percentage with LeBron, 55. Boom. 33 on the ACT.
That was really well done.
Just need a little steroids.
Remember when there was a Major League Baseball game last week and there hasn't been one since?
Yeah. Isn't that fun?
How stupid is this?
Okay, actually curious about this. We'll give you the Malone audio. Again, some mildly concerning stuff about Jamal Murray, mildly. But speaking of baseball, Marty, can we take a straw poll as we head into break real quick?
Poll. Oh, yeah.
Have you signed up for the MLB package to watch the Rockies? Yes or no? So either the $100 one or the full MLB package. That's, what is it, like 180, something like that? Have you signed up for that to watch the Rockies this year? The first game's tomorrow. You're going to need it in 24 hours. So as of right now, have you done that? And I guess one answer is no, because one texter has just said, boys, any word on the Rockies game being on TV? Yes. The way that you watch the Rockies game is by subscribing to the MLB package.
We'll put that one in the no pile.
You go to the MLB package, and there's one that's specifically for the Rockies that you can pay $100. It's $100, right? $100 for the year to watch just the Rockies, or you can get the full package where you watch everything, but there's no blackouts on it. So I just want to see where people are at. So again, the straw poll here: the Rockies opener against the D-backs is tomorrow. Have you subscribed yet? Or I guess a better question is, will you subscribe before tomorrow's game? We'll get to all that next. All right, get to the Malone audio in a second, but I want to get to some of these textures here. And I just ask a simple question. Like, Marty, we're 24 hours away from the opening day of the MLB season, which I've told you guys a million times, don't care. I'm excited about this. I'm pumped. I love baseball. I love the opens to seasons because even though you think your team is going to be terrible, maybe they won't. The Rockies will, but still. I'm excited to watch some of these young guys play a little bit. So I just asked, with them not being on their old channel, and this is going to a subscriber model for the Rockies at least, have you signed have you signed up yet, or will you? Answers: no, nope, hell no. They'd have to pay me. No, nope, no, 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 laughing emoji. Full MLB package ordered. It's a great product. I guess he's just a baseball guy, which is fine. Bleep no. Hell no. Hang on, I have an image here. Let's see what the image is. Oh, hell nah. Chris Tucker. No. Where can I see this abominable painting? Asking for a friend.
And this one says, hell no, they'd have to pay me.
Never, no. Yes, but not for the Rockies. I might subscribe just for something to bet on during the workday. That's it. There you go. Buy that, throw down a couple of bets, win a couple, and it pays for itself. How about that? And you should do that on the Circa Sportsbook. Look, I understand this, but I think there is something odd. And I don't want to cast a judgment here on a lot of these people saying no, but could I make an argument?
Oh, we got a yes.
We did.
We got one.
We got a yes. Texture says no, it's too expensive. It's really not. What does it come out to, Marty? Like 75 cents a game is what you're paying for? It's really not expensive. Here's the thing. Do you think a lot of these guys that are saying no are just not big fans of baseball? And I'm not saying everybody here. Maybe there's people who love it. They hate the product. They don't want to spend money to support. There's a whole bunch of people who say, I haven't been to a game in years because I don't like Monfort. Like, whatever your reasoning is, whatever. I will be going to the games because I love baseball. But is there an argument I can make, Marty, that you're just not really big baseball fans? Because, let me finish here. Up until last year, the Nuggets have not won a title. The Nuggets had really long stretches of being not very good. But do you think people would buy an NBA package for $100 to watch the Nuggets during the year? Even in the bad years, do you think they would? Like, is this just my team is bad, so I will not give money to this? Or is this just a team that's lower on your hierarchy chart for the sports that you love or the teams that you love? Because we watch the Broncos every week, and they've stunk for a while now. You know, the Avs weren't always great. They've been mostly great, but not always. 48-point season mixed in between, a lot of this winning that's come lately. And the Nuggets have had their dry spells. I'm just wondering, is that a part of it? Because for me, with all the sports here, and I know it kind of goes with the job too, but if I had to, I'd do it.
It's just such a long commitment to watching something that bad, Like,
Well, you
if they
watch
played
him.
16 games, then yeah, I think a lot more people would sign up. Be like, yeah, I can watch 16 games
For $100?
Mm-hmm.
So you think it's just the number of games? I feel like, see, here's the thing. What I enjoy in the summer, and I mean this, like, you go out to your patio, or like I got a TV in the garage, light up a cigar, watch a few innings of the game. Like, that's the stuff I enjoy. And maybe you guys got other stuff to do. Most people do. I mean, busy lives, get it. But I think $100 is actually a great deal. I thought it was going to be more, Marty. I thought they were going to charge like $170, $180. That would have been different. But just wondering, just trying to get a pulse here on what people are feeling about this. 303-504-0925. I do tomorrow. I won't do it today. But tomorrow, what time is the opener, by the way? Usually these are like midday games, right? Like 2 o'clock, 2:30 games, or is this one at night?
This one, Brett, it feels like it's going to be a night game, 8:10.
Oh, 8:10 at night. Okay.
There are several day games, though, tomorrow. You'll get baseball all day tomorrow.
Yep.
Starting at 11.
In the meantime, Michael Malone was on with Dempsey and Company yesterday. He had some things to say. We played you some audio earlier. We'll get back to it later about Vic texted him in the middle of the interview. I don't know what the text said. I hope it was just the picture, just the painting.
Well, that is quite upsetting.
That's the first thing that came out of his mouth when he saw it. But secondly, he was talking about Jamal Murray, who's going through some stuff. Jamal's had issues with his lower body this entire year. You know, he's still trying to battle back from the ACL stuff. He's had the shin splints all year. He's been, tweaked ankles. And it feels like if he plays an extended stretch of time, Marty, he just needs a couple of days off. And maybe that just comes with the territory of playing a whole bunch of games over the last couple of years and being a point guard and blah, blah, blah. But Dempsey asked him, are you more concerned about Jamal or Aaron Gordon? And we got this audio here. Jamal or Aaron Gordon? And his response with Jamal was this.
I would say with AG, less concern, but when you look at Jamal and just everything he's gone through, with the ACL and then the shin splints and then the ankle sprains, I'm always concerned. I mean, these guys are like, we're a family and you always want. I'm not concerned because I want to win. I'm concerned because I care about Jamal. And then, yes, of course, he impacts winning at a high level. We saw what he did in the 20 playoff games last year. But we'll get Jamal Murray back on the court when he's ready to play, and not just play, but play to the best of his abilities. If that's tomorrow against Phoenix, great. If it's not until the next game after that, which would be Minnesota on Friday, then that'll be the night. But just trying to get our team healthy as best as possible for this stretch run, the final 10, and then heading into the postseason.
So with that, it's a pretty vague answer, but when I've heard these before earlier this year about Jamal Murray, Marty, it's like he plays that night. I just think what they're going to do, now, if I had to put a percentage on it, just the way I feel, do I think Jamal Murray's playing tonight? I think it's a better than 50% chance. I know he's questionable, as is Aaron Gordon heading into this Phoenix game, but this is a big game, and this is one that Murray gets up for, and Murray owns the Phoenix Suns. But I could totally see stuff like this happening. He plays against the Suns. He plays against the Wolves. He takes a night off afterwards against, I think it's Cleveland, right? Against Cleveland. Then maybe he plays a game, and then maybe he sits one. Like, I could see that. If there's any doubt, put him on the bench. That part of it's simple. If he doesn't feel 1,000,000% right now, then don't play him. There's really not a point. In the grand scheme of things, these games don't really matter, and we don't even know what the matchups are going to be. It's all going to be whatever potential seeding it is. You got a whole bunch of easy games here left. In the season, there's no reason to push it with him at all. Let him get whatever rest that he needs, and then when he's ready to go, throw him back in the lineup. But I just got a feeling that the competitive nature in Jamal is going to come out against teams like Phoenix tonight or teams like Minnesota coming up to where he's going to want to play. And he'll figure out a way to do it. So
Saw him shooting around pregame. I mean, I know we did this the year that he was coming back from the ACL.
Oh, but this is different. Yeah.
He looked great.
Yeah, like he was warming up. He was all smiles. I saw him jump on Nuggets Live. He just sat next to Katie on the bench. Hey, you live? Yeah, we're on TV.
Cool.
Uh-huh. Oh, and then he dropped a hi, mom, and then walked away. He's not. This isn't, to me, a long-term concern, and it doesn't sound that way with Malone either, but it's just something to monitor and keep an eye on, and if he needs rest, then give him rest. To me, very simple solution. So 303-504-0925. We will have Jared Bednar on the program at 8 o'clock this morning as a rare Tuesday loss occurs last night. You score within the first 40 seconds, and then it was post and crossbar and good save here, good save there. Just couldn't get the bounces that you needed. So I'll talk to him about that in an hour. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Got a lot to get to today. What region are we in? The Brett region of the drop tournament to head to the Sweet 16. So we'll get to that as we go along today as well. Keep track on all of those poll questions at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. The rare L taken last night by the Avs. You score within like 40 seconds, and then you hit a post, and then you hit a crossbar, and then there's a good save, and then you just couldn't figure it out. I have zero concerns, Moj. I'm like, you won 9 in a row. You're probably due for a game where the bounces don't go your way. It just felt rare because that was at Ball Arena.
Well, no doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, it was one of those, hey, man, I just feel like the Avs really let Montembeault off the hook. He made 27 saves. He played well. Don't get me
A
wrong.
lot of rebounds.
Yeah, and what Montreal did is they just started keeping the Avalanche out of the middle of the ice, and the Avs didn't go and say, we're taking it back. They sort of just let themselves be steered at times.
Especially in the third. I was waiting for that push that never came.
Yeah. It's one of those, hey, man, once they got the lead, they tried everything they could to slow it down. And, I look at that. I mean, McKinnon scores 43 seconds, and you're like, oh, my God.
Yeah, and then they score, 10 seconds later?
9.
9?
And Suzuki comes in, and the Juice, with his brand new deal, is standing up. And his 5-hole was like, Suzuki's like, oh, God, look at that. And my
Looks
5-hole.
nice.
Look at this, look at that. Yeah. The size of that 5-hole. I'm going to get on in there. Blam. You're like, whoa. So, anyway, they worked hard, did the Montreal Canadiens, and the Avs let them off the hook.
Well, a couple of things on that. You let them off the hook. Did you? I guess expand on that a little bit more. You're just talking about they just didn't bring the energy that they should have, or what does that mean? Let them off the hook.
I just think that they made it too easy for Montembeault. He got a lot of shots right in his chest.
That's true.
Got a lot. I mean, I don't want to take anything away. He played well.
Ricardo Montembeault.
Okay.
Give me the show.
Well, it's Fantasy Island, but his
Yeah.
name is Ricardo Montalban.
Montalban. Ricardo Montalban.
And this is Montembeault.
I know, but that's exactly what comes to mind.
Like two different dudes and two different situations.
I know, but I think of that big smile with his little buddy in their white tuxes sitting right there waiting.
Tattoo?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I think of.
Yeah.
Just
nice
an
tuxes,
inviting
though.
smile.
Nice white tuxes,
Always
man.
has the right answer. Always very laid back. Somebody goes to him with a problem. He's got the answer.
Carter
Yeah.
was a good-looking guy. Can't deny it.
The new Chrysler Cordoba. Remember he sold Chrysler Cordobas?
He sold a lot of good
Yeah,
things.
he did.
That's who you lost to last night.
Did he go 5-hole?
Took a lot of pucks in the logo.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Coach about it here in about an hour, and we'll get his thoughts on everything.
It's also
See,
a rare Tuesday loss.
That's exactly what came to mind last night watching that game is that, wait, we very rarely talk to Coach on the show after a loss. It's only happened now 3 times all season.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the power play last night, like, can I get a little bit into that? They just danced around.
Yeah.
You had 2 shots total on 3 power play opportunities.
How is that possible?
Well, Vic, I don't know. Why don't you ask Coach in about an hour?
Okay, let me write that down.
How is that possible? Question mark.
2 shots total, 3 power plays.
Ask him about your little character friend, too. Montembeault.
Dude, if you don't know who that is, shame on you.
Ricardo Montalban.
I'm going
It's
to be honest.
Montalban.
It's
Montalban.
Montalban. I'm going to be honest with
It's
you.
B-A-L-N, not B-L-A-N.
I'm
I think.
aware of Ricardo Montalban, okay? Have no idea his credits or anything like that. I just know of him in the name.
Fantasy Island was the show that thrust his career.
Like
Springboard
Joe
to his
Joe
career.
Namath would show up as whatever, some dude. You could go be whatever you wanted to be. A race car driver. You could fall in love.
It was Fantasy Island.
Get away from your wife.
Oh, it's a TV
not
show.
pay taxes. I mean, whatever it is you wanted to do, Mr. Rourke made it happen, bro.
Who's the tiny guy in the thing
Tattoo.
next to him?
Tattoo.
Hervé Villachez. His name was Tattoo.
He would show up and wave wildly as you
He's
showed
the one
up.
that said deplane, right? Like, here comes the plane
He
full
would
of the peeps.
spy on
Well, I don't
guests.
know that,
He
but-
would spy on guests. He'd sort of be the
What?
yeah. I mean, he took care of things. He was the bouncer.
If you want to go watch
Let's
old
watch it.
Fantasy Island, you probably could.
I have no interest, but
Well, then why are you asking about
I'm
it?
just
quick-
curious.
Well, then shut up.
Stop asking questions if you have no interest in watching.
Was nominated for 7 Primetime Emmys, Marty.
Any wins?
What'd you say?
Any wins? Did he win?
Oh, every time.
But he got so excited
He got nominated for an Academy Award, too.
when
The rare TV show that got nominated for an Academy Award.
Let me just give you my most memorable. When he saw
No wins, Marty. No wins. Just nominees.
when Tattoo saw the
Take
plane
that L on the way
arrive
out.
with the guests, right? The plane would arrive on the island with the guests, and he would point at the plane and tug at Ricardo Montalban's pants and say, "The plane, the plane."
That's completely untrue. He was up in the tower by himself, and he would shout down to everybody and let everybody know it's coming.
Okay, can we do this then? Can we do a remake where I play the role of Ricardo Montalban?
This is a granddad's happy hour.
Look, I don't have the look
Is
of
Vic
Ricardo
playing the role of
Montalban.
Tattoo?
Yes, that's what I want. I want Vic to play the role of Tattoo, and then I'll just do the Spanish guy accent,
All right.
and then I think we can pull it off.
Actually, that would be pretty damn good.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you.
Do we have a script from the show?
Yeah, they just got them lying around. They're on
I guarantee,
IMDb.
Mark, find a script from the show. You
All
can
right,
find a script.
continue on with sports while I find this.
Yeah, well, last night's game, by the way. Last night's game.
Uh-huh.
When you see
Sorry, I just saw quotes on IMDb, and it's the plane, the plane. That's
that's all he had to
one
say.
of the quotes.
When you see fireworks just seconds into a game, all right, so if the first goal is 43 seconds in, the second goal came 9 seconds later, 2 goals in the first minute,
Yeah.
and then one goal thereafter.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey's
And
crazy
again,
like
Juice
that.
Juice had it, right? Onanen had the puck. It drops through his gear behind him. Armia's the only one who saw it. Bam, a quick wraparound. The Fs tried to, they tried to stop it at the post, but he just powered it through Drouin's stick and it popped into the net. And then that was it, bro.
It's like I actually wasn't watching at the goal was scored. I was like, yes. I had my head buried in my phone.
Mhm.
I heard Alan Roach go, "Roll, scored," and then
And then
it
their
was
goal.
Mosier
See-
going, "Oh, it's Suzuki."
See, that's why those games scare me. And Mosier makes fun of me during a Nuggets week when I'm scared of those kind of games because we assume too much. We assumed a win last night. We all did. It 1-0. You assumed it was over. And then even when they were down 2-1, be honest, what were you thinking?
That they're gonna win.
That they're going to win,
Yeah.
right? The assuming of a win is what worries me all the time because when you're used to doing it and you don't do it, it's just a shock to the system.
Yeah,
But
and
it's also, they
then
won
in the
9
final,
in a row.
I get it, but I'm
yeah.
just talking about the assumption of a win. You guys,
They also had 6 minutes of penalties in the final 9 minutes of the game. They didn't give themselves an
Walker had a
opportunity.
rough- Walker had a rough night.
He tried to stick. Yeah, he's the only one that took penalties, but he tried to stick lift, and he took Gallagher's nose and smashed it. And it's you're obviously not trying to do that. You're fighting into the corner. He's trying to stick lift, and it gets up into the nose. It just happens, man. It's not fun. The Rangers will be in town coming up tomorrow night, and it's going to be a highly motivated game for everybody involved. Should be a heck of a lot of fun tomorrow night. I'd expect an awesome Avalanche team to show up and try to kick some butt.
And you got every opportunity still to win the division, obviously, to win the West. You still got a really good shot to be the number 1 seed in the NHL. Like, all that's still available
100%.
to you. So, again, disappointing, yes, obviously. We aren't used to losing at Ball Arena, not used to losing on Tuesdays, not used to not scoring for 59 minutes. But, again, Moj, a post here, a crossbar there, and then the game feels completely different, doesn't it?
Yeah, it totally does. And that's the key too. And that's the way the momentum works in the course of a hockey game. If McKinnon's post, an absolute bomb.
Yeah, if he gets 2, what was that, like 5 minutes
Yeah,
into the game?
then you're absolutely you're probably running away with it because Montreal's body language is going to shift and change too. So it's going to be, that's just how it works. Poor Mikko, man. Great 2-on-1. It's just barely out of his wheelhouse. Bangs it wide right. In front, little pass from Drew, and he lifts it. Crossbar. You're like, come on.
Yep.
I mean, he should have had 2 last night, probably. Yeah, and Miles Wood. What a great kick save by Montembeault, right? And then it comes back to Wood. Bam, 5-hole. Save. Bam, 5-hole. Save. You're like, dude, what's going on here?
we'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Marty, can you hit the music, please?
Did you find this script?
I did, but it's a crap script.
Okay.
What is this?
Oh, I just wanted to find some island music. I feel like this would work better.
Yeah,
Marty,
this is Fantasy
bump my
Island.
mic up, please.
Mm-hmm.
My dear guests.
Deplane! Deplane!
Wait for the quote to get out. Hang on.
Oh, when
You're too early. You'll know. You'll know. My dear guests, I am Mr. Rourke, your host. Welcome to Fantasy Island. The plane! See, I feel like that show works. I feel like we could do that. Moj, you in for a remake?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I mean, I was a little tiny kid when the show was on.
Is this one of those?
I'm trying to think if my parents even let me watch it. I
his
think I had to
accent
sneak
wasn't that deep.
Well, it's,
You know,
it's all
it
I
was-
got. It's all I
but
got.
his was more inviting.
it. Could you pull up Mr. Rourke, please? And yeah, he was very
Mark,
happy.
I would love to.
Thanks, Marty. He was very happy. He was like, yes, welcome.
Yeah,
to-"
everything was nice.
No, he wasn't like,
What was it? It's like Count
I am
Dracula?
Bond.
Sometimes
he wasn't
he
like,
got concerned.
I am
Oh,
on air.
yes, welcome
No,
to
no,
my
that's-
island.
That's not. No, you have to listen
uh.
to his. You're animating the accent too much.
Vic?
So
yeah,
Vic?
you are.
yeah.
You're right. That is
That's
way more
100%
inviting. It's
correct,
way
man.
more inviting. Well, that was him.
Yeah.
No,
Why
but I mean-
can't you do that? I can. I nail mine one.
Let me hear it again, Marty.
nail
Let me hear
mine.
it again. Respect for you, my friend. Open it.
Okay, so let's do it again.
All right.
All right, let's nail this one.
All right, hang on.
Because you got to admit, mine is just right, rock solid.
Well, I have no idea what his actually sounded like. I'm going to have to take your word for it.
Just be jovial.
Don't be as cologne. You're not selling cologne now. You're selling fun on an island.
My dear guest.
Brett's a one-trick pony, man. He's
Yeah,
got
there
one
you
thing.
go. Good job.
I am Mr. Rourke, your host. Welcome to Fantasy Island.
The plane.
Is that better? Is that
well,
good?
the Vic's got it all reversed, man. He calls out the plane first, and then when the people are there.
You know what? We'll work on that in post.
Yeah, but it's all
There's another plane, dude. There's
a
second
bunch of
batch
planes.
people,
All right.
yeah.
Well, it's Joe Namath, right? Then the second plane is the LA Rams cheerleaders.
Susie Colbert's on the second
Hey,
plane.
hey.
We'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. So, I need to get the backstory on this because I'm super uncomfortable this morning, first of all, because Vic did not take his painting home. It's been hung up in the studio right behind Mosier, and you're just staring at me this entire show. The entire show, you're just looking at me.
So good.
And I heard something yesterday. So our show gets done, we wrap up. Michael Malone is on with Dempsey and Company. And I hear Raj on the way home asking Malone the question, saying, by the way, Coach, I'm told Vic Lombardi just texted you. Can you check your text messages real quick?
Yeah, that was awkward.
To which he did live on air. And if you guys have not heard Michael Malone react to seeing this painting, this naked painting done by the bear of Vic, it forced Malone to curse, I think, for the first time on the air with those guys.
Yes.
The fact that I was forced to send Michael Malone in the middle of a playoff run a portrait of a naked me, and I'm thinking,
You weren't forced to do anything.
well, no, because those guys told me to do it because they were going to ask him about it. So I'm like,
okay.
what do I do now?
Well, if you guys have missed Malone cursing in reaction to Vic Lombardi's portrait being texted to him, we'll play that for you next. That's the lucky sound of Tulatero. I am Brad Kane, and trade in your local convenience stores for pure convenience next time you go to buy a lottery ticket, because Tulatero is a mobile app that allows you to easily purchase official state lotto tickets directly from your phone, and they offer all of Colorado's big games like Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life, and more. And have you seen the jackpots on these? We're at $1 billion for both of these, the Powerball and Mega Millions. So try it out for free. That's right. Get a free lotto ticket when you use the code MAGIC and see how easy it is. Give your Wednesday a boost of excitement and try your luck in one of the big draws. Give it a go for free with the code MAGIC in the Tulatero app, Tulotero. Tulatero, your lottery app. Good luck. So if you missed the end of the show yesterday, the last segment, we had a lovely visit from the Bear. She came in. The guise of the visit was, hey, I just brought you guys some food. I was in the neighborhood. And really what happened was she had the nude portrait of Vic.
I bought it hook, line, and sinker. I
You
think
did.
Vic did too.
I can't believe you didn't know about this.
Swear to God. No clue.
That's wild to me.
But I need to get something straight here because we have now this portrait is Vic just staring at me now from this new place that he's been hung up in this studio. But
It does stare wherever you're sitting.
It's
staring
staring
it's
back
that
at you.
haunted house thing
Yeah.
where the eyes are just
Yep,
following
They
you.
follow you.
But I was listening to Dempsey and Company on the way home. They had Michael Malone on, and they did what any good journalist would do, which is force Vic to send a photo of that picture to Malone during the interview and then have him check it live. Now, what I want to know, Vic, when you sent him this, was there a caption? Did you text something else with it? Or was there, Marty, I don't think we need it that big behind me.
Yes,
Don't-
we
no,
do.
I don't think
Yes,
we
my
need
goodness.
that. But did you send like a text with it, or was it just the picture? How did you send it to him?
I sent a message because I didn't want to send anything because I felt very uncomfortable doing so. To be honest.
And by
with
the
you.
way, as Vic looks this up, Michael Malone had some pretty good answers on Jamal
Yes.
Murray, his injury. We'll get to that in a second.
This
But
guy's a serious dude. They're in the middle of a playoff stretch. There's no time for this type of tomfoolery and sophomoric behavior, right? So I text him the photo and I say, don't ask me why, but Dempsey and Raj are going to ask you about this on the radio. Sorry, they forced me to send it to you.
and once they did that, Raj just said, Vic sent you a text. Can you check that real quick? And I want to give you his just immediate reaction. Go ahead.
Oh, that is quite upsetting.
It is upsetting.
Yeah, that's for the people at home who can't see what I'm looking at. It is unfortunately a nude self-portrait of Vic Lombardi, and well, that ruined my day.
Glad I can be of service.
That's unfortunate. It ruined my day. Also, can we get to the point, Vic? It forced him to curse on the air.
He
Are
did.
you aware of this?
Yeah, we dumped it.
Let's go ahead.
I just put that out there in the public eye, and I think it will take care of itself.
It'll
for you
take
guys.
care of itself. Yeah, you can't unsee that once you see it. There's no
Yeah,
doubt.
and the best part about it is I eating grin.
Oh, that's funny.
Which means, Moj, I know that it's coming off a loss, but we're going to have to, in the middle of the interview, send the portrait to Bednar and have the same thing happen.
I'm not sending another portrait
Well,
of
no,
myself.
no,
nude.
Mosier will. Mosier will do it.
I'm gonna be flagged on like all the social media channels for sending nudes. Nude in my bio.
you are. You're gonna be.
Moj, we're gonna have to do
visited.
this.
Oh,
I know it's
I'm
coming
not
up.
doing it.
Well, then you're going to have to
Well,
give me his
he's-
number.
I had to do it. I'm not sending a nude of myself.
He's probably not going to be
Again.
in the mood.
Well, do you think
Oh,
Malone
come
was in the
on.
mood?
Well,
All you have
yeah.
to do- Ask him mid question and say we're gonna send it now.
Coach,
Loosen him up.
You want me to ask if he's in the mood? Is that what it is?
Are you in the mood to see a nude?
Jeez.
I know he's coming off a loss. It's fine. It's fine. It's going to be okay. We can't not do it. That's the point, though, Moj. This is my
Oh,
version of being a journalist.
I'm sure he's probably.
This is
you know,
my
he's
version
not-
of it. Do you
he-
understand? Like, your guys' standards are different than mine. My version of being a journalist is we now have to send this to
You
the
ain't-
other coach who appears every week on this program.
Yeah, you ain't Cronkite.
No.
I'm Roja.
No, I'm not that.
Listen, Coach is a pretty connected guy. I'm sure that somebody's probably shown it to him by now.
Well, then,
Dude, if my nudes get out there, people are seeing it.
all right, so here's the other stuff. By the way, what I loved about that, Raj was kind of playing the role that I like to play, which is, no, we can get goofy a little bit here. That's fine. And Dempsey
Wanted no
was
part of it.
itching
Yeah.
to be like, but Christian Brown's been playing well lately. Anyway, we'll get to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Now, what Malone did say yesterday that was interesting was he was discussing the injuries of Jamal and of Aaron Gordon. Now, I would put this in the mildly concerning category, not overly concerning. But when asked the question, who are you more concerned about between AG and Jamal Murray, he said,
I would say with AG, less concern, but when you look at Jamal and just everything he's gone through, with the ACL and then the shin splints and then the ankle sprains. I'm always concerned. I mean, these guys are like, we're a family, and you always want. I'm not concerned because I want to win. I'm concerned because I care about Jamal. And then, yes, of course, he impacts winning at a high level. We saw what he did in the 20 playoff games last year. But we'll get Jamal Murray back on the court when he's ready to play, and not just play, but play to the best of his abilities. If that's tomorrow against Phoenix, great. If it's not until the next game after that, which would be Minnesota on Friday, then that'll be the night. But just trying to get our team healthy as best as possible for this stretch run, the final 10, and then heading into the postseason.
That seems entirely reasonable to me.
Yep.
Coach Malone, he said, who am I more? Not that he's concerned about anybody really overall, but he's like, look, we're a family here. I care about how he's feeling, all this kind of thing. But in terms of trying to win, I think that he feels pretty good. That to me, that was a perfect coach reaction.
It also feels like something I've heard about 3 or 4 different times this year about
Yes.
Jamal Murray, and then he plays that night.
You know what I think? If it's a playoff game, he's obviously playing.
Yeah.
That's his way of saying, let's keep this guy intact for the games that really matter.
Sure.
That's
Jamal's
what that
dealt
is.
with a lot of lower body stuff this year, too. I mean, forget coming off the ACL. Vicky's had the shin splint stuff. He's had a whole bunch of tweaked ankles. He's had, a litany of different things to the lower body. And I think that they're just like, why don't we just chill for a little
Well,
bit?
did you see how the last injury happened, by the way? It was the biggest, what is that? It was when DiVincenzo is sprinting full stride for a loose ball, and Jamal's got it, and it's one of those guys like, calm down, dude. Stop sprinting at me like a lion.
The game's over, by the way.
The game was over. They were up by 10. The game was over. And he slams into Jamal, and in the process, Jamal tweaks his ankle on the court and had to leave the game. Remember, he sat there for a while, and he's like, and I know what Jamal's thinking. You know what Jamal's thinking. You're at the rec center, and there's that spaz that's getting everybody hurt. He's thinking, ease up, spaz. The game's over.
Well, it reminded
Who do you
me.
think? Who do you think? Listen, I know a lot of people have hooped it up with a Vic.
I'm not spaz going 100 miles an hour when the game is over. Trust me on that.
Okay.
It reminded me, do you guys remember how when Russell Westbrook was in Oklahoma City and he tore his ACL? You remember how that happened?
I don't.
It was just that lazy walk across across half court, and he's just doing that to get to call a timeout, right? Yeah. And as he picks the ball up to call a timeout, I forget who it was, but somebody just flies in and tries to get the steal, hits him, and tears his ACL. Like, that's the kind of stuff where you're like, hey, knock it off.
Spaz alert.
Like, let's have a little awareness here of the situation.
I also saw yesterday somebody reposted Morris into Joker at half court and then Joker's immediate response. And the caption was, has anybody tried Joker since then?
No.
And the answer to that, and I got into it with a guy as well. This is what I'm talking about, protecting your guys. Don't let anybody do anything dumb down the stretch here, this kind of thing. I got into it with somebody who said, Joker he doesn't want any of this. I'm like, dude, no, you're getting it wrong. Nobody wants any of him.
You don't want a piece.
Nobody wants a piece of him whatsoever, right? And then somebody was arguing in the thread yesterday. Well, Morris is out forever, and he should have been out for a long time. I'm like, if you go and look at the original body slam at half court, completely unnecessary, Brett. Like you're just talking about, right? I don't want to see any of this unnecessary stuff down the stretch. Completely unnecessary. Immediately, Joker handled the situation, and the best part is he kept walking forward. And you ought to see the Miami Heat. Go back and look at their reaction. It's pretty comical.
Follow-up question. Has anybody heard from a Morris brother since then?
Yeah, one of the Morris brothers is actually playing good basketball. I can't remember which team he's on because he keeps getting moved around. By the way, tough night for the Nuggets last night. Oklahoma City in New Orleans, and the Pelicans led by 4 in the fourth quarter. They had a comfortable little lead going. They had just rallied to take that lead, and then they fell apart down the stretch. And Oklahoma City goes on the road. They just keep winning. They keep winning and winning and winning. And that's a game I projected them to lose, a tough game in New Orleans. Meanwhile, the Lakers take the Bucks to double overtime. Giannis completely invisible in those 2 OTs. By the way, Giannis, as much Giannis as I've seen, I think he's overrated. I think Giannis is overrated. He's a one-trick pony.
But his trick works.
Yeah, I know, but he can't shoot. He can't shoot the ball.
Yeah, I don't think he's
I don't
overrated.
think he needs to shoot the ball.
Yeah.
Well, in double overtime last night, he didn't do anything.
Okay. Well, why are you worried about the Lakers getting
Well,
a victory?
I'm not. I'm just saying, I don't like when they win ever.
Okay. Well, I agree with that.
So-
but the Lakers to me they're a non-factor. I
get it. I just always root against them. It's just common practice.
I did watch the end of the Dallas and Sacramento. How does Sacramento battling for a playoff spot?
Mhm.
I mean, absolutely, in the thick of it, trying to stay out of this play-in in the Western Conference, and they've dropped out now. The Mavericks, how do they get throttled at home the way they did last night? How does that
The
happen?
Mavericks are playing great basketball right now. Great
130.
basketball.
The Kings lost at home 132-96. Ridiculous.
But keep in mind, as well as the Mavericks are playing, and a lot of people are like, oh, watch out, Mavericks. You don't want the Mavericks in the first round. Let me remind you that the Mavericks needed a lefty hook shot at home to beat the Nuggets. Lefty hook.
Yeah.
They're not beating the Nuggets in 7 games. Bring on Dallas. Bring them on. Everybody who's so afraid of Dallas, bring them on. I'm telling you, they are not beating the Denver Nuggets in a 7-game set. Not happening.
You know what else, Moj, that I've been keeping an eye on is Nashville overcame a 3-goal deficit in the third period to win yesterday. They have points in 18 consecutive games.
I'm aware of that.
They have not. So it's been since, I think, February 15th was the last time they didn't come away with a point.
I'm aware of that.
That's insane. That's a month and a half.
Yeah, it really is crazy. So look, when we're talking about the first round of the playoffs, it's basically pick your poison.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, nobody, but and I can promise you this, no matter who the Avalanche face in round number 1, that team is not going, oh, yay, we get to play the Avalanche. I can promise you that. Now, the Preds are up to 90 points already. Watch, they're only 4 behind the Peg. Watch out, Winnipeg.
Oh, I know.
Winnipeg lost last night in overtime, or was it a shootout? One of the two. Lost at home to Edmonton. Picked up a point to get to 94, but they're 4-5-1 in their last 10. They've lost 4 in a row. So be careful, Winnipeg. Vegas, be careful. Well, I mean, they're only 1 point behind the Kings.
I
but
told you
golly.
yesterday, I think out of the teams that were available that it looked like the Avs could play in the first round, I would take Winnipeg dropping down into that spot. I'd take it.
I don't know. I don't like Haleybook. He's the kind of guy that can win a series by himself.
I don't want
He
to touch
can't.
Nashville right now. And Vegas, once they get Hurdle, once they get Stone,
You know
those
what, though?
guys
You
back.
can't think like this either. Listen to our conversation. We're thinking about how they could lose first-round series rather than how they can win in advance. You've already lost when you
Well,
think about how you can lose.
I know how they can win, but you say it all the time. It's about matchups.
Mm-hmm.
Nashville's scaring the hell out of me right now.
Last night on the way home, I was listening to Raj and Spring Talk, and I thought they both had a very good adult grasp on the situation. Raj made some very good points last night about this Avalanche team, about how the game went down, about why it looked the way it looked. Springer came up and said, look, this is what I love about Spring. He's fully confident. He and Riker, maybe it's just the Lucky Mark Club, but he's like, look, after last year, I am fully confident. This Avalanche team is not going out in round 1. I don't care who they play.
Remember what happened
They
last year.
ain't going out.
They lost Val early in the series.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's a big loss.
Big.
You
What
lose a
game
big
was
chunk
it?
of your
Was
team.
it 4? Yeah, was that game 4?
No, before game 3.
And then
Four
lost
and three.
McCarr to a suspension for crying out loud.
Oh,
And he
yeah.
wasn't the same after that. So they lost 2 of their best players mid-series, guys.
Yep.
We'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Moj, I don't know how else to put this. You got loose lips over there at Altitude Television. Like me and Marty are getting videos almost nightly
It's
now
disgusting,
of
dude.
things that are going down. with
Easy
you.
what you put in your mouth.
Oh, the Bear bought me a corn dog at the intermission. What's wrong? Just scarfing the corn?
You know, it got on the internet. You talking about my vile photo? Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
We need to have a sit down, Mark.
Look at Reichs. He's hammering a bag of salt and vinegar. Yeah.
He's not hammering anything. Somebody's hammering something in that
Look at
video.
your thumb. What's with the thumb up on top there?
I actually, here's the thing.
You got to push the corn dog up the stick.
No, that's good.
Because otherwise you bite the stick.
Okay, so hang on a second.
You got to use your thumb to push the corn dog up the stick.
What we're watching right now is a video of Moj and Riker in the booth. Is this during intermission? Is this pregame? When is
This is intermission.
intermission? So
And by the way,
Mosier's-
Riker's, see the coffee cup down here in the corner, Brett?
Yeah.
For Riker, see the coffee cup?
Yep.
Behind the coffee cup, he's got a full bag of Rolos.
Okay.
Oh, I miss Rolos.
I know, they're so good.
But listen, Marty, pause it here, please. Is this the last bite coming up? Is that what that is?
Yes, it's coming up.
All right, so pause it. Here's what I wanted to tell you, and I think this is where we need to have an intervention.
What's the
Okay?
matter?
First, you're going to drink the entire can of ginger ale here.
Well, he's gonna wash
He's
it
going
down.
to gulp it down.
I actually appreciate the strategy. What we're watching here is Mosier eating a corn dog. Okay, for those listening on radio, and I want to tell you guys something. Mosier
Is this
has
like your fantasy? You go
No.
home and I'd
No,
love
no.
to have a video of Moji and corn dog.
No. I think your strategy of the push up with the thumb is very smart.
Well,
I think
I'm not a- I mean,
the
this-
mustard strategy to
God.
slather it on the side is smart.
Very smart.
But this doesn't need to be a full bite. This last bite,
Yeah, it
this
does.
is where we need to have an intervention.
Let's get done with it.
Like that right there.
Ooh,
does
get in
not,
there.
Does not need to happen.
Get in
okay?
there.
Too much, buddy.
That's a 2-biter.
too much.
That's a 2-biter because I've seen you eat like this before, and you're out of breath,
And you choke yourself.
and things get stuck in your throat. And I'm just like, Moj, just take smaller bites. Why hit play?
Throw it back
I want
in
you to
there.
see your mouth.
Throw it back there.
I want you to see your mouth real quick. Right after you eat this, look at, it's too full.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
God.
too full. It's too.
Oh.
Look at right there, right
You're like
there.
a blowfish.
You can't have that.
You're like a blowfish right now.
That's
Pretty
a
much.
2-biter. That's a
Well,
2-biter
that
right
is,
there.
quite upsetting.
I'm saying this as a friend. I don't want you to choke on anything because I've seen you have to chug the ginger ale just to get it down.
Yeah, I'm going on a diet. I brought a protein shake today. I'm not going to have any breakfast. I'm not going to have a burger for breakfast. I'm going on a diet.
Anyway, 303-504-0925.
So what are you saying? Loose lips over at altitude. They are.
They're sending videos now. They're sending them to Marty like every night. There's something else going on. Sometimes it's Riker. Sometimes it's you. Like,
I don't know if Marlowe and Hastings have it, Vic.
well, they got the camera. They got the camera
Have
set
what?
up on the
Yeah.
scores table.
Okay, yeah. So they got. Yeah, they've. You're right. It's a little. It's called a Snoop cam.
Okay.
Ours hangs from the ceiling and looks right into our booth.
And by the way, Altitude TV, give me some more of those shots, by the way. I love watching announcer reactions to stuff. I love it.
agree. I agree. I mean, the announcer reaction
If you
shot,
guys got 'em set
especially
up, then
when
use
they're-
'em.
When they're quirky, like Moj.
Wait, did you want to see my reaction to the second period last night? Because I was basically asleep. That was a boring period of hockey last night, man. That second period just did not. I mean, Montreal slowed it down in a big time way.
In fact, it was so boring. I would have rather watched this. How you mustered up your dog.
Dude, it's a great strategy, though. He takes the mustard packet, he
Yeah.
smears it on the side, and just kind of wipes it around so that it's covering the whole
Hey,
thing.
can
It's
I
really
make-
smart.
Can I make an admission?
Some people do dips. Some people will dip.
I like your strategy better. I think that's better
Jesus
for a corn dog.
Christ, look at the size of that thing as it
Monster
goes in
dog,
first
by the
bite.
way. Look at that.
I told
Holy
you they're
crap.
great at Ball Arena.
How much
The
are those?
$9.
Dude, that's a great price for that monster.
Look at the
I-
size of that. Oh my God, you got to open the mouth even beyond.
I ate a bigger one on Sunday.
Can I make an admission?
Sure.
I have not eaten a corn dog since I was maybe 12 years
Me
old.
neither. I haven't had one in
Maybe
so
since I was
long.
12 years old. And if you presented that to me and said, eat manja, I would slap it across your face.
All
There's
right.
no way I would eat
I would
that.
definitely eat that.
Well,
I would.
I'm not forcing it on you. Somebody says, this is Ryan Mosher. I think you do an excellent job on the broadcast. I love listening to you. Small criticism from last night's game. A lot of people get this. When you say Habs, it's hard to differentiate from Avs. Habs and Avs.
Why don't you just call them L'Habitant?
I call them everything. I call them Montreal. I call them the Canadians. I call them the Habs.
I can't talk to you while you're taking these ginormous bites.
So hang on. In the studio right now, behind me, what I have is Mosier eating a corn dog aggressively. To my left, I have nude Vic Lombardi staring at me the entire
Which is
time.
more inviting to the eyes? Which to you would you rather watch?
Fascinated by this video.
So you'd
Fascinated.
rather see Mosier mange
Yes.
on a giant dog
I would.
than my naked body?
Yes. There's strategy involved. Like, you can get inside the mind of Moshe a little bit, and there's just this little, like,
Look at the thumb
minute and a
push
half
up.
clip.
See, the
The
thumb
thumb push is so
The thumb
it's
push
clutch.
is it's key.
That's good.
You got to put that dog up
Because
the
Moshe,
stick.
what I was wondering was, how is he not getting to the point where the stick is
How
coming
do you
out?
not have
And I get it.
lockjaw? How do you not? I mean, you open your mouth so wide on the first couple bites.
Listen, I got to go down. I got to go down to the main level to meet the bear for the corn dog. Right. By the way, she had one too. You gonna make fun of her?
I'm not making fun of you for
Hey,
eating the
ask
corn
her,
dog.
ask her if she wants to sell those prints of that painting to bring them to the next Avs game. Set up a booth somewhere, and I guarantee she'll sell 100, 150 of them.
But here's what she won't do, Moj. This one, the final bite is something that
That's true.
Bears
That's
never
true.
go like this.
Dude, I disagree. I think the first 2 bites are worse than the final one. The first 2 bites are ridiculous.
You got to
But
get
that's
into
hard
it.
Now
to
let's
get
go
in
to the tape.
The first 2 bites are a joke.
What do you want him to do? Like, it's a giant corn dog. I mean, how are you supposed to
A
start?
couple nibbles. You nibble around the edges.
I actually felt like he was nibbling. By the way, this is breaking down. You want to talk about breaking down game film?
let's,
this is how we do it.
Let's
right.
let's go to break.
So here's what you got. As I go to the big board here,
Go to the big board, my friend.
you got the corn dog.
You got the
mustard,
door.
You have to
See,
start with the bite on top.
Nibble. You got to nibble.
The nibble on top. So now you got this all started here, but this is where things start to go awry. You already have the bite here.
Yeah, now you gotta-
Now you wait. Now you do the turn, and you get there.
Remedy.
All right. Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock. Stick around.
Hey, Keener, I got to ask you something. I'm asking both of you. What have you guys made of the reaction to the NFL's kickoff rule change?
You know,
this has been a lot. There's been
I love
a
it.
ton of discussion.
I love it. I
You know,
really do.
I was unhinged yesterday, and I want to apologize to all of our loyal listeners and my family. I lost it yesterday on some of these NFL's rules changes because I think they're taking too much physicality out of the game, and that was more of a rant about the hip swivel. But in regards to the touchdown, the kickoff, and all that stuff, the way they've addressed it, I have no problem with it because it does promote more returns. It does, and that's what we want to see is more returns. We want to see the ball in play, correct?
Yes.
Are they just going to kick it straight up in the air so that it lands between the 20 and the goal line?
Well, listen, this is the more I thought about it, the more I love this. Look, I kind of pined for the days of Dante Halls and Devin Hesters and Josh Cribbs and guys like that. I loved those.
Don
Now-
Beebe?
Now you're forced. You're forced to do this. If you kick it through the end zone, they're going to get the ball at the 30. Nobody wants to give them the ball
I
at
thought
the
it
30.
was a 40.
The 40 is if they kick it ahead of that landing zone.
Mm-hmm.
So if they kick it in front of that, then it's the 40-yard line.
Well, no, that's a little confusing for me.
Just know this. If you kick it for a touchback, they get the ball at the 30-yard line. If not, it's a return. That's kind of how it goes. But the reason I love this is because, first of all, it brings these back to where it was an exciting part of the game that's going to be returned. Secondly, this is like a pretty cool strategic test now. We almost thought of kick returners as just like, we aren't going to spend a roster spot on that. We'll just find some guy to sit deep and wait for the ball to roll through the end zone. Well, now, did you guys see what a smart organization did yesterday, immediately after this rule change? The Pittsburgh Steelers went out and got Cordero Patterson, who has 9 kick return touchdowns in his career, because they're like, we could make this an advantage of ours.
What's going to be interesting is what style of return man works best with this new formation. Is it the sprint as fast as you can, faster than everybody on the field return man, or the guy who can wiggle out of a phone booth? That kind of return man. Like Dante Hall, right? He could wiggle out of a phone booth. Is that what you need here because of the alignment with the defense so close to you? I think that works better than the I'm faster than everybody, you're never going to catch me.
Well, how many kickers are now going to work on the kick it really high in the air?
Well, that's not an advantage because they can't move until it's touched anyway.
I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, they can't move until the ball is touched and they're 5 yards apart.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
But to me, it's like, hey, the Broncos didn't have a whole bunch of good players last year. They did have an all-pro at kick returner, though. Do you guys remember that? Like Marvin Mims was an all-pro last season. And did you guys know that Marvin Mims had a kickoff return for a touchdown last year?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, when was that?
I completely forgot, too.
Jog my memory here. Let me think about
Take
this
a
for
guess.
a second. Let me
Just
think.
when you think it was.
Okay, it wasn't
Well,
the,
one thing I do know
Don't
is
cheat. Don't look
Let
at
me-
the text
let
line.
me
Know nothing.
think. I'm
I
trying to
won't.
think right
Special teams coordinators, I'll bet you this.
Oh, they love it.
Yeah, all of a sudden
They're
feel
job
like
batters again.
Yeah,
Was it the
we feel
Houston
like
game?
we
Was not Houston, no.
we are part of the game again, right? We're part of rather than just a punt and a fair catch or whatever. We're now a part of the game
Kansas
again. We got
City.
to design some stuff.
wasn't the Raiders.
The reason you don't remember it is because they were down 1,000 points. It was Miami.
He did?
Oh my goodness!
He got one in the Miami game. And I have no memory
no
of this
recollection whatsoever
Nothing.
of the kick, of the path he took, nothing.
But think about this now. This is no longer at the end of training camp when you're paring down a roster to 53 guys. You're like, you know what? I'll keep an extra corner because kick returner doesn't matter. Think about it this way. A number 2, number 3 wide receiver, Moshe, how many touches a game does he get typically, just on average? Would you say 5?
If that, I was going to say 3 to 4.
This guy's going to touch the ball 5 times a game
Oh yeah.
and try and make a play.
Oh yeah.
Because he's not going to take a touchback. He's going to return the ball. So let's just go through it. You're going to get one automatically just from the opening kickoff or halftime. Let's say you give up 20 points, 4 different scoring possessions. That's 5 different touches for this guy. He's going to matter now. Like, this is going to be an impact player for you if you do this correctly.
You are going to have to practice this, I think, an awful lot.
Well,
And the reason is because guys aren't going to be used to it, Vic. There's going to be plenty of flags, I'm sure, early on.
100%.
Well, certainly in the preseason.
That's what scares me about it. Is it going to be littered with flags? Because you know what happens in the NFL. Every time there's a special teams play, you just hold your breath waiting for the flag.
Sure.
Do you not?
Yeah.
You look at that scoreboard bug, which is on the screen, and you wait for it to turn yellow.
Mhm.
That's what I do. Every time there's a special teams play.
Well,
So how do you
especially if they
block it?
break something open, you're like,
Yeah.
bottom right corner now is what I'm staring at.
How do you block it now if you're a special teams coach? Do you send everybody one way? Do you?
See, again, this is the strategy that I think I kind of love. Do you maybe put some bigger guys out there that aren't that fast because they don't need to chase
What do you wanna-
anybody down?
Yeah, what do you want to do? Just drive a wedge? Just create a giant wedge?
Like, could you
Let the guy
feasibly,
follow through?
could you feasibly use an offensive lineman now out there, like a backup offensive lineman, because you're 5 yards apart? Could you do it?
So they can go when the ball is caught or the ball lands, correct?
Yes.
Is that what it is? So the offensive blockers, the guys who are on that front line, have to turn and watch to see what happens, right?
Do you have any sort of numbers? I know the only stat I know from the XFL is that they had about 90% kickoff returns. Okay? The NFL is hoping for about an 80% rate on the kickoff returns. But do you have any stats that say what the average return yardage is? Like where does the ball usually end up when the guy gets tackled on his return?
Kickoff returns 2023 NFL and XFL. The return rate in the XFL was 97%.
Jeez.
But how far do they get?
Now,
Well,
I'll
with
get to
these
that. I'll get to
rules.
that. Hang on.
Okay.
This is from Jeff Kerr of CBS. 97% in the XFL, 22% in the NFL this last year.
That's terrible.
The return average, Moj, in the NFL, when they did return it, it was an average of 23 yards a return.
Okay.
And the XFL was 21.3. But remember, some of these NFL returns were a yard, 2 yards deep in the end zone. That will not be happening. Because you would just catch it and take a
Right.
knee and
Right.
get the ball to the 30.
Right. Well, you can't fair catch it.
Well, you can't fair catch it, but if you catch it in the end zone, you can take a knee.
That is correct.
Yeah, you
but
can't fair catch it in the landing zone.
Correct.
Let me read you one other rule change that they adopted that perhaps you guys didn't hear of. And tell me if you can make sense of it. You ready? Read straight from the rule change. Here we go. If there is a double foul during a down in which there is a change or changes of possession, including if one of the fouls is a postseason foul by a team during a scrimmage kick, the team last gaining possession will keep the ball after enforcement for its foul, providing it did not foul before gaining possession. This is now the SAT reading comprehension portion of the test.
What?
I'm going to read it one more time. You ready,
Yeah,
Moshe?
please.
Look,
I
listen,
tried to listen.
I'm going to read it
Yeah.
one more
This,
time.
this
Pay
is like
attention.
Billy Madison when
Here we go.
he's getting ready for the academic
Yes.
decathlon and he's got the Spanish teacher who's
Here we
speaking
go.
fast and he goes, slow down.
This is a rules change. Listen. If there is a double foul during a down in which there is a change or changes of possession, including if one of the fouls is a post-possession foul by a team during a scrimmage kick, the team last gaining possession will keep the ball after enforcement for its foul, provided it did not foul before last gaining possession. I have no idea what the
Shut
hell
up.
that means.
Just shut up.
I have no. I read it twice. I read it with conviction. I read it slowly. I have zero clue what the hell that just said. None. Did they have lawyers write this up? This is like one of those law drafts, right?
This is from the 7898.
What did I just read?
Instead of offsetting fouls, the defense that took the ball away gets to keep the ball as long as their foul was not before they got the.
Okay.
I still don't know what that
Shut
is.
up.
What is
Everybody
this?
stop.
What is that?
You know what?
What just happened?
I feel like that's an opening question to Jared Bednar, head coach of the Avs, who's going to join us next. Let's jump straight to it. The Ramos Law Hotline, as we are joined by the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, in all conversations with the coach. Brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union and Quantum Fiber. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Coach, always good to talk to you. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
Doing good. So you entered that game last night on a 9-game win streak. You get the goal immediately, and then it just felt like post, crossbar, overall thoughts on the game, and suffering the first L in a while.
Yeah. You know what? The turnaround, like right after, big moment right after we score, they go down right off the face-off in the neutral zone. We miss a check, and it ends up in the back of our net. I would have loved to play with that lead for a while and tried to extend it.
Mm-hmm.
They turn the momentum right away, and that turns out to be a big moment in the game when it's all said and done because, just you get that jump. You get the perfect start, what you want, right? McKinnon, Rantanen, Drouin, Tays all in on a great goal where we check the puck back right away and create a secondary opportunity down low that ends up in the back of the net, and then we're unable to hold on to that lead for more than a couple seconds. So I felt like we didn't check that well in the first period. Like we have a number in our minds that we want to hit for scoring chances against on any given night. We gave up 2/3 of those scoring chances in the first period. They get 2 goals, and we, on last night, we couldn't outscore that defending issue from the first period. Then the rest of the way we tighten it up, lock it down, do a nice job on our defending, and we're grinding for scoring chances, which were tough to come by, and just couldn't capitalize. We had some really good chances and some great chances, and when it's all said and done, looking at the analytics from the game and picking through the game, which I'm still doing right now, lots of chances to tie that hockey game or win that hockey game and couldn't capitalize. So sometimes that's the way it goes. I thought their goalie played great, gobbled up all, rebounds. There was no secondary opportunities in front of the net. We probably didn't get in front of him enough to make his job difficult. And when we got some real good-looking grade A scoring chances, we didn't put them in the net. We either missed net, some got blocked, some hit posts, and just couldn't find it last night, which is frustrating a little bit because now you kind of look at the schedule and you got the Rangers and Nashville Predators coming in. They're the 2 hottest teams in the league.
Oh, for sure. It's probably gonna get your attention. There's no doubt about it. And it's just amazing how games work, isn't it, Coach? Sometimes, I mean, if you guys are up 2-1 early, it's just a totally different complexion. Or it's 2-2 after 1. I mean, it's very interesting. Let's talk about the power play though a little bit because that obviously was not effective last night. What was not working in your opinion, and was it a little bit too casual?
Yeah, I think it was the same as the rest. I often say this, that your special teams or your power play especially, it mimics the rest of your game. So I thought our execution was poor last night, like missed passes without like the other team disrupting you and something they're doing in their structure where we have open players and we're not seeing it. We're not completing passes. Pucks are bobbling. You're passing tape to skate or missing guys that are in open lanes or just not seeing it at all. And our power play was a little bit the same way. It was struggled a little bit at times on getting set up, and it struggled at times in zone. They blocked some shots. We missed some opportunities. We had a couple of good looks where we could have picked up a goal or two, but just not as sharp as what we'd normally like to be. And that was the same as our 5-on-5 game with the puck. We did a lot of good things on the offensive side of it, but that we did have more opportunities to make some plays and get dangerous that we just didn't execute on. And so, it followed our 5-on-5 game last night, and could have been a difference maker for us, especially when it ends 2-1. But just wasn't meant to be, I guess.
I'm rewatching that second goal, the Suzuki goal that tied it 9 seconds after you scored. How often does that happen where right off the faceoff you miss one body and boom, it's in the back of the net? Is there anybody there to support after a dude misses a check like that? Should anybody be there?
So we kind of we basically go in a like most of the rest of the league, we go in a 5-man press. So like everyone, the wingers are pushing both D to take away the D to D pass. They advance it up. Our D pinches on the winger, and the center's job is to be above the center, and we just miss them. So in a situation like that, it's like everyone's got to do their own job, or you could give up a chance. You know, the last guy back would be our D, but he also has a job to do, which it's exactly what it ends up. It ends up being a 2-on-1 odd man rush against, and the guy shoots it. So the D's taking away the pass, trying to give the easiest shot to the goalie, and he finds the back of the net through the 5-hole. You know, didn't love that goal even from Eustis, but it is, it is what it is. It's a game of mistakes, and oftentimes there's a lot of one-on-one battles and one-on-one races that you have to win in order to win the hockey game. And first period, we didn't. You know, it kind of reminded me of the Pittsburgh first period where we were playing. It looked like we had some good get up and go, but you know, we were missing out a little bit on the competitive side of it and on the detail side of it, and we end up down. And like I said last night, we outscore that issue.
You know, you bring up Eustis. He gets an extension, a 2-year one-way contract, and we were all kind of wondering around the deadline, you know, will there be a move for a backup goalie, or are they just going to roll with the young kid? Obviously, you guys see enough to where you feel pretty comfortable with him being here, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Like time will tell, but I think like you look at the starts that he started to rack up for us in the second half of the season, especially, and he's given us quality start after quality start, you know, saving above expected, giving us a chance to win hockey games. He's our guy. We drafted and developed him, and he's still a young player that can continue to develop for all of our players. You know, they're constantly working on getting better, but he's shown enough signs of improvement and given us good chances to win hockey games to this point that you have to make a decision on him, right? So getting him under contract, I think, is something that he's earned.
You know, we've been talking about the standings, and this Western Conference coach is getting to be kind of a bear. I mean, top to bottom, right? I mean, look at Nash, what they've been able to do. You know, and I told the guys a little bit earlier, like, Mike, pick your poison. One thing is for certain, no matter who you get in round number one, that team is not going, oh, goody gumdrops. We get to face the Colorado Avalanche with their 28 home wins on the season. But is it hard for you at this point of the year to not take a daily peek at where you are, or does that not bother you whatsoever?
It's not like, as much as it's in our control, it's not really in our control either. So like we could win the division, win the conference, and you know, you tell me who we're playing. I don't know. Like right now,
right.
I think I looked yesterday. Is it Vegas? Is it LA? You know, Nashville. If you drop to 2, it could be Nashville, Vegas, still be LA. Like you just don't know who. You don't know who it is, and regardless of where you finish. So you play to win hockey games, and then there's the bottom spots are being juggled, the top spots are being juggled. So you can kind of pinpoint a couple different opponents, but you don't know who it's going to be anyway, because the other teams, those teams that are in the wild card and fighting to hold on to the third spot in their division all have to play as well. So those spots are going to juggle just as much as the top, I think. So you just got to go play, and you're going to get what you get. You know, every team, like you said, earlier on in the year, you could have said, oh, yeah, I'd love to play Nashville, but they're 16-0-2 in their last 18, and they're the best team in the league defensively. So that's no cakewalk. It's really not the team that you're playing. The team that you're playing, it's not about their overall record. It's how they're playing going into the playoffs, right? They peak at the right time. Look at Florida last year. I think they got in the last night with 92 points because Pittsburgh lost a big game to Chicago, last game of the year, second last game of the year. So Florida gets in, and they run right through the East and go to the Stanley Cup Finals, and then ran into a bunch of injuries facing Vegas, and Vegas beat them in the finals. So they were a great team at the right time at the end of the year, and that's what Nashville's kind of reminded me of. And that's why you got to get your game in order. That's why we're fine-tuning and trying to nitpick at things that and talking about all the things that we're going to need to do in playoffs and trying to refine our game now, because you can't wait till the playoffs. It's too late.
I fully admit this may be a dumb question, but when you approach the end of the year, you're one of the top seeded teams in the conference. You don't want to tempt or challenge the hockey gods, but do you think about matchups? Like, is there a different strategy on how you handle game to game if you're trying to get a preferred matchup, or you just go out and play?
Well, I think in certain years you can, but like I just touched on, I mean, those bottom spots, they have to play their games too. So, I mean, here we are, 10 games left, and you know, it could be any one of any opponent if you finish at the top, and if you finish second in the division or second or third in the conference, it could be any one of those teams again. So you really don't have full control over it. And I believe you playing to win, right? Like you're trying to win hockey games, and like your team has goals throughout the course of the season in 10-game segments, where you want to finish in your division and where you want to finish in the conference, and you want those wins. You want the guys to have success in reaching those goals, and then you want to continue it on through the playoffs by advancing every round. So, I mean, I think it's a dangerous game you play if you're like, well, I mean, we don't really need this one tonight, and you're going to sort of take it off and let somebody beat you. I just don't. It's not. The game deserves more respect than that for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think you got to play to win and let everyone else play to win and see where they fall, and then that's your opponent. Regardless, I don't think it matters. The teams that are making the playoffs, the top 8 teams in the West, and I mean, they're all really good teams that can all win, and it's about playing your best hockey at the right time, and that's the postseason.
Plus, doesn't last year just serve as a painful reminder, a lesson? It doesn't matter who, when, home ice. It doesn't matter. You have to come prepared in those games, or a Seattle can jump up and bite you. How much does that help motivate, inspire going toward the playoffs?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like they're all good teams. Like Seattle, 100. Every team that made the playoffs last year had 100+ points. So you're talking about over the course of 6 months, 82 games, picking up an extra point here, an overtime loss there, a heartbreaker that you let slip away, or a comeback win that you got was the difference between the top teams in the conference and the team that finished 8th. It's a minuscule amount, right? You know that every team that's in the playoffs this year, last year, they're all very good teams and capable of beating you, and you're capable of beating them. It's about play again. It's about playing the games in the playoffs and playing your best for that. Whatever it is, 13, 14-day period in a round of playoffs. You got to win 4 before they do. It's just that simple. Doesn't matter what you did in regular season or what they did. Every team on our side is capable of winning.
Coach, you've been on this program for a long time, so because of that, you know how these two guys by me lack perspective on occasion. But I found myself last night, and Riker, as soon as we're off the air, Riker goes, I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what to do with the loss, right? I mean, it's one of those things because you get used to winning and your club is doing this and they can grind and all this kind of thing. But Cale said last night afterwards, hey, it's another lesson. This is a lesson for our club that, you got to mind your P's and Q's. You're going to get bit right in the backside. And is that not a bad thing from time to time to just have that reminder that comes up and jumps, that bites you right in the keister to say, guys, you got to keep that focus going. And clearly with the Rangers and the Preds coming to town, that has to be a key.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He hits the nail on the head there. Like you were playing great hockey. We've had some off periods where we get outplayed and outchanced and outscored. And then we were good enough in some of those games to dig in, come back. Pittsburgh, prime example. But you don't want to rely on that every night. Like, you've got to be ready to play for a full 60 minutes regardless of the opponent. Like, the parity in our league now is, it's never been stronger, right? You've had a flat cap for a handful of years now. The teams at the bottom have gotten much better because teams at the top can't hold on to all their players, so the player movement is high in the off season, during the season. There's so many teams. If you look at the teams that have added, the whole Western Conference added players at the deadline because they know if they get a seat in the top 16, they have a chance to win. So you've got to be dialed in every night, and that's why the regular season is such a grind. You get couple bottom teams that you don't have to play your best on against sometimes through the course of a regular season, and you can still win. But when you wipe the bottom 16 teams out of the league, that no longer becomes the case. You have to play your best in order to win any night in the playoffs, and it's going to have to be as close to perfect as you can possibly get it, which is why we're still grinding and refining our game. And those lessons I'd rather learn lessons when we're winning, because that's what we try to do, take lessons out of even, say, the Pittsburgh game. We talked about a lot of things, but certainly it drives home the point a little bit more when you lose in a frustrating game like last night.
We'll let you go. A couple things. This is only the third time all year where we've talked to you after a loss.
Yeah,
so
this is miserable. I hate this today. I hate this.
Everybody's serious. They suggested. Did you see Bear's painting of Vic?
Hang on. Don't give too many details. Are you just aware of a painting that was given to us from Mosier's wife yesterday? Are you aware?
Yeah, I've seen that. That's been
I told you he's connected.
Circling around the internet on some of my followers for I'd say at least a week or two, probably since it's been done. Yeah, I've seen it. It's a great painting. Like, the craftsmanship is fantastic. It's also a little bit disturbing, like the pose. It's something else. I don't even know how to put it into words.
Well, I was going to try to cheer you up by sending you a nude of myself, but you've seen it already. So
I'm way ahead of you.
I told you he would
sent
be.
it out. Like, I saw you. I think Vic blasted it out. He looked really good in it because of the craftsmanship.
Yeah,
and I think he blasted it out to everyone he knows a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
Well, Coach, let me tell you something. A colleague of yours, Michael Malone, who shares the building with you, he did an interview on the station yesterday, and he was sent this photo live during his interview. Can I just play the reaction real quick when he first saw it? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, that is quite upsetting.
It is upsetting.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jealousy will get you guys nowhere, just so you know.
Oh, jeez.
he said it's quite upsetting. It's unfortunate that this was sent to me, and I feel like a lot of people felt the same way.
No doubt
But
about
Coach, despite
Yeah.
last night, and despite we aren't used to the Tuesday loss discussion following on Wednesday, but you guys are 9-1 in your last 10 and rolling right now. So always appreciate the time, and thanks so much.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
Take
Okay,
care,
talk
Coach.
to you next week.
You bet.
And as head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union. Better banking starts with Premier Members Credit Union. Stop by your nearest branch or visit becomepremier.com to learn more about the artisans of banking.
I'm glad you offered that perspective. You win 9 out of 10, you're doing something right.
Yeah. Well, and that's what we were kind of in the middle of it, and I'm like, guys, they played really well.
Yeah,
lately.
playing pretty
Like,
good. But it's one of those. If you're going to think of a team that's going to break your streak, any streak, you're not thinking of one of the bottom 6 teams in the entire league, right?
Sure.
But I mean, you look at it, the Montreal Canadiens completed the season sweep over the Avalanche.
Yeah. It's much like, Orlando swept the Nuggets.
Yeah. How many times have the Coyotes gotten over on the Avs this year, including their own comeback? Crazy time, twice in a mullet.
Yep.
I mean, so man, it's a crazy league sometimes.
As some of the Twitchers have suggested, perhaps we rename my portrait to Vic Pics. I'm going to send coaches some Vic Pics.
How about you don't try and rename the art when you aren't the artist?
That is
That is
correct.
not your
I am
job.
the subject of the art.
Doesn't matter.
That art doesn't
Brett.
happen without me.
Hey, Brett.
Remember that.
Why don't we rename the Mona Lisa
It doesn't happen without Mona.
that boring chick?
Hey, without Mona, it's not done, right? Without me, you don't get that kind of art, that exquisite art. It doesn't happen. You don't get all those curves, all those lines.
Yeah. 303-504-0925.
It's about enough of that.
So listen, Every time that we talk to head coach of the Avs, you guys will have an opportunity to win $50 to Altitude Authentics. Marty will play a clip when we come back. He will bleep out one of the words. If you can fill in the word, then you have a chance to win $50 to Altitude Authentics. That's next.
I ain't scared of Phoenix. I ain't scared.
All right.
I ain't scared. I ain't scared of Phoenix tonight. No, I'm not.
Don't play this. Don't do this again. I mean,
No,
you already
I'm
got
not.
burned once
On.
with that.
I said, yeah, on.
Why would you not be scared of a team that's got a three-headed
Oh,
They're
monster
one of
like
two
the
teams to
Booker
have
and
beaten
Beal?
you, and they beat you at home without Devin Booker. You better be scared of this team tonight.
Okay,
This is
I'm a
gonna be
little.
game.
Okay, I'm a little scared.
You better be.
No.
You better
I'm
be scared.
mildly concerned, but I'm not scared. How's that?
Now, scared is a relative term, right? Nobody's
Right.
scared, but it's certainly not a game that you're guaranteed to win.
But-
You better bring your A game tonight. They've already proven they can beat you on your court, and they did so understaffed.
Here comes Nurk. He is a big old.
And he's questionable tonight with an ankle sprain.
Good.
Okay, well,
He should be questionable with mismatching hair color.
table this for a second.
Lovelander's right. You use the scared word. And for me, respect all opponents. If you don't respect the Phoenix Suns,
This shouldn't be a discussion.
I know, but see, that's what he does. That's what he does.
Okay.
Every time the Nuggets play a
Hold.
team with a lesser record, he starts pulling this card, and it ticks me off.
Hold for a second, because I need to give people an opportunity to win $50 out to Dude Authentics. And all you had to do was listen to the Jared Bednar interview, and this should be easy. So Marty's going to play a clip. A word is going to be bleeped. If you know what the word is, you want to take a guess, take your guess on the text line, 303-504-0925, with your first and last name, and you got a chance to win $50 out to Dude Authentics. The missing word today is...
It's a great painting. Like the craftsmanship is fantastic. It's also a little bit, like the pose.
I actually don't know what this one was.
I do. But a lot of words could have fit in there.
Yeah, because I also know what he thinks.
Some
about
starting with an F, different stuff. I didn't realize this. The Bear told me. So we were at a fundraiser for Dog Nation last Wednesday, and Jared was there. And so she had completed the painting at the time. She had shown him the painting behind my back, your backs.
Mm-hmm.
So Betsy was in
No,
on
I
it.
did not. Yesterday was the first time I saw it. I was just
Correct.
aware of it.
Well, Coach was in on it a long time ago.
Well, he
So-
said, yeah, that's been circulating for a week. And I go, a week?
It's been on everybody's incognito page.
the dark web. Okay.
But Marty, one more time for the people real quick. Play it one more.
It's a great painting. Like the craftsmanship is fantastic. It's also a little bit, like the pose.
So 303-504-0925. Say the word in your first and last name, and you'll have a chance to win $50 out to Tooth Authentics. Okay.
Also, later on in the program, we're giving away a $50 gift card to Centennial Cuts.
That as well.
So stay tuned for that, and you can get some great beef.
So-
Best you'll ever taste.
The Nuggets taking on the Suns tonight. We gave the audio, and we can replay this if you'd like. Malone was on Dempsey and Company yesterday, and he was talking about Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon's injuries. They're going into this game questionable.
Mm-hmm.
He said less concerned about Aaron Gordon, but Jamal is just dealing with some stuff. So they want to make sure that he's 100% right before he jumps back into a game. But I think the last time he said this, Vic, the Nuggets, the day after Malone made that comment, were playing an opponent much like Phoenix, a tough opponent, and then Jamal played. And so I don't know if he's going to play tonight or not. We kind of were aware of the Nuggets' record with Jamal Murray against the Suns. He's got an amazing record against them.
It was that trip to L.A. to play the Lakers when we didn't think Jamal would play in that game.
Yes.
Not only did he
Yes.
make the trip, he played and played pretty darn well.
Yes.
So, yes, you're right. When we think they're going to zig, they zag. Now, I think when you hear the comments from Michael Malone, I want you to hear the comments, him describing Jamal's injuries, and he's had a few of them. I believe that the injuries, they're not nearly severe enough not to play if it were an important playoff game. He'd be playing right now. I think they're just sort of doing the old bubble wrap thing just to
Feels
make
like it.
sure that he is 100% come playoff time. And I'd be surprised, 10 games left? He may miss 4, 5, 6 of those games. Not because he's devastatingly hurt by any means, but they just want to
Keep him
secure.
fresh.
Exactly right. That's what they want.
Well, here's Malone yesterday on Dempsey and Company.
But when you look at Jamal and just everything he's gone through, with the ACL and then the shin splints and then the ankle sprains, I'm always concerned. I mean, these guys are like, we're a family, and you always want. I'm not concerned because I want to win. I'm concerned because I care about Jamal. And then, yes, of course, he impacts winning at a high level. We saw what he did in the 20 playoff games last year. But we'll get Jamal Murray back on the court when he's ready to play, and not just play, but play to the best of his abilities. If that's tomorrow against Phoenix, great. If it's not until the next game after that, which would be Minnesota on Friday, then that'll be the night. But just trying to get our team healthy as best as possible.
I think it's a perfect reaction from the coach, and I like everything he said there. I think what buoys my spirits the most is Jamal Murray himself. Watching Jamal Murray, he seems very happy. He doesn't see, I'm sure the ankle's painful at times. I'm sure it all is.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, AG's got the plantar fasciitis little thing going on there, Vic?
I guess.
The bottom of the foot thing?
Yeah.
Have you ever had that?
My feet are too flat to have plantar fasciitis.
That's true. How's your bunion?
That fasciitis.
Okay.
That's a fascist. That's a fascist bunion.
That's a fascist bunion, dang it. But watching Jamal Murray's reaction, watching him sort of bop around. Hey, when Peyton Watson skied for that dunk the other night, watching Jamal Murray on the bench also sky in street clothes, I'm like,
Oh, I saw.
it makes me feel good because his spirits are up.
I saw Jamal before the game a couple nights ago. Katie was doing a live hit during Nuggets Live.
Oh, yes.
And he jumped on the bench. He was smiling. He was taking shots. He was like, this isn't a big thing. It's just like, there's no need to push it. That's all it is. There's no need. And look, Jamal's in a position now where, and the Nuggets are in a position, whether they're the 1, 2, 3 seed, they can continue to win even if he takes some nights off. And if they don't, I don't think it's a big deal anyway. This is all going to be dependent on matchups. And honestly, if things kind of stay the same, if the play-in looks like Phoenix and LA and Dallas and Golden State, well, maybe the 1, 2 seed isn't even what you want at that time. Who knows?
Well, and again, just like Coach Bednar said, man, you have no idea who the heck you're going to be playing, especially in the NBA because of the play-in situation. You have no clue about who. You can prepare for everybody, but you have absolutely no idea exactly who it's going to be.
It's quite remarkable at the end of the season, both the NHL and the NBA, how divergent the paths are for respective teams when they get to this juncture. You've got teams that are jockeying just to make the playoffs. They're very desperate, the most desperate out there. You've got teams that are done, that are tanking. They're the least desperate. They're the ones that, if you can't beat the Memphises of the other night, what are you doing, right? You got those teams that are throwing out players you've never heard of. Then you've got teams like the Nuggets and like most in the West now that are just trying to jockey for positioning in the playoffs, in the postseason. Who do we want to meet?
Right.
And that, to me, is the most uncertain position to be in because sometimes be careful what you wish for, right?
Yeah.
Be careful where you end up. At the end of the day, you're going to have to beat the best to be the best anyway, at the end of the day.
I think I think there's two coaches. They're so stabilized in their thought process going through the end of the season, right? They're thinking the same way because they've won. They know what it takes. You want to play to win games, but you got to do a little micromanaging of things. But they're very stable in their approach, and it just makes me feel confident going in that, hey, when it comes time to really get it on, these teams are going to get it on.
Well, just quickly here, you can hear this game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Suns in Nuggets tonight.
See if the Suns are for real.
I just saw this from Joe Pompliano, and it's rare that the NCAA announces anything.
I was about to go to this.
But the NCAA announced this morning that they are officially seeking to ban all player prop bets from college sports.
Very smart. Very smart move. The player prop bets, I think, listen, we all know betting scandals in sports, and I was in Arizona when the last one happened with ASU, Stephen Headache Smith. Do you guys remember that? Bill Frieder and that group? I don't know if you guys vaguely remember that.
I do.
I think Iowa and Iowa State just got caught up in this a couple years ago. Yeah, it was because Wazarike,
Yeah.
who was just suspended by the Broncos last year. He was, I think, an Iowa State guy who was caught up in some of their scandals about this.
So back in the 90s, this hit the Arizona State University, and it was a big deal. And this is before the day and age of legal sports wagering in each respective state. Now you're legalizing it. The prop bet for a collegiate athlete especially, you're a very little-known player, you barely play, and you mean to tell me that somebody can make money on your back on how much you play and how much you score?
Yeah.
That has so much opportunity for corruption.
Sure does.
I mean, that's unbelievable. That's inviting corruption. So if you're going to provide betting
and you
odds,
can't check 500,000
no, my
people.
God.
Yeah.
If you're going to do the betting odds in the collegiate game, team odds are where you should stop. That's it.
I agree.
Team odds. Any team prop is fine. But individual player prop, you are just opening the Pandora's box so wide. You are, I mean, obviously you're going to get people walk through that box. So good on the NCAA. Let's see if it passes.
Out of all the
But-
things
but-
the NCAA has done, I think this one's really smart.
Well, and the deal was for ASU, it wasn't prop bets, it was point shaving. There's a difference.
Right.
But it's all, I mean, it's all
But let's
obviously
be honest,
throwing
Moj,
games, but
it's a lot easier to control your individual props than it is to control teams.
that is correct.
Look no further than the Jonte Porter story that came out a couple days ago. I mean, it's easier to do that because that's totally under your control. With a couple minutes left, haven't done this yet today. Let's get to the Brett region of our drop tournament.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we're getting, so we have your region today. This is to get to the Sweet 16.
And then Marty's tomorrow. That's
okay.
right.
All right, here we go.
So, in the Brett region, the matchup in the round of 32 to get to the Sweet 16, we have the 1 seed versus the 9 seed. The 1 seed is...
Hey, you ever get hit in the little tingy?
I love
And
that
that
one.
opened the door to one of the greatest works of art since Michelangelo.
That goes up against the 9 seed, which is... They
You're
do
wrong.
taste,
You're
yes.
wrong.
I don't taste it.
Dude,
Maybe I'm color
go,
taste.
go chop a portobello, man.
Color taste is so good, though. It really is so good. We got the 5 versus 4 seed, the 5 seed, Marty. He was really, really good for a long time. He spent every year here, too, right? Of his career? Every year within the organization, didn't he?
No, he can't. They picked him up. He played the bulk of his career elsewhere. What? Scott Oberg? No.
I'm pretty sure I have this
No.
correct.
Nope. I will stake my reputation on it.
Go ahead. You don't have a reputation. Oh,
Go ahead.
That was
Release
so
the information.
Every year of his major league career was with the Rockies. I will stake my reputation
That was
on it
so good.
and release
the
the information. It's so good. And then that goes up against the 4 seed, which is...
Let me start from the beginning on this one. If you have any gambling problems, the phone number is 1-800-422-5700. Marty, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing at the number I just registered? I must be wrong.
And he was. Again, the wrong number. So we'll get to
Oh,
the
my
other two
God.
matchups here in just a little bit. But we'll have those up at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter for you to vote. Your votes in the poll questions decide what moves on to the Sweet 16 of the drop tournament. When we come back, though, I have a question. And this is just a feeling out of the polls. And answer this on the text line as we go to break. The Rockies open their season tomorrow. How many people either have or are planning to before tomorrow's game get the MLB package for the year that includes the Colorado Rockies? So 303-504-0925. Answer that question. We'll get to it next.
I was reading Car and Driver the other day. Yeah, I'm kind of a gearhead. There's no doubt about it. And the verdict on the Ford Mach-E first-rate electric SUV. That's awesome. And right now at Silterhart Motors in Broomfield, you can save major money on it. 0% financing for 72 months. Over 60 in stock with all the options, all the different colors, whatever it is you're looking for. And the best part is, as we start to get into really big driving months here in the spring and the summer, You're not paying crazy high gas prices. It's a killer ride. It's gorgeous. 9 out of 10 on the rating system. You're going to love it. It's a killer deal as well. So get yourself to Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or easy. Go online and shop right there at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Get the new Ford Mach-E. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
OJ, just curious here. Not OJ. Okay. Just curious. I don't want to start a segment with OJ. Don't want to. Asked you guys before the break. The opening game of the Rocky season starts tomorrow against Arizona. They do not have a television package at the moment. Their television package is a streaming package. How many of you have already gotten it or plan to before tomorrow's game, which is, Marty, you said 8:10 Mountain Time?
Correct.
What's the number? Because it's $100 for the year for just the Rockies, or you could get the full package for like 170, 180.
Are you
like
asking me or are you asking our listeners?
Everybody.
All right.
You, the listeners, everybody.
Of course, we're going to get the package. We're a sports talk show.
I have to get I have no choice but to get
so
the package because it's my job.
So don't get me started on radio hosts who complain about not watching when it's their job to watch sports. Don't let me go down that road again.
Okay, then don't.
Okay, because I don't want to start that again.
But it is kind of funny, however, how people have on actual airwaves have said, Well, I'm
not going to watch.
not going to watch. I can't. You just.
Okay, we don't have to go down the road. Just,
I understand.
Go to the
it's
Rockies.
just
but
amazing.
but here's what I'm saying.
Having said that, Mojo,
Does it cost? Yeah. Does it cost money? It's our job. We are going to. I have not bought it yet, Brett.
Yeah.
But we are going to buy it because watching Rockies baseball is our job.
It's
and
actually
fun.
and actually
Yeah.
per game, it's relatively cheap.
I'm telling you right now, it is so much cheaper than I thought it would be when they first announced this. I thought it'd be upwards of $200. Like I don't know what the math comes out to. It's less than $1 a game.
It's 60 cents a game, I
Yeah.
think. So, having said that, yeah, we're going to get the package. Mosher, you want to go halvesies on it with me?
Sure.
I'll give you $50 right now.
Well, you already have all my login information on
No,
everything
I don't
anyway.
use yours anymore. I got my own accounts
Well, how do I know that?
because I've never used yours
I always
since.
see this login on this account from Golden,
It
Colorado.
ain't
I'm
me.
like, that's Vic.
Well, this is what's funny to me is that if we're just being honest, let's say you and your girlfriend, your wife, whoever, say you don't even have kids, just you two. If you were to go to a Rockies game this year, you're probably spending $100, right?
Oh, easy.
Tickets, let's say you get cheap ones out in the bleachers, $15-$20.
You're still look, you're still paying
Hot dog
Marty.
here, couple of beers here, like you're getting to $100.
Salad.
Well, you gotta don't forget, you gotta add on. You're still paying Marty $20 to eat fries off the ground.
That too?
Bets,
I mean,
prop
that's
bets
you know,
that
get
occur
prop
during the game.
You got prop bets out at the pagoda. What do they call that place?
The party deck?
What
Patio?
were you
Yeah,
going to
but
call
The
it?
cabanas.
The cabanas. What did I say? Pagoda, cabana. That's the same damn thing.
Abe Pagoda?
Hey, hey,
But
Tom,
listen, for the price of like going to one game, you could watch every game this year on this package. The money's not the problem here. And I get some people writing in, no, but I would watch if they were competitive or if they were good.
right?
And I'm kind of like, for $100, I'm going to watch this either way. Now, there's a lot of people that are just saying, no, I'm not doing it.
Well,
A ton.
then I guess I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If it's some sort of protest or boycott, that's fine. But you're just hurting yourself on a mid-June day and mid-June evening, and you're barbecuing and you want to watch something.
Yeah,
my
let's say
question is,
after the Avs and Nuggets parades happen, what's the rest of your summer look like? Because I'll light up a cigar in the garage, watch some baseball at night, and then head inside and go to bed.
Yeah, you're notoriously a hot tub sitter, watcher, gamer guy.
oh, got rid of the tub.
Oh, you
What?
did?
Yeah, the tub's gone. Replaced it with the Sim, and now I'm going to get rid of the Sim.
Okay.
So if anybody wants a Sim, let me know. Seriously,
Your swing
Sim's
is
gone.
You know the funny
Sim's
part about
gone.
this? This is
so
a side
tub's
note.
gone, Sim's
A
gone.
quick side note.
Who wants
'cause I want
Sim?
to get back to this. Go ahead.
Make
Quick
me an
side
offer on
note.
the Sim.
Okay.
Call me.
So the hot tub is gone. Got the Sim. Vic's swing has gotten so much worse with the Sim. You think it would
100%.
improve?
No.
But it's gotten bad.
You know why? Because I'm a finicky player. I finick.
Well, you play like Wyndham Clark said.
And time.
I play
Okay.
the swing.
You play swing. You don't play golf.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Maybe
Big
after all
mistake.
this time, you're just not good.
Shut up.
At the game.
Anyway,
Is that
Texter
it?
says, I don't have cable. Well, guess what? It
You don't
doesn't
need
need
cable.
cable.
yeah, you need a smart TV. So, how do you do this though? So you pull down, and I really do need a refresher course in this. So you get the app, and you apply it to every one of your 13 TVs in your house, right? You just pull down the MLB app. It's available on every smart TV?
From what I haven't tried it yet. From what I understand, that's how it's going to
How
work.
does my
yeah.
TV know how to find? Does my TV
Do you
have
put
an
a
app
search
store?
button? Do you have
How does that work? I don't know. My TV's kind of
Try it on this.
Most of my
There's a
TVs are
Roku.
kind of.
There's a
Easy.
Roku.
Okay.
I only use 3
Let's just
TVs.
do it. Let's just experiment right now.
Problem is, regular.
It's the Granddad's Happy Hour.
You know what? This
Download
affects
the
you
app.
too.
All right, here we go. We're actually downloading.
Millennial
Mix a little
jerk.
Metamucil with my
All right.
whiskey.
Well, you guys got to carry this. I got to get closer to the TV. This isn't working. Wait.
There's
All
that
right.
drink
So
you
he's at the
have
App Store now. He's on a Roku. He's at Sports.
Sports.
All right.
All
Now
right,
he's
I can
looking
search
for,
this. I just want to see if
He's
it's
looking
here.
for the apps.
There it
MLB.
is.
Oh,
right
MLB
there,
right
boom.
there. There it is.
All right. So hit MLB. Okay. Adding the MLB channel. Now we don't want the full.
Oh, it
Channel
said could
and
not
stuff.
add MLB.
Are these TVs too full of
I don't know.
apps right now?
So do you download the MLB? There it goes. Now it's adding it.
there we go.
Now, do you have to go to a specific team
Well, you
after you get to the MLB app? Here we go. We're downloading the MLB app.
Well, Vic, you said you haven't bought this yet. Do one of you guys just want to do it now? Just do it on the air.
I'm not going to do it on these TVs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let.
Why would I let these
Well, I'll
TVs have
sign
my
up
money?
because you can sign out at the end of it. You
They'll
want to make
find a
this
way to
an
get
actual
in.
process? You want to do this thing on the air?
No,
then-
I don't want to do it on the air. It's going to take too much
Have
time.
an MLB account, so then you put in. Now you got to go through all that information. Now I got to
Right,
remember
I don't know
another
what you want
password.
me to do here.
Not going to remember another password. By the way, people are asking for my sim. I'm not giving you my sim. If you want to buy my sim, feel free to make me an offer. I ain't giving you a sim.
There you go.
Sorry, but people are asking me for a sim.
Take little Timmy's money. Is that good? Are we good? Oh, there's no way Jason has the MLB package. There is
not a
zero chance in hell that happens.
All right, so then you go there, and then it probably says which team would you like to
Yes,
designate as your featured team.
Okay, that's how you
Correct.
do it. Okay.
All right, great, got it. Moj, do you want me to buy it, and then you just Venmo me 50?
I don't think we're allowed to do that, though, right? I think it says right on the site that you can't share.
share it?
If you share, we
won't do that.
no, we would never do that.
We would never do that.
I certainly would not.
I'm not going to share my digits with you.
I won't either, Vic. I think that is
At no
unlawful.
point will I conduct that transaction.
Vic.Moj
At altitude dot
password at hotmail.net.
Password the little dingy.
Anyway,
So, Brett, it just cracks me up again. For years, people have just blah 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 blah. I can't do that. It's your job. Yeah, it's my job. Now, are the Rockies going to lose 100 games this year? Am I going to pay $100 to
very
watch them
possible.
lose 100 games? Yes, I am.
Hey,
because
man.
it's my job.
So-
and then for those of you who don't, we will get on these airwaves every day and say, "Yeah, well, the Rocks lost 8-2, and so and so got
It's
shelled."
like the Nuggets
Well,
and Avs games.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to talk about the games. I mean, and as bad as it is for those who can't watch it, do you want us not to talk about the games? We have to talk about
no,
the games.
we're talking about the games.
So
But
when Shohei comes to town, well, how many times is he going to come to town? You're not going to watch
Oh,
Shohei?
by the way, speaking of that, you ready for this?
You're going to throw a C note on Shohei and his interpreter?
Did you guys see that the Philadelphia Eagles opening game of the season in Brazil only available on Peacock?
Huh?
It's heartbreaking, and I can't even believe it.
The football game.
The Eagles opening game
Well, of
in
course,
Brazil.
I told you
Yes,
that
the
was
football
coming.
game.
But but Vic, it didn't take long for them to go to, it's a wild card game. We're just going to test it out on
course.
Peacock too. Regular season game. We're just going to test it out.
I
on
told you the
Peacock.
day will come where every single wild card playoff game will be on a streaming network platform, and you're going to have to buy that network platform.
What if Broncos fans had to pay $300 a year to watch their team?
They would.
I think a lot of people would.
Well, this is where I wanted to go with this. Is there... Look, I'm sure for everybody it's different. I bet you, though, even if the Avs were bad, Moj, if the Nuggets were bad, the Broncos are bad, if you had to pay $100 to watch them in a year, you probably would.
You know, they're supposed to have, the plan was for the Rockies to have also some games available on
They're
another
gonna have a
network
handful.
channel.
Yeah.
They haven't announced it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because they want you to go buy the app.
Correct.
Like what? Like Channel 2 or something or whatever?
A handful of games available for those who don't have the app. Because there's still, a demographic out there that doesn't do this app stuff.
Well,
right
your
now,
pa-
believe it
your-
or
your-
not.
your
They're-
parents are a
yeah,
perfect
they're-
example.
They ain't doing the app stuff. They ain't going to sit there and do what we just did.
You know what's funny is that my old man.
Texture says, won't the app block you out for the Rocks? No, the whole thing is this is the only place you
Right.
can watch
That
them.
is
You will not
correct.
be blacked out, even if you have the full MLB package.
Now, how do these, again, I'm getting into some proprietary stuff here. How is like Netflix and these, how are they able to narrow their spectrum to where family members now can't watch out of the household? How do they do that?
I don't think you can.
Well, then how would this work if I shared it with Mosier? He's in Pueblo, I'm in Golden. How could we both watch a game at the same time in opposite households?
I don't know if they have a streaming limit thing on there. From what I understand, they don't, or maybe they do, but it's
They would
like
have
2.
to. They have to.
But yeah,
Otherwise-
let's say that you and your wife are big Rockies fans, and you went out to Mosier's house, you had a couple beers, your wife's watching at her place. You're like, I'll sign it on mine. I think that would be fine.
So, but if I'm on the road, all right, let's say I get it in my place at home, but I'm on the road now with the Nuggets and I want to watch a Rockies game in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Will it allow me to?
Yeah, I think so.
But I'm not in my home. I'm not on that IP address. I'm not watching it from there.
Hey, what are you staring at
Well,
me and asking these questions for?
this is
what
where
are you
I
doing?
need. Hey, let's get Mike from computers. Computers. How does this work now?
Hey, Martin, what are one of the more famous? I got Brett Kane mouth now.
Beamer.
What's one of the most famous Keith Mosier drops on this show? It is the
COVID
thinking
produced a
thing.
lot.
Thinking. It's
It's the thinking. It's the circle thing. It's thinking. It's thinking. That old man is remarkably good at working the apps on his TV.
Is he really?
Yes.
I'm always fascinated by that. Like some of the olds, like ourselves, who can figure this stuff out. I am not one of them. I have to have help.
Keith is good at it. I don't know how he got good. Maybe it's just some sort of innate thing in his being.
You're not even one of the olds. You're one of the
The
young.
joint options are don't connect to audio.
No.
Or
no,
turn
no.
off my video.
Yes, that man right there actually is very good at maneuvering around his television to find everything that he wants to find. It cracks me up.
Care Bear says, honestly, if you're going to get the app, get all the teams. I don't want to watch Milwaukee.
I don't give a
I
crap
don't
about
care about
Milwaukee.
watching-
I don't care about Houston.
I have zero interest in watching other major league teams.
Yeah, Care Bear,
I don't-
I'm not watching
I don't care.
Cleveland.
I don't
Come
have
on.
any affiliation with the Florida Marlins. I don't care.
It's Miami Marlins.
Yeah, they don't.
See, that's how little I care.
Plus,
Plus,
there
got
you
the
go.
thinking thing going. Yeah, this thing is thinking like it's trying to find the meaning or something.
plus, I'm going to get 100 Red Sox and Yankees games for free on television
Exactly.
anyway.
Sunday night ESPN baseball is going to be Yankees Red Sox, so that's covered.
Before we get the break, let me jump to the last couple of matchups here in the Brett region of the drop tournament, as this is to see who moves on to the Sweet 16. And we start. Marty, can I have the
Yeah, I
music?
think you caught him by
yeah.
sur-
I'm
I
just
think
going
you
to do this
caught him
quickly.
by
I'm doing this
surprise.
quickly. 6 versus 3 matchup in the Brett region. Okay, now Marty needs a second. Marty was confused. I said before break, we're going to do these very, very quickly because I need to get these poll questions up. 6 versus 3 matchup in the Brett region. The 6th seed is...
His 25th goal of this season. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
I like that one a lot. That goes against the 3 seed, which is...
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
It's a good matchup.
That is a great
Good matchup.
That's a Marquette, Colorado matchup right there.
Oh, baby.
Good to the last drop.
We have a 7 versus 2 to close things out. The 7 seed is... Second time in 10 years!
Spaz.
The greatest free agency signing in NFL history, followed by maybe the greatest trade in NFL history.
That's like Dante DiVincenzo plowing through Jamal when the game
Listen,
is over late, just
I will
spazzing out.
live and die by the fact that that was the appropriate response at the time. Very embarrassing now.
Dude, it's really embarrassing, and you know it.
The 2 seed, what it's going up against is? Well, it was the Big Fox Noonoff.
Big Noon Fox off.
Yeah, that one's good. I like
I
that
like
one
that
a
one
lot.
too.
So we'll have those up at Brett Kane Radio shortly. Vote in that. You decide what moves on to the Sweet 16, 9 o'clock hour. Avs lose for the first time in 9 games. Why? We'll get to it next.
We've just discovered something that we've known for a while, but now we've applied a name to it.
Don't say it because my damn lovely wife.
No,
She's going to say if she's even remotely listening or watching, she's going to pile on me too, and I don't want to hear it. I don't want it.
Well,
Mark Mosier is a video force feeder. He's a video force feeder. And if you know, everybody has one of those in your circle. Someone who sends you every damn video. Now, some are fun, but the person who every time you go to a social media channel, you got these direct messages of video.
No, I don't do that. I just when I see something here, like in the studio, I want you to see it.
He just showed us 3 videos, and I was like, okay.
Wait, Vic. Mosier's right, and you got this wrong. But what Mosier said is worse. If you send me a video, I have the choice whether I view that video or not.
Mm-hmm.
When you're throwing the phone in my face saying, watch,
this.
and then I see on there it's 4-minute video. I'm like, dude, I don't got time for this.
I was reading something very
important. Do this.
I was reading something very important, and he made me see 2 golf videos. He made me watch them, and he wanted me to react like he did.
But hang on. They were funny videos.
They're funny, but it's not the time right now. I don't want to watch them right now. He's a video force feeder. That's what he is.
I was putting up the poll questions, and the phone was sitting in front of my face. I'm like, Mosier, I'm doing something right now.
And that's, everybody's got one of those. You've got one. Everybody's got one of those people in their lives. Got to watch it. You got to react like I did, or you are the scourge of the earth, right?
And I'll tell you this.
If you don't react like I did, there's something wrong with you.
If you got a 30-second video that you want to show me, cool. Make it your best, because I got time for like one of these short videos.
Or why didn't you react to my video I sent you?
Yeah, we get that one.
You get that one?
Because it was 5 minutes. That's why.
I mean, when we have our radio text chain, our radio group, who texts the most videos? Who?
Mosier.
By far.
Here's the thing. It's like Marty says, Bednar moved to 8:40 tomorrow. We will have Wyndham Clark in studio on Friday. And then there's another text that pops up that is Super 70 Sports tweet.
Yes.
I'm like, all right. And then it's, why didn't you react?
Here's the problem. And I've just pinpointed it, identified it. And this is my own fault. I care a lot more about you guys than you guys care about me. And now you're sharing the video of me horking a corn dog like a pig, and you think, now you're forcing the corn dog down my throat.
Why are you looking at me? I'm not doing anything. I'm sitting here. I'm just sitting here.
I actually think that we're a team.
It slipped.
That we're all a family here. Shut it.
I won't see Mosier all weekend, right? And I'll get back and I'll see him in studio, and he'll go, "Why didn't you react to my video?" What?
That is a common Monday conversation.
What video? The one I sent you on Friday while I was in Winnipeg. What? Where? On Instagram. I don't know why I didn't react, Moj. I don't do cartoons, and I was in court or something. I don't know.
I was in court.
I mean, but the videos, it's always like you want an instant reaction from every video. You want that. You want that affirmation.
Sorry, Moses, do a little jail time. They didn't let me have my phone in there.
Oh, that is quite upsetting.
Yeah, it is.
No, but Moj, do you get it? Do you get where we're coming from?
Can we talk some hockey?
Yeah, that's fine. What went wrong yesterday? Why was that the first? And again, we talked to Bednar today, and I'm almost like ashamed. It was so dour. They won 9 games in a row and they lost one. Okay, fine, whatever. Like that's how I'm reacting this morning.
I think you're reacting. Listen, let's say it was the New York Rangers who are in town tomorrow night. The first 100-point team of the season, the first team to clinch a playoff spot officially. The Rangers did, right, last night.
Yes.
So let's say it's them and you lose 2-1. Does that feel a little bit more palpable than falling to
palatable?
Palatable. What I say?
Palpable.
You said palpable.
Oh, completely wrong word.
Continue.
By the way, get Brett's stuff from 6:30 today, and don't let him off the hook today, Martin.
Your
please.
annoyance is palpable.
What have I done to you today?
Well, you were a total moron for about 4.5 minutes.
The tension in this room
I did
is
mess
now
up math
palpable.
in the morning, as I do often in the 6 o'clock hour.
So the deal is that it's not as palatable to lose to a team like Montreal, which only has a handful of wins in the past 2 months. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so but again, the key is situational hockey. Hey man, you had a couple of breakdowns in the first period, and that changed everything that Montreal wanted to do and how they were going to play.
Yeah.
You never had the opportunity, because you couldn't get the game-tying goal, you never were able to force them into your play. That
is true.
You allowed them to dictate how it was going to go. That second period was, that was teeth-pulling in that second period last night. And how many times have you complained, God, that the game was so ugly?
Yeah.
Well, if that team that's ugly and is talent deficient compared to your team gets a lead, you know what they're going to do? Any team in the National Hockey League can gum it up, muck it up, take away the middle of the ice. And if their goalie's a little bit hot, they can beat you. Any team.
Now, I understand that opponent matters in stuff like this. But you know what, Vic? If the Nuggets won like 9 games in a row and then just had a stinker against the Spurs, I would just kind of shrug my shoulders. And that's where I'm at with the Avs. I know Montreal's not good.
Yeah, they're victim of circumstance a little bit. I mean, it's the opponent. Were they looking ahead? You've won 9 in a row. You know, all these different kind of things. And Coach I completely agree with what he said on the show. Montembeault was good last night. Very good last night. I mean, his flippers were fast. His glove hand was good. His blocker was vociferous. I mean, he was using that blocker like Mike Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
All right, punching it out of there into non-dangerous areas. He did a really good job, but you also made it easy on him. He caught a lot right in his logo, okay? You hit 2 posts. Nate did. Mikko did. You know, you had him down and out. You blew a 2-on-1 that you probably should have scored on. And you made it easy on their goalie. Not enough screens. Certainly no redirects like we typically see with this Avalanche team.
Right.
So you let him off the hook a little bit, and you let Montreal off the hook a little bit. So that's just the way it went down. Tomorrow night, the Rangers are in town, followed by the Predators on Saturday. Believe me when I tell you, those 2 teams are going to have the Avs' full attention.
Well, and on top of that,
and the power play, by the way, just not good. I mean, it just was
not producing shots.
Yeah, it was casual, I thought.
I really didn't think you were going to say shots there. I don't know why.
Huh?
I heard not producing SH, and I thought you were going in a different direction.
Oh.
I was like, careful, Vic.
Yeah, they're not shooting the puck.
Yeah.
They didn't last night. How many shots on 3 power plays?
2.
I mean, that's
by my calculation.
incredible.
Yeah.
And so that's why that's why it seemed today. And by the way, Coach was no different than he was every other week. It was us putting our emotions onto. I mean, I'm sure he was frustrated by it.
Sure.
But he's not upset or freaking out. I mean, he's not doing that. He's going through all the analytics.
Why would you be?
He's re-looking at things. You know, he's up early in the morning. He's already on his computer. He's got it all in front of him. He's grinding. I mean, Coach gets up and grinds. That's what he does. It's us putting our damn. This is only the 3rd time all season that we've talked to Coach Bednar after a loss.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine that. Look, where are we right now?
10 games left? Is it 10?
Yeah, bro. And on this, it's only the 3rd Tuesday loss of the year. So, I mean, let's keep some things in perspective here, Jack.
I totally agree. And, it's funny. If not for a couple of different things, it's weird to hear a coach say, the play that changed the game was the one that was 45 seconds into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it did. Once you got that quick goal, you're like, okay, this is going to be a rout tonight. But they answer immediately off the face-off. And I can't help but imagine if they don't get that one, or McKinnon's shot off the post goes in, or Druin's off the crossbar goes in, I bet you it's a completely different situation we're talking about this morning.
100%.
But just a few things didn't go your way. And let's be honest, Moj, they're probably due for some bounces of the puck to go the opposite direction, considering you've had some, in this win streak, 4 overtime victories, where overtimes are coin flips.
Yeah.
You had...
Except the Pittsburgh game when the Penguins didn't touch the puck.
But I'm just saying in general,
Yeah.
like three
Yeah.
on three
Agreed.
hockey, it's pretty much a coin flip. And 4 of the 9 games that you won in a row were overtime games, along with the fact that you had a 4-goal deficit that you overcame. Like, they had a lot of things going their way lately.
100%. Can I give a little admiration to a couple of Montreal Canadiens?
Go ahead.
Nick Suzuki, who's getting now 29 goals this year and 67 points, I want to say.
Can I just say something real quick? Suzuki's a great name.
Mm-hmm.
I love Suzuki.
Oh, absolutely. His release is spectacular.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, is that a quick release?
Mm-hmm.
And they got Cole Caulfield, a very young guy, a little guy, but a thick guy and a fast guy and a talented guy. They have some players going forward that they're really going. These are cornerstone guys for their franchise. And maybe they look at Newey like that too. Newhook played awesome last night. And he didn't get a goal, but boy, that's because Annunen stoned him on a couple of occasions. So they've got some guys going forward that Caden Gooley on the back, and they've got some guys that they can build with for sure. Still no excuse you should beat that club.
What trade package was Newhook involved in again?
Picks.
Which they then flipped. Was that to get Johansson?
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. Perhaps that's the case, yeah.
But still, Avs have all their goals still very much right in front of them. They can still easily win the Central Division. They can still potentially win the Western Conference. They can still potentially be the number one seed in all of the NHL.
They're still the highest scoring team in the National Hockey League. It's weird. Riker and I are looking at each other in the third, and you just expect the highest scoring team in the National Hockey League to just pound a couple more in real quick. You know, it just didn't happen last night.
A couple of things here when we come back. First of all, we discussed a little bit about the kickoff rule change, which I think we all kind of agreed. Maybe after some time to think about it, could be fun to see kickoffs and kick returns a thing again in the NFL. But there was another one that flew under the radar over the past couple of days that I think could really help on some frustrating things the last few years in the NFL. We'll get to that next. College basketball's biggest tournament is here, and it's the Sweet 16, and it's time to start betting like a pro. The world's largest sports book is available at your fingertips right now, and that is Circa Sports. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service. Not to mention the Nuggets game tonight. They are 7.5-point favorites at Ball Arena tonight against the Phoenix Suns, and you can check all of that out for yourself. All the props, including the first to 10 for every game in college basketball's biggest tournament. So go check it out for yourself. Download your new bookie today and get on all of the action of college basketball's biggest tournament with the local teams in town as well. Or go to circasports.com. right, so we talked about the kickoff rule that got changed. And
Hold on.
Yeah.
Marty, we doing this now? Help me out.
Yes, please. I mean, Brett was in the middle of a thing, but sure.
Well, you said do it when we come back.
Okay.
Am I confused?
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we're giving away a $50 gift card every single day this week to my friends at Centennial Cuts, the best beef you've ever had in your entire life. Premium, high-quality Colorado beef, same high-end quality beef Top Chefs trust. Delivered right to your home. It's amazing. Just go to centennialcuts.com, centennialcuts.com. So to win this $50 gift card, here's what you're going to do. Text it in honor. This is the last thing I say about this painting, by the way. I'm done. Vic?
I'm not the one who keeps bringing it up. Clearly, you guys are fascinated.
Text today's keyword to 303-504-0925. And in honor of the new painting, sausage. Text in the word sausage. Centennial Cuts has amazing sausage and jerky. Oh, and your first and last name, too. I'm sorry. 303-504-0925. Centennial Cuts has it all, including pet treats. They're great. The word sausage.
There you go.
Salsicha. You ever seen the video of my parents making sausage?
Oh,
Sausage?
absolutely. Yeah, it's quite the process.
It's a disgusting process.
It looks
disgusting.
gross.
And then
revolting.
I eat it and it's so good.
I know.
And you see what goes into it and it's like, whoa, really? That?
See, but that's how all food, I think, would work to me. If I saw the process of it being made, I would not find it appetizing. But then I'm like, you got that ribeye? Because it tastes good. Really does taste good.
Dudes, and when I tell you last thing, Centennial Cuts is the absolute best. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so 303-504-0925, your first and last name, and the word sausage for a chance to win $50 to Centennial Cuts. So, we talked about the kickoff rules. The kickoff rules, I think we've come around on this, yeah. At least me. I had 24 hours to think about it, and I was like, you know what? You want to bring kick returns back into my life? I'm happy about this. I like it.
If you're going to make the game more exciting, more fun, then absolutely.
So, there's another one that kind of flew under the radar. But what do you guys think about this? This was from a couple days ago from Tom Pelissero. NFL Competition Committee Chairman Rich McKay told me the replay assistant will now be permitted to correct certain types of incorrect calls for roughing the passer and intentional grounding. How many times do we get upset?
Whoa. Are we talking
I'll
like
specify,
eye in the sky type person?
Eye in the sky person can overturn these calls, but they have to be in a purely objective manner because some of these are subjective. But here's what he's talking about. For like roughing the passer, Moj, if they call a 15-yard penalty for a hit to the head on the quarterback and the head was not made contact with, they will immediately overturn that call.
Okay, I like that.
For roughing the pass, for intentional grounding, if it is very clear and objective that he was outside the pocket, they immediately can overturn that.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to subjective stuff, was the guy under pressure? Did we feel like it was excessive force being hit on the quarterback, whatever that rule is, the body weight thing, those cannot be overturned. But for the blows to the head and stuff like that, they can get an automatic correction, which to me, I'm like, why not make that for every call? If something feels like it's blatantly obvious that it did not happen or it did happen.
Okay.
I don't know why they just stopped it there. For as much as we don't pay attention to the USFL and XFL and stuff like that, let's be honest, they had a couple of like pretty cool rules. Like the sky cam judge was a good thing. That was good.
Well, I just think in all these sports, if we're going to place more judgment in the hands of the referees, should we not give those referees a little more grace?
I think
because
so,
we're giving them so much. There's so much more pressure on how they call a game now, and how in football the hip swivel. Good luck with that.
No kidding.
Good luck. Good luck discerning from a legal or an illegal hip swivel tackle, because now a referee's going to have to sit there and determine a huge play. Is it going to be one of those where if a guy gets hurt, it's going to be a hip swivel, whether it's legal or not?
Probably.
Right? See what I'm saying?
It's kind of like if you have a hard hit and the guy looks like he's hurt, the flag comes out sort of thing.
What about no more surprise onside kicks?
I'm fine with that.
Well, didn't the Saints win a Super Bowl because they kicked off and got the ball?
Didn't the
and
Broncos
blah, blah,
lose
blah?
their first game because they did that?
You can't do a surprise onside kick with the new kick.
No, that's what
that's
you
what he's
said.
Yeah.
But you can still do an onside kick.
Mm-hmm.
But it
I
must
didn't
be
read this, but I guess you probably just have to declare that you're doing it, right?
Of course.
Attention. We are going to do an onside kick, and it's going to be to the right side.
Essentially, that's
And
what
we
you're
can't
saying.
stack that
Yeah.
side anymore because we don't want dudes getting blowed up. But nonetheless, we're going to try this mother trucker anyway.
Hey, guys,
I mean, it's just, does that sound silly to you?
No, I mean,
That sounds silly to me.
via Twitter, John Rothstein reporting that CU big man Eddie Lampkin plans to enter the transfer portal. He just transferred to CU from TCU, and now he's going to transfer out? I'm confused with
What? He's got that hair. What's he doing?
But no, the transfer portal thing gives and it takes. It's great and it's not, right?
Yeah.
It hurts and it helps.
Well, I don't know if we ran this audio or not, but I think this was last week. Dion got a little upset because he made a comment that he doesn't do home visits. Because that's a big thing in college football, right? Like you visit the home of the recruit, you sit in their living room, you talk to the parents, and he was being criticized by other coaches for not doing it. Basically, they were calling him lazy, saying he didn't want to. And Dion's response was, I would rather show them, first of all, I'd rather show them Boulder and our facilities rather than go to their house because he thinks it does more for them. Secondly, he goes, I'm interested in the portal. Like, I'm paraphrasing here, but he's like, I'm recruiting the transfer portal.
I'm a portal guy.
I'm not recruiting high school recruits, and the portal guys just care about where they're going to play. That's all they care about. And a lot of people started
it used to be
criticizing him for it.
The game is changing in a major way, though, Brett. Think about this. It used to be you had to go into a home of a player because you had to convince his parents that this is where the kid should go.
Mm-hmm.
You had to sit down. I'm telling you right now, Bill McCartney recruited more moms than he did players. I'm convinced of that. You know what I mean?
Put it on the resume.
I'm serious. I mean,
I got you.
Because if mom says, hey, by the way, you're going to Colorado. You're going to Colorado. That's just the way it is. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the deal is that nowadays it's, man, where's the most money? Or, where do I want to be to make, to get some of that? You're talking about high-end talent, to get some of that NIL. It's not about trying to convince mom.
So is this what
it's a lot easier when it's a lot easier when you have 5 schools to pick from because they're all offering you $100,000.
Okay, so at the root of this, so he announces he's entering the portal. A, is he entering the portal because he has a problem with the way he was coached? B, is he entering the portal because of some personal situation he has to, return closer to home? Or C, is it just cold hard cash?
Yeah, did somebody see him through the tourney or even through the Pac-12 season and say, hey, man, we want you on our team. Here's some bread. It's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
And it's not like, we'll put it this way. The big fella, I thought, played pretty well. I thought he did. He's a Texas guy. I thought he played pretty well, but he's not like a prolific scorer or anything of that nature, right?
But if you look at the final, if you look at the brackets now, your Sweet 16, for as much as we clamor for parity in college basketball, take a look at the Sweet 16. Not much parity.
Well, this is an odd year. Last year there was a ton of it.
I know.
Last year there was a ton.
This year it's pretty much same old, same old.
Well, and that's what me and Moj, I think this was the day before you were back, Vic. We were kind of talking about, and I don't take joy in saying this. I just found this tournament to be kind of boring. There's been a ton of blowouts. It's been very chalky. You go back and look at last year. Last year was filled with a whole bunch of 5, 6, 7, 8 seeds that were littering the Sweet 16 and Elite 8.
And a credit to a team like Gonzaga, every year manages to get to the Sweet 16. And this was a year, hell, there was a point in the season where Gonzaga people didn't know if Gonzaga would make the tournament.
Yeah.
And they're in the Sweet 16 again. Because Mark Few, that's what he does. That's where they live. They're one of them. They're on the in. Hey, by the way, we haven't talked about this. Wouldn't you love to see CU knock out Caitlin Clark?
Yeah.
A rematch of last year's Sweet 16. Here we go again. Heavily favored again.
I saw Caitlin Clark just get punched in the face.
By that Holy Cross player?
Yeah, did you see that?
I saw
Dirty. That was
too.
dirty as heck,
Yeah, that was.
man. Holy Cross player. I'm not even sure what her name is. Holy Cross, and she absolutely punches her right in the mouth.
It's amazing to watch in the women's tournament the attention that she alone commands in some of these games is insane. And you know what? Here's what I don't like about this. And I don't know if this is a controversial thing to say. I don't really like Caitlin Clark. And I think that's good. Do you know how good it is to have somebody that's making you an emotional appeal? A lot of people feel the way that I don't like her. I think she talks too much. I think she's mouthy. I think she's arrogant. And you know what's? So is a million other male basketball players that conduct some interest.
But it's skewed when you're dealing with women's sports. Like, are you not allowed to not like a player?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's like coming to her defense, and I'm like, she's a
doesn't
big
need-
girl.
yeah,
She's
she
an
does-
athlete. You're allowed to not like athletes.
You know what she is? She's the Christian Laettner of her time.
Sure.
Oh, that's a pretty good comparison, Vic.
Christian Laettner was a dominant player on a great team,
You
right?
know what I've never heard anybody do before? I hate Jordan Bennington. How dare you? Jordan Bennington. No, it's like you can hate athletes because, maybe I think Jordan Bennington's mouthy.
So what is it?
Maybe
you
I
hate-
think he's arrogant.
Just what don't you like about her game? I'm just curious.
She's obviously very, very good, like incredibly talented. It's a little running. It's a little running of the mouth that I think is a little too much sometimes. Don't like
right.
the body language sometimes when things aren't going right. There's a lot of slumped shoulders. That's what it is. It's the same way I feel about a lot of people.
Saturday at 1:30, man. I would love to see it happen.
So when
Just
I
because
say I hope
just because
that,
I want the
I hope that
Buffaloes to go
CU
far.
smokes
That's
them,
all.
I want them to smoke them. That's what I want.
By the way, started this segment by talking about CU now losing their big man. He's visiting Spokane. He's going to visit Gonzaga.
Oh, that's interesting. Hey, Gonzaga just pulled this start. What's the Pepperdine kid's name?
This is the other thing too. That's ironic that we're talking about this. They put a quarter in the yelling machine, which is Mad Dog Russo here on First Take, and she gets every call. By the way, that drives me nuts too. Every little ticky tack something call she gets because she's a superstar. I know how this game works. It's why the Lakers get so many. It's why LeBron gets so many. It's why all these guys get so many. That's the little stuff that bothers me. And guess what? That's okay. You guys don't need to come to her defense.
I would love to see CU hold her to like 18 points.
Me too.
And just get them out of the tournament. Hey, they struggled against West Virginia. That was not an easy win for Iowa.
No, that was a tough game.
They're gettable.
It was a good game.
They are gettable.
Can I bring something else to you guys real quick? Because I just saw this. I am known, I guess, as the resident Brock Purdy hater on this show.
You're very
I
much
didn't know
a
we
Brock
had a
Purdy.
category for that.
What's that?
I didn't realize we had a
Well,
Brock Purdy category.
Moj always tells me, like, every week in the NFL season, he's like, do you believe now? And I'm like, no, I never will. I don't know what to tell you. I'll never do it. Here's a quote from Jed York, the the CEO of the 49ers.
He's the owner.
It's a good problem when your quarterback is one of the highest paid guys in your team and in the league. It is what the market is. Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked before. I don't know how many players are making over $40 million annually as a quarterback right now, saying Brock Purdy, when his contract is up soon, and they don't wait till the end of the year. I think he's in the third year of his contract. This is typically the time where you make an extension happen. He's going to ask, is it what he's saying, to be the highest paid quarterback in the league? Hey, Moj, not Brock Purdy hater. Would you do that?
Not a chance in hell.
Not close.
So you are on my side. Cool.
No, he's not. No.
So you let him walk.
Yes.
You'd let him walk and start over.
Absolutely.
So you
let
are
him
on my
walk.
side.
No,
Thank you.
No,
It's
I'm
all
not.
talk.
No, you're misconstruing.
No.
things.
You're misconstruing value for hater. Value.
No. The
Value's
only
a
reason
different
I
word.
get tagged as the hater is because I'm like, he's good for what that offense is until you have to pay him.
But see,
Vic, tell him.
you're wrong because I think Mosier and I are on the same. We value what he is for what he's making and his role on that team. But if you apply $40 million to him, that's a different value to a player who doesn't play to that number. He doesn't play near to that number. It changes your definition of what he is and who he is. It really does.
If some GM out there, Brett, wants to take a gigantic handful of gummies and swallow them all at one time,
you know what it is?
and then offer him $40 million a year, God bless him.
I'll give you a
because
comp.
It ain't coming from me.
I'll give you a comp. Bruce Brown. Love him.
Mm-hmm.
But at $23 million?
Don't love him.
Yeah, my argument was that Bruce Brown isn't LeBron James, and everybody acted like I was hating on the guy.
That it's a value thing. That's all it is. This is going to come up this offseason with KCP, who's probably going to opt out of his deal.
I thought about that. You think so? He's got a player option for 15, right?
He's going to more than likely opt out for a little more.
Unless
safety
he
net.
really likes the situation.
But we said the same thing about Bruce.
Oh, I get it. Here's the difference, though, Vic. Bruce never got paid. KCP's made money in this league. He's getting older.
He's made over $100 million in his career.
It's a little bit different than Bruce Brown was making like $4 a year, right?
That's true. True. Hey, one more thing before we hit. I guess I didn't realize it's getting closer. You know that Tom Brady is buying a piece of the Vegas Raiders. Were you aware of that?
I mean, that's been rumored for
No, he's going through right now he is in the process of being approved by the National Football League. And Roger Goodell says, quote, very thorough process. We're just going through it. We've been in touch with their side. I think it's been making progress. So dude is going to that's just another reason to say Tom Brady. The only two, he'll be the third player in the history of the National Football League to become an owner. Vic, give me the other two.
The last two National Football League players to become owners?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, got it.
Okay, you're really annoying me.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
I don't know.
How long ago are we talking? How long are we talking? Like
what
age of these former players turned owners?
They're both dead.
Okay, yeah.
You're talking just football?
Yeah, two former football players
Was
who
George
became
Hallis
owners.
a player?
Yes, George
So
Hallis
that's
is
one.
one of them. That's good. Don't Google it.
I'm
Ed
not
Sprinkle.
Googling. Do you see me Googling anything?
Ed Sprinkle is the other. Excellent
Are
job.
you serious?
No.
Oh.
Wait. Brown?
No, Paul Brown is not it.
No. He was a great coach. Paul Brown, redefined coaching.
I'm like,
One
I
of the
don't know.
great
Did he play
coaches.
2 years at tight end?
It was Jerry Richardson who founded the Carolina Panthers.
Really?
He played for the Colts, yes.
Huh.
So Tom Brady is going to get himself a piece.
Wait, the dude who sold it to what's his face now? Tepper?
That is correct.
I didn't know he died.
Well, he died last year. Well, nice of you to keep up on current events.
Okay, so
Anyway, the point is
what's
Tom
your
Brady.
point?
Tom Brady's going to be in cahoots with Haircut Davis.
Well, you're going to see
What's going on in this world?
I'm going
man?
to tell you what's going on.
What's going on?
With the ballooning of salaries, player salaries in all the sports over the last 10, 15, 20 years, I would say in the next 50 years, you're going to have a ton of players having part ownership or full ownership of the franchise.
LeBron wants an
LeBron
NBA.
has said he's going to get an
Yeah.
NBA team in Vegas.
And you know what? I
and
believe him.
it's not going to end there. Dwayne Wade has part ownership of the Utah Jazz.
Does he really?
Yeah, he's an investor with Ryan Smith.
Well, what about Derek Jeter and the Marlins,
By the
right?
way, did you know the Jazz owner Ryan Smith has a couple homes along 18 at Pebble Beach?
A couple?
Yeah, 2 lots. Not 1, 2.
What? Yeah. So he's neighbors with Jim Nantz.
Jim's up a little bit. He's not on 18.
Oh, what do you got? A friggin' map to the stars? What's your story?
I'm just telling you how it works.
Vic's giving tours out of Pebble, and over here, do you realize that Ryan Smith has got these 2
But
lots?
you're
That
going to
guy's
have,
got a
you're
lot
gonna
of
have
bread.
more and more guys. I'm sure Peyton Manning at some point thought long and hard about becoming a part owner. But what he wants is authority, not just
Correct.
ownership.
But even Peyton, nobody's got 4.5. He doesn't have 4.5 bill. And that's why Brady's only getting a piece. He doesn't have the money to buy a franchise. He doesn't have 1/50th of the money to buy a franchise. He's got to get a piece of it just to get a piece.
Yeah, you said Jeter was a part owner. He's not.
He's not. He was. Oh, he's not.
Well, I guess I don't know with the ownership stake. He's certainly
Well,
not affiliated.
A-Rod-
No.
with-
He's not. He wasn't the money guy anyway.
A-Rod's part owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, he's just a piece.
Just a piece.
It's like
Look, this is what I told you guys this.
it's like
1,000
Lewis
times.
Hamilton owning a piece of your Broncos.
You want a
Dude,
piece?
Mahomes is part owner
Hey,
of the
you
Royals.
want a piece?
You want a piece?
You want a piece?
Dude, all I want is a piece.
Just a little
I've told you
little
this.
I'm
taste.
asking you
Little
if you want a
taste.
piece.
Listen to me. Listen to
little
me right
taste.
now. All I want, and I've said this on the air before,
I want to give somebody $5. Okay? And I will own 0.000000001% of your company.
That's the Green Bay Packers,
Green Bay
bro.
Packers do that?
No, that's fake. That's totally fake. When there's a million people who do it, that's not the same. That's like owning a penny stock.
Oh, okay.
I want to be like one of 3 parts of an ownership group.
You want to be at the
where
board
I
meeting.
own a point. I don't even need that. I want the smallest sliver of percentage I can have, but I just want the business card that says part owner. That's all I want. As Dennis Reynolds in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia would say, I want the illusion of power, not the actual power.
Copy.
That's all. Is that so hard? So somebody will give you $5. You give me
This is like a carpet cleaning company,
minuscule-
whatever, right?
You have the illusion.
whatever,
You have you have the illusion of power on the show.
You want to be able to walk. You want to be able to go to
my role.
Launchpad. You want to
Okay.
go. You want to be able to go to Launchpad and go. Yeah, I co-own this. I've
given that offer to them. They've rejected me.
Carpet cleaning company.
I've given them that offer, by the way. They've rejected me multiple times. I'm like,
I would
just
too.
give me the point, put it up in a contract where it's like 5,000 zeros before the 1 after the decimal point, and that's what I want to own. Just that.
No.
A fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a penny. That's all I want. But I want the business card.
Oh, my God.
303-504-0925. The winner, speaking of cards, of the gift card to Centennial Cuts is Ethan Hicks. Congratulations.
Enjoy that.
Congratulations, Ethan. There we go.
Ethan,
Centennial Cuts.
once you try Centennial Cuts beef, I can promise you will never go back.
Also, the winner of
It's
the
that good.
Altitude Authentics gift card was Joe Porter. So congratulations to Joe Porter.
All right, go get you some cool gear.
303-504-0925. We'll get an update on the Brett region of the drop tournament next.
Vic, what are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing at anything.
Hey, what do I need to know about tonight, bro? Help me out.
This is a Nuggets team that owes Phoenix something because the Nuggets, in case you haven't heard, 15-2 since the All-Star break. One loss was a left-handed hook shot loss to Dallas in Dallas. The other one was an overtime loss to Phoenix. Now, if you remember anything about that game here in Denver, that was a game in which Grayson Allen went completely unconscious. Do you remember what he did?
Oh, I remember.
He had 8 threes in that game.
Yeah, he made his first 8, right?
He was in another world. He didn't miss. He did not miss from deep. And it thrust them to a big lead early, one that the Nuggets had to chip away at, and they rallied, feverish rally. Could have won it at the buzzer. Remember, Joker's shot went in and out, and then they lost pretty badly in overtime. So, don't sleep on Phoenix, Moshe, even though Phoenix isn't what the Nuggets
are. The fact that I
me,
need to tell
not.
you don't sleep on Phoenix is crazy.
No, I'm not sleeping on Phoenix. I feel confident the Nuggets will get some revenge. Plus, when I see what's his face, that's motivation enough.
Nurk, he's questionable tonight. By the way, Booker is expected to play.
Okay, I hope they're both in. Let's go. And we'll see about Jamal and whatnot. Okay, fine.
And AG.
And AG, fine. I would hope it'd be awesome if everybody played.
Booker has not played against the Nuggets this season. In the 2 games they've played, he missed both. So this will be the first. I got a stat for you. Compliments of Dan Hyatt. Pretty impressive regarding MPJ. 3 more 3 balls from MPJ, and he's at 200 for the season. He'll be the 10th player ever. Oh, I'm sorry. The 10th player this year to reach 300. But do you know in the 61 seasons since the merger, of the players who have hit 200 plus 3 balls on 40% shooting, don't laugh. He's the first player to averages. Oh, jeez. Okay, let me try that again.
You're just reading it.
Jesus.
Of the players to hit at least 200 3 balls on 40%, he's the first all time to average as well 7+ rebounds per game. Hey, Hyatt, quit sending me these freaking convoluted stats.
Hey, Vic, I'm going to let you know something.
110 points more.
No more numbers.
1,100 points or more.
Hold on. Vic, I'm going to tell you something, okay? Not a single person retained that information that you just said.
None.
Not a single one.
Zero.
I bet you anything, if we just randomly called one of our listeners, they would have that. Boom,
I even let you slide on the first one. Moshe gave me a look when you said all time, never mind this season. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to give him a second. That's fine. But I felt the leaking confidence.
Let it go.
I felt it. But you can hear that game tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Suns and Nuggets. Nuggets 7.5-point favorites on the Circus Sportsbook.
Wait, what did that open at? What did that open at?
I have no idea.
Well, because it's here what I'm looking at. It says it opened at Nuggets -3.5, and now it's Nuggets -7.5. What?
You got a matchup predictor for us?
58-42.
Yeah, I don't know why that number's changed. Maybe the questionable with Nurk. I don't know.
Well, the Suns are going to be mad, too, because they dropped that one at San Antonio that they
Horrible
should not
loss.
have dropped.
One of the worst losses of the season.
Loss.
Without Wemby. Wemby did not play in that game, and they blew a big lead and lost to San Antonio.
Let me tell you guys something I just saw on Front Office Sports. Remember I told you yesterday that the NFL will, despite the fact that it's on a Wednesday, play a Christmas game again this year? Yes? Doubleheader, actually?
Correct.
Can I give you the football lineup that we'll have from December 20th to the New Year? December 20th will be a college football playoff game. The 21st will be 3 playoff games and NFL games. 22nd will be NFL games. The 23rd will be Monday Night Football. Christmas Eve will have no football. And then on Christmas, it's an NFL doubleheader. Then it's going to be Thursday Night Football right after that. And then it's going to be NFL games, Monday Night Football, a college football playoff quarterfinal, and then 3 quarterfinals.
Holy cow.
That is all with, it looks like, 2 days of nothing in between.
I feel like I should on the way home already. Just go to the liquor store and stock up. Get ready. I'll drop off a couple of cases of that IPA over at your joint.
Yeah. Yep.
That's crazy. That's a pretty amazing stretch of football right there. Pretty amazing.
Again, we'll jump into a lot of this tomorrow, but you have the CU women that are going to be back in action as they take on Iowa and Caitlin Clark. You'll have the Rockies opener to the season tomorrow, along with results from the Nuggets game tonight, and the Avs getting back at it. So a lot to get to then, but let's get an update on the Brett region of the drop tournament, please, Marty. So,
also, you're not getting out of it today. After this, we're doing a fact checker.
Okay, fine. Starting with the 1 versus 9. That is, do you ever get hit in the little dinghy? Going against, I can't taste it. Maybe I'm color taste. The winner with 71% of the vote is.
Hey, you ever get hit in the little dinghy?
So that moves on to the Sweet 16. The next is the 5 versus 4 matchup, the 5 seed. Vic staking his reputation on Scott Oberg not being a lifetime Rocky. Released the information, he says. The 4 seed, Vic messing up the gambling hotline number again. The winner with 62% of the vote is.
Let me start from the beginning on this one. If you have any gambling problems, the phone number is 1-800-422-5700. Marty, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing at the number I just registered? I must be wrong.
I hate that one moved on. I hate it.
Why?
Scott Oberg was great.
Was amazing.
It was great. It was great.
Amazing. I disagree. So the next matchup here is a 6 versus 3. The 6 seed, Taste the Biscuit, against the 3 seed, Len Dawson, go to a history book. The winner with 58% of the vote is.
His 25th goal of this season. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
As much as I love that, I wanted Len Dawson to win too. I disagree with the last 2 results that we've had here.
I could completely agree with you.
And then the 7 versus 2, the Russell trade reaction, embarrassingly from me, or the Big Fox Noonoff. The winner with 56% of the vote is. Well, it was the Big Fox Noonoff.
Big Noon Fox off.
That one I think was proper. I think that
That's
one should
pretty
have
good.
won. By the way, I'm facing a problem here. Because, Marty, remember when we had, at the end of the show yesterday, we had the 0.2% difference?
We had a tie.
Between the McCannon and the Lance Cocktail. So McCannon won at the end of the show, but Cocktail, now that it is closed, it won 50.2% to 49.8. We're just going with the result at the end of the show, right?
Oh, I guess so.
That's
I
where
like
we had to
Lance
cut it
Cocktail
off.
better.
I do too.
I say we go Cocktail.
I don't think that we can change it up, though. You can't do that. The result was over.
No, voters
we
voted.
make our own rules.
I gave it. No, I
rules.
remember. I even said, guys, jump on it now. Get your votes in. We're gonna make this the last one.
I guess that's it. Yeah.
McCannon moves on.
McCannon moves on. Judge
That's
rule.
it.
All right.
So we got the Marty region tomorrow. But go ahead, Marty. You don't have to play the thing. Where did I mess up today? What is Mosher talking about?
Oh, Mosher wanted me to get like 6 minutes worth of audio from you, but you just had bad math. So listen to you trying to do math at 6 a.m.
It was more
The
than
Lakers' record with LeBron James in the lineup this year is 34-28. Statistical percentage, that's 82% win percentage. The Lakers without LeBron James in the lineup this year. Wait, 82 is completely incorrect. My fault. Did that wrong. See, now I've forgotten how to do this. So that
you
would be
messed up
60.
more after that.
34-28 is less than 60. I have forgotten how to do the math on the fly now. I got it correct, though. Is around 55 later.
Oh,
It's a dangerous game to play. Live math.
Dude, I was like 45 minutes after I woke up. That's a dangerous game to play is right. Can't do that.
Math at any point is tough.
Oof. All right. iTunes, Spotify, SoundCloud, Emoji Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast if you missed any of the show.
Can I add a fact checker very quickly?
Quick.
Mosier misused the word vociferous earlier. It
No,
was
palatable.
awful. No,
I used-
and vociferous too. Completely misused it. And I'm a bigger man. I didn't mention it, but I'll mention it now.
How about your stat?
Shut up.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Granton in the draw. Can't win it. Evans does to the corner. 2 seconds, 1. Puck is free. Cale Makar lets it go, but it's not enough. Avalanche's win streak ends at 9 games as they are puzzled and stunned by the Montreal Canadiens. Final score from Ball Arena, downtown Denver, Colorado. Montreal 2 and the Avalanche 1.
Well, win streak is over at 9 games. The Avs don't extend it to 10. They fall to the Montreal Canadiens last night. But the only streak that really matters at this point, Nathan MacKinnon scored in 35 straight home games, recorded a point in 35 straight home games. 2-1 is the final from Ball Arena last night. The third of 8 straight games on 8 straight nights. The first loss that we've seen as we welcome you into Dempsey and Company here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm your host, Alex Ryan Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj, joined as always by super producer Steve Nelson behind the glass and the namesake of the program. He's Christopher A. Dempsey. It's been a while.
Great segue. Thank you.
It's been a while since we talked about a loss for the Avs here. Have not lost since they made all the trades at the trade deadline. But, dude, last night was a snooze fest of a hockey game outside the first minute.
Yeah, it was. At the end of that game, I thought, well, I guess I didn't. I guess they couldn't just win every game to the end of the season, right? It was one of those where you want to be disappointed about what happened out there, but then reality sets in, and you knew they weren't going to win all the games. So they were going to lose at some point. Last night, yeah, it was. It just was what it was. It was a whole lot of bleh, a whole lot of meh, highlighted by at least McKinnon's point streak continues to be alive. And so, there's some times where I might really react to a loss, but I find it really hard to just, they won 9 straight right prior to this.
It's funny. I got to Ball Arena last night at like 6:55, and I hadn't eaten all day, so I went downstairs to go get media dinner and sat down by myself in the bowels of Ball Arena. And as I put my plate onto the table, I hear the arena erupt because Nate scores on a one-timer, and we've now extended that streak to 35. It looks like you're off to the races and running against a mediocre, if not downright bad Montreal team who is building wonderful things for the future. Nick Suzuki scores 9 seconds later, and I finally finish my dinner, and I walk over to the service elevators to get us all the way up to the press box. So I go from the bowels of the arena all the way to the roof. And the doors open, and the attendant looks at me, and she goes, well, it's nice that we don't have to wait until the third period for Nate to do that. And my answer, without skipping a beat, was, honestly, we could probably all go home right now. And I should have just gone home.
Should have just gone home.
The rest of the game was worthless.
Yeah.
And did I learn anything from a loss last night? No. Would I have learned anything from a win last night? No. And it's funny that this trivial record pursuit, which is only possible, the only way that you can possibly break it is because the NHL expanded the regular season in 1995 to 82 games, right? Gretzky did this in 88-89 when it was only an 80-game regular season. So it is trivial. It's a weird record that makes sense because it just has been done by like one dude. It's been done by Gretzky, and that's
like the greatest dude.
Right.
Right.
That's the only thing I was really concerned about last night. It's amazing that this pointless record is the only thing that kept me interested in a game, because you weren't going to learn anything against a porous defensive team. And I saw a lot of conversation around the game last night of like, oh, you can't take any team lightly. I don't think that's what it was last night. I just thought it was, I thought what that game was a confluence of was a lack of energy because of what you've seen over the past few games dating back to the trade deadline. You have overtime wins on the road in Vancouver, in Edmonton. You have an emotional victory, a 4-goal comeback against Pittsburgh. And while Pittsburgh isn't a playoff team, they still have Hall of Famers on that team. Sidney Crosby's in the building. I don't care what you say. It's like Tiger Woods showing up at the Masters in 2 weekends, right? The guy's probably not going to win it. He may very well miss the cut, but it matters. It adds energy to that event. That's what the Pittsburgh game was for the Avs. So you go from the high of those wins to a game that means nothing, a game that really meant nothing. And I just thought energy took over for both teams. Like it was what team's going to stumble into a victory last night. It happened to be Montreal. Now you sit in second in the Central Division. Big whoop. There's 10 games to go, and there's still so much shuffling that's going to happen. I would rather you lose a 2-1 game to Montreal in which I've never seen a press box more bored in my entire life. I have not.
Yeah.
Right. I've been here at altitude for going on 6 years now.
Yeah.
It is the most bored I have ever seen that press box. And it's packed because Montreal sends an entire contingent.
Right. And credit to Montreal for blocking a bunch of shots and
for stumbling into a win.
I mean, it's not easy to come to Denver and get a victory, at Ball Arena against the Avs. And, to whatever degree you had to kind of muck it up, make it ugly, like sap all the energy out of it to get to the result. They were able to do that. And look,
that is quite upsetting.
It was quite upsetting. I just was what it was. When at the final horn, I almost immediately turned the page. That's kind of how I felt about it, because and this is the time of year when you really do take things from wins and losses. Can you glean a little bit of information about what this team might be going forward from the result? And this one just didn't feel that way at the end. I think I felt like it's great to get the McKinnon point streak. The Canadiens, kudos to you for coming in and doing what few teams can do and have done at Ball Arena. And all right, let's move on to the next thing. That's how it, in order. That's my thought process after that game.
You'll have an opportunity to bounce back against the team, the league's best team in the New York Rangers. 100 points. I was hoping that you were going to have this headline of this is for first place, this is for the President's Trophy lead right now. You're not going to have the ability to do that. You do have a game in hand against Dallas. They beat San Jose last night, so you can jump back into first in the Central with a win Thursday. New York, while having garnered 100 points, doesn't feel like the best team in the league to me. They won a 6-5 hockey game last night against a outside looking in Philadelphia squad. I don't trust Igor Shesterkin, despite him winning a Vezina 2 years ago. I said a few seasons ago that if the Avs and the Rangers don't combine for at least 3 cups in the 2020s decade, something will have gone terribly wrong. There's a good chance that either one of these two clubs can actually win this thing. I just don't know if either one defends well enough or if either one has the goaltending to get them all the way. I was speaking with Ryan Clark of ESPN yesterday at the game, and I just asked him point blank. I went, do they have enough? Are they like they were in 21-22 when talking about the Avalanche? And he pretty quickly said, yeah, I think they win the West. But right off that, he dovetailed into this Western Conference isn't what it was in 21-22.
It's a much tougher task.
Way tougher.
Yeah.
Like the 8 seed right now, and there's still so much shuffling that can actually be done. And Jared Bednar went on to say that on Moshe Lombardi and Kane this morning.
It's not like, as much as it's in our control, it's not really in our control either. So like we could win the division, win the conference, and you tell me who we're playing. I don't know. Like right now,
right.
I think I looked yesterday. Is it Vegas? Is it LA? Nashville. If you drop to 2, it could be Nashville, Vegas, still be LA. Like you just don't know who. You don't know who it is, and regardless of where you finish, so you play to win hockey games.
When you look at what they did on the Stanley Cup run a couple of seasons ago, Nashville is not the same Nashville team that you absolutely blew the doors off of in round 1.
They're better.
They are 16-0-2 in their last 18 games, which is nuts. They're without a doubt the hottest team in the league. If you finish first in the Central but not first in the West, that is your prize. Is the hottest team in the league. Roman Yossi's playing his way into the Norris Trophy conversation. UC Saros should be a finalist for the Vezina because of how good he's been dating back to the beginning of February. But If you continue to stay hot and you win the West, as of right now, your prize is the defending Stanley Cup champion Vegas Golden Knights, who could be completely healthy with Tomas Hertl and their captain Mark Stone by the time that the playoffs start on April 20th. By the way, the NHL did move that date earlier by 2 days. It was supposed to start on the 22nd. It will now start on April 20.
Mm-hmm.
So you're under a month to go now.
Nice.
You're 3 weeks away from when that happens, Nelly. You don't have a cakewalk. There is not a cupcake team remaining in that bracket. 2 years ago, there was.
Yeah. But to Jared Bednar's point, like the Golden Knights are just a point behind the Kings. And this is kind of the danger, and this is what he's talking about in terms of, well, we don't know who we're going to play. You just have to keep winning, or just keep doing whatever it is that you feel like you need to do. You just need to do that, because if you try to mess with the equation and you're like, you know what, maybe finishing second is better than finishing first, and then Vegas moves up, and it's a situation where you're seeing this team anyway. I mean, they can't possibly control that, especially because of what's happening down at the lower part of the playoff bracket.
You won't be able to control that until maybe the final 3 games of the season. Maybe. It's too early right now. If you want to control who you play, that will not happen until April 10, 11, 12, and past then. Like that's when you'll be able to kind of snipe some teams away, see what your best matchup is. But he'd go on to say in that interview that you just play to win hockey games, and you expect that everyone else is playing to win hockey games, and the cards get thrown on the table how they get thrown on the table. Again, I'll go back to this game. There wasn't much I was going to learn from either a win or a loss against Montreal. I'll learn more on Thursday against a true playoff test in the New York Rangers. What last night was a lack of energy, because you are feeling like you're getting to the postseason. The playoffs are right around the corner. You play big time playoff energy like games in your recent matchup. You can throw away the Columbus 6-1 victory, but look at Pittsburgh, look at Edmonton, look at Vancouver, look at how emotional those victories were. You were destined for a letdown in energy. That's the reason why showing up to a game and losing to Montreal, if you're upset about that as a fan, dude, look at yourself in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Take a chill pill. Like, take a gummy and go to bed at that point. You can get upset about them coming out flat against New York. If they come out flat against the Rangers on Thursday, you can be upset about that.
Because this is a little bit of
against
a
Montreal.
Reset. Yeah. I often say this about, this is in years past, I've said this in reference to some Nuggets games, and that is just that you can't have it every single night. And it's what's been interesting with the Avs is, there's been these occasions during the season that if the team is not that great, they're like, you know what, maybe we'll just take the foot off the gas here today, and it's gotten them into some weird situations where they have lost some of them or very struggle to win some of them. But when you win 9 times in a row, the loss is inevitable. It's coming, and it's coming sooner than later. And for the Avs, last night was that night. And if you're not going to bring, that's the night to not bring the energy.
It is.
So then you have a day off today, and then you bring it tomorrow against a team that is leading got the most points in the NHL.
It's like, had the Nuggets laid an egg against a team like Portland, whatever. As long as they don't do it against Phoenix tonight, that's all you really care about. 4th game of 8 straight at Ball Arena tonight. Nuggets and Suns. Dempsey will break that down later on. We'll give you a preview, some picks. His baseline is coming up. His NBA baseline at 10:40. Nelly's NFL notes are at 11:20. Text in your shout-outs, 303-504-0925 on the Schott Mazda text line. We'll have shout-outs coming up at 11:45 as well. On the other side, great sound from Tad Boyle on Kreckman and Lindahl. And the CU Buffs basketball team loses yet another player. We'll let you know who it is on the other side and get Dempsey's thoughts on the CU Buffs season and the offseason approaching. Dempsey and Raj, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Champ Mazda text line. Shoutouts are coming up at 11:40. Nelly's notes at 11:20, and Dempsey's NBA baseline coming up in about 20 minutes. He'll take us around the hardwood with the biggest stories in the NBA. Before we get into Tad Boyle and his sound from Kreckman and Lindahl, and also the news about the Buffs losing yet another possible returning player, some news out of Broncos camp, Chris Dempsey.
Yeah, so today, Jaden Daniels, the LSU quarterback, is having his pro day, and the Broncos are down there in full force, apparently. And what's very interesting is Ian Rappaport reported about a half hour ago that he's going to individually meet with the Broncos as a part of a contingent of teams. The teams that he is going to meet with after his pro day, Patriots, Commanders, Giants, Vikings, Broncos, and Raiders, according to his agent. Now, obviously, he is a top 3 projected draft pick, and the Broncos don't have a pick in the top 3, but these are the same Broncos, at least the coach, who said a couple of days ago that it would be realistic to think that the Broncos might move up in this draft. And so Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette spoke with Daniel's agent, Ron Butler, and he confirmed to him that he's going to meet with the Broncos this afternoon. To quote his tweet, he says, he says it won't be a workout, but he'll sit down definitely with Sean Payton, QB coach Davis Webb, and others. So, in a season in which we are used to teams bluffing or just outright lying, this is an interesting one to me because these prospects don't meet with teams that they feel have no shot at or no interest in their prospect. And for the Broncos to be on this list might be something that we just have to continue to take a look at.
It's no shock to anyone who's followed the NFL for the last couple of decades that the Saints make draft day trades, and they have the entire time that Sean Payton was their head coach. During that stretch from 2005 to 2020, there were 7 different circumstances in which the Saints traded for a first-round draft pick. In each and every one of those, they traded up, right? So while Sean Payton does say that it is a realistic possibility that they move up, they have never moved, and I'm going back to his time with the Saints and Mickey Loomis, they never moved into the top 10, let alone the top 3 from number 12. Right. So if you go all the way back to 2005, they trade a first rounder to move up from number 16 to 13 to get Jamal Brown, who's an all-pro tackle. They made another first-round draft trade in 2008 when they moved up from number 10 to number 7 to pick Cedric Ellis. They made another one in 2011 when they traded a first-rounder at number 27 and pick number 56. This is the only time that they ever moved down, and it was just one spot to go down and get Mark Ingram. They just grabbed an extra pick later on in that draft. I wouldn't say moving down from 27 to 28 is really doing anything.
Still probably got the player they wanted, right? Still getting Mark Ingram.
They got Mark Ingram, who turned into a damn good running back for the next, he played 12 years in the league. I think his last full season was 2022. In 2014, they moved down from 27 or up from 27 to number 20 to get Brandon Cooks. Solid selection.
Yeah.
2017, they moved on from Brandon Cooks to get back into the first round where they did not have a selection to get Ryan Ramczyk at number 32. Excellent pick.
Yep.
Solid offensive line starter. They got the 5th-year option on a guy that a lot of people were banging the table for the Broncos to select as their offensive tackle that year. They ended up going with Garrett Bowles instead of Ryan Ramczyk that season. They moved. When Sean Payton was a head coach, they moved up in the draft, but they never made the marquee 12-3. Getting rid of, in order for you to get to 3 or to get to number 4 to select one of these guys, it is at least 3 first-round draft picks. So while he says it is a possibility, nothing in Sean Payton's past has ever been this drastic. And he's also, well documented, never selected a quarterback in the first round.
Never selected a quarterback in the first round. I would argue that he's also never been this desperate because in a lot of those situations, look, he had the quarterback already in New Orleans, and so now you're moving up to get the pieces around Drew Brees that are going to help him continue to be successful, keep him protected, all of those things. And so it doesn't require necessarily the major jump from a 12 or a 15 or whatever into a top 5 scenario. And so this is new territory for him as well. I just think this with the Broncos. If we went into the offseason thinking that, well, this is conventional stuff around here, I think we got to think a little bit differently about that. And it starts with benching Russell Wilson and then eating his contract, which nobody in their right mind would have done, right? That was conventional wisdom. You don't take that kind of cap hit. Why would you put yourself under that kind of financial stress? That just doesn't make sense for you to do. But what are we finding out about this crew is in some of these instances where we think it's not, we think we know what the path should be. They're taking a path that's a little bit different than what we all thought. And so if you're asking me, would they give up a boatload of first-round picks and all that kind of stuff? I think the conventional wisdom in my head says probably shouldn't do that, especially on the heels of the Russell Wilson, kind of debacle.
Peyton's history says they wouldn't either. While they do make first-round draft pick trades, they don't make that one. He hasn't made that one.
But he's never had to make that one.
That's not necessarily true. He's never had to make that one for a quarterback,
which is the biggest thing.
He could have gone and made those types of moves for a running back, for a wide receiver, for a big-time offensive tackle.
I know, but you
for
don't
a number
for those,
one corner.
For those.
What do you mean?
Not for those positions.
People trade up for offensive tackles all the time.
Yeah, but not from a 12 to 15 to top 5 just to get a tackle. I would guess, and look, I would guess this is not me knowing every single draft trade in the history of the league, but I'm going to guess that would be a really rare occurrence. Whereas to move up that high for a quarterback for a desperate team that needs it, that's a different story.
I've got a list of those. We'll get into that coming up at 11 o'clock. But as I said, news coming out of CU, Eddie Lampkin Jr. plans to enter the transfer portal. So CU continues to kind of reel after this second round loss. They're possibly losing the big man here. Tad Boyle was on with Kreckman and Lindahl. He had this to say about Cody Williams possibly leaving alongside KJ Simpson, Tristan DeSilva, and now Eddie Lampkin going into the trade portal. This is what he had to say about a possible lottery pick in Cody Williams.
Guys, that's a decision that Cody and his family have to make. From a business standpoint, and again, I don't know. I don't have the real information. I don't think anybody does because, there's 30 NBA teams and they're all thinking, what's best for their organizations. But if Cody is a lottery pick, if he is a, top 14 pick in the draft, it's hard to make a case for him not leaving just because of the way that the, collective bargaining agreement with the NBA where he's slotted any player that's picked, in the first round is slotted for a 4-year deal.
That's true. But I guess I think, look, Cody Williams will be a lottery pick. Now, where in the lottery is up for great debate. I don't think, I think we've seen wild swings in a lot of players' projections, lottery pick projections. Over the course of the college basketball season and I think we'll see, I think there's more movement to come. I think it's as unpredictable a lottery as we may ever see. I mean, just from the standpoint of, in the middle of the season, there was literally an article written that making the case for Cody Williams to be the number 1 pick in the draft. Well, he's certainly not going to be the number 1 pick in the draft, I don't think, but I do know he'll be a lottery pick. Just where will he be in that area? Does Tad want him back? That was just it was a weird sounding soundbite.
It was odd. He would go on to say, it's not about the first contract. It's truly about the second contract. So he was dancing around this thought process of, and the question that Nate asked Tad in the interview was, could he benefit more and be like a legit top 5 pick next year with more time on ball if he comes back to CU in a starring role next season? Because he wasn't on ball this year.
He was
right?
not.
He would be the de facto star next season. The offense runs through him next year. So he asked the question, is like, could he really benefit from this? Coach kind of tiptoed around it, and I didn't love that, right? He said it's about the second contract. So what that tells us is he probably could benefit from coming back for another year. You mentioned that KJ Simpson is going to test the NBA waters, might dip his foot in if he's not a first rounder. Maybe there's a possibility that you get KJ Simpson back. I would have liked Tad Boyle to have come out and been more demonstrative of Cody needs another year. Because there's coaches that have done that. And I hate to be this guy. I hate to be the Syracuse guy. Like, Jim Boeheim came out and said that about his players. He came out and said that about Tyler Ennis leaving too early, about Malachi Richardson leaving too early, right? And they left. He said it about Michael Carter Williams. Once a Rookie of the Year, never heard from again in the NBA. He came out and said that.
Yeah.
Like, these guys need another season. And they leave anyways to go and get the money. I would have liked Tad Boyle to come out and say, these guys need another season, rather than just being, well, it's up to the player and his family, and we'd be so lucky to have this guy back. Put your foot down.
Yeah.
Put your foot down.
Or at least say, we really, really, really want him back. Make it feel, open your arms to him and say, come on back, my guy. Look, I know you have a decision to make, and it's a future one. Cody Williams, it's funny that this is all playing out at the University of Colorado. So you have Cody Williams, who is going to be, let's just call it a first round, a top, in air quotes, right? Top draft pick. You have Shedeur Sanders, who's going to be, who they hope is a top draft pick, a first round draft pick in the NFL draft. And for Shedeur, beyond the fact that his dad is basically saying, you need to come back and do this, there are many millions of dollars on the table for him. Like, he is making all the money right now with NIL and everything else that he's doing in a way that Cody Williams is not. And so, there's not even the carrot of, Tad's in a difficult space, because I would have wanted him to say, please come back, even if and it sounded like to me that's a coach that knows his player's not coming back. But on the airway, publicly, please come back. I know you got to make this decision. I know you got to make it with your family. I know, look, he had I think I would have loved to hear, we have more to do with this individual. Because could Cody Williams go to the NBA and get better player development and be just fine? Yes, that for sure. I don't think that necessarily a one more year in college, while I would want that for him, I don't think it's mandatory anymore. Depending on where you're going and depending on the level of coaching that you're going to get, even on a bad team, you can get good player development. And he would be on the court in against pros, which is really what you're looking for when you're trying to speed up your learning curve and speed yourself up to get to realize your potential at the NBA level. So I think what I just would have loved is a lot more. Raj, in the middle of the season, Cody tweeted something that said, your situation, don't worry about what's happening today, because a year from now, your situation will be very different. And at that point in the season, I thought, well, this dude's gone. And not only, and at that, it felt heavy to me because he wasn't playing, or he was injured, or it was just a lot of little things that were preventing him from being very effective on the basketball court. And then you have that tweet, and now you have this comments from Tad, and it's like, well, this dude's not coming back. Why would he come back? And I think I would love to talk to Cody about this, and he'd be so super diplomatic on air. But I bet there's a piece of him that feels, I don't know, man. This wasn't the experience that I thought I was gonna have when I committed to Tad, so many years ago, when I fell in love with this program. This wasn't it, man. I'm leaving.
26 wins, 16 at 1 at home, most wins in program history. I know you touched on it on Monday.
Yeah.
What you just said about Cody Williams had fallen in love with the program. May have soured on his experience, and granted, injury has a lot to do
Sure,
with that.
absolutely.
What is your overall outlook on CU men's basketball, and are they building or regressing coming off of a program historic season?
Yeah, it will be
because you feel ambivalent about it.
Yeah, I am very concerned about the immediate future of CU basketball, just because you're losing talent, and you're not necessarily replacing it with top tier talent. At the same time that you're going into a Big 12 conference that you could argue was the best basketball conference in America. I mean, clearly, just period. End of story. When you have to face Houston and Kansas and Iowa State and these teams that are built to last and they're built to win in that conference, I don't think CU's basketball team is like these 26 victories. Let's savor them, because there will not be 26 victories next year. I promise you that.
Oof.
And it's sad to me, because I think that there was a real window of opportunity here with Cody, and not just that I feel like he wasn't handled exactly correctly, but if you are trying to recruit this type of player in the future, what you did, this is on your resume. And so if you're trying to get in recruiting battles to get top tier players, and then other coaches are going to look at you, those players, and go, you see what happened? You see what they did with Cody Williams? Do you really want to go to that program? Do you really want to sit and have a coach tell you that you should just wait your turn when you're going to be a top pick in the NBA? Is that what you really want? And now that's what they've opened themselves up to. So at what point are you going to run into another player not in your state that will come to you as a 5-star performer? That's what, to me, there's so much more than just the player during the season when you have a program that recruits kind of like these players that need to be developed over time. And you had a chance to show that you could handle a one and done player the right way, and that you would be open for business for more. And I think all you have shown the rest of those players is that that's not a place where you want to go.
We'll get back into Sean Payton's draft history coming up at 11. Nelly's NFL Notes at 11:20. But on the other side, Demps takes us through the National Basketball Association with his NBA baseline. Dempsey and Company. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside Demps. You can watch the program twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. It's got everything you need for your Easter celebration. Find spiral sliced ham, fresh spring flowers, and candy for your Easter baskets. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app today. Nuggets will take on the Suns this evening at Ball Arena. Broadcast time starts at 7:30 right here on 92.5. Injury report for this game. Questionable. AG, plantar fascia. Jamal Murray, right knee inflammation. Probable for tonight's game. The MVP, Nikola Jokic. MPJ's been sick, although probable to play this evening. On the other side, questionable for the Suns. Bradley Beal with a right finger sprain and Yusuf Nurkic with a right ankle sprain. We'll get into that game, but right now it's time for Dempsey's NBA Baseline.
All right, let's jump right into it here. This week, the Nuggets sitting on top of the Western Conference, 51 wins. Incidentally, Raj, they are only 6 wins away from tying the franchise record for victories in a season. That's 57. I think they're going to get that this year. They're just on hot fire, and they have a schedule that I think allows for them to be able to just collect wins in a way that the Phoenix Suns don't. The Phoenix Suns have 10 more games left, including tonight, and the winning percentage of their opponents is .648. So it's just a lot of really good teams coming off a loss to a bad team. They lost to the San Antonio Spurs a couple of days ago, and it just kind of sent a lot of things into turmoil around there. We'll get into the Phoenix Suns, as Raj says, in a second. A couple of things. One was interesting on ESPN. They had their 20 players with the most to gain or lose coming into the playoffs. And I swear I shouldn't have seen Nikola Jokic on this list at all, but he was on this list. And but it wasn't bad at all. I thought it was very interesting. The first line under his name was Nikola has nothing to prove. Right, that's exactly right. He has nothing to prove, but he has more to win and is on the verge of joining the all-time greats. So if he wins a third MVP and is able to get back to the finals and win the finals, which he will probably most certainly win the finals MVP, then he would join this list. Players with 3 MVPs and 2 finals MVPs are these: Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's the list. He is moving, Raj, into a space where somebody asked me prior to last season, prior to them winning the championship, what does he have left to do to be able to put himself into this conversation of all-time great players? Well, my response was he's got to win multiple championships to be able to start that conversation. And if he's able to do that, Raj, this is a list that is attainable to him. You know, it's now you can start to really look at him, and this is beyond now franchise history and into NBA history. Where does he fit in? I think that's really, really cool. And for him, all of this is icing on a cake that has been just remarkable to this point. So we have Nikola Jokic with nothing to prove, basically, and that's a list. That's a great list.
If he ends up getting to 2, Kawhi, KD, LeBron are the only active players with multiple NBA Finals MVPs. And if he gets to 3, and I know I'm jumping ahead of ourselves as the Nuggets only have 1 title, he'll then get into the conversation of greatest big man of all time, right? You move into the Shaq, Kareem, Duncan conversation.
Wilt, yes.
Wilt,
right.
Does he have to get to 3 to do that? Or does 2
starts the conversation?
It, but
yeah,
3
sure.
is legit. You now have an argument.
Exactly right. And especially because he would have had, like, he's going to win his 3rd MVP this year. So I mean,
Shaq says no. Speaking of big men,
he's got Shea.
He's got SGA. Says the baddest player in the game. Team's got 49 wins.
Yeah, Shea is a great player, man. He was a first team All NBA guy last year, and that team, I think where that team is in the standing is where people expected Sacramento to be in the standings this year after coming off of last season, kind of being this upstart basketball team. You lose in the first round of the playoffs, but you know your future's bright. And then Oklahoma City said, no, but that's us. And SGA is the head of that. He is the only other player, I think, that has a real case to make to be the MVP. And especially if they don't finish higher than the Nuggets, why would you pick him over?
It's just not his time yet. He's in the Jokic era of MVPs, and we probably only have you think you have another 3 seasons to 5 seasons at the very most of Nikola being odds-on favorite to win this thing,
right?
And then
each and every year,
right? And then voters eventually tire of it, or one guy, maybe Wembanyama comes along and does ridiculous triple-double stuff when he turns 23, 24 after being in the league for 4, 5, 6 seasons, and then it's his turn.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder if they're going to sour on him eventually.
Jokic?
Yeah.
I mean, but that happens in the NBA, right? I mean, I remember when Giannis won 2, and it was kind of like, okay, is this dude going to win another one? And then he didn't win. I believe Jokic won. And so, it's we build these stars up, right, to tear them down, and sooner or later that's going to happen with Nikola as well. But what a list! I think let's just skip to this story that was. It was in the Denver Post. It was a really fun one. So they caught up with Kevin Durant. And we know that Peyton Watson and Kevin Durant, if you don't know, Peyton Watson and Kevin Durant have a really good friendship. And it's kind of like a little bit more of a mentor, situation with Peyton Watson looking up to KD in this. So they met back in 2020. And at the time, Kevin Durant in the summers, he still does this, has these really kind of star-studded pickup games in LA. And he just invites his NBA buddies and some really big-time college guys or G League guys that he knows, and they run some ball. So, but this particular year, he was kind of getting a lot of no-shows. And through a friend of Peyton Watson's knew Kevin Durant, his crew, and knew that KD was looking for a player to play in these games, and suggested Peyton Watson to him. So like, hey, look, at the time, Peyton Watson was this big-time player, high school player in the LA area, and you should look, if you need a player, this is your guy. Well, Peyton Watson shows up, plays great, and so Kevin Durant's like, what? Wait, who are you again? Peyton Watson? And that struck a friendship over time that exists to this day. And the quote that the Denver Post got from Kevin Durant on Peyton Watson right now is this one. And it's a really fun quote. It says, quote, "I love that he's carving out a lane for himself because in college, he didn't get a lot of minutes. He didn't play a lot. He got drafted purely off of talent, potential, his athleticism. He's somebody I've really got major respect for. I really want to see him do well." And that's really cool. And if you ever talk to Peyton Watson about Kevin Durant, and I've done this a couple of times, I mean, his face just lights up. He glows. And, the league is only going to be as good as the young stars coming up behind the aging ones. And Kevin Durant is one of the aging ones. And what he has done, and not just with Peyton Watson, is kind of really taken this turn. And you've seen Kevin Durant kind of go from, a soft-spoken guy when he got to the NBA to really weird, like, I'm answering all the tweets and I'm mad all the time and I'm doing all that. And then he's now evolved into this space where he is helping the young players coming up. He's readily available to pretty much all of them. And this one with Peyton Watson, Raj, I think is a really fun story.
It's an interesting move from KD in terms of a PR perspective, because he was so villainous for so long, right? After leaving OKC and going to Golden State after they had set a record for wins, that was a really easy way to become the heel of the league. And I think this is the only way that he can get back into the good graces of like the general fan. And KD feels less polarizing than LeBron was when he made the move to Miami, but it was still like, come on, what are you doing, dude? Like, you're the best player in the game right now. You're arguably one of the best scorers of all time. You're a shoe-in Hall of Famer. You really got to go to those guys. Like, you're going to be that soft. This is the way to get him back into, hey, look, I am a purveyor of the game, and I will curate your young stars on my way out.
Yeah, exactly right.
It is funny though. Like he goes to Phoenix. It's another quote unquote super team, but it feels like Kevin Durant he sees the sun setting, which is nuts to think about.
Yeah, yeah. And when you think about how old he is, and he's
still got a lot of great basketball in him. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, he does.
But it does feel like this type of move of becoming the mentor. That's when the sun hits noon and starts to go lower on in the sky. Sidney Crosby did it in the league with Nathan McKinnon. It's happening with KD.
Yep, exactly right. And Peyton Watson, obviously, having a real good first full season playing with the Nuggets this season. All right, really quickly, I'm just going to run through these teams, the biggest threats this week to the Nuggets. In the West, last week it was 1 Minnesota, 2 Oklahoma City, 3 New Orleans, and 4 Sacramento. This week is going to be pretty much the same. 1, it's going to be OKC. Minnesota. Minnesota will always be 1. I don't think that I will replace them with the 1 spot. 2, I'm going to go with OKC still. 3, I'm going to move the Dallas Mavericks up into this spot because I just like what they're doing a little bit around Luka and Kyrie Irving. And with those two, a little bit more defense, a little bit more scoring around those guys, it's going to make them a dangerous team in the playoffs. And then for New Orleans Pelicans, they continue to play really well.
That's Dempsey's NBA Baseline. Nuggets will take on the Suns tonight, 8 p.m. tip, 7:30 pregame right here on 92.5 with Birdo. Make sure you guys tune in for that big-time game as the Nuggets look to pace the Western Conference in first place. On the other side, we'll get back into Sean Payton's draft history. We'll look at the non-quarterback first-round draft picks over the last decade and see what the Broncos could be doing here. There's also a new mock on ESPN. It's a 7-round mock. I promise I won't leave the top 5. Raj, Dempsey on the other side. Avs fell last night to the Canadiens 2-1. Nuggets will have a chance to regain the winning spirit at Ball Arena tonight, 8 p.m. against the Phoenix Suns, 7:30 pregame. Been talking a whole bunch about the biggest stories in the NBA. We'd start off the show talking about the Avs. And listen, if you're really concerned about the Avs losing a 2-1 hockey game to the Montreal Canadiens, give your head a shake. I promise I will care way more about the Rangers game on Thursday.
Right.
Tune in between the pipes if you guys want to hear the reaction to that one. I expect the Avs to jump back. If you guys have any shout-outs today, please text them in 303-504-0925. We will get to them at 11:40. Nelly's NFL Notes at 11:20. We have a new mock draft on ESPN. It is 7 rounds deep, and I promise I will not go into the minutia of rounds 5, 6, and 7. I'll, in fact, keep it to the top 5 because we have a projected mock trade. Denver moving up for a quarterback to number 4 to select the 4th QB off the board. Quarterback out of Michigan, J.J. McCarthy. This mock draft on ESPN has the Bears taking Caleb Williams, number 1 overall. Jaden Daniels, who's currently going through his pro day at LSU as we speak. And the Broncos are there and will meet with Jaden Daniels this afternoon. They have him going number 2 to the Washington Commanders. The Vikings trading up to number 3 to grab Drake May out of North Carolina as New England moves back. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks in a row. The Broncos moving up in this mock trade. It is projected that the Broncos would have to give up at least 3 first-round draft picks this year's, next year's, and a future first.
You know, one of the things I've been trying to do over the course of the last few weeks is to make myself at peace with J.J. McCarthy because we know where I started on this situation, which is no to J.J. McCarthy. But, okay, if you're telling me that he's performing well in pro days, he's impressing in the interviews, he's got some intangibles that you need at quarterback, then I guess, Raj, I can get on board
3
with
first-rounders, man.
That
You
never
must be
wanted.
at peace with this, Christopher.
3 first-rounders is a whole hell of a lot. And again, I understand trading up to get your guy. I could be on board with trading up a single first-rounder to get up to 7, 8, 9 to get this guy. But when you're talking about 2 and 3 first-round picks with what the Broncos have already given up in recent trades, not only for a quarterback that's not on the roster anymore, but for the current coach, if you make that trade and give up this year's first, next year's first, and a following first, and he isn't the guy, you will bankrupt this team until 2035. And it's not, the situation cannot be set apples to other organizations because they haven't hemorrhaged first-round draft picks like the Broncos have. You can't look at the 49ers situation and go, oh yeah, well, they did the same thing with Trey Lance. Yeah, they did it once. They didn't do it to go out and get Kyle Shanahan as their head coach. They didn't do it to go out and get another big-time player, right? They did it once. The issue with the Broncos is you will have parted ways with, at that time, 6 first-round draft picks, which means J.J. McCarthy doesn't have to just be the answer. He has to be a franchise quarterback in order for this to work. So don't sit here and tell me that, like, oh yeah, you give up anything to go get the guy. Sure, you do. But you better hope that dude turns into a top 5 quarterback in this league. Not just another guy who's going to make $50 million, right? Because that'll turn into the average quarterback salary within the next couple of seasons. He has to be an all-pro quarterback in order for you to move into the top 5. And you better hope you get it right because this team won't be competitive until midway. 2035, what am I going to be? How many years is that from right now?
11.
That's 10 years?
11, yeah.
Guys, I'll be 40.
Okay, I won't be 40.
I'll be in my 40s. I'm not willing to take that chance. I'm selfish.
40, like 30s, the new, what is it? 40s, the new, whatever. Anyways, look, I
already feel old at 30.
We're not going to, I'd be 59. 59, Raj. I think this. If you're George Payton, I think the one, if we're looking at his track record of transactions. This is a guy who has swings for the fences. That's pretty much what he does. Everything's like a big splash in terms of if you need to get that guy. He's going to take the big swing to get that guy.
But they haven't really done that. I went through his history. They made first round draft pick trades, but they never made a huge one.
I'm
right?
just talking about all transactions. And obviously the Russell Wilson transaction is the biggest one. And so to me, would this be the individual that would do it again? I think maybe yes. Because, Raj, they're desperate, man. And desperate times call for desperate measures. Like that, and you have a football team, and you have a GM. We had this discussion a few weeks ago about whether he should even continue to keep his job right now or not, right?
He might be a lame duck GM for all we know. We've seen this happen where you go through a draft and then the guy gets axed 2 weeks later.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to happen this year.
Neither do I. I don't get that feeling, but there's a possibility. There's it's happened many times.
Here's what I think is a little more what might happen. I think if you're George Paton, you know, all right, we're good for this year. But if this team doesn't perform or show any kind of the progress that we are saying that it should, then this will be my last year as the GM of the Denver Broncos. And if this is your last year as GM of the Denver Broncos, wouldn't you want to go out swinging, or would you just want to be super cautious and cross your fingers that something is going to be okay and then that might save your job? And I just think that George Paton is the personality that is going to go down swinging. And so could he part with more first-round draft picks for this? I wouldn't be surprised.
You know what? The go out with a bang conversation, especially for George Paton, right? Because Sean's fine. Sean doesn't strike me as desperate. Sean is, if this works out, awesome. If not, I got paid a boatload of money. I can go back to CBS or Fox and make way more doing way less, right? Yeah. He's fine. He doesn't feel like he's desperate. George does feel like that guy who is like, I need to make an impression so I can continue to have this job. And if he selects Quinyon Mitchell, right? You select a first round cornerback in 2 of your previous 4 drafts, and then the team scuttles to a 5-win season next year. That's what you're remembered for.
Yeah.
I understand that, because at least if you struggle next year, you've got that feather in the cap of, I got Sean Payton and I got a guy. So I understand it, but 3 first-round draft picks. If it happens on draft day and they get a quarterback in the top 5, I'm sure I'll be excited, but I'm nervous because it's unlike any other situation because of how many first-round draft picks that you've completely punted.
And I think that this is I just think that they're showing us that they're a wheeling and dealing organization. And especially now under Sean Payton. You know what the safe route would have been, Raj? The safe route would have been, okay, to keep Russell Wilson.
Russ.
Yes. But that's not, what they're showing us with their actions.
It does raise my blood pressure.
What they're doing.
Which I kind of like.
Yeah.
If Russ was still here, I would be. I talked about being at a boring hockey game last night. Imagine how miserable talking about another season of Russ right now would be. It'd be terrible.
Sure. And look, that conversation would surround, well, can they get, what was it? They 8 wins. So could they get to 10 wins or whatever? That will be our conversation the entire time. Then it would be most certainly they're drafting Brock Bowers, right? At this point in time. So that's how that conversation would be.
At least I'm terrified. I'm not bored. I'm terrified.
Terrified.
I'm cool with that.
Terrified is good.
Well, that is quite upsetting.
Yeah. Giving you all the feels right now. But yeah, I mean, I just don't think that I think what they're showing us, Raj, is that they are going to take all the big swings. They don't care what the consequences are necessarily. I think to them, these are calculated risks. To us, it's like you're just throwing away picks, and we'll see who's right.
Speaking of blood pressure, let's raise yours.
Even though they're the 9 seed, the Lakers appear to me to have the most upside. Everyone's healthy, everything clicks, all of it. But they can't beat Denver. The Lakers should want Denver in round 1. If you have to beat them no matter what, you want them in round 2, when you just went 6 or 7 with Minnesota or OKC and they swept whoever they were playing. You want them in round 3 when the games are every other day, or you want them in round one when there's 2 or 3 days between games at times.
Yep.
LeBron and AD can both play 44 minutes. You are as fresh as you're going to be at any point and try to knock them off when they, you know what I mean, right before they have really hit their stride.
Fox Sports' Nick Wright talking about how the Lakers should want the Denver Nuggets.
I want to vomit.
Oh my God.
I want to vomit.
They should want the Nuggets in round one.
Can I just? I was wondering who that Yahoo was. First of all, there will be exactly one instance in the first round where there's 2 days between games. That's between game 1 and game 2. Then they will be played pretty much every other day for the rest of the series. So, old LeBron James and inconsistent AD would have to be figuring. Raj, I'm sorry. How many games have the Lakers lost in a row to the Nuggets? Is that 8? Is it 9? I can't even. I've lost count. I've lost count. That's how many times the Nuggets have beaten this team. That has no chance against the Nuggets in any round. I'm not just supposed to say that. I'm not supposed to say that. That is a fact. We watch it play out all the time. Even if the games are kind of close going into the fourth quarter, the Lakers fall apart because that's what they're going to do. And then the Nuggets make all the plays and they win all the games. So stupid. This is so stupid. You know what the Lakers should want? Not to see the Nuggets ever in the playoffs. So if you have to avoid them in round one and have somebody else hopefully beat the defending champion so that you don't have to play them, that's what they want.
You want them to go through Golden State and Phoenix and OKC, and hopefully you find a way to bottle up youth in a bottle, and then you find them in the Western Conference Final. And Denver's already played, let's call it, 18 games by that point, and Jamal Murray's legs are giving out. Right. That's what you want as a Laker. You don't want him in the first round. You don't want him when Jamal's sat 7 of the last 10 games.
It would be a sweep, Raj. It would be a sweep.
They would wipe the floor with them.
Nick Wright is so dumb, man. I'm sorry. I can't say it any other way. I don't like to go there, but I can't say it any other way because
the Lakers daddy.
That take is so terrible.
I hate to give him a little bit of credit. Like Nick Wright's kind of saying Denver's running through this. This is not as boisterous as what he had said in
the
years
Nikola
previous.
Jokic stuff. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I can't with that guy. But I just, it's you, Raj, here we are, right? You have to conjure up any storyline that you can because we know inevitably what's going to happen if the Nuggets stay healthy and they play like they are right now. There's no team in the Western Conference that will beat them. They will be in the NBA Finals. Nick Wright knows that. And why we keep lifting the Lakers up, for what reason, I have no idea. Why do we care anymore? They're not good. They have shown you all season long that they are, in fact, not a good basketball team. They are inhabiting what? I got to go so far down the standings to find the Lakers right now. Ninth. And you're making a case for the team that might not even make it out of the play-in. They should want the Nuggets in the first round. They should want to win the play-in game. Let's just put one foot in front of the other. Let's crawl before we walk. This is a play-in team that might not even make it out of that.
Shout-outs in 25 minutes. Nelly takes us through the NFL with his notes on the other side. Dempsey and Raj, it's Altitude. It's 11:20, means it's time for Nelly's NFL Notes. Will bring us around the biggest stories and headlines on the gridiron. Nelly, what's up? What you got?
I need to pick a worse song for this segment because I could just listen to this. It's like when you
me too.
It's when you pick a banger
It's a
for
good
your
march.
ringtone and you don't even want to answer the phone.
It's a good march.
Unfortunately, I'll talk over the top of this and tell you that according to both Adam Schefter and Mike Garafolo, the Broncos are signing former Lions wide receiver Josh Reynolds to a 2-year deal worth up to a maximum of $14 million. This is coming off a 40-catch, 5-touchdown season in Detroit.
Sure. This is a depth wide receiver.
for you, bud.
Seriously. That's what the signing is.
Yeah.
It's not groundbreaking. That's what you're going to get in, the second, third, fourth, fifth waves of free agency. He's a guy that'll start behind Cortland and Marvin Mims, and I don't know, maybe he's your third or fourth wide receiver. I can't sit here and get like super excited about a guy who's capped out at 600 yards and 5 touchdowns last year for Detroit.
Yeah.
And Detroit's offense is way, 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 way better than what Denver's will be next year. So can you expect him to build upon those numbers? Probably not. But yeah,
No.
third, fourth wide out. They're probably going to draft another one this year.
Let's
Cool.
see.
Thumbs up.
What is this saying about Tim Patrick, by the way? Does it say anything about Tim Patrick? I just in terms of what they might be expecting or not expecting
No,
from him.
I don't
signing this
think
guy?
it says anything about him.
Okay.
I think this is you get thrown into the mix of Lil Jordan Humphrey and Brandon Johnson and rookie to be named later and maybe an undrafted free agent that hits camp. That's who he gets thrown into that mix, and he's probably closer to the top than the bottom of that list.
So his highest yardage total came in 2020 with the Rams, 618 on 52 catches that season, just 2 touchdowns. Okay, I mean I'm with you, Raj. This is I guess it's fine. I guess just draft one, please.
You weren't going to find a big time wideout still on the board that you like. You weren't going to go out and get a guy like Michael Gallup because you probably couldn't fit him on the roster. You weren't going to go out and get a Hunter Renfrow because you couldn't fit him on the roster money-wise. Odell Beckham Jr. is not looking at the Broncos at this point in his career. This is what you were resigned to go out and get, right? This isn't the spot where you can get a big-time playmaker, middle of the roster wide receiver, thumbs are up. Hopefully he catches 4 touchdowns this year.
What about Tyler Boyd? Tyler Boyd would have been a fun wide receiver to have.
I just don't think he can fit him. He's going to cost more
Too
money.
expensive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nelly.
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. All right, fellas, it's time. Let's rip off this Band-Aid and dig deep into the NFL's new kickoff format. There's a lot of rules and regulations and implications here, and we'll see if we can hit them all. Most important thing is the kicking off team will still be on the 35-yard line. The kicker will be on his own 35-yard line. But the 10 remaining members of the kicking team will line up at the receiving team's 40-yard line. And then at least 9 members of the return team will be between their own 35 and 30-yard lines, and that's what we will call the setup zone. I'm going to drag a picture here onto the board behind you.
Oh, this is very helpful.
Love it.
And so going from there, what will happen ideally? Ideally, the ball will drop between the 20-yard line and the goal line. That will be called the landing zone, and the receiving team can have 1 or 2 kick returners. If the ball lands in the end zone or it goes out of the end zone, the resulting touchback will be spotted at the 30-yard line. But if the ball goes out of bounds, it moves up to the 40.
So they're still really hurting you, for kicking the ball out of bounds. Like I understand why this alignment and you just they don't want these units kind of with a 20-yard sprint or 30 or 40-yard sprint, whatever it is, and then just collisions everywhere. So you knock that down to size a little bit, and then quite honestly, Raj, it looks as if they're also trying to really. There should be more returns.
It's not about safety. This is the moves previously made to the kickoffs were about safety, getting rid of the wedge and moving the kickoff up, and now everyone being able to boot the ball out of the end zone. That was about safety. That was about reducing the amount of balls that were taken when two full teams are running at full speed against each other. This is about entertainment. This is about getting kick returns back into the game and higher scores and touchdowns. I've got the numbers here, right? Just 20% of kickoffs were returned last year. They project that between 50 and 60% of all kickoffs will be returned in 2024, adding roughly 1,000 plays to the NFL season. This is not about safety.
Well, there is one part that actually is about safety.
Well,
though.
I get it.
It's the fact that no one except for the kicker or the receivers can move until the returner has the ball in their hands.
Yeah, I understand that. Guys are stationary until the ball is caught, but that's not what this rule is about. Even if they try and dress it up of like, oh yeah, this is safer for the players. No. This is so that you do not have a worthless play in an NFL game. They're getting rid of squib kicks, right? Because you have to get the ball to the 20. If not, it's a dead ball. So squibs are gone, and that's boring. This is about excitement. It's not about player safety. Even though there are some elements of player safety in here, it's not.
I think it's both. And that this started in the XFL, right? So, and I know, I remember, it's funny. I can remember the Rock talking about this a little bit, and the way he explained it was kind of both. Like, you want this to be a play that continues to be exciting. And you want to make it so that they're not just killing themselves on this play as well. So I think this accomplishes both. And look, did Marvin Mims not just go to a Pro Bowl for kick return? So the Broncos might be sitting pretty here if they can get Marvin Mims way more returns this year in a setup that is going to be, it looks to be super conducive toward let's return this thing and have real opportunities to get not just long returns, but maybe house calls on a good many of these. So I'm in for it, Raj. I'm in for it. Look, I remember the Devin Hesters of the world. With those guys.
Sweet.
Yeah, those guys, they touched the ball, and it was electric to watch punt returns and kick returns in a way that it just hasn't been lately.
Right, and games were never over, right? Because outside of having Patrick Mahomes on your team, if there's 20 seconds remaining in a game and you don't have any timeouts, or you've got maybe one timeout, other than Patrick Mahomes, who showed you a couple years ago in the playoffs that I can get down the field in 14 seconds and win a football game, that was kind of your only chance to maybe pull off of a miracle.
Yeah.
Sure, you had the Music City Miracle where it was lateral, but like I want more Deshaun Jackson plays.
Yeah.
That was sweet. That's what this is about.
Also, this.
E-Dubs asks about onside kicks.
I was going to say, there's no onside kick from this, right?
No, they stay the same.
Yeah, onside kicks do not change because that formation already essentially accomplishes this. Guys aren't running down the entire length of the field to slam into each other.
I know, but is the ball way behind the people at the line? You know what I'm saying? If you're kicking it from the 35 and everybody's aligned at the 40.
The surprise onside kick is gone. You will have to announce that you are attempting an onside kick so that both teams would be able to properly line up.
Okay, right. So then the kicker would be lined up alongside the players.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Which means that Sean Payton, under these rules, would have 0 Super Bowls.
I didn't go that far.
Wow.
That's a great point, Nelly.
And then, Raj, to elaborate on something you said earlier, with squib kicks, any kick that lands short of the 40-yard line will be ruled down immediately and marked at the 40-yard line. So essentially, to your point about the NFL wanting to increase amazing kick returns. They're trying to incentivize you in as many ways as possible to give the ball to one of these two returners between the goal line and the 20-yard line so we can get fireworks. That's exactly how everything's being drafted up, in addition to removing all the high-speed collisions that injure players for a meaningless touchback.
You know what this is probably also going to give rise to? We'll see what happens this season with it. If you can put two kick returners back there, then the construction of your roster, one of your wideouts is going to be, you're going to have two that can return kicks. Because
get Marvin Mims back there, baby.
And who else?
Some guy that they draft in round 4 this year that is lightning fast.
Right. I mean, that's just going to give a roster spot to a dude who may not otherwise have gotten a roster spot.
The big question about this is, and I heard DMAC talk about this for years, right? Is, do you put your biggest, best, brightest player as a kick returner, as a punt returner? Like, would you put Pat Surtain? Would you put Pat Surtain back there?
Right.
Would you put Champ Bailey back there in the mid 20 or in the mid 2000s? Most coaches would say, no, I'm not going to put Tyreek Hill back there on my punt return or kick return. I throw him back there in a heartbeat now.
Or just like you said, draft a fast dude.
Draft a fast guy. Who's the kid out of Texas? Xavier Worthy?
Right. Draft him. Put him back.
Run very fast.
Right. So you can't just kick it away from him because, like, if you, it's, this alignment. If you can, you just put two threats back there. You put two threats back there, and then kick it to either one of them, and we feel good about it.
Nelly.
It's like we have ESPN or something, because my NFL draft note was going to be exactly what you said. Mike Florio wrote an interesting article about the implications of now teams may draft, and since you have these two spots for returners, it may shift the drafting strategy and affect how people build their game day rosters. So since we just covered that, here's a bonus draft note. Ian Rappaport tweeted out that following his pro day, LSU quarterback and potential top 3 pick Jaden Daniels is scheduled to meet with the Patriots, the Commanders, the Giants, the Vikings, the Raiders, and your Denver Broncos, according to his agent. And Daniels has not previously met with any other teams.
Raj, I think this is so interesting because Jaden Daniels is projected to be no worse than the third quarterback taken off the board, and probably more like the second quarterback taken off the board. And usually in these circumstances, those players don't meet with teams like the Broncos because they know that the Broncos have zero opportunity to get high enough to be able to draft him. But in this case, he's entertaining that. And I think it's very interesting. I just do. It feels to me not that Sean Payton is just going to sit there in front of a bunch of reporters and say it's realistic to move up to 4, but that they might really for real be trying to do that. And look, they're not going to get that high. There's no way they can get that high, right? I mean, that is.
I told you 3 first-round draft picks at least.
But also the Commanders need a quarterback.
There's a lot of quarterback needy teams, and 2 of the quarterback needy teams currently occupy number 2 and 3.
Right. Well, yes. So
Caleb Williams is going number 1 overall. We all know that it's going to happen, regardless of the smoke screens or the, pink iPhone and painted nails that people were losing their minds over in Chicago.
Right. And then I would guess that that Daniels goes to the Commanders, and then that the New England Patriots pick, I don't know, either Drake May or JJ McCarthy. So I'm so very curious as to why he's taking this meeting with the Broncos when it doesn't appear that they have a path to be able to acquire him.
I mean, there's a chance that JJ McCarthy skyrocketing up draft boards as recently as the last week is McCarthy jumps up to number 2, and then maybe the team at number 3, whether it's New England or a trade, is in love with Drake May, and then before you know it, Jaden Daniels is available at 4, right? So that's the reason why Daniels would take this meeting. Denver's taking the meeting because they think there's a realistic opportunity for them to trade into the top 5 to get one of these 4 quarterbacks, or it is simply doing their due diligence in case someone falls. Like, in case someone free falls out of the top 3, top 5, where they need to jump up to 7, 8, 9 to go get a guy like Daniels, May, or McCarthy. I don't think Jaden Daniels lasts past pick 3.
I don't either. I really don't. But maybe Jaden Daniels and his representation think that there's a chance that could happen, because they're taking meetings with teams that are the Vikings were on that list, right?
Vikings were on that list, but again, both Denver and Minnesota have been mocked to trade into the top 3
or 4
or top 4.
And if Jaden Daniels thinks that there's a chance that he might fall to 4, then you take meetings with those teams. But so there must be intel out there. So there's quite clearly to me intel out there that is saying he might drop that far. So we might want to take meetings with these teams that have potential to pick us.
I admittedly don't know enough about Jaden Daniels because I didn't think he's anywhere near the radar. Like
I didn't think so either.
has, just because I also haven't looked at Caleb Williams and I haven't looked at Jaden Daniels because I don't think either one of those guys is a realistic opportunity for the Broncos. I feel largely the same way about Drake May because I don't think Denver can really get into the top 3 without multiple first-round draft picks or moving on from a guy like Pat Surtain's. Reason why I've been zeroing in on the McCarthys, Nixes, and Penixes of the world. If he begins to tumble, I'll be very intrigued to look at his pro day video from today and what the Broncos had to say about their interview with him and about what he and Malik Neighbors have been able to do today. Malik Neighbors just ran like a 4.35.
Yeah.
Talk about punt returns.
He's a stud.
Talk about kick returns.
Right.
That guy.
Yeah.
That guy.
If you're fast, this era of the NFL is going to be for you, right? Just run fast and you'll get drafted. And they'll probably put you back there for
it's a great time. If your kid's a football player, great time for him to be a wide receiver.
Yes.
I wouldn't say running back, but great time for him to be a wide out.
Yes. Facts.
On the other side, we'll go through our shout-outs. Make sure you guys text those in to 303-504-0925. I have a local hockey team that won a massive championship just under a week ago. Also, Dempsey will give you his picks for Nuggets and Suns coming up tonight, 7:30 pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Wrapping things up here on a Shout Out Wednesday. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Christopher Dempsey. PhD is coming up next. You guys have a chance to win a green jacket getaway to Vegas. Circa Sportsbook. Make sure you guys go over to altitudesportsradio.com/masters and sign up for that. They're going to be giving $50 away to GQ Barbecue every single day, and then a grand prize of a 3-night stay at Circa. You'll get a day bet at Circa Swim with no minimum for the weekend of the year's first major. Again, make sure you guys listen to PhD. You'll have chances to text in to qualify for that. And if you are not able to listen, or if you want an extra chance to qualify, go to altitudesportsradio.com/masters. We've got the 4th of 8 straight nights of games at Ball Arena. Tonight, 8 p.m. tip between the Nuggets and the Suns, rematch of the second round of the playoffs last year. Demps, we've got AG and Jamal questionable, MPJ and Joker probable for tonight. Yurkic is questionable as well, and Bradley Beal questionable with a right finger sprain. Give me a little bit preview of what could be a playoff series matchup in 4 weeks from now?
Yeah, it could be. It could be. Look, the Suns. It's a loaded. It's a lot for the Suns. They're coming off a loss to the San Antonio Spurs. Just the kind of loss that you don't want to take. Victor Wembanyama wasn't even on the court for that game. They lost that game. If you recall, the last two times these two teams met was just a couple of weeks back. The Nuggets had that long, drawn-out period of time where they could not score. It was like 5 or 6 minutes in that second quarter, and they went from a situation where they had a lead to being down 22 points in that game. Then they come storming back to take a lead of their own. Kevin Durant makes the shot to tie it, and they goes to overtime, in which the Phoenix Suns win the game in overtime. The Phoenix Suns coach, Frank Vogel, he met with media, and he said that he said that he thought that the Nuggets might be looking for a little bit of revenge for that game, and I don't think he's wrong. I don't think he's wrong, but there are a lot of issues happening with the Suns as well. Nelly, do we have the yep, we do. Let's
Smell
just
the gym some. We had a spirited film session this morning. Made sure we held guys accountable for how we played last game, and got over here and got a good sweat in and covered Denver.
What are those couple things that are high points in terms of holding people accountable to?
There's some elements of our defense that are not up to par that we hit them on, and our turnovers, our passing. Got to improve our passing. And we talk about our shot makers all we want. If we don't pass the ball better and take care of the ball better than we do, then it's going to be a struggle for us.
It's the gift and the curse of having players like Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal and Devin Booker, which is, there's a tendency sometimes to play my turn, your turn basketball, my turn your turn. And what Frank Vogel understands is that you have to be more connected offensively as a team. There's just still, no matter how many stars you have, how many guys that can break down their individual matchup, if you're moving the ball, you make yourself a more difficult offensive team to handle. So I thought it was interesting that he went down that road, but I think if you're the Nuggets, this is just another opportunity to just continue to build good habits, to play really well, to continue to develop the bench, the players that you know are going to come off this bench. And again, you mentioned earlier in the program that Jamal Murray is, continues to be on the injury report, as does Aaron Gordon. So we'll see about the status of those two in this game tonight. But, if at least one of those guys plays, then the Nuggets are in good position to be able to. I mean, this is going to be a difficult game, but they'll be in good position to be able to win it.
But the first part of his answer, he was asked what they're doing to prepare for Denver. What do they do when they got here? And his first thing he said was smell the gym some. What do you mean smell the gym? What is? Am I ignorant here? How's that preparation?
Practice. That's really all that really.
They walked into Ball Arena and went.
It smells great.
I mean,
in here.
certain
It
playing
smells
surfaces have a distinct smell. Like one of my favorite smells on planet Earth is an ice sheet that was cut the night before and no one's been on it until the next morning. So when you walk into the rink at like 6 a.m., last time that thing got cut was 7 hours ago in the middle of the night. That smell is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And the smell of a fresh vulcanized rubber puck, unbelievable.
Mhm.
The same thing goes for an NBA court. Same thing goes for a brand new Spalding ball.
Oh, well, yes. Yeah,
Right?
Yeah. Facts on the basket. Yes, that is, yeah.
Set of
it's a great
hyper
smell.
dunks that are fresh out of the box.
Yeah.
Telling you.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You got to smell the gym.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Got to smell the sheet.
Yeah, they also needed to
Smell the gym some.
Yeah, they needed to smell the gym some because they're not playing right.
Nuggets 7.5-point favorites tonight. 8 p.m. tip. It's Wednesday. It means it's time for shout outs before we get out of here. Big shout out for me on Championship Sunday. USA Hockey had their national championships for youth high school. There's Division I, Division II, prep. Shattuck St. Mary's ran away with prep because that's what Shattuck does when, you have guys like Sidney Crosby and Nathan McKinnon and Zach Parisi going to your school, you win championships. But here in Colorado, the Valor Screaming Eagles, a 3-2 overtime victory over Brookings from South Dakota. They win the Division I USA Hockey High School National Championship. Congratulations to Valor. Carter Charles and Maddox Charles, brothers, scoring the final 2 goals of that game. Carter scoring 5 minutes and 44 seconds into the first overtime period for Valor to walk away with a big gold plate from USA Hockey's National Championships. Huge shout out to Valor.
It's amazing. Valor's good at everything, man.
Tier 1 and Tier 2 club championships are happening, I believe, this week. It's either this week or next week across the country. So there is one Tier 1 team competing for a national championship this year from Colorado, and I believe that's OCHC at the U13 level. I think that's right, off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I've left the youth coaching game, so I don't know as much anymore.
Oh, just immediately, you don't. Okay.
Debs, what do you got?
I'm just going to shout out. This is be of no surprise to anybody. I'm just going to shout out the CU women's basketball team. They will face Iowa, obviously, on Saturday. I believe that is a 1:30 p.m. tip-off against Caitlin Clark and the Iowa Hawkeyes, a team that they played last year in this very round of the NCAA tournament. I believe that was about a 10-point loss for them last year. A game that was certainly close until, basketball games, right? It's free throws at the end and all the things, and it got separated out a little bit at the end. But they made it back. I think it's very difficult sometimes when you do some things that your program hasn't done in many, many years to build upon that and to not be satisfied with that. But they are not satisfied in J.R. Payne's program. I love that. They expect to be at this level. They will face Iowa. Good luck to them in their game, in the Sweet 16 game.
Steve Nelson?
I'd like to shout out a listener of this station by the name of Ryan. Ryan made a song about the Avalanche and how amazing they are, and an integral part of this song, which is called Fire on Ice, integral part of the song is giving a shout out to the man who calls the action. Here's a snippet of Fire on Ice.
Connor McGahey, with his voice like a flame, calls a place for the Avs, watch him light up the game.
Show him a country song, and I show you a Happy
He's got
Raj.
the energy, the passion, and the fire. Every goal, every hit, he takes us higher, higher.
I wasn't expecting country, Nelly. I was expecting the Mikko Rantanen song. I was
No,
expecting
sir.
there's another song that we had a couple of years ago on a playoff run that was made by a Finnish fan, if I'm correct.
Hampus Leidman. Yeah, he's the same guy who made the Mikko song.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting Friends in Low Places.
I believe Ryan's
Did he
stage
just-
name is Outlaw Country.
Did he just say Connor's calling the shots? Connor McGahey's in the song?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. I can't say it any better. For whoever this guy is, for Connor McGahey, for Steve Nelson and Chris Dempsey, I love and appreciate all of y'all. I'm Alex Ryan, Emmy. PhD's next.
What's up, everybody? It's Columbus, Hastings, and Dover.
Excuse me?
D-Mac.
Whoa!
None of them are here. It doesn't matter.
Hit that rewind. Try again. Wow.
None of them are here. It doesn't matter.
Wow.
Dover or D-Mac.
That's right.
I mean, it took you 3 seconds to mess up.
You know, that's the first time we
found out I was doing this show like 3 hours ago. Man.
You know, it's the first time we mentioned his name since he left.
I know. You call him Take the Money and Run.
Take the money and run.
That's right.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Listen.
I told him that, too. He laughed. He thought it was funny.
Well, I mean, how much we make, you can't blame him for taking the money and running. You know what I mean? Like,
not at all.
You got to celebrate that. We talk about that with players all the time. I was happy for Bruce Brown. Take the money and run, my man. Oh, see, now TP's angry at me.
I'm not angry
I
about
messed
anything.
up 3 seconds.
No, I'm not angry about anything. I had deeper thoughts about Take Your Money and Run that I didn't want to talk about on air. But
fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fine.
I love the guy. Relax, people. I love the guy.
Yeah, we love Dope.
No.
But you know,
He's dead to me.
I didn't say the name.
He's dead to us.
Yeah.
Hey, I love Dover to death.
Speaking of which,
I love Dover to death, but he's dead to
We
us.
can love dead people.
Yeah.
Speaking-
Ryan Harris, love you to death. You're a brother of mine. You're dead to me.
Tim Connolly.
Although
I was going to say,
he's not
speaking of which,
working anywhere else. So I
No,
mean,
Ryan's okay.
Ryan's okay.
Yeah.
Ryan, you're
Yeah.
not dead to me.
Yeah.
well, he kind of is. Isn't he still doing all the Notre
No,
Dame
he's
stuff?
doing his own stuff. And
But he's not a local competitor.
he's
I got
grinding.
You. I got you.
Yeah.
He's
the
grinding.
video of you telling Tim Connolly that he's dead to you, it was fantastic. That was
Now he's dead to me.
hilarious.
He's in another place.
Is he dead to you though? Because it made it sound
Yes,
like
he's dead to me.
you had a glass of whiskey with him the night before that.
No,
so
no,
is
no.
he dead to you?
I've had when he was here, I'd gone out with him a handful of times. Wonderful guy, funny. He was one of the main architects to what we saw last year, what we're seeing now. So you got to give him a lot of love and props. But I ain't gonna sweat a day of what he's doing because he ain't here no more. He took the money and run. He's dead to me.
I wasn't expecting to get on this, but so it seems like you at least had a conversation with him.
Well, I told him, I said, listen, I love you. I love your family.
I saw the video. It was great.
No, I told him that in the back, too.
Did you?
I said, dude, but you're dead to me.
But did he express any regret to you now
No,
that there's a
regret?
ring
No.
for leaving?
No.
For leaving.
They got a legit chance to get one, too.
Hold on.
That's fair.
I know the ring's a big deal, and I'm not dismissing that at all. But are you kidding me? That type of money, you ain't regretting anything.
He wasn't hurting here. For
I
money.
got it.
He wasn't hurting.
But that's always relative. There's always somebody that's
I know.
yeah.
I know, but the ring makes your legacy, especially in this league, especially in that position. The championship
ring
makes your legacy.
Now the ring is a added piece of the respect puzzle.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it's especially if you build it or you coached it or you played in it or whatever, and you got that. I mean, Tyler and I talk about he and I in our careers we were slugs. We got rings.
Yep.
So I mean, there was slugs with rings. Maybe if you and I ever do a podcast, slugs with
That's
rings.
pretty good right there. That is pretty
That's
good.
not bad.
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah.
name for a
Not bad.
podcast
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
there. So
yeah, you know what? There is the respect. You know what that money is? I don't need your respect.
Yeah.
but there's earned respect, and then there's I don't need your respect.
Now,
I don't care if I have your respect.
Here's the other thing about that. You guys maybe are colored thinking about it a little bit because you have player careers, which are shorter. General manager career is
Can be
decades
a
long.
lot longer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
decades.
So is there a thought that maybe he wanted to cash in 5 or 10 years after Jokic is out of the league?
Well,
you know what I mean? To
I'll
stick
say
around for that ring, it's a different
That's
thought
fine
process.
too. But if he just stayed here and won 2 or 3 rings, he was going to be able to go anywhere he wanted to, anytime he
course.
wanted to.
Yeah.
And maybe he got
he'll
more
still
money.
be able to with Minnesota. Now Minnesota would have bombed after the Gobert trade and did absolutely nothing. Now, by the way, Ant wasn't his draft pick, but he fell into a pretty good place with Edwards because he's really good.
Yeah.
But now this team is built up, and the Gobert trade's been a good trade, and everything's working. Dude, he can work as a general manager in this league for the next 40 years if he wants. You know, even though he doesn't have a ring, he built the base
I think
to get one.
The NBA gives him credit for that. I mean, they look at that like that was Tim Connolly's team that he built.
Well, it doesn't happen without Booth coming in and making trades for KCP and
Absolutely.
you know what
mostly
I mean?
getting rid of Will Barton, but yeah.
You know,
I wasn't going to quite put it like that.
Why
but
not?
yes.
now, do you know when you build a house? And I learned this. I put an addition on a house a bunch of years ago. There's a difference between framers and finishers.
Yep.
You know the difference? Framer will come up and put the structure of the building together.
Studs, yeah.
But the framer's going to come in and put the molding up and the little things, the little intricates of nice little pieces, and now add to the quality and beauty of the house.
Yeah.
And so he laid the framework. I mean, he's a framer, but Calvin Booth came in and was the finisher.
I went to bed 2 nights ago, and I woke up, and there was like an entire home built overnight, like 4 doors down from me, just like a home came out of nowhere, just built overnight.
Maybe
That's how
you
quickly
finally
they do
woke
those
up
things.
really in a metaphorical way.
Wow,
I got to think about that.
I mean, maybe you've just been kind of going through life. We all do, like this, and then because I've done the same thing. I'm like, wow, where did that come from? Speaking on that, I'm glad you transitioned that. I saw one of the most beautiful moments. You won't know. Well, you might know about it. You know about it for sure. So I'm walking in, get out of my car. I'm walking in, and a van pulls up by the side of the front entrance, and I see Kevin, our boss, is walking out the door, and all of a sudden this little boy comes sprinting, Daddy, and I mean, jumped up into Kevin's arm, and I'm like, and I'm just sitting there watching. I'm going, I mean, that's cool. I mean,
my 8-year-old's hanging on. 11-year-old, she's gone. 12-year-old, oh boy, he's gone.
Yeah.
My 8-year-old though, she's hanging on. I think I got maybe a year left with her, where she still comes to be like that.
Yeah,
No, she doesn't run to be like that anymore.
But I told him when I got done, talked to his wife a little bit. I said, man, I feel kind of blessed sharing that moment.
Yeah,
You even got your little tear out. You missed it.
It was like, golly, that was in. And listen, I got horrible news today about some stuff, not physical or family or anything like that. Like DMAC news, I got a water main broken. I'm basically going to have to dig it out and replace a water thing, So, not great news, right? But to witness that, I'm like, golly. So it's just like that, the house being built. I mean, how many times in life do we walk through? My friend calls it burning bushes, right? How many times do we walk by and see all these wonders and beauties and amazing things, and we just trudge on, lower the head, go through life.
The mountains every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Hey, the mountains saved my life in
We're
a
getting-
way.
We're getting deep now. Let's go.
Yeah.
The mountains saved my mental health. How's that? When I got traded here, now I came from the Detroit Pistons who did it and Tyler will tell you, when you're a championship team, your organization runs like a championship team, and you don't win a championship. You got to have the requisite talent on the field. But it's amazing if you pay close attention. It goes from up to the coaches all the way up to the front office to the ownership. It is a tangible thing, right? So I go from that to a dumpster fire, to be honest with you, in Denver. And I think, my first 5 years here, 2 as a player and 3 working, they went for 3 owners and 4 this and but also a mess. Team that won 17 games, and you're like, I'm coming to that. Right, I woke up with the ring, and I wake up with 17 wins. Right, and so I'd go to practice and just playing for an idiot coach. I mean, he was, nicest man in the world, but absolutely was clueless. How anybody ever hired him as head coach, I have no idea. And I'd be so frustrated coming from practice, and I'd go right down 25, and I'd take it right on county line. This is before Park Meadows was even built.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd take her, and so there's really nothing from Park Meadows to Holly, where I lived. And I'm driving, and as soon as I turned and headed west, and I would just see these beautiful snow-capped mountains. And honest to God, I could finally.
Makes you take a breath, doesn't it?
And
Colorado gets in you.
every day I look forward to it because I know it took my mind from a ugly place to, okay.
Yep.
Well, some of us needed that this morning after a 2-1 loss to the Canadians.
That was, you know what? That was so well done. I got to give you credit. I was actually sitting here wondering how you were going to transition out of that, and that was well done.
Thanks, TP.
Yeah.
I am, despite being only an off the bench player, I am a professional.
Yeah.
A bug.
Yeah.
You're a bug.
Yeah.
He's an e-bug.
I am an e-bug. Yeah. Off the bench, emergency backup goalie. No, listen, I think we have to talk about what sits behind Scotty right now.
Oh, we talked about that.
I know.
We've done that. Yeah.
But it's 0-1 right now. And
oh, that's right.
if
Scotty wanted to do this yesterday. He needed permission yesterday. Yesterday, he wanted permission from us. Nobody quite gave it to him. Today, he's just doing what he needs to do.
I was going to say,
taking it down.
If the little dinghy goes 0-2, it's got to come off the wall.
Well,
but
little dinghy's off the wall now.
Scotty just reached over and took it down. I mean,
last time I looked, that wasn't their wall; it's our wall.
That's true. Now they did. Scott and D-Mac told me yesterday to bring in a big. I've got a big old painting of myself.
I did hear that,
and I thought about it, but I was like, you know what? Like, no, like, because that's gonna get stuck there, and I don't want.
You were both supposed to bring something in. I believe.
Yeah, I've got a funnier thing I could bring if I want to. Much funnier than that.
And you didn't bring it because you don't like
because
laughing?
Because you know I'm not.
You don't
like,
enjoy having fun.
Like Kim Becker comes in here and stuff, and you know.
You don't want to embarrass yourself.
Yeah, I you know what, I cleaned my litter box yesterday, and I could bring some of those in and hang it on the wall. Would that be and call it art? Is that cool?
I'll tell you what it was. It's a photo from Levi Stadium.
Okay.
Right after the game, it's me and two other offensive linemen holding the trophy, butt naked, with our hands over our crotch. It's the three of us holding that trophy together. We've each got one hand on it and one hand over the crotch.
And what was your weight class then?
Oh, that was solid 312,
Yeah,
313-ish.
okay.
Yeah.
Different time.
Yeah.
Lightweight.
Yeah. Different time.
So I was a little bit more concerned that there might be an HR violation on that one.
I mean, the picture is so distracting that I think it played into the Avs game last night. They come out, they score that one goal really early. Montreal answers right away.
They scored a goal in the first minute of the game,
and I'm like, it's gonna be 7-5 or something like that at the end of this game. Ends up being 1-2 because they were distracted by the little dinghy. I really believe
you know,
that's what it was.
I heard Bednar on this morning, and he's fine. He's fine.
Everybody's
you know, it's like, what are you going to do at this point? You can find things you want to panic about. Why would you panic when you've got so many things going in the right direction? I don't even know what you say about the game. I think you just write it off and you move forward. I mean, what's the life lesson out of that game, Rob? You tell me.
I think the life lesson out of that game is Ananen, right after he signs a 2-year deal, where he's probably going to be your backup for the next 2 years,
That's fair.
Maybe a starter comes in with a solid performance and gets the second star of the game in a losing effort and looks good. I think that's if you want to take a positive, I guess I should say, if you want to take a positive story out of that game, I think he's your positive story out of it.
No, I thought he was solid, absolutely solid. That wasn't the issue. Sometime today, I hacked off Buffs Mafia last week.
Don't do that.
So
we roll deep.
Yeah, because you just. In fact, one guy wrote, "I don't know why Tyler doesn't punch those other two guys in the face."
I mean, I don't either.
Sorry to step on your deity.
Believe it. I've wanted to. You believe that?
Yeah. Well, no, I know that. Well, you did one day, but anyway, I'm about ready to go back, and I'm about ready to make Avs fans mad, and I don't.
You want to do that next?
I could do that next.
That sounds like a good tease right there.
Yeah. And it was an argument I had a few years ago that came out and became true, and everybody quieted down after they realized, oh, maybe Scott was right. I think I have another one I need to throw out there.
All right. Before you take us to break, good point on the text line. Scott has officially touched Vic's little dinghy.
Yeah.
Wow. That's quite a
That
visual
ruined my day.
for when we're going into break here. But Scott will piss off Hockey Guy next on Altitude Sports Radio.
McKinnon dishes it off. That's steered away from Jonathan Drouin, the former Montreal Canadian. Turnover down low, McKinnon! And he scores! Not even a minute into the game, the streak is alive! 35 straight games with a point on home ice! Make it 19 straight, which ties his own record that he set earlier this season for the longest point streak in the National Hockey League.
He also becomes the first player in NHL history to have 2 19-game point streaks inside of the same season.
Not so.
Which,
phenomenal.
We will add at the end of that it is a Hart Trophy season, I imagine.
Phenomenal.
Overwhelmingly, I think the favorite to win the Hart Trophy. I know there's other guys who are in the conversation, but I don't think it's particularly close. But the Avs did drop the game last night 2-1 to the Canadians. And so we set all that up for Scott to piss off hockey guy.
I don't know if it does, then I question what your end goal is.
Okay.
And I have Tanner come in and vouch for me here. Was it 3 years ago when you and Grizz and all hockey guys, all they could talk about was winning the what for the team?
The cup.
No, they were talking about winning the President's Trophy.
Yeah.
All they've got to win. And like there's been two Stanley Cup winners in the last like 35 years of presidents who won the President's.
For a long time, people joked it was a curse.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like the Madden curse.
And I said back then, I said, why are we worried about that? How about we worry about getting right? As Malone said with the team, let's get healthy, let's get right, let's play our best hockey, and let's go win the Stanley Cups. I'll ask all hockey fans, more fun 2 years ago with the Stanley Cup run or winning the President's Cup
Well,
trophy
that's
or whatever
a
it's
tough
called?
one. I mean, I'm not sure how to answer it.
Exactly. Exactly, right?
Sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
What McKinnon's doing is phenomenal. And maybe he can win.
Oh, here we go.
Maybe
here
he
it
can
comes.
win the Hart Trophy. And right now, I think he probably should, to be honest with you.
You're going to give a hot take about Nathan McKinnon?
Is it going to be about the points?
No,
I think it's going to be. Scott doesn't like streaks. I know that much.
Okay.
No, they're wonderful. And they're great for, Rob to call his guys in Buffalo and go, hey, Doug, how about McKinnon? Oh, the 40 games, whatever. It's great. I'm not saying it's not great. But don't focus on that as the end all. That is not the end all. Do we want him to win a Hart Trophy? Absolutely. But let me ask you this right now. Would you rather have Nathan McKinnon playing the best hockey of his career and the best hockey in the hockey league right now win the Hart Trophy or the Conn Smythe?
I'd like for him to win the Hart Trophy, have the most points scored at home, most games of all time.
It's a logical fallacy, Scotty.
And I'd like to win. I'd like to win the
fallacy.
trophy.
I don't
But
disagree
here's
with
the
that.
good news, and I just like hockey guys and gals, calm down, because Scott's really not mad at you. He's not mad at you. I know what Scott's mad about, and it has nothing to do with Nathan McKinnon. It's got nothing to do with the point streak, nothing to do with that. What Scott is mad at is Shaq. Scott's mad at Shaq because Shaq anointed SGA as the MVP.
No, I'll get into Shaq.
And he's got a whole take on anybody that tries to go after the streaks.
But
so that's carrying over. That's carrying over from basketball into hockey, and you don't even know that you're doing it.
Kind of, but not really.
But here's the thing.
There's a big difference though between those two.
You don't have to pick one.
Exactly.
He can win the Hart and the Conn Smythe.
No, that'd be great.
And they can win the Cup.
But that wasn't the question. Which one would you rather him win?
I know there's no dumb questions on the show, but that's a dumb question because nobody's going to answer that they'd rather get the Hart.
Yeah, you're presenting something that isn't.
the
there
point-
isn't a choice.
Why can't we have
between
lots of nice things?
Hold on.
You can have lots of
Hold
things,
on.
but here's the point being, that's not the end all.
But let me say this to you, because it matters in context. Does he win the Cup? Hold on.
Well, say but it matters in context. Say to who?
Well, let him finish his sentence.
Let me finish, and then it'll
you weren't gonna say to
become
who?
clear.
Hold on.
It'll become clear.
You talking riddles?
Says the guy who's would you rather.
That was just a question.
Hey, Scott, he's new. Quit bully. You can bully me all you want. Quit bullying the new guy.
Blank,
right?
marry, kill. Listen. So, if he wins the Conn Smythe, do they lose the Stanley Cup?
No, they win the Stanley Cup.
Then I want him to win the Conn Smythe.
If he wins it.
But if he doesn't,
won the Conn Smythe and not won the Stanley Cup though?
Yeah,
Not many.
Not many, but it's happened.
Yeah.
And what if he doesn't win the Conn Smythe because he's got 30 assists over the entire course of the playoffs, and Mikko Rantanen has 35 goals and wins the Conn Smythe?
That's great.
Okay, so
like Chris on the text line who says, I agree with Scott. It's about Lord Stanley. Everything else is secondary. Love the show. Love you too, Chris Marora. Nobody on this planet would argue against it. There's not a single person on this planet that would argue that that's more important.
You guys have taken it to a different level. All I'm saying, this city, 2 years in a row now, I mean, we're championship city. We're championship city right now. Defending NBA champions, got a Stanley Cup 2 years ago, and one of the favorites this year, right? It's a championship city. The streak's great. The Hart Trophy's great. I think it'd be awesome. We'll do a whole show on it. We'll try to get him on, and we'll blow it up bigger than anything. And it's wonderful. Joker wins the MVP. Great. Fine. We'll blow it up, and it's wonderful. But there's bigger goals for this team, and I just don't want us as a fan base. And here's the difference with SGA and McKinnon. Somebody asked this question to me. You know, there was because I don't know what was the Pittsburgh game that he got a point late.
Yeah.
And somebody said, wonder if they should just maybe extend his streak so he could stay in there longer to get it. No. Streak's wonderful, and it's a cool thing to put on the mantle. It's great headlines, wonderful. That's not what it's about.
I think we all know that, though.
But I don't. No. I see, and that's where I disagree. Just like I was saying about the President's Cup, it ain't about that. Is it cup or trophy?
Trophy.
Hold on, but
I mean, I didn't see
but
it. Did they actually get a trophy?
Yes.
I would argue
Okay.
the point of playing the game is greatness. However that materializes, greatness, and you want that, and you want that greatness to materialize in a trophy or in a cup or whatever that comes out in. But you celebrate the greatness that comes along the whole time, but it never takes away from what the end goal is.
Name me, and we just talked about rings a while ago.
Yeah.
Name me a great player that's in the top 2 or 3 of all time in any sport that doesn't have championships.
I mean, the closest I can think of is Burrito, but I wouldn't put him in top 2 or 3.
Nobody puts him there anymore.
No.
Yeah.
I get it. But also, when you talk about the greatest players, once you get the ring, you got to fill out the rest of the trophy case. You talk about MVPs. It's not like you don't.
I get you, and I have no problem with that. I don't mind. I hope he does. I'm cheering for him. If I had a vote, I would vote for him. I'm just saying, let's don't, as a fan base, lose sight. This, you know what this is? You know what the Hart Trophy is? Or the Vincent or any of the other trophies.
D-Max Employee of the Month certificate?
Yeah, or the D-Max Employee of the Month. You know what that
Notice
is?
he finally took a day off after getting that one.
That's frosting on a delicious cake.
Yeah.
It's great frosting. A lot of times when you get the prize cake at the end, you have a lot of frosting that comes along with it. I agree with that. All I'm saying is this. Don't put him in extra shifts to keep the streak alive. Don't run him extra stuff. Don't play him in a back-to-back if they're up 5-2 and you want to add him more minutes. No, because that's the ultimate goal is to keep the streak alive. The ultimate goal is to win a Stanley Cup. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're all with you, man. We're all with you. But I'll say this out loud. I hope Nikola Jokic wins an MVP and the Denver Nuggets win a championship.
Well, I do too.
Well, and I was going to say.
But I don't care if he wins the MVP.
I think an underrated aspect of this from a fan perspective is what you just mentioned there, TP. Like, we have a chance to land both those MVP trophies in this flyover city that we so often feel like gets ignored. Maybe not picked on, but just ignored.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Good point.
And over the last 5 years, we've started getting that attention, thankfully, finally, and deservedly so, to land both those trophies in the Mile High City in the same year. I think from a fan perspective, I think that's probably why you hear so much talk about it.
And what did you just talk about here in these last 40 seconds?
I get it's a fan perspective.
Championships.
Yeah,
you talk championships.
Double
play. All I'm saying is maybe it's a warning. The streak is great, and it makes for good TV, and it makes for good radio, and it's awesome. I just don't want to see Bednar, and I don't think he would. You guys would sit there and risk a dude playing an extra 2 or 3 minutes in a game to keep a streak alive. When the end game, and again, I repeat what Malone said, I mean, and I'm worried about them. I mean, I understand getting that first seed is big.
What if there's one game left? 1 game left on the point streak.
I mean, to beat Gretzky, he has to play all 41 home games and score in all 41. That's the only way he gets the record.
Okay.
Or,
so when you get down to the final game,
doesn't it start over next year? He's got 40 from last year and 2.
I don't know how that works. Because I think
keep
it is
streaks
inside
like that.
the same season.
Hitting streaks, so they usually go, you got the end of the season on a 30-game hitting streak. You start off, they get a hit game 1, you got 31 in a row.
Now that I think about it, I do think there is a season one and an overall home point streak, so you might be right there.
Well, whatever. And I don't care. I hope he does all that stuff, and all that stuff adds, I will say this, all that stuff adds to the sheet when all of a sudden you're now getting to put your vote down for Hart, and you go, well, then he scored in 75 straight games. He led the team in points. I agree. And here's another thing also that McKinnon is different than, say, an SGA. He's doing it within the confines of the team. He's doing it, and the team is better around him. Now, Oklahoma City's fabulous and have had a fabulous season. But you lost me when you come in the game and you're up double digits and 8 seconds on the clock instead of just holding the ball and waiting, that you sprint down and shoot a layup so you can keep your 30-point streak alive. You just lost the MVP for me because you just told me what's more important. It's one of the reasons I didn't like Embiid last year. And I also said, and I don't think Joker will win the MVP this year because, as I said, the national media last year is going to jump on board Embiid, and they did. And if you notice, and you mentioned Shaq a while ago, it'll start turning and watch the push for somebody else besides Joker, which I love Candace Parker in that same conversation last night going, dude, is it just because it's boring and we're used to it?
Yeah, she made a great point.
I mean, dude's averaging 26, 12, and 9, and you're not going to give him an MVP? I mean, come on now.
So Soria on the Twitch chat says, Rob, Nate doesn't need anything else to be in the Hall of Fame, Hart Trophy or no.
Not the point. I mean, it's not the point.
Well, so it's interesting. The morning show guys have this little exercise where they said, when you say the name of a franchise, what player do you first think of? And right now, when you say Colorado Avalanche, you think Joe Sakic.
Do you know what's funny?
Right?
When you brought that up, I started thinking about the Broncos, and the first name that popped up doesn't play on the team anymore. Justin Simmons. That's literally the name that popped up when I thought about the Broncos.
But they were talking more about all time, but it is an interesting exercise to do for today's team as well. But so,
all right, let's go. Let's go all time. When I say Colorado Avalanche, what comes to your mind first?
For me,
yeah,
it's Peter Forsberg, but that's because I was a kid and he
great kid, great guy.
Patrick Waugh, because I played golf with him.
The majesty of the stuff that Forsberg would do. I mean, it would look incredible on the ice. And Joe was steady and great.
Forsberg was the sexy one.
Yeah, Forsberg was the sexy one.
And I would say with the Avs, probably Joe Sakic right now. But I will say this. I was around when they won 3, right? And he was a man. So I've been around Joe Sakic's whole era here in Denver. But there's young kids, you ask a young kid, probably 15, 16, you know what they're going to say? Nathan McKinnon.
Well, and that's
all right. I mean, I really don't have a huge beef with it. I mean, it's what you know. It's what you watch.
But so too, Soria on the Twitch chat saying, oh, well, he's a Hall of Famer either way. Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah.
But now we've got him in this echelon, this top tier. And the question is, these Hart trophies, these Stanley Cups that we talk about, they get him to a different level of the conversation where we compare him to people like Joe Sakic, where we compare him to people like Sidney Crosby and Mario Lemieux.
Let me ask you, go to the MVP, or go to NBA real fast. Is Karl Malone less thought of now because he never won an MVP or never won a championship?
If you would have asked me, and I did know it, but I mean, I don't associate anything about an MVP with Karl Malone. Like I just think of he's Karl Malone, and so no, I don't think the MVP means anything in terms of his legacy.
And he didn't win a championship.
Right.
So I'm just saying there's never.
But here's what
Karl Malone's name as a great player never pops up.
Not proud of it. It's gotten the best of me at times in my life. I'm a greedy man, okay? I don't want just one MVP. I want 2.
Right.
I don't want just one championship this year. I want 2.
Yep.
And you know what? I don't want a joint parade. I want 2. I want 2 of those parades.
I don't know if we can handle 2 parades.
I don't care. Well, somebody else has got to worry about the cleanup. I'm just going to go enjoy it, you know? I'm rooting for all these things to go down.
I'm a fan of the joint parade, but I agree with you, man. Like, let's be greedy. Let's take what we can get. When we watch these guys on a nightly basis, and we know, obviously, they are the best player
in the world.
Yeah. Like, without question.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I want both those trophies in Denver. Real quick before we hit break, breaking Broncos news: they signed wide receiver Josh Reynolds to a 2-year deal. The wide receiver room had been getting a little bit light. Still might get lighter if Cortland Sutton finds his way gone, right? So adding a little bit of
Cortland's
depth.
not going anywhere. He's here for good now. But yeah, they did add a solid player. Look, nobody's going to be excited about Josh Reynolds, but this is the type of football player that they need to be signing right now. He's a slot wide receiver. Got about 600 yards and some change last year. That's about 150 yards less than what Jerry Jeudy got. He averaged 15.2 yards per catch. Jerry Jeudy averaged 14 yards per catch. You got Josh Reynolds on a 2-year deal. It could be up to worth $14 million, or you could be paying Jerry Jeudy $41 million fully guaranteed for a very similar production. So, look, I'm not telling you that Josh Reynolds has the upside of Jerry Jeudy. He does not. Josh Reynolds is going into his 7th season, I think maybe even his 8th. He's been around the block, but he's a proven commodity. You know exactly what you're going to get out of him. He's just he's a solid role player, and that's all you could ask for pickups at this point for the Broncos. You're not getting any. You're not going to drop your jaw at anything. All you could hope for is solid role players on this football team, and that's what they got.
So Jag?
No, well, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I was a Jag, I guess. Yeah, I was a Jag, but that's what we need. We need solid Jags. We need Alex Singletons. I would refer to him as an offensive version of Alex Singleton.
Ooh, you think Singleton's just a Jag, just a guy?
Yeah. Yeah, but I love him. But I love him. I love him.
Wow.
I mean, you like the way he plays. You like the fact that he leads his team in tackles every year.
He's got deficiencies.
Okay.
But I absolutely love him.
That's interesting. Is he just a guy is, I think, a good question. Because when you wear the green dot, right, which I'm pretty sure he did. He was the green dot guy. It wasn't Jewel.
Well,
so that makes you more than just a guy, right? Like you got to be a leader on that defense.
It means you've got leadership capabilities for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's interesting if Singleton is just a guy.
I don't mean that as a shot because I was the dude the whole season I was sitting there yelling at the fans that were mad at Alex Singleton about his personal fouls and everything else, trying to run this dude out of town. The dude's just a quality football player, but that's it. He's nothing more than just a quality football player.
So you guys don't like the Jerry Jeudy contract, huh?
Oh my gosh!
I'm shocked.
Well, I'll tell you this.
I'm shocked.
I'll tell you this. I mean, I just gave you the stats. You got a dude averaging 15.2 yards per catch last year, or Jerry Jeudy at 14 yards, right? Jerry Jeudy got an extra 140 yards over Josh Reynolds, and about $30 million more than him. So which one would you rather have?
It's 2 years, and it says up to $14 million in the tweet, which means
Probably
that
bonuses.
Yeah, there's probably some incentives in there.
So it's probably like a $10 million deal.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I would much rather have Josh Reynolds, but
I just it's the point that Tyler made. This is where they have to live right now.
Yeah.
And so it's not a below average guy, fair, above average guy. That going to give you a minimum of at least what Jerry Jeudy did,
or close to. Yeah,
I wish I was here for the party, the day that Jerry Jeudy got traded. after hanging out with you guys for as long as I did.
Skip work all.
Well, that was a party, but D-Mac and I had our own party about Russ, and Scott didn't. He refused to come.
Well, that's
I don't kick guys on the way out like.
Oh, you kicking Jerry?
I didn't kick Jerry.
All right.
I said, good for him. Got money. We'll see.
Nuggets taking on the Phoenix Suns tonight. Big game for both teams, but wondering who's actually going to suit up for the Nuggets. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio.
All right, listen up. I know how it goes. As you start to get older, you just kind of settle. You settle in, you accept your new reality. You're not going to be as strong as you once were. You're not going to feel as good as you once did. You're not going to sleep as good as you once did. Well, that does not have to be true. This is Tyler Columbus here, my friends at Revitalized Health, and I've been going over there for a very, very long time, and I would not keep going back unless it actually worked. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. So if you gained a little weight, call Revitalize Health today, and you will get back to where you want to be in a heartbeat. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
I would say with AG, less concern, but when you look at Jamal and just everything he's gone through, with the ACL and then the shin splints and then the ankle sprains, I'm always concerned. I mean, these guys are like, we're a family and you always want. I'm not concerned because I want to win. I'm concerned because I care about Jamal. And then, yes, of course, he impacts winning at a high level. We saw what he did in the 20 playoff games last year. But we'll get Jamal Murray back on the court when he's ready to play, and not just play, but play to the best of his abilities. If that's tomorrow against Phoenix, great. If it's not until the next game after that, which would be Minnesota on Friday, then that'll be the night. But just trying to get our team healthy as best as possible for this stretch run, the final 10, and then heading into the postseason.
Coach Malone on the Michael Malone Show, along with Dempsey and Company, which happens every Tuesday. And I think it's a great point. Rob Trujillo filling in for D-Mac, who's out sick today. I think it's a great point.
Yeah, it came yesterday.
Right after he got Employee of the Month.
Yeah.
Very convenient.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I needed to leave you guys space to take shots at D-Mac. Go ahead.
Well, he came 2 days in a row to get everybody ill when everybody's telling him not to come. And then all of a sudden the third day, he takes a day off. Like, okay.
Yeah. And then how about Tanner? Tanner's like a broke puppy right now.
Without dad?
Yeah. No place.
Master, where are you?
No place to rest his nose.
Wow. I didn't realize it was quite
Who
so
was sucking
violent.
up to the boss outside earlier? Who told us that story?
No, I saw his kid, his wife.
Oh. There was also somebody here, which I don't know if this got talked about on the show, but was also nominated for Employee of the Month, got an honorable mention, and took a curtain call.
I thought I won the whole thing.
Stood up, took his cap off, waved to everybody like he was
I was waiting for
Miss
someone
America.
to throw me a pin, and I thought I won the whole thing.
So I asked this question the day of, but I'll ask it again for any new listeners because we got new ones all the time, right?
Yeah.
What does it mean when you've got a 3-man show? One partner gets runner-up Employee of the Month. The other partner gets Employee of the Month, and then there's me. What does that mean about my future?
Honestly, when that happened, I kind of thought to myself, like, TP is going to be a little sad.
It was more like, look, I've followed the breadcrumbs my whole life. When I give up 2 sacks in a game, I walk home and I say, pack the bags. We're moving.
Listen, P-slip's
coming.
Here's what I'm going to say to you. As an offensive lineman, aside from sitting in your offensive lineman room with your offensive line coach, when did you get any praise? You are the back of the show. You are the backbone. You are the steady. You're the up front. You're the protector.
When you put it like that, they're the ones that needed the validation.
You don't need the validation.
Yeah. You're Josh
They
Reynolds.
do.
Yeah.
Did that work?
Sure.
Is that-
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're
I
the
feel
Josh
better.
Reynolds of this show.
Oh, boy.
I'll take it. Hey, $14 million. I'm in.
All right, Nuggets and Suns tonight. Let's start just real simply because the quote there from Malone was Maul will play when he's ready, and I think everybody's on board with that. I do want to point out that they are in a top 2 seed. They're the number 1 right now. They're bouncing back and forth between 1 and 2. But being a top 2 seed means being a top 6 seed means you're guaranteed to have that week of the play-in off. So he's guaranteed to have a week off before the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So 1, do you think he's going to play tonight? And 2, how much are you willing to push him knowing that he's going to have that week before the playoffs begin to really get a week and rest up?
Well, the last game of the year is the 13th or 14th of April.
I will look for you.
And because of the playing game, you're right. You're going to get, if you're not in those, you're going to get an extra 5 days, I think.
Sure.
So that's huge. I think if he can go, he'll go. He was out warming up pretty good the other day. But I think if he can go, he'll go. But
it's the 14th, but it's against the Grizzlies in Memphis.
Yeah.
So seems like a pretty good rest opportunity.
Yeah. But you also may need that win to secure a number 1.
Well, here's what I know. I know a lot of people go back and forth on whether they care about they get the number 1 or not. I care. I think it helps a whole lot. And I've got no doubt that the Nuggets could get that home court advantage back if they don't start there. But, they are in a position right now where they want to win every game they can, but that doesn't mean that you try to win a game at the expense of Jamal Murray's health ever. So there's no debate to be had here. You want Jamal Murray healthy when it matters. And if he's banged up, rest the dude. And if you lose a couple games, you lose him, and then you got to fight your way back and get the home court back. I'd prefer that they just start with it and finish with it. But if that's what they got to do, that's what they got to do.
We got Minnesota coming in Friday, and Donovan Mitchell looks like he's coming back Friday. So Donovan Mitchell and Cleveland will be in Sunday for an early game. I think if he's healthy, he'll play. If it's not, if there's like even question, then I think he won't. But you've done last year. Everybody was in a panic because they kind of rested for the last 20 games. Basically, they just coasted the last 15 games, 20 games of the season.
I think it was a fair question then, though.
No,
could they turn it back on?
Man. It did.
And they proved,
hold
that
on.
they could.
And I know it's easy to look back on hindsight, and you were right, and I'll give you all the credit in the world that you were saying that right then and there. But we've got hindsight now. And at the time, I don't think that everybody knew that they could just flip that switch like they did it.
You don't
people
think that's
don't
a
listen
fair
to me.
question even?
No, it's fair, but I just,
I understand you had unwavering faith that they could turn it on, flip the switch. And when you have the best player in the world,
well, there might be some
it makes it
there.
easier.
I mean, whether you had the faith or not, I was concerned. I absolutely was.
Yeah.
But maybe there is a lesson in there that the most important thing right now, whether Jamal Murray's hurt, whether Nikola Jokic, like maybe you just need to find rest days. Just like from here on out, just make sure you get these guys fresh, and you got to line it up for each and every one of them that you find time to get their legs fresh, because they did turn the switch off last year, and it did work out. Now, they had the number 1 seed, and you don't have that luxury of turning the switch off right now and walking away with that. But what's more important, getting them fresh or getting them won?
Well, and SGA, you said, is on the injury report, might be out tonight.
SGA's out for the next game, it looks like. Now,
so can you put some distance between you and
them? You got Beal and Nurk are questionable for tonight. And listen, here's a whole lot of games are going to be gamesmanship.
Yeah,
I think the injury report is going to be used for a lot of gamesmanship from here on to the end. If you look at 1, 2, 3 and how bunched they are, and you look at 5, 6, 7, 8, trying to get out of that play-in, 5, 6, 7, 8 are bunched.
Yeah.
And 4 might.
And Houston's coming up on 9-10.
On 9-10.
And there's no way the NBA is going to let that happen.
Yeah, the league in New York is probably really happy, right? Yeah, I'd be very surprised they're going to let Houston catch anybody. But listen, if he's healthy, he'll play, and if he's not, he won't. It's easier to say, well, the Minnesota game is a monster game from the standpoint of now you can go 2-1 on them and still have 1 game left, but you can go up 2-1. On the head-to-head. So if you end up with an identical record, they would go to 3, you'd go to 2.
Yeah.
But either way, you're 2 or 3. Guess what? You're in the same bracket.
Yeah.
You're in the same bracket anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So
let me ask you this: with AG questionable tonight, Christian Braun started on Monday. He would likely, I assume, start again if AG doesn't go
anything.
Yeah.
Christian played himself into gets to sit on the bench at the end of the game role.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
He was phenomenal when he started, right? And it brought up the question with Kreckman and Lindahl in the afternoon of KCP if he opts out next year, because he's a valuable type extra role player. I don't know how to say it. He's not a superstar, but he's a super valuable player to a championship team. He could probably go cash in if he wants to. And so if he does opt out next year, Scotty, are you comfortable with Christian Braun being in that starting lineup on a regular basis?
Possibly. I like his role. John Havlicek played most of his 17 years as a guy coming off the bench in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'd have no problem with them. They're going to be in the balancing act, probably from last year when you look at Bruce Brown leaving, but they're in a balancing act now because of the tiers and all the salary cap and all the stuff that you got to have an accounting degree to figure out.
The aprons.
Yeah. I even talked to a free agent guy, not free agent guy, a front office guy in the last month, buddy of mine, and he goes, dude, with the new cap, said we're calling the league office all the time getting clarification.
Really?
So it's even front offices are saying, okay, what does this mean? So Yeah, they're going to have to play a game, and that's why, to be honest with you, if you want this thing sustainable and you want a window of championships open for a longer period of time, Calvin Booth and his guys up front cannot miss on drafts. And even if you're drafted in the low 20s or whatever, you got to hope you hit on another second. I mean, Monty Morris was a second. You got to hit on a Monty Morris type who came out and was like the quintessential backup point guard who will be in town Friday with Minnesota. And there's a reason Conley knew his importance. Conley made sure and got him on that team too, didn't he?
Yep.
So you got to hit because you can't afford. And Andy pointed this out in that conversation. The league kind of wants you to have 2 max. They really don't want you to have 3. And Denver's kind of floating around with 3 right now. And then 2 other guys making pretty good money. So, yeah, could he play? Yeah, he'd be fine. But the good thing about replacing KCP, you just replace it with roll to roll. You're not placing star to roll.
Yeah.
See, with Bruce Brown, he was kind of a star player on the bench because he could drop you 15 or 18 most nights.
Okay. I don't know if I'd agree with that, but okay.
Well, you can take the word star out, but he's going to drop you 13 to 18 almost every night off the bench.
Yeah,
reliable, consistent. You got to find that guy somewhere too.
Real quick, TP, what do you think? You okay with him being a starter next year?
First off, I mean, problems you'll worry about down the road, but I think losing KCP would be very, very harmful to this basketball team because what makes this team so great is that every single starter truly does fill a different role, and KCP's role can't really be replicated by what Christian Brown does. I mean, it's just different what he does on the defensive end.
I told this story yesterday when Milwaukee and Doc Rivers in town. I was talking to Doc after the game. He said KCP is the key to your team. So just keep that in mind.
I mean, there's no doubt he plays an enormous role and is why we all think he should be on the all-defensive team this year. No doubt.
And he probably won't because I just had a buddy come back from the East Coast. He goes, I don't know how you watch games. Every game is so late. Now I understand why nobody in the East Coast ever watches anybody in Denver, Utah, or the West Coast.
Great, thanks. Yeah.
But it was a guy who lives here.
Yeah.
And he goes, dude, it's tough to catch games because you got to stay up so late.
All right. Today was Jaden Daniels' pro day, and it shook up some mocks. So we'll talk about Jaden Daniels and is that a guy that maybe the Broncos could go after? Next on Altitude Sports Radio.
quarterback. I understand the obvious importance of the position, so it's one that we do talk about frequently.
You're involved in those discussions?
I am. They keep me up to speed on what their thinking is, but I'll really empower them to make that decision at the end of the day, and we all understand that having the right quarterback here, Jarrett Stidham will be one of those competing for the job, and he's shown some really positive signs, but there'll be others as well.
Greg Penner with Mike Kliss talking about the quarterback position for the Broncos. Quickly, before we get to that, we do have our green jacket contest that we're doing this week. This week, we're giving away a trip to Las Vegas to stay at the Circa for the Masters in the PhD green jacket giveaway. I have to read all of this?
Yep.
I'm going to read all of this. The prize is a trip for two to Las Vegas.
Your group wrote it.
Not my group, man. Not my group. The prize is a trip to Las Vegas with 3 nights at the Circa Resort Hotel, vouchers for flights, limo transportation to and from the Circa Hotel, a 0 minimum daybed at Stadium Swim, which is pretty nice, to be honest, and 2 drinks at the Circa Resort Legacy Club. Each day we'll give you 1 keyword. Each keyword is good for 1 entry into the drawing. For an extra entry, you can go visit the contest page at altitudesportsradio.com/masters. The fabulous Circa Resort and Casino is home to the world's largest and best sports book, Stadium Swim. The 6-tiered pool area with a 143-foot screen, and Legacy Club with its panoramic view of downtown Skylines.
I mean, goodness.
And listen, man, I'm just reading it. It is an awesome place. I will tell you that. Also, download the Circa Sports app today for the sportsbook designed for players and designed by players and for players. How about that? With low holds, better odds, Circa Sportsbook is the better sports bettors app. I have to read the whole thing. Today's keyword is driver.
Show you the salespeople never been on air.
Right.
And never been dyslexic on air, which, hi, how are you?
How you doing?
Well, you can let Tyler.
How you doing? You get your birds wixed also?
303-504-0925. Text driver, and you'll be entered to the contest today. You guys get to go out there, though.
We are going. Scott is got his Nuggets duties, so I'm trying to convince Scott to make a little appearance there. We might
a quick little flight out to Vegas, Scotty.
We potentially might be able to work that out. Now, if I was Scott, if I'm being honest, I probably would not do it. But, we'll see. D-Mac and I will be out there. Kevin will be out. I think DT's coming out there also. So, here's the beauty of it. You won't find me passed out because I don't drink. But there's a good chance you will find Dan Tanner or D-Mac passed out on Fremont Street.
The guy is drunk. You'll see Dan Tanner walking with a big jellified bear at about 2 o'clock in the morning, walking down the strip.
I like the yard drinks,
Yeah.
Of course you do.
Those big ones.
I bet you do. The super sugary pina colada ones.
Oh, pina colada.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
With an extra shot of rum when you get a pina colada.
I always get the extra shot.
Pause.
Just a waste if you don't.
Right?
I mean, it's a fair point. You're getting all that sugar. You might as well get that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine. But it sounds like a nice little weekend. So driver, text that in if you want to join them. All right. So let's talk about Jayden Daniels a little bit. And I think this is particularly interesting with the backdrop of earlier this week when Tom Pelissero was talking about how J.J. McCarthy might actually end up being the number 2 overall pick. And maybe not to the Patriots, but maybe to a team that jumps up there, like, say, Minnesota, who can offer a better package than the Broncos can. So let's hypothetically say, just hypothetically, that Jayden Daniels falls to 4.
Okay.
Right?
Hypothetical. I'll play the game. I'll play the game.
I understand how unlikely that is.
Yep.
But let's say for some reason that the Commanders like Drake May more than they like Jayden Daniels. The Minnesota Vikings trade up to 2 to get J.J. McCarthy. And the Broncos are looking at that 4 spot with the Cardinals with an opportunity to trade up for Jayden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have heard on the show not crazy about trading up for some of these guys.
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
How would
Yeah.
you feel about trading up TP for Jaden Daniels?
I'd do it in a heartbeat. I mean, again, I don't mean to dismiss the premise. I don't think it's a realistic scenario, but I mean,
Peyton said it was realistic. I don't know if you listened to the press conference.
I mean, if it were to happen, yes, I would absolutely want the Denver Broncos to make a move. Look, when this whole process started, I was struggling with Jaden Daniels because I watched his first couple games of the season and it was not good. It was ugly. Like, it was on prime time, and I can't remember who they were playing, but that first couple games, it was bad, man. And I didn't think I wanted him. But then as the process evolved, you start watching the film, you start getting caught up, and I get it. I get all the appeal. I don't know that he would be like Sean Payton's number one pick, but man, would he be fun. And so then you gotta ask yourself, look, I think Sean Payton, yeah, he's Shady Sean, or what is Slim Shawnee. He is that. But, dude, I think he can't help himself but give glimpses of honesty when he's up there in these pressers. Like, was he being honest when he said it wasn't challenging for him to move on from Russ? He's like, no. I think he was, actually.
And how quickly with that reaction,
Oh,
too.
I know. Just, no, not hard at all. No,
right.
sir. I also think that he's got some honesty in there when he got mad at Ian Rappaport for putting out a report that the Broncos were unlikely to move up. And Sean's like, yeah, what do you know? I think we are. My point is, I think they do want to do it. Now, what I can't figure out is how they're going to do it. It's got to involve Pat Surtain, I guess. If it doesn't involve Pat Surtain, I don't know how they get it done.
I mean, what would happen would be a GM who sees his life flashing before his eyes would trade away first-round picks that he's not going to be here to make.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about giving away future first-round picks for the next couple of years.
But you know
Scotty,
what?
do you think?
If you're George Payton, D-Mac doesn't agree, but what do you think his job security is? What do you think George Payton's job security is?
Very low.
Okay.
I think he might get fired after the draft.
Yeah, I don't think – it wouldn't shock me. But I don't think he's going to get fired that quickly. But I agree. He doesn't have much job security. Hey, but if you're him – and I know Sean Payton's the one that's going to call this shot at the end of the day, but if you're George Payton, you might as well go out swinging, right? And if you go for another big one, who knows? Maybe Jaden Daniels saves your job.
Bills general manager Brandon Beane said it earlier in the year. Like, either you get the quarterback right or I'm not going to be here for those picks anyway. So what does it matter? I don't know. What do you think, Scotty?
I'm trying to get Andy to send me this article. He read me an article last night on a guy who's either former GM or a scout or whatever, who breaks down quarterbacks. And, you know, the guy San Francisco drafted a couple years ago, scathing, I don't know why people thinking of this guy. He's a 6th-round grade. He did the same thing for –
You're talking about Trey Lance?
Yeah, it might have been Lance. And then there was another guy recently that got drafted real high, and he ain't the guy. And it's some of those guys, the guy that played a quarterback last year for Washington, Sam Howell. There's another guy. There's 2 or 3 guys. So he's hit on a lot of these guys. He said, this is, no bias. I have no connection, so I'm just telling you what I see watching film. Scathing description of J.J. McCarthy, who is now popped up, and you just said could end up even passing J.J. Scathing report scouting J.J. McCarthy in the sense of what he sees as far as a player.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I've never seen a guy who's probably a 6th-round grade all of a sudden propped up to where people are going to take him third. You're talking about third now, or maybe even second.
Yeah, it was Tom Pelissero.
And he said it's unbelievable where we're gone. Now, Leggy always says, right, there's 2 draft boards. There's the NFL draft board of talent, and then there's the quarterback draft board. And I think we're getting a witness of that right now, because I'm not sure you can win in this league without, and we've talked about this, Tyler, without a franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
And so I think this year's draft is going to be as much of a reach for quarterbacks as we've seen in a long time. And maybe we saw it last year also, that guys are reaching and thinking these guys are going to be ready way before they are, or draft them way higher than their capability.
So do you want the Broncos to do that?
because as Tyler just said, and Leggy said this also, is today Wednesday? We got Leggy today. We'll ask him again. I think today's Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah, we got
Leggy today. He said, how does trading the best player on your team make you a better team?
I agree with you.
And that's a good point.
It is a good point.
And if you don't trade your best player on your team to get up to the draft, that means you're going to do what Rob said. You're going to swap first round this year, maybe first round next year, maybe you're second next year, which will mean 3 straight years with no second-round pick. And who knows, maybe or probably your first and a third this year, a second next year, maybe a first in 26. And is any of those guys, do you think you can sit there? Because to me, if you're going to make that kind of trade, kind of like with the Russ, who you now call the worst trade in NFL history, if you're going to make that kind of move to go up, that can't be a miss.
No, it can't be.
And I think there's misses all on this board with these quarterbacks.
There's misses every single year. Every single year, you're going to have more misses than you have hits. But I don't think that means you got to play afraid. And I don't think that means you got to be scared.
You can't play afraid, but you can't.
But like with the Pat Surtain deal, he is giving away the best player feel like a good idea. No, of course it doesn't. However, I mean, let's keep it real. As good as Pat Surtain is, and I love Pat. I'm a defender of Pat Surtain. Even swapping him for a mediocre quarterback would improve this team fivefold. It would improve this team fivefold just based off the impact that the quarterback's going to have. It's just that's that type of impact that one specific position is going to have.
If the guy is even mediocre.
Okay, fine.
And you're not trading up to the second, third, fourth pick in the draft for
mediocre.
mediocre.
The scenario that Rob brought up, you're going for Jaden Daniels, which to me is the second most exciting quarterback.
You're talking about trading up for a guy you just called a mediocre quarterback.
No.
You cannot do that.
Well, I didn't mean to imply that he's mediocre. I was just saying even if it works out, like it's a mediocre quarterback.
And I think the name matters, right? Because everybody places different value on each of the names. I think that conversation about J.J. McCarthy sounds a little bit ridiculous, even to go to 4, right? Like, if somebody wants to take him that early, then let them take him that early. If he falls to you at 12 and you take him, then fine.
I do, yeah. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying the name matters, and that's why this is the first time through this process that Jaden Daniels, there's been at least a hint that he could get past 2. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's worth having the conversation of, is that a guy you're willing to sell for?
Well, yes, I would for him. I think the J.J. McCarthy conversation is very complex. I think that's a bit extreme. The example that Scott brought up of it being like a 6th-round draft pick, I think that's pretty extreme. But I get it. He is at every single draft, you've got the low ceiling, high floor guy, and then you got the high floor, low ceiling guy. And J.J. McCarthy is the high floor, low ceiling. That's who he is. So when you come into the draft, you know you've got what that floor is and what it's going to be, but it's hard to envision the upside that comes with J.J. McCarthy when you evaluate him specifically in comparison with like Jaden Daniels, who is high ceiling and pretty risky floor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Can I read it? We got time to read this just real fast?
Real quick, yeah.
Too fast. As a former NFL scout, I will never understand the J.J. McCarthy first-round hype. I can at least comprehend the strong feelings some people have about guys who have won the Heisman, like Caleb Williams or Jalen Daniels, or pounding on the table for Drake May the way he burst on the scene in 22. He said, but McCarthy, he said, what has he done besides play on a good Michigan team and have his coach endorse him? There is nothing, and I mean nothing elite, dominant, or special about J.J. McCarthy on his game film. Zero. He about put me to sleep watching him play.
That's pretty extreme. I'm not a big J.J. McCarthy guy, but that's pretty extreme.
I get you, and he's probably going for clickbait, so McCarthy supporters and everything else.
But does he address the fact that they didn't ask him to do much?
Where are the explosive big plays from McCarthy? Where are all the dominant runs? Where are the unreal highlights? I want McCarthy supporters to crush me, blah, blah, blah. Why aren't we seeing highlights of McCarthy the way we had to watch highlights all day, every day of Caleb Williams? We're talking about the 35th ranked passing yardage producer on a national championship roster. I personally charted 12 passes in my film study and 12 long passes in 13 games in 2023. Half of those were incomplete. He's a nice 5th-round evaluation.
That dude's out of his mind.
I mean it's a little harsh, isn't it?
It's extremely harsh.
Now, listen, I think I personally
the last time teams tried to make quarterbacks who I had pre-draft 5th-round grades on, Kenny Pickett, Sam Howell, Anthony Richardson.
Who's the name? Can you give me the name on
his
that?
site is First-Round Mock.
First-Round Mock. Okay, listen, I think that's extremely harsh. I personally thought he should have gone back for 1 year and been the center of the offense for a year. After they've won the national championship, Harbaugh is gone. And now if you go back and you dominate, you become a better asset. I don't disagree with some of the stuff that he said, But a 5th round grade TP? I mean, I feel like that's crazy.
I could really. Let me. Let's
Because
go back.
First off, like we don't even know this dude's name. Like
Right.
we're like, it's, what are we doing
You
here?
do that all the time with these mock drafts.
But I always make fun of it that I'm going to Mom's basement. I always clarify it with Mom's basement.
This is an NFL scout now who's in Mom's basement.
But here's the thing. It's NFL scouts and GMs who are going to draft him in the top 5 or top 10 or at least first.
But it goes back to Tyler. I think Tyler said this the other day. Because you mentioned Carolina. Was that the GM and the scouting department and coaches pick that first?
No, that was the owner.
Because owners want to do what? Win and make money. I advise any team who's interested in getting a quarterback to trade for Jets Zach Wilson, but for selecting McCarthy.
Good.
And
Oh
that's
my God. But now I'm officially
Hold-
like,
no,
are
no.
you kidding? Oh my goodness.
Hold on, but let me finish. And that's coming from Wilson's biggest pre-draft 21 critic, and he puts aside to where he blasted Wilson. Wilson has better raw mobility, and I've seen more big play capability out of him than I've seen out of McCarthy. And I also studied every single snap Wilson took at BYU before the Jets drafted him.
Scotty, no dumb questions is until 1:30. Would you rather have Zach Wilson or JJ
No.
McCarthy?
But
It's a great one to
Would
start
rather
with.
Zach Wilson than JJ. Like that dude doesn't have to.
Come
He
on,
shouldn't have
Scotty.
a website.
Come on, Scotty. There's no.
But he also said Zach Wilson can play. His draft thing on that was Zach Wilson was a 5th-round pick.
So your point is he thinks they both can't play.
His point is he's trying to be facetious in the sense that we all know Zach Wilson can't play, and you're trying to put McCarthy, and Zach Wilson had a lot more explosive plays in college than J.J. McCarthy. That's what he's trying to say.
I mean, I guess.
The point being, but if any of these guys are right or any of these guys are wrong, the point being this. There's going to be 2 or 3 quarterbacks, and you've said this, Tyler, from the day one we started talking about this 2 months ago. There's going to be a lot of overdrafting of quarterbacks this year. You even said, I'll take Bo Nix at 12. That's great. But I'd feel better if he got him in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking about Spencer Rattler in the 3rd is what we're talking about. Right? That's what you want to do.
Well, or if everybody got drafted by their grade position, you probably would still have Bo Nix in the 3rd.
Oh, everybody always feel a whole lot better if they got drafted their true grade position. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Doesn't
well,
work out that way, though.
That was quite the paragraph that you read us there.
That was a 5-paragraph essay. What do you mean paragraph?
No dumb questions, as we mentioned, comes up
and
at
I skipped
1:30.
about half of it.
But before we do that, we pissed off Hockey Guy earlier.
Not really, though.
Let's piss off LeBron Guy next.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here for my friends at Revitalized Health. I've been working with them for 7 years. You don't keep going back to the same spot for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in your life. Guys, they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better than you have in a long, long time. And I'll keep it honest. I had a hard time with my sleep after I retired, and my body does not respond the way that it once did in the weight room. So I hooked up with Revitalize Health, and I'm feeling like a young man again. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Big Gigantic coming back in. Did you do this just for me, DT? Because, I mean, that is right up my alley. Rob Trujillo filling in for D-Mac. And we've got No Dumb Questions coming up in just a couple minutes here. So if you got them, send them in on the Twitch line or on the text, and we will get to your No Dumb Question. I got one for you guys. Actually, it's kind of in the vein of what we were just talking about in the break. So it should be interesting. But before we get there, Steven Jackson was talking about LeBron James, and our guy Scotty brought this to us. And I would say that it's not the most flattering thing that he said, but as a former player, tell me.
Well, Steven Jackson, first of all, what is that? His big podcast with Barnes, Up in Smoke or something like that? Or I mean, he's got a big podcast that mostly
we get quotes from it a lot of the time.
And they get a lot of players next player. I think he was on Jason Whitlock's podcast in this one on the video. And he said something, and everybody's too sensitive now. You can't criticize streaks. You can't criticize defensemen. You can't criticize play. You can't criticize Deion Sanders. You can't. There's nothing. You can't give an opinion if you don't agree with it. Then you want to punch the person in the face. But Steven Jackson has a little credibility, and the media has propped him up over the last few years for a lot of different reasons. And that's the first time I saw a guy that was kind of peer in the window of LeBron James say something as strong. And it wasn't necessarily against LeBron as it was propping up a couple other guys. I took. But I don't know how you took
it. I mean,
I haven't heard it.
Do we have it? He's got it. Okay, let's play it.
It's a different era, too. Like, these players, they all get along. When we played, we didn't work out together. We weren't on the same team. So this is the true example of the era today. They don't want to compete with each other. They want each other to succeed and get points and score all the points. That's why we would never put him in the category with Jordan or Kobe. I played plenty of games with Kobe. I seen Kobe, the star player, scoring points. Kobe like, no, I got him. MJ with the Detroit days. I'm guarding Joe Dumars. LeBron just don't have that. So we shouldn't expect that from him. He's never had dog to me. He's just always been great. He's never had the dog in him that Kobe and Jordan had. I've never seen that. I've just seen a great player. So when you say he doesn't have the dog in him, I agree with you because I've never seen it.
I mean, that's pretty strong statement.
No, it's very, very strong, and I would agree with you. Like anybody that's like been within a 10-foot pole, like you don't say anything, right?
Right. Well, he'll get some heat.
So he brings up some interesting points, and one of them is like these players today, they don't hate each other. They all work out together. And I remember like the hate. Do you guys remember all the fan hate that Von Miller got when he started the Pass Rush Summit? They're like, "What are you doing, Von? Like you're going to go out there, you're going to
make other people better.
Like you're going to make these other defensive ends know all of your secrets, right?"
And he looked at it as, "I'm going to steal stuff from other people."
He did. That's right.
I think he also, though, to be fair, he has been a guy who wants to broaden his impact on the game, and he wants those guys to think, "Hey, this guy helped me out early in my career."
Now, I don't know the timing of it, but I would guess it came after the D-Ware influence on him. Yeah. I would guess that came after what everything.
I think it was after that first season, maybe, or right around that time.
Yeah. But my point is, like, there is some truth to that. Of man, even when I was playing, I came back to Denver, and there was one guy that all NFL players trained with, Lauren Lando, and we all went there. No matter what team you played for, we all went there. We worked on our craft together. I did offensive line, defensive line, one-on-ones with different guys from across the league, and they were my peers. And I never once did I have any hatred for them just because they played on another team. But Scott, I'll have to ask you because I know that there was so much more bad blood back then, but I have a hard time believing that you didn't respect the other dude. Like if you saw the dude on, I don't know, pick a bowl that you ran into at a bar, are you not going to have a beer with the dude?
Well, I was the MC one year of the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame when they inducted Pippen. So I sat by him the whole time. But I've known Scotty since younger.
Okay, but was it jovial? Was it?
Who did you throw the punch at on the Now Hastings Wants a Piece?
Charles Barkley.
Okay, and you and Barkley now.
Okay, but not now. I know, but that's different. Not now, because everybody's gonna be friends now. But I mean, like then, in the moment, like if you ran into each other in the off season.
No.
Okay, but that's also, to me, that's a little bit different. That's a dude that you got to fight with.
But any of them got. When I played, no, he's right from this standpoint. From my era and the Knicks era, you didn't like guys. AAU has made guys across the country buddies from the time they're like 13 or 14. So these guys have known each other by the time they got in the pros 5 or 6 years. They've already. I mean, Trey Young and Michael Porter Jr. are buddies. They played on the same AAU team together when they were kids.
But hold on, people also didn't change teams as frequently as they do now back in your day.
Stars did. Slugs did.
And so the chance that Luka Doncic plays with Jokic someday isn't out of the question. It might sound a little bit absurd right now, but it's not out of the question because stars change team all the time. So if you had that kind of relationship with somebody where you hate them and want to fight them, make it real tough when they come join your team, wouldn't it?
When Doc Rivers took the Boston Celtics head coaching job, he was dead to me for a while. Because I hated the Boston Celtics.
You buried a lot of people.
I guess that's
a
a concept
different mindset.
it's a concept that I actually do struggle with because in my era we just didn't hate them like that, and we were all just a bunch of peers working for different teams but under one organization,
right.
you know.
It was Broncos, Commanders, Seahawks, and Falcons for you in 4 years, right? I mean,
but again, slug.
No, but don't get me wrong. I had nemesis. Nemesis.
Nemesi?
How do you say
Nemesi is a good
Nemesis.
word. Whether that's a real word or not, that's a good word.
Okay, but no dumb question. What is the proper way to say that? Get that in.
Why don't we? Well, finish your point.
All right, but you get the point already. I mean, I would have a nemesis or two that, I'm not going to have a beer with him. But generally speaking, they're all just brotherhood.
Text line, we need to know if it's Nemesi. Go ahead, fire it off. Let's do no dumb questions.
How do you pluralize that?
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Do you think your 11 or 12-year-old could answer that question?
Oh, no, dude. My 12-year-old is like the smartest dumb kid I've ever seen. That dude, like, he can't spell anything because these stupid devices that all he does is just type and it autofills.
Some of us have dyslexia, all right?
I get my words mixed all the time. Like that one?
So really, let me help you out.
You didn't even figure it out, did you?
I didn't.
For your diet.
Hold on, Scott. You get your merds wixed.
Thanks. I'm dyslexic, so it sounded right to me.
But figure it out. Have you not figured it out yet?
Yeah, I get what you did.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so for your diet that you're on, that you're getting on, or whatever that you fight with,
sure.
It says no carbs.
I don't get it. Is this a fat joke?
Kind of.
Okay. Oh, I'm fat. It happens.
Here's the options we got. We got nemesises. We got nemesi. My personal favorite that I've seen, Nemesis.
I like Nemesis.
With a Z. That's a
good.
pretty good one. I think the proper way is probably Nemesis. No, not is, just Nemesis.
Yeah, just you don't change anything when you pluralize.
It's Nemesis.
It's just,
and you put a
like okay, but here I'll change this just slightly. No dumb question. Proper way to say multiple Columbus.
Columbi. Columbizii.
No, well, we can go that way, but use Columbus.
Insane asylum.
That's fair.
I mean, bunch of you don't want to put us all in that and say we'll break our way on out.
I like Palumbi. You don't like Palumbi?
No, I'm not asking what I like. I'm asking the proper way to do it.
Columbus.
You
just apostrophe.
Yeah, you just put an apostrophe at the end of it.
Columbus. That's the proper way to do it. Now, a lot of people say Palumbi. I've
never heard anybody say Palumbi.
Almost everybody.
I think it's more trying to be funny.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would say that as a joke.
No. People legitimately think that's the proper way to do it. I went to an English professor in college, and I asked him the proper way to do it, and he said Columbus is.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, I think that's general for any name, proper noun. For any proper noun, and you just put an apostrophe or apostrophe S. Depending on if it ends in S or okay.
Okay, so I hated everybody I played against. And if I changed teams, I went from 7 years in the league hating Bill Laimbeer to having to play 2 years as my teammate.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And you still don't like him.
And no, everything proved out true. He was a turd, but he was my teammate. And so within the realm of the family of team, the fight I got in that now Hastings wants a piece was because he was getting his butt kicked by Barkley. And I jumped in on the fight. Sure. So I didn't even really,
You don't let your teammates
I
do
don't
it.
hate the guy, but he's a turd. I mean, I love him. I love him to death, but he's a turd.
I mean, you're doing that with a real hard T there. I mean,
he's a turd.
You mean it.
Oh no, listen. I told. So we went and had a celebration breakfast. We were getting honored for the 20 years or 25 years or whatever it was at the time for the NBA championship. And we're there, and blah blah blah. And Mark Aguirre's there, and we're sitting there talking, blah blah blah. And somebody said, "Hey, Lamb, let me get your number." And he hands him a business card. He was a general manager, coach of the Aces at the time, and he had to reach over to me. I said, "Dog, what about me?" He gave me the most disgusting look in the world. We're grown men now. He reached in, gives me a card, goes, "Don't call me don't call me to be on your stupid radio show."
Well, here's what's going on here. Scott, if you got 2 drummers in the band, you've got what?
None.
You got 2 QBs in the band or on the team. You
None.
got what? You got 2 tough guys on the team. You got what?
Trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I've never felt safer than when I'm on the show with you.
I will tell you this.
I'm just saying they were competition for one another, but maybe there really wasn't a tough guy.
The Pistons were the first team that I heard of that wouldn't let reporters watch practice, because reporters used to all watch practice because there were so many fights in our game, in our own practices. I mean, you thought we fought other teams?
Yeah.
Practices. I mean, there was Donnybrook.
I think that's a general theme of like super tough teams, though, isn't it?
It was, Donnybrooks, to where they made the coaches or the reporters way outside and make the training staff tape newspapers over the little windows for the gym. You know, you used to have those little long windows, and they would tape them up, newspapers over, because they want. I mean, Donnybrooks in practice.
Hey, before we get out of here, I got to get at least one from the listeners in here because they yell at me every single day. But
Okay.
but I think this is a relevant one.
Real quick.
To why I didn't think. Don't tell me what's quick on my show. What it's relevant to.
Jeff
relevant
Legwold
to
is going to
Scott.
tell you what's quick
It's
on your
relevant
show.
to Scott's point earlier in the day. And no
Own it.
dumb question, is chasing a streak or a record more fun while it's going on in real time or after it's over, regardless of the result? And I think it's a really easy answer that we'll all agree upon, that it's more fun in the middle of it. Afterwards, you don't have any excitement to see it continued. Would you guys agree with that?
Not for Scott. He doesn't care.
Okay, would you agree with that? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think, because
okay, so fine. I think we would all agree with it. It seems like an easy answer, right? But that's why you don't just dismiss what Nathan McKinnon's doing.
Nobody is.
And you
Nobody
enjoy
is.
it.
Yeah, you
Celebrate
enjoy
it.
it, you celebrate it, and
And
you
you
have
get-
fun with it, but you don't sacrifice for it.
Yeah.
Is my whole point. And here's what the great thing about this streak, especially if we win them a championship. Because you remember that year, remember that 23 season. Are we in 24? 24 season. Remember that year? You go, dude, they won remember the streak? Oh, that's right. McKinnon had that 37, 38, 40 game home scoring streak. Remember that? Yeah. It becomes a historic, great conversation.
Yeah.
And it's exciting as hell going through it. All I'm saying, and my dire warning is, don't sacrifice the team for the streak.
I also think we liked the pucker. We liked it going all the way to 6 minutes left in the third period versus Pittsburgh before he scored that goal, because you like to be on the edge of your
I
seat
didn't
and
even
living
think about
and
it.
dying with every. Well, maybe you don't, but I think that's why like a no hitter in baseball is the same way, right? You are living and dying with every pitch, and you normally only get that in the playoffs.
But for me,
now you can get it with something.
You're down 4-0, and you know what I was caught up? Not in the streak.
All
What
right,
I was caught
which
up
one
on
of you is
was
going to
winning.
give up the last word? Which one?
I mean, technically, I'm driving the show, so I'm going to get the last word no matter what.
Really?
All right, Mike Wald's next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Next.
Rob Trujillo filling in for DMAC on Altitude Sports Radio. And it's my favorite day of the week, leg day. Not actually leg day because, as Scott pointed out, I'm fat and I don't actually go to the gym. But when we have Jeff Legwold on the show, Jeff, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you giving us a little bit of time. Tell us about the Jaden Daniels Pro Day, as it was reported that immediately afterwards, the Broncos were one of a handful of teams that were going to do a private meeting with him.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's they've hit all the high spots with the quarterbacks and a lot of players. I know that the fact that they had a private meeting with J.J. McCarthy got a little push because Sean Payton let that slip, but they have met with all the quarterbacks that would be in the upper half of the first round. They have met with all of the other top prospects who would fit in that upper half of the first round as well. So, yes, it's significant that they are going to sit down and have sit down with him, but he isn't getting any special treatment here. They are acting like if a quarterback they like is there at 12, that they would do it, and I think they're preparing for that. And while Sean Payton says it's realistic they could move up, I still think that's a really, really tough go. But I think they do want to be ready for any of these quarterbacks to come down to them if the board doesn't go like, people are expecting it to.
Can I just jump in and follow up on that real quick? What does come down to them mean? Does that mean to 12? Does that mean to 8? Does that mean to 4? What does come down to them mean to you?
To me right now, it means that at 12. I think to get out of 12, it's going to cost them an awful lot. It's either going to cost them some significant talent on their roster that already doesn't have a lot of significant talent, or it's going to cost them at least a future one in there somewhere. And that's a tough decision in my mind for a team that only has 2 of its own first-round picks on its whole roster right now. So, and again, I've asked GMs and personnel guys I know over the last few weeks here that I talked to, they don't get the impression a lot of these teams that are holding those picks up top who want a quarterback are going to go anywhere. So getting anybody to give up a pick up there is going to be tough as well. I think Arizona is the one everybody has their eye on because they appear and acting like, we might be in play here, either to move back they have and Kyler Murray or try to or take one or get as much as they can for somebody who wants a quarterback.
Yeah, these teams that are in a position to trade just have so much freaking leverage right now. It is hard. It is hard to imagine that the Broncos could compete with that, but they are selling it, Jeff. I mean, I thought that Sean Payton, like his response to Ian Rappaport, like he was borderline like offended by it. Like, are you crazy? How dare you say we couldn't go up there? They're trying to push the narrative. I already know you don't believe it. I already know you think that it's not achievable. But I got 2 questions here. I'll ask you this one real quick, and I'll follow it up. But why?
Well, it's not that I don't think it's achievable. I don't see a quarterback on this board worth that.
Okay, that's a different. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. But that's a different conversation. So, but okay, yeah. I guess let's start with this. You do think it's achievable if they put their minds to it, they wanted to do it, whether you agree with it or not?
It's achievable, but I think they're mortgaging a part of their future they can't afford to mortgage. That would be my opinion.
That's fine. And that actually kind of leads into my second parter, because in order to get up there, like you probably do have to give up with Pat Surtain. And I know you've been on the record saying multiple times it doesn't make sense to get rid of one of your best players to go get an unknown. And I don't disagree with that. But would you agree or disagree that even with Pat Surtain, and I'm a huge Pat Surtain supporter, but even with Pat Surtain, as good as he is, if you traded him for a top 15 quarterback, would that make this team better or worse?
Next year, it'd make them worse. Maybe the next 2 years, it makes them worse. And you're hoping the potential is it's better year 3 on. Because I don't have this quarterback class where a lot of other people seem to. I mean, we are framing this quarterback class to be drafted like the best quarterback class in history. I don't think people realize when we're doing all these mocks and everything. What a rare event we're actually saying this is going to be, and that's my issue with it. I don't dispute their desperation for a quarterback or their need or their ability to get one. I dispute that this quarterback class is worth that kind of desperation. I don't have any of these guys graded where I had C.J. Stroud, and that's just my bottom line. Whether I'm just little Timmy the sports writer and it doesn't matter, I get that. But I'm just, my experience is this draft class will be drafted like a very rare, maybe one of two draft classes all time if it goes like it is. And I don't think it has that kind of quality overall. It's just where we are in the league right now.
Yeah, saying that, and I read these guys from some website. He says he was a former NFL scout, and he kind of roasted J.J. McCarthy. He said, I don't understand the buzz, because if I gave him a grade, he's probably a fifth-round draft pick grade. That's a little bit what you're talking about, if you're being real honest. And you've always said there's the regular draft board, and then there's the quarterback draft board, and it's really getting skewed this year that if we're all being real honest, a lot of these guys probably don't have maybe even second or third round grades.
Well, I mean, after the top three, and even the QB3 is probably getting overdrafted even by the team that does it, whether they ever admit it or not. That's just a fact. I am telling you, before the combine, I talked to multiple teams, as in, like, count them on both hands, that had both Bo Nix and Michael Penix in the 40s on their draft board, and Penix's 40s was based on the medicals being okay. So that's what we're talking about. People are mocking Bo Nix to the Broncos at 12. Well, and that could well be possible and will happen. But I am telling you, on a lot of teams' boards, he's quarterback in the 40s. And if it works out, nobody's going to care. But if it doesn't, you passed on 30 players who were graded better. And, that's just the issue, whether, if there's the camp of you do it no matter what and you hope it works. My point is we are framing this quarterback class to be historical.
Mm-hmm.
I believe there's only been one draft ever when 4 quarterbacks went in the top 10. And we're saying this class is the elite of the elite. And that's the way the draft is. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But I don't think the quality is there for what it's being framed as now or never for the Broncos. If I'm the Broncos, and they don't give a crap what I think, and I know that, but if I am them, I bridge this year, and then I prepare to set my roster to be ready for a quarterback prospect, and you go from there. But people don't think like that now because they think they're getting fired in 3 or 4 years anyway.
Hey, Jeff, I know you put a lot of work into this, and you do give literal grades on all these guys, but I don't think we've actually ever asked you what your literal grade is on these prospects. So forget where you think they'll get drafted. If you don't mind, I'd love to go just real quick hitter on you on these top 6 quarterbacks and hear what your actual your true evaluation is on these guys. So I mean, like Caleb Williams, what would he be? We don't have to go super in depth, but
I think Tyler. I think right now, 3 of the guys are probably first. I'm not totally done yet, but
okay,
3 are probably going to hang in the first
round. So that's
grades.
Drake May, Caleb Williams, and Jalen.
Yes.
Okay.
Those would be my 3, and I haven't decided yet on where QB3 is going to fall. But I'll probably have 23 first-round grades, so that's kind of where I would frame that. And then beyond that, I mean, I think McCarthy has the most upside. So if I'm rolling the dice and I'm a team, I'm probably rolling the dice on McCarthy.
But what would be like your true evaluation on him? Like a second-rounder, third-rounder?
Yeah, right now I think he's a 2, but that's, that again, he could be in my 20s somewhere, and that's probably a first rounder if you're just taking picks. But again, I'm not totally done. But McCarthy may end up being QB3 when I'm done. I just don't know yet. I'm not all the way done.
And for the people who don't know your process, that second round grade, there's only 23 first round grades. So second round grades,
32 rounds
will get drafted in the first round.
Yeah, no. Well,
it happens every year.
Three of these guys are going in the top 7 maybe. So, like I say, but I am telling, people don't believe me, but it's a fact. That's where a lot of teams have these guys graded. It's just they're not going to be drafted that way because they're quarterbacks. And I've told people in all my time, this is my 37th season doing this, I've never seen the desperation higher at quarterback, and I've never seen the patience lower. So that's where we're at.
Real quickly, before we get out of here, let's talk about the people who want the Broncos to go the other direction. If the Broncos trade down, in your opinion, who should Broncos fans be, what position should Broncos fans be rooting that there's a run on to make the Broncos pick one that a team might want to jump up from the 20s to get to 12 to draft a guy who has a first-round grade, as we're talking about? What position group is that you think there might be a little bit of a run on right before the Broncos pick that they could potentially move down?
Well, their best scenario would be for the quarterbacks they probably can't get to all get stacked, and then a team that has a quarterback is really looking for one of those elite players that's coming down. That's what an ideal world would be for the Broncos, because I've asked everybody. Now, look, everybody's lying through their teeth right now too. That's the other aspect to this.
Right.
But if for some reason one of those coveted quarterbacks is still hanging around, then it gets dicier for the Broncos to be able to trade down, because a lot of people are going to be trying to jump them to get that guy or whatever. But in their world, if the quarterback they don't like is on the board, their best way to trade down would be to have one of the elite edge guys, one of the elite tackles to start coming down, because then a team that's already pretty good with a quarterback would probably be willing to move a third of a round to get that player. And then they could get an extra, whatever pick that is, an extra 3 or whatever. But that would be the move down scenario. But I think until the quarterbacks start coming off, and we're probably not going to know what they really think of the 4th or 5th quarterback on this board until either those guys are taken or they have a chance at one of them to see what they really think. Because I think the smoke screen is pretty heavy right now as to who they like and who they don't.
Okay, last thing, super quick. 5 and 6 quarterback of yours are still on the board. Brock Bowers is still on board at 12, and they're going to stay there. What do you do?
If they stayed there and that, and organizationally they don't like the court, Bowers is a no-brainer. That's a day one walk-in impact player in the offense. And, that's what I mean. That's when you're going to know what they really think of the quarterbacks, if they're faced with that choice and they take the position player. I wrote something today. I mean, and some of it is they had Drew Brees, sure, but, in all his time with the Saints, they never took a quarterback earlier than the 3rd round. And there was only one of those. And the 4 quarterbacks they took in the draft in Sean Payton's whole tenure played a grand total of 2 games combined. So he is in uncharted waters for himself, too.
Yeah. Leggy, thanks for the time. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks, fellas.
See you, buddy.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Go read his new article. Coming up, we'll talk about Nathan McKinnon extending his point streak and the fact that Scotty doesn't care on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
McKinnon dishes it off. That's steered away from Jonathan Drouin, the former Montreal Canadian. Turnover down low, McKinnon! He scores! Not even a minute into the game, the streak is alive!
PhD, it's Altitude Sports Radio. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for D-Mac. Little under the weather after apparently he spit on this mic for 2 days. You guys said he hadn't been feeling well for 2 days and still came in?
He did pour the entire bottle of Lysol on that thing,
Well,
so I
that's
think
good.
you're good.
Yeah,
And Crackman was still freaking out.
I was going to say, I know that Crackman was in here afterwards, and if I trust anybody to clean this mic to make sure it's all right, it is Nate Crackman. So the Avs dropped one last night. First time in 10 games they lose to the Montreal Canadiens, 2-1. A game that started kind of drunk. I mean, if you weren't sitting down for puck drop there,
you missed it.
You missed 2 goals real quick. And with that first goal, Nathan McKinnon extends his point streak, both his home point streak and his overall point streak, becomes the first player in NHL history to have 2 separate 19-game point streaks in the same season. 19-game point streak is also the longest of anybody in the NHL this year.
And
he's done it twice.
And one of the reasons why he should win the Hart Trophy.
You know what's funny about that? And don't ask me what the specific numbers were, but I brought it up last week. Michael Porter Jr. this year, over a 19-game stretch, now has twice done something that has never happened in the history of the NBA, and he's done it twice in this season. It was the total points with rebounds and everything else.
And 3-point percentage.
Yeah, I don't remember what all went into it, but it was 19, and he's done it twice this season. That's just kind of ironic.
That is kind of weird. Anything? What is it? Would it be the 9th trophy that we get? It's not 19. Yeah, weird 19 number.
Well, let me ask you this. And you mentioned this a while ago, a couple seconds ago. That Pittsburgh game, they're down 4-0. Remember that one game they were down 4-0?
Yeah.
And came back, and that was the same game that McKinnon got a point late, I believe, in that game.
Yeah, I think it was the 3rd goal, made it 4-3.
Yeah. If they go ahead and win that game and he gets no points, you're absolutely A-okay, right? Then it becomes,
sure.
Well, they came back again and won. McKinnon, they had the streak in, and got started. You're not sitting the next day walking to work going, I mean, you're not that upset, are you?
But we got them both, so we're good. So
well, we did, but my point being, it's great, and it's something that's going to go on the resume to win the Hart Trophy. And let me be here and say, he should win the Hart Trophy, bar none. They're going to be competing for first place in their division all the way through. He's doing stuff scoring wise. He's breaking team records from Hall of Fame guys. Right, he's topping Joe Sakic numbers, who is
Already
still
has.
a king in Canada.
Yep.
Right, I mean,
Yep.
I don't know if he has to buy a drink when he goes to Canada. Right, he's the Hart Trophy winner. That's all I'm saying. But in that game, had he not got a point, and you still win. Are you really crying about it,
Scotty?
Just answer my answer. Just go, are you really crying about it,
Scotty?
I legitimately don't even understand what are you hung up on at this
Yeah,
point?
I don't get why you're so angry about it.
Like we all agree with you.
How am I angry? I'm not angry. I'm angry because you guys are like looking at a plaster wall.
No, hold on. But we all agree with you, right? Like
I don't know. You haven't answered. No,
yeah, we have. Well, I know I have. I've said.
All right, so I'll ask you again. If they come back and win that game, but he didn't get a point, are you sitting there sad the next day that the streak ended?
I'd be happy they won it. I'd be a little bit sad that it's over.
And we talk about it because it's something that's going on.
I think it'd be both.
But that's what I was going to say, Scotty. Like, we talk about the dog days for these players all the time. And you know it's a real thing, both from having played and from watching these guys go through 82-game seasons. It's not, every night is not interesting, right? The last game.
From like game 45 to 60.
How about just the last game from the Nuggets? Even though it's an important time of the year, like that game was not interesting.
Oh, a good
Rob
developmental
doesn't know
game.
he's pushing the wrong button on that one. We just had that discussion.
I think I get it's a good developmental game, but it's not necessarily interesting.
You know what it
You're
was?
lucky that you have a superstar in
Yes,
Nikola Jokic,
absolutely.
who not only brings it every night, but also kind of loves the fact that he can have those nights where he lets somebody get a big night who wouldn't normally necessarily.
Yeah, and still drops 27.
Right, he brings it every night.
But
and he still had the most minutes played, also, didn't he?
But
so
in
this streak
hindsight,
thing, like we're talking about it because it's what's happening right now.
But in hindsight, going back to that game since you brought it up, and I think that the Avalanche are probably playing the same thing. To have a game that you can win, because both the Avalanche and Nuggets need to keep stacking wins, right? I mean, if you want to be the number one points leader in the Western Division or Western Conference, you got to keep stacking wins, right?
They got to look at overall too.
I
They got to look at
I
winning.
watched that game last night, and I'm just begging because that first 11 minutes of that third period, I mean, they had like 8 great chances. I mean, great chances to score.
After what happened on Sunday, you felt like it was going to happen.
Absolutely. And you're sitting there now, as it getting closer and closer, you can see the energy dropping a little bit. I'm like, just tie it up. Give me a point, right? Yeah. Because points matter right now.
Yeah.
Right? But to be able for both these teams in these last 10 games or so, 11 games, to be able to have a developmental game, I think that's good.
Oh, especially
I think that's good.
Especially for the Nuggets right now.
When you are
they
talking
still got
about
on the bench.
Correct.
Yeah, and you're talking about losing even more players next year. Like, you're worried about this year with the bench and who's going to be in the playoff rotation. Malone, I think, even spoke to that. But then as the next couple of years come, which of these guys are you going to be able to trust to move into a starting lineup alongside of Jokic? And that's, I mean, most people look better playing next to Jokic, but it's an important thing, I think, for them to play important games and important minutes.
Not the other way around. I don't think the girls you date make you hot. I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Mm-hmm. Everybody looks good standing next to me.
Personality, though. No, it's your personality.
Oh, yeah. 100%. It's my. Can we we've got just a minute here. Can we just talk about how Tyler Columbus came back from the kitchen with the tiniest coffee mug known to man?
Only one left, but it's cute. It's from The Office. Assistant to the regional manager.
I mean, the dude is already, 6'8", 6'9"?
Yeah. It's
and
cute.
you
Hold
have
on.
literally,
let me
it's
try
not,
this.
it's
Hold
like in between an espresso cup and a coffee like that.
Got the finger. Now, do you make coffee in the morning at the crib?
Yeah, it's just K-Cup. But yes.
Yeah, but do you got like because I now just travel this.
I've got those, but I don't. I generally don't travel with coffee. No.
Okay.
I'm trying to cut it down, believe it or not.
And so was
like
that?
I used to be like a 5 to 6 cup of coffee, like a day kind of guy, and I'm trying to get it down to about 3. That's my goal.
But is that the point of the tiny mug?
No, there was just the only mug
That's
that was
the only
clean.
one left. Did you look in the dishwasher?
Well, I couldn't tell, and I wasn't going to be the guy that had to. I was just like, I'll take the last one left.
Yeah, you don't want to grab D-Max mug from yesterday and then be sick all weekend.
Wait, isn't that also the bad form?
No.
Taking the last one left.
Was there any plastic cups in there?
Hold on. Mr. Fill the water if you take the last one. Did you run the dishwasher?
When I finish with this cup, I will put it into the dishwasher.
And
I will check if it's dirty, and then I'll run it.
Will you really?
I will. No, I'll tell you this. I wouldn't do like previously. If it were not the literal last cup, I would have just put it in the dishwasher. I wouldn't have thought about running it. But if it's the very last one, yeah, I'll check that for sure.
I believe that you'll check it. I don't know if I believe that you'll run it.
Well, since Mr.
now you got
Mr. Accusation to Tyler and me, all that. Have you run that dishwasher a lot?
I've never used the dish here.
I'll promise you this: nobody in this office has filled up that water and that coffee more than I have.
Well, I'll race with you on that because I've done it a lot too. Yeah.
You just get very high and mighty about the water in the Keurig machine, and I wanted to know.
Well, I legit think you're probably a bad human being if you drink the last ounces of water out of the coffee machine,
and there's like a splash left in the bottom,
and you don't fill it up. Yeah, even with that, or if you run it just bare minimum, if you walk away without filling that up, you're a bad person.
You guys realize your show starts at noon, right?
I went there with D-Mac the other day. He came in and got a cup of coffee, so I went in and get one. It was like about this much water on the bottom.
Does anything surprise you about that? Anything surprise you?
No.
Yeah.
You guys take your carts back?
Take what?
Your cart. Your shopping cart.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do.
I do too.
I think that's important.
Hold on.
No,
I do, but I think there are unique. I think there are unique qualifiers. There's unique qualifiers.
There's not.
Do you hold on? Here's my qualifier. When you take it there, do you toss it in or do you intentionally line it up?
It depends if it's empty or not.
Right.
Because if I'm being honest, I give it about a 5-foot shove once I get there.
That's fine. As long as it makes it into the area. That's fine.
Yeah.
The cart person shouldn't have to walk around the entire parking lot.
Oh, I agree.
And get it from
common decency.
Yeah.
So he's got 3 of them parked out in his front yard.
Yeah, I just take them home.
He takes them with him when he goes. All right.
Never know when you're going to be living under the street, Scott.
Oh, trust me.
Feel like you're having a little bit of a double standard, but that's okay.
No,
The
I don't.
world's smallest coffee mug. We got to take a picture of that and put it on Twitter. We will do Let's Football Go next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford in Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
You know, it'd been great to ask that question, Kliss. Wonder what George Payton's answer would have been. A little
Different,
more diplomatic.
Well, if he'd be lying if he said no. Are you kidding me? Anybody want to be that wrong? No, George Payton wanted to be right about Russ.
That's interesting. But how would he approach it?
He'd approach this and listen. It just wasn't going to work. We tried. He tried. I mean, he kind of had that one interview by somebody anyway, but I don't think he would go, no. Was it difficult?
No, he would not. There's no chance he would have. Because the true reality is the biggest failure ever for him, and nobody wants to be that wrong.
No.
The biggest failure ever for him. Yeah, I mean, that's probably right. But I think so many people agreed with it at the time that if you're looking at it with hindsight, you may have different feelings about it than evaluating it. Of course. So, I mean.
That's what makes Scott so weird. That's why he's the weirdest dude here, because he didn't like it at the time, but now he likes it.
No. I just try to present. Well, the only reason you guys have pushed me in the corner to
walk yourself in your own corner.
Because you guys,
I didn't push you anywhere.
Because you guys
You're too big to push.
You guys went from kissy. He broke my heart, so I'm just going to hammer him and lose facts in the middle of hammering.
You know what? I really don't want to hear Dan talk, anyways.
All right, well, okay. Thank you. You got a story? Let's go.
Yeah, what's first up, Tyler?
I'm all in, man. Let's go. Go, T.
I'm waiting for you, Dan.
Oh, all right.
Well, you won't have to hear me talk much because let's hear from Greg Penner, the owner of the Broncos. He did a sit-down interview with 9 News' Mike Kliss, and Klissy Poo started the interview asking Greg if he believes the Broncos are in a full rebuild.
What we're trying to do is build this in the right way for sustained success. So, I'm not sure what the right term for that is, what you want to call it. I can tell you we don't think there are quick fixes or shortcuts. We think we've got to make some tough decisions that enable us to be successful, not just in the future, but we think will actually help us for this coming season as well. And our goal is to build on the improvements we had last year.
Just admit it.
And keep, every day we're going to try and make decisions that put us in a better place to win. And there's no one more competitive than Sean and passionate, and he and I, everybody in the organization, we want to win this season.
Tyler, thank you for saying that. Why is this team so afraid of the word rebuild?
I don't know.
Why?
Because, the week that we had to make all the cuts, got rid of Justin Simmons and everything else, I came in here when the fan base was like starting to feel the reality of it and like, oh man, this really sucks. And I was like, you know what? It doesn't suck. It doesn't. I don't want to lose Justin Simmons. I love Justin Simmons, but this is what has to be done. And it was actually the most comfortable I'd felt about this franchise in a very long time because they were finally doing the right thing. Now, look, I do think they're doing the right thing, but I actually think the fan base would be comforted if you would just flat out do what Mayo's doing out there with the Patriots, and Mayo's saying, look, give me some patience, guys, because this is going to take some time.
Nah, man. They signed Josh Reynolds today. I mean, they're going for it. It's 100% all in with your 2-year, $14 million.
Up to.
So when you guys were little and your folks or whoever took you to the pool, you played in what? They called it the kiddie pool or the baby pool, right? About 4 inches of water.
Sure.
Little kids can play. Got to get out of the baby pool. No team wants to, especially with new ownership, admit this is a rebuild. That's one. Two, according to a buddy of mine, he got an increase of like 18 or 20% on his season tickets.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to get those all in. And I know there's waiting lists and all that stuff, but it's still a lot of old-time hardcore fans that are asked, after 8 years without being in the postseason, to now up and pony up another $1,200 this year in a rebuilding year. But that's a tough sell.
I got to put a full stop on it, though, because he basically says we're rebuilding.
I understand.
And you guys are just caught up on him saying the word.
No, I'm really not, because their actions tell me they're doing the right thing.
And so does his words. I mean, he's saying we're building for the future. We're trying to make sure that it's not just this year we're looking out for, but we're looking out for future years.
Hope.
I mean, but I don't know what else you want him to say is kind of what I'm getting at.
I get it. And I'm not mad at him about anything. I think they are doing the right thing right now. They are. They're flat out doing the right thing. I do want to address one comment on Twitch. And they said you don't do that because it sends a horrible message to your players. Well, there might be a handful of players that might be true for. And maybe the top-end guys, maybe they don't give you your most effort. But I'll tell you this, for guys like Scott and I, if you get on a rebuilding team, and especially if you haven't been a starter, That's the greatest.
Slugs get to play.
It's the greatest opportunity of your life, and I mean that dead serious. Like if you get in a true scenario where you feel like, man, I could give my best and I could actually become something that my previous team ever saw from me. In a lot of ways, it's the most exciting period you could ever have.
Yeah, I get that. I think the tape matters, right? Dan Bud Tanner.
And to vouch that real fast, I went from, slug, and I was still kind of slug in Miami, but as a expense team, all of a sudden I got to play, and I started playing pretty good. So my salary, and this is minimal, I would take it now.
Right.
But I went, my contract
Why the
went
hell
from,
did I retire?
My contract went from $180,000 to $450,000 the next year.
There you go.
So for me, that was like a no-brainer, and it was because I got opportunities that I wouldn't have got somewhere else.
Yep.
Again, to go back to, you're right, he does say everything, but the whole thing is that we're building for the future. We're going to say this is selling hope to the fans, and that's what a good owner does. What he said in that is what a good owner says. Why he doesn't say just the word. It's like saying, man, MF, what are you doing? Or me saying, hey, mother, it's a little harder, and I don't think that's what you want to do when you're still waiting for all the season tickets to get in.
And I've said this a lot of times. Fans are the only one who stick with the team for forever, right? Ownership changes, coaches change, players change. The only ones who actually root for the team for their whole life are fans.
Once you're part of the core. So if you came of age in the last 8 years, are you so sold on the Broncos right now? If you're talking about a fan base from 20 years from now,
it remains to be seen. But my only point is the next longest tenured person, especially because they just took the reins, are going to be the owner. And so it's got to be him that says this, that we're building for the long term because I'm going to be
He's doing
here.
fine. He's
great. He said exactly what he had to say.
I think so too.
Well, I just wanted to really quickly, you were talking about the wording that Penner used there as far as the rebuild goes, but he also said this at the very end.
We want to win this season.
Yeah.
So
they
want to. They want to win
You know
this
what I'm
season.
saying?
That doesn't mean they get to win this season. Doesn't mean they will win this season. But yeah, of course
and that's where you can get hung up on the semantics of their words. But we all know it doesn't matter what relationship you're talking about. Don't listen to the words. Listen to their actions. And their actions right now are telling you that they're rebuilding this thing.
Well, there was a guy who walked up to a bar, reached in his bag, sat on the bar, pulled out a little mini piano, and brought this pianist in there. And it's a little small miniature G.I. Joe sized pianist. Sat there, and the guy started playing an unbelievable sonata. So he goes, where'd you get that? So I got a magic lamp and wished on it, and I got this thing. Are you kidding me? Can I use it? And guy goes, sure. Guy starts rubbing the lamp. Next thing, it starts raining ducks outside. I said, I asked for $1 million, not $1 million ducks. He goes, you think I asked for a 10-inch pianist? So cool. So Greg Penner may want.
That was a pretty good one.
Greg Penner might want to win this year, but he might have the pianist playing and the ducks flying.
I am just not.
10 inches is pretty good.
Here, let me ask you guys this question: bigger disaster, the Broncos winning 8 games this year, or the Broncos winning 1 game this year?
Did we draft a quarterback or not?
No.
So you did not draft a quarterback this year?
Yeah.
Well,
not in the
8
first
games
round.
is tough. 8 games is really, really tough because I'm not going to tell you that's a bad thing. No, you got a lot of things going in the right direction, especially if you didn't draft a quarterback, because that means you've got a pretty damn good football team out there. I'd have a lot of reasons to be excited. So I guess actually out of those 2, I would choose one.
Didn't you win 8 games last year?
Mm-hmm. That was kind of the point.
So if you're saying if you won 8 games, you got something good going on, so why do we all the changes?
Well, the specific question was 8 versus 1.
Right.
Not
What's
8,
a bigger
not 8
disaster?
versus 6.
But but you won 8. You just said if you had 8 wins, you said this. You got a good team. Things are going. So why wasn't it the same thing last year?
Because now we don't have a quarterback, and last year we knew what that quarterback was. So you'd have hope that 8 is going to turn into something more. And I know you and I disagree on that, but I think that Russ is going to max out as a 9 or 10 win guy the rest of his career.
Let's say they sign Ryan Tannehill and win 8 games next year.
Ugh. I would feel great.
You would feel great.
I would, because that means that you got enough talent around Ryan Tannehill that by the time you get that quarterback, you're going to be a really good football team. And it's not because you're banking on Ryan Tannehill being the guy. That means you've got enough talent out there on that football field that you plug in one more piece, you're going to be a dang good team.
The first over
303-504-0925. Is it a bigger disaster to win 8 games or 1 game?
The
Vegas over and under, first one I've seen, had him at 5.
5.5, I think.
Was it 5.5?
Yeah.
Five and that's why I didn't say 6 or 5, right? Because of course that's just your team is what it is, and you win 6 or 5 games. But I think what happened to them this year, especially if you weren't going to go forward with that quarterback, I mean, I feel like it was a complete disaster. Because
I get it.
Now you got a larger climb to do.
I almost think it'd be worse to win 8.
I think so too.
But it'd be horrible for the fan base if you only won 1.
DT, what's next?
All right, fellas. Another thing that came out of the NFL owner meetings, the in-season version of Hard Knocks will now feature 4 teams from one division. They've been doing just a singular team in season over the last couple of years. So question number 1 is, does this entice you more to watch it? And question 2, what division should be on the in-season version of Hard Knocks for the upcoming year?
TP?
Well,
start us off?
I'll answer the first question. Would it make me more excited to watch it? No, because I think I think, and Scott, you might be clapping for different reasons, but the reason I say that is I think what makes Hard Knocks so awesome is the character development and getting to know these guys. How the hell you can get to know guys if you're doing 4 different teams?
Well, that's a great point. The Manning show did a pretty good job with the 3 quarterbacks, the one quarterback series.
But that's 3 human beings. So that's 3 individuals, rather than teams. 3 teams full of 53 guys.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Or 4 teams.
That's a great point. It's not something that I thought of, but it's a great point.
But even on Hard Knocks, you still focus on about 5 guys.
Sure. But I mean, you feel like you know
though?
the team because of that. I got to be honest. The only reason I ever watched in-season Hard Knocks was when the Dolphins lost the division in the last game. I did go back to watch that because that, I mean, was entertaining. But I haven't watched in-season Hard Knocks otherwise. Have you guys?
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I just watched the Colts one. That's the only one I've watched.
Okay, so any divisions that in particular you're excited to watch? I feel like it's inevitable that it's just going to be the NFC East because they're annoying like that. But any divisions that you'd be interested in seeing?
Well, I guess seeing the drama of Caleb Williams would be interesting, and I love Dan Campbell, so I know we've already had him, but you get Dan Campbell and Caleb Williams in that division. I don't know the appeal of well, you know what? The Vikings would be fascinating also because they're going with a new quarterback, and that was a good football team, right? The Packers, okay, I'm not sure what the selling point is.
Well, but can Jordan Love repeat kind of what he did last year, where I think he gained a little respect in the league and now take it to another level?
Okay, so NFC North for Tyler. Scotty, you have a division?
I had to watch enough of the Chiefs on that one, so I don't need the Chiefs again.
AFC North could be fascinating also.
That's probably going to be the best
really fascinating. Not only because you get Lamar Jackson MVP, but you get the disaster of Deshaun Watson and you get the disaster of Justin Fields and Russell Wilson.
and well, then you get Cincinnati. Can Burrows come back?
Yep.
Yeah, that might be a good one.
I like NFC West for this. You've got the Niners who have been
always sell me on that.
So close so many times. You've got a total regime change up in Seattle. You've got a quarterback and a coach who seem to be tied forever now in LA. And you've got possibly Kyler Murray redemption story going on. I think that'd be
a good one.
Yeah. DT, what's next?
Lastly, fellas, let's hear from Adam Schefter. He was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday talking about Sean Payton and the Broncos quarterback situation.
Well, I think Sean Payton legitimately believes that he's going to find a quarterback or develop a quarterback, whether Jarrett Stidham is the guy or they draft a quarterback high. He likes Jarrett Stidham.
He's a dog.
He likes him. He likes him, you know, and he'll be an option. But when you do a contract like that doesn't work out, you're going to have to take your medicine at some point in time. So they're saying, you know what, we're going to take it now, and we're going to do our best to get through.
Has to have a lot of trust from the ownership then, right?
Absolutely. And by the way, he had the 5-year contract at roughly $20 million. So you're talking about $100 million. So if it doesn't work out, Sean Payton, fire me. Fine. Like they hired him because they know what he's capable of doing.
Bingo.
And if it doesn't work and they want to fire him, that's their choice. Like, then fire him. But they're going to give him the ample time to figure out the solution. He didn't trade for Russell Wilson. He didn't give Russell Wilson that contract. But he is responsible for digging the team out of that situation and making sure that it's good going forward.
My initial thought on that one on Fire Me, Ed Orgeron, when he got fired by LSU, and he was like, "Show me the door. Yeah, I'm getting all that money, and I get to go on vacation.
Yeah.
Show me the door.
Yeah.
I'll be out there. I'll be okay."
Yeah, that is true.
A couple interesting things though that have come out of the owners, whatever they call that,
meetings.
Yeah. Greg Penner, he went on record, actually. This is the first time we've ever heard it, because people have always wondered who really did the Russell Wilson deal and was ownership involved in that. Well, Greg Penner flat out said, that deal was done before I got here. And so I walked in and I accepted what that deal is. And I'm talking about not the trade. I'm talking about the contract itself. So in other words, that was negotiated upon when the trade actually happened. So now you've got ownership distancing themselves from the Russell Wilson deal. You've got Sean Payton clearly distancing himself from the Russell Wilson deal. And then yet some way, somehow, George Payton still got a job.
Maybe only for like another month, though.
Maybe.
Right? I mean, maybe they're just keeping him until the draft because it's his scouts who have done all this
That's
work.
why, like D-Mac is so freaking confident about George Payton's job security, and I just don't get it. All the breadcrumbs are telling me that dude should be in big trouble.
Well, especially when they're openly kind of, I don't want to say warring, that's too strong. But when they're talking, when he gets mad at Sean Payton for saying, like, I can't believe you said, we did a meeting or whatever. The fact that that's getting out into the actual media verse is kind of crazy, to be honest with you. Let me ask you this. I wanted to ask a question based on that. Did Sean Payton do a disservice by starting Stidham for the games he started him last year? Because if we hadn't watched him start in a Broncos uniform ever, I know he started a couple games with the Raiders the year before, but if we hadn't watched him start in a Broncos uniform ever, wouldn't we have like a little bit more, wouldn't we be able to swallow him saying he might be the starter?
Maybe, but to say he did a disservice, it'd only be a disservice if he did a disservice to his football team. So maybe in terms of our excitement for Stidham, I could buy that if that's what you're selling. But in terms of the best thing for the football team, no, you got not a big sample size, but you got a sample size for you to evaluate and for you to judge if you actually believe this guy could be the guy or not. So no, he did the right thing for the football team.
Really? What do you think, Scotty?
You either need to play Russell Wilson, see if you can win 2 of those games and maybe sneak in the back door of the playoffs, or do what they did.
See, I think it was a huge disservice, both to the team and to the fans.
How did the team? It's a disservice from this standpoint. If now there's a perception in a lot of Bronco fans that he's nothing special and he can't play.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, but that's fine. But that's the fan. But how's it a disservice to the team?
Because do you think in that locker room they believed that Stidham was a better quarterback than Russell Wilson?
No.
Do you think they thought they had a better chance to win with Stidham than Russell Wilson?
No.
So it felt like to the team, he's giving us a worse chance to win. That's how you do a disservice to the team.
But the team already knew that. And I guess you could twist my words on that and be like, well, why'd you bench Russell Wilson? You didn't bench Russell Wilson because you actually thought that Jarrett Stidham was a spark. You just benched Russell Wilson because it was time to bench Russell Wilson. It had nothing to do with, the team already knew what Jarrett Stidham was.
Right, but
they
what
go
I'm
to
saying.
work with him every day.
So they knew he wasn't that good.
He's a dog.
Who was that saying he's a dog?
Some dude in a tank top on the end. I don't know.
I think they would have. I think it was a disservice to the team because if the team feels like you're punting on it, then, you're punting on it.
But they already knew that.
Yeah.
So they didn't learn anything. They already knew it.
Okay. All right. Coming up next, we've got a big game tonight down at Ball Arena. Phoenix Suns coming into town to play the Denver Nuggets, and we'll have Scotty's keys to the game on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I never thought that I would get to the stage where I'm thinking about my after picture. The before pictures, you got to swallow your pride just a tad and realize where you're at. And that's where I was a few months ago. But with SOTA weight loss, I am SOTA close to my final goal of 40 pounds of fat gone. When you go over the 8,700 Google reviews. Listen, there's before and afters that'll blow you away. Greg, I went into soda and started my weight loss journey. I weighed 228 and had an inner tube around my waist. In less than 6 weeks, I was down 26 pounds. My story is very similar to yours, Greg. And if you want to find out for yourself, then just reach out to SOTA Weight Loss. SOTA weightloss.com. That's SOTA Weight Loss. Check it out today. SOTA Weight Loss. Say it with me. State of the art.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in while DMAC finally takes a sick day after being sick for half a week.
After winning
Oh, what was it? After
Play of the Year.
A
month.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well, hey.
He'll get that. Don't you worry.
I say you want to lay odds?
Yeah.
He's the betting favorite.
He's the betting.
He's minus 10,000.
We've only had 2 Employee of the Month so far, so yes, he would probably be the betting favorite because you have to win that to win Employee of the Year. So. But Scotty got an honorable mention, and TP.
And I was at the meeting.
Hard-working offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Tanner's won an Employee of the Month before, haven't you?
DT?
Or were you an honorable mention?
No.
Were you an honorable mention?
No.
Now, here's what's funny. I do know that Steve Nelson has won one.
Well, Steve Nelson.
Really? Yeah, a little producer on producer.
Talking about a brown noser.
Nelly is definitely winning.
Let's be honest, right, Dan?
TSIB. Time spent in building.
Yeah, that's
Nelly's
true.
definitely winning that contest.
But that's because that poor guy also runs Avs games and stuff like that, so he's got to just hang out for forever. All right, speaking of which, we've got a Nuggets game tonight. Phoenix coming to town. Part of a long homestand. Both teams on a long homestand right now. Phoenix got Denver last time around, Scotty. These games are all important if you're trying to get the number 1 seed. And the Nuggets have been winning with guys out, so... did you get any confirmation, by the way, as to who's going to play tonight? And also, what are your kind of keys to the game tonight? You feel like they are going to want to get this one a little bit extra because Phoenix got them last time?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Durant kind of sleptwalk all game. Then he's, I think, 0 for 4 from the 3-point line. He finished 3 for 7 because he hit one to send it to overtime and then hit 2 in overtime. I think Denver kind of took their foot off the pedal just a little bit. That's a good team to do it. They're a dangerous team. They shoot the ball. You got to be out on shooters. That's number 1. And then when they do shoot and if they do miss, you can't give them second chance opportunities, which Denver's been bad at for some reason for the last week. They've really given up a lot of second point opportunities. So contest the shooters and block out and go get easy buckets.
The Suns are so easy to make fun of this year based off the hype they came into the season with. And I think there were many people on this station calling that out like the day that it happened. That, look, what do you think Dirk's going to do? What do you think all this is going to do for your team? But I tell you what, man, and I might be in the minority on this one. I know they just lost to the Spurs, and they're a disaster, and the Spurs didn't even have Wemby.
Without Wemby.
I got it. I know they're a disaster. They're still, to me, that's a team that I don't want to see in the first. Like that's just, like, they seem – if they click, look, Nurk, I'm not telling you that Nurk is God's gift to this world. He does seem to play pretty good against Jokic. He does seem to step up his game.
Yeah, but he fouls out every time he plays against Jokic.
Fine.
Which, I mean, you do want to use all your fouls against him,
right?
But you want to try to beat him up a little bit, but
Look,
it's never affected him.
I'm not scared of the Suns. That's definitely the wrong word. But it's not a team that I'm willing to dismiss like I feel like a lot of people are.
Okay.
So I don't think there's anybody in the West you dismiss. And we were talking during break. I think for the first time I can remember, because usually the first round, I mean, that's why they used to make such a big deal when an 8 beats a 1 or 7-2 or 6-3, because that's usually 6, 7, 8 used to be rummies.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, they just happened to squeak in. Sometimes they were, 40 and 42, not even 500 teams that got in at number 8. Now, dude, there's no rummies. I mean, you could say Golden State's never going to win a championship again. They've got 4 championships, though. You're going to say the Lakers aren't good enough to win a championship again. They got, LeBron James, still the best guy in the world, and Davis is starting to play pretty good again. And they've got championships just 3 years ago. And that's going to be a first-round appointment, maybe, for a 1 or a 2.
Yeah.
Durant and them haven't really gelled, but dude, you got guys got 3 championships and is an automatic Hall of Famer, and Booker's an all-pro guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
and that's how they got 2 games against the Nuggets last year, right? Those guys went nuclear, and just what are you going to do?
So listen, it doesn't matter. I'm not even worried about who they play in the first round because I think whoever they play, it's going to be a beast. I don't think you're going to see if let's say Denver wins a championship. I don't think it's going to be 16 wins, 4 losses.
I was going to ask you that, TP. So you are afraid of Phoenix. Is there anybody down there that you're not afraid of?
Again, afraid's the
Memphis.
wrong word.
Sure.
Memphis, are you kidding me? Well, yeah.
Well, Houston is making a
I'll
run.
tell you this: I have zero fear about the Lakers. None.
Really?
Absolutely none. Nothing. Like they just like exist. The Lakers just exist, and it's this thing that will go on for as long as LeBron James is there. And I suppose you got to respect them, but I have zero fear of that team. I mean, when you're talking about some of the teams that are down there in that bucket, like even the Warriors, and I know that the Warriors they're over the hill, man. Clay's coming off the bench these days, and all they got is Steph, and he's not the same dude that he once was. But they, to me, feel like that's a team that could threaten the Nuggets. The Lakers, you couldn't sell me on what their threat would be.
But I mean, they still have LeBron James.
I know, and Anthony Durant will get a sneeze and pull a hernia.
It's funny, we were talking about this earlier because Nick Wright who is a blowhard, and I'm not
ugliest dude on this planet, by the way.
It's a weird shot to take at him, but of all the things, because you could take lots of shots at him. I don't like him.
He just looks like an alien.
But he said, if you're the Lakers, you probably want to play the Nuggets in the first round. And his reasoning behind that wasn't terrible. If you are going to have to play them anyway, Scotty, wouldn't you want to play them where you have 2 or 3 days rest in between each of the games?
Yeah, I think when you play an older team, you want to play them second or third round because they're gonna be worn out a little bit more. And you're right, they extend that first round. Sometimes there'll be 3 days in between games, and that would play into the Lakers possibly being pretty good. And listen, you still got one of the greatest players of all time still playing there. And as I said, Davis, if you've looked what he's done over the last 2 or 3 games, I mean, he's crushing it.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, did he say they should want to play them or if you have to play them? Because to me, that's a big difference. I get it if you say it, if you have to play the Nuggets, you might as well play it in a round in which you get your guys rested.
You should want to play them in the first round.
Well, see, he's a clickbait guy, and he's never liked Joker, and he's never liked the Denver Nuggets, and he's been taking the task in Denver, and he knows that on his Twitter feed. He is the quintessential bait as many people as possible guy.
Yeah, 100%.
You call him the ugliest guy in the world, I think he's an idiot.
I don't think we have to resort to personal attacks.
Well, he said that.
No, I didn't know. Hold on. Ugly's not personal. That ugly's not personal. No.
Ugly's not personal.
No, you can make fun of a dude's appearance. An
Technically,
idiot,
that's
personal.
Say it like this. I'm going to teach you a way to say it so it doesn't come out as harsh as Rob's talking about.
Uh-huh.
As long as Nick Wright's alive, you will never be the ugliest person in the world.
Love it. Wait, were you talking to me or him?
All right. Our thank you to Circus Sports for doing the green jacket giveaway. Your keyword for today was driver. We'll have another keyword tomorrow. And, of course, you've got that bonus chance online. You can go get signed up to hang out with these guys in Vegas for Masters Weekend. Guys, thanks so much for letting me hang out. I always
You come
have a
back
great time
tomorrow?
with you. I have no idea. Is D-Mac coming back tomorrow?
Let's hope not.
DT, excellent job behind the glass. Thanks so much. It's Altitude Sports Late Radio. Crackman and Lindahl coming up next.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Now Middlestad, 5 seconds to go at center ice. Stick handling near side wall. Puck is forced away from him. Slavkovsky all the way over. Period 1 is done. Colorado struck first. Nathan MacKinnon keeps his home and overall point streak alive. But off of a couple of mistakes, the Canadians capitalize. They lead 2-1 after 1. Start of the second period, Ball Arena downtown Denver, Colorado. The Avalanche trail the Montreal Canadiens by a score of 2-1. Start of the third period, Ball Arena downtown Denver, Colorado. The Avalanche trail the Canadiens by a score of 2-1. 2 seconds, 1. Puck is free. Cale Makar lets it go, but it's not enough. Avalanche's win streak ends at 9 games as they are puzzled and stunned by the Montreal Canadiens. Final score from Ball Arena downtown Denver, Colorado. Montreal 2 and the Avalanche 1.
That's all, folks.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Okay, so if you were going to that hockey game last night, and I'm sure some of our listeners were, and you were jazzed. You were jazzed for some hockey on a Tuesday night. It was a big Tuesday in Denver. Little Avs and Cans going head to head over there at Ball Arena, and you got to your seat with 19 minutes left in the first period.
Beer line a little long.
Maybe a little bit of traffic.
Yeah.
Maybe you had to go to the bathroom before you found your seat or whatever it was.
Your game company took a minute to be ready.
You missed 67% of the goals that were scored in the game. You basically missed the game. And you were there for 59 minutes of regulation if you arrived at your seat 1 minute into the first period last night.
Yeah, I said to you jokingly, it'll be 5-2 Avs, and then we get off the air and I go, you watch, because I said that it'll be 1-0 or 2-1, and we got that.
And there we were.
So, hey, you know what? Let's just put it on me.
You
call that an Andy.
You would have missed Nathan MacKinnon extending his 35-game home ice point streak.
Yeah. That was fun.
You would have missed the answer from Nick, don't call me Ichiro Suzuki. I suppose you would have seen Joel Armia score a goal for the Canadiens. You would have seen a bunch of dudes hitting the post, and you would have seen
sailing the crossbar. And,
yes.
Yeah, that's cool.
You would have seen a lot of those things last night, but you would not have seen most of the scoring in the game, and yet you would have seen 59 minutes of hockey.
Yeah, you showed up for a thing.
Yeah,
it happened.
You did.
You got to your seats.
Now, hopefully, you made some friends. You had a couple of cold ones. You had yourself
beverages.
A good evening out at the hockey game.
Yeah, you saw Bernie.
Totally.
You saw the Ice Squad.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe you ran into Kyle Keefe and his lovely hair.
Could have done that as well.
Katie Gaz stopped by to ask you a couple questions about your son's or daughter's youth hockey team.
Those were all things that you could have watched the Zamboni circle the ice a few times.
You looked up at just the right time to watch Moj hammer a corn dog like it was his last meal on earth. That's on Twitter.
But not a lot of goals for you.
You did not see the puck go in the net.
No, not much of that for you last night.
The Montreal goalie decided to channel his inner Patrick Waugh from their cup run.
Montembeau.
And, nothing happened there. That was one of those games where I was angry, and yet it all felt stupid at the same time. Because I was like, they'd show the replay. First off, some dumb hops happened.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, though, to begin each period, there were about 3 separate 10-minute stretches where you're like, how did the Avs not get 2 goals out of that?
There were several of those stretches last night. Yes.
Now, I guess the one bone I think I could pick with them is when you guys pull the goalie, go ahead and fire it at the net. Yeah, the around the horn passing, they're kind of letting you do that. You're just ticking the clock
They
down.
like that,
Go
actually.
ahead and shoot it at the net.
But by all
Please.
means, I concur with that. That to me feels like solid hockey strategy.
There was one time where
Try to score.
Nate somehow ended up in front of the goal, and I think it was Drouin was shooting. And I was
Drouin?
watching it. So, Scotty came, we did a podcast, we did all that. He goes, how often is Nate tipped a goal? And I go, never. He's the shooter. Get him out of there. I don't need Nate getting hit. I don't want Nate taking one off the dome again because someone's firing the puck. Get him the hell out of there.
Hey, check this out. I saw this note today. This blew my mind, okay? This is what blew my mind today.
Did it blow your hair back?
Yes, it was. It's like that static electricity experiment we all did in junior high.
Yeah.
My hair was all standing
the
on
balloon
end.
deal
Yes.
and all that. Yeah.
So, Nathan McKinnon with his goal last night, which a lot of people missed. 19-game point streak for Nathan McKinnon.
Yep.
It is his second point streak of at least 19 games this year. Did you realize he is the first player in the history of all of the National Hockey League to have ever done that?
You know, I am because I heard him say it. I was too angry to process it.
Okay, so process this.
Seems aggressive.
Wayne.
But okay.
Hey, why don't you process
Why don't you
this?
process
okay?
this, Nagumba? Come here. Is your name Vinny? Have you got a big golden medallion on?
That was kind of intense.
You
of me.
related to Vic somehow?
As I'm about to give a statistical note.
Hey,
it's pretty aggressive.
Are you part of Vic's janitor heritage that's going to come threaten me with something now that I have to tweet about?
This, eh?
Yeah, come here.
Okay.
Anyway.
Wayne Gretzky has 4 seasons of at least 200 points.
That's hefty.
That's a lot of
It's
points.
a lot of points.
Yeah.
A lot of marks on the stat
Like
sheet.
McKinnon's only up to 123, and I say only. That number's insane. But Gretzky never did that in any. It feels like if you scored 200 points in a season, you scored points every night. And yet somehow he didn't, which I don't understand. And yet Nathan McKinnon, with vastly fewer points, is still putting them up on a nightly basis.
Yeah, it's insane. He's on a heater, they'd like to say.
A heater.
He's on a heater.
A real heater.
Can he get to 20?
I hope so.
Because 19's where it snapped last time, I think, and then a game later he started a new streak.
Yes, he doesn't not score very often. In fact, if they play at home, he always scores. So he's now up to 35 points on that. We'll find out tomorrow when the Avalanche take on the New York Rangers. I was thinking about something. So tonight/tomorrow morning, the KNL crew, we're all off to Las Vegas.
I'm going tonight.
That's right. You're getting in a little early. Spring and I are traveling in the morning. It'll be delightful. We'll share a bagel at the airport. It'll be nice.
Are we all flying back together? I think we are.
I think so. Yes.
So,
are we gonna split a row?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We're gonna have to get the protocol down.
So,
because it's open seating on Southwest, right?
Here's what I'm wondering about. Okay, so I was looking it up. So the last game tomorrow night in the NCAA tournament, because we're going out there because it's the second round of the tournament. We're excited about it. So the last game technically will start at 8:09 Mountain, so 7:09 in Vegas. We'll be at the Circa. We'll be in the book. We'll be watching Illinois and Iowa State tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Again, Andy, you can listen to me hate my team for a couple hours.
You really, you got plans.
I do.
Want to wear this. I'm not inside the Place Vegas guy. I'm outside the Place Vegas guy.
We're gonna watch the sports.
We'll watch it at the swim deal.
Yes. Either way, we'll be somewhere watching the game. But then I also realized this. You know what's going to go down? It's 7:10 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow night.
Oh, Avs Rangers, right?
No. Zach Gallen will be delivering the opening pitch.
Oh, yes.
Of your Colorado Rockies 2024 campaign. And what I'm wondering about is, are they going to show it? Because we're going to be at Circa, which has like more screens than anywhere.
Plenty of TV room available.
Is the Rockies Diamondbacks game going to be televised anywhere in front of us at the same time as there will be 2 tournament games going on? Bama, North Carolina, Illini, and Iowa State will be going on at the same time. Plus, we'll have NBA, we'll have NHL action. Will they find space for the Rockies and the Diamondbacks to be televised for us tomorrow night?
That'll be the test now, won't it?
Yeah.
No requesting allowed.
Nope.
Can't go up to the bartender or whatever it'll be in this case and say, hey, I need some hot bottom of the NL West action going on here.
Yes, we're
right,
because
the Diamondbacks, despite the nice year last year, are they projected to be ahead of the Padres and the Giants? Or?
The Diamondbacks are good. I would call the Diamondbacks a top 10 team in baseball.
All right, well, then we'll have to wait for Rockies Giants to get that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Either way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those teams.
No
will stink.
requesting it.
No requesting.
We'll see what happens.
This is a social experiment for us.
We'll see if it's organically found.
Will they put the Rockies game on anywhere?
They're going to have to Rockies.tv that thing, right? It ain't an ESPN game, right?
Well, aren't the Diamondbacks in the same boat now that I think about it? So yeah, it'll be some sort of streaming affair.
Yeah. So no, I don't think we'll find it.
Okay. Well, this is good to know. All right.
Right?
We'll find out tomorrow.
We need to remind everybody.
Yes.
If you want to watch the Rockies tomorrow, you got to have the package from Rockies.tv.
The .tv.
The .tv.
By the way, I have yet to. I haven't upgraded my subscription yet, so I haven't gone all in on that quite yet. I honestly taking a bit of a wait and see approach.
Yeah, isn't there a party that's like, I might do the $20 a month deal? Are you positive you're not going to find TV to put
Can I week to week this thing for a 10 spot?
How about just game to game? Can I go, what do you want to call it, $5 a game? I'm home tonight. Here's my $5.
Yes.
Is it worth a cup of coffee to you? A game? If we were going by the cup of coffee analogy, would you forego your triple latte with an extra shot, which should be $10, to watch the Rockies opener? Is that what you're doing?
Doesn't feel worth it.
Are you giving up your Dan Campbell drink to see the start of the season?
Your Sean Payton 2 latte day, which you may need in order to be able to stay up to see the end of the Rockies game. I mean, it's an insane sports night. There's a lot of good things happening. The Avs will be playing the Rangers. Illini will be in action. I'll be angry. There will be other baseball that I would assume more people will care about than Rockies and Diamondbacks. It's Vegas, though. You can bet on anything. So,
but that doesn't mean it'll be on.
Somebody will have action on the Rockies game.
So this is an Apple TV deal for the Diamondbacks, or are they going with the streaming stuff too?
I think they're one of the streaming teams, although don't quote me on that directly. I don't think you ever do, really, but don't quote me on that directly. Let's see. Other night baseball games tomorrow. Red Sox Mariners will definitely be televised. Guardians A's, Jenny Cavnar's debut going up against the Guardians.
Now hold on.
Plus there's a Cubs Rangers game at 5:30. That'll mostly be wrapped up by then.
Will we have to request the A's game, considering that's the new team? That's the new home. Will it be on organically?
I bet they have the A's game on there.
Okay, well, we'll see.
I bet they got Las Vegas A's fever over there, even though nobody knows where the ballpark is going to be.
And nobody knows they're coming to town?
And the traffic and all. And nobody even wants them to come to town, but somebody will put that game on. Hey, we got a lot going on today here on the show, okay? Nick Kosmider is going to be with us at 4 o'clock. New wide receiver.
New wideout, Nate.
Shiny new... well-known dropper of the football, Josh Reynolds, is a Denver Bronco.
Seriously? Are you serious? I know nothing about him. He likes to drop a pass or two?
Oh, you know a lot about Josh Reynolds. You know more than you realize about Josh Reynolds. I promise you that. Plus, at 3:30, our friend Aaron Aflalo is going to be with us today on the show.
You're already pretty bold.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to.
feeling like.
I have a feeling Aaron Aflalo is going to like us.
Look, we can be as off-putting as we are delightful. So we'll see.
I think he's going to like us.
I'm a wait and see guy.
I'll tell you what. When we come back, Andy, I'm gonna tell you what you already know about Josh Reynolds.
Please.
We'll do that
Can't
coming
wait.
up next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Just started working with these guys about a month ago. Stopped by, got my treatment today. I'm curious, fellas, is ED something, erectile dysfunction, something you kind of want to get some more information about? It's not really something that guys want to talk about, but a lot of men suffer from this problem. More than you realize. Matter of fact, the first time I stopped by to see the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, I ran into an old friend of mine, had no idea he was going there. So if it's something that you want to seek answers to, just know that you're not the only one dealing with questions about this. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, treatments work when the pills and herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates of well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you lasting more than an hour. How was your weekend last weekend? Do you have a lady friend in your life? Were you able to have the relations? If you'd like to have the relations, or at least be confident when you're having relations, go see my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll get you right so that you can have that confidence well again. Your first visit's only $99, and it includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, you get the test dose. If that dose doesn't work, though, your visit is free. And if you start on testosterone or any other therapies, your visit is free. They have an expert staff. These are good folks. They're easy to talk to. You can get in, you can get out. I can tell you that from my experience. And they have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. So find the one closest to you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call today, 720-440-7900.
everybody. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hope you are doing well here this afternoon. We are with you until 6 p.m. today here on the show. Did you know you can watch us on Twitch? Yes. We're sitting here talking. Safeway has everything you need for your Easter celebration. Find spiral sliced ham, fresh spring flowers, and candy for your Easter baskets. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app. That's right, our Twitch stream is presented to you by our friends at Safeway. Andy, Josh Reynolds.
Yeah, my new favorite Bronco.
Josh Reynolds, 2-year, $14 million deal, or up to $14 million, excuse me. Josh Reynolds is now a Denver Bronco, joining Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Tim Patrick, Lil Jordan Humphrey, etc. in the wide receiver room.
Awesome.
Do you have Josh Reynolds fever?
I hope I will.
Oh, we all hope to, yes.
I hope I will. I don't know much about him. You're claiming that I remember him.
You know a lot about Josh Reynolds.
How do I know this? Please help me out.
This is what, let me tell you what you know about Josh Reynolds, okay? We spent a lot of time talking about Josh Reynolds.
See, I know me some Burt Reynolds. Some Ryan Reynolds. Trying to remember why Josh Reynolds came up.
Some Kevin McReynolds.
Reynolds draft. Here we go.
Harold Reynolds.
Harold Reynolds. Mm-hmm. I know a little more.
I know. A little too much.
Learned a little too much about Harold Reynolds.
A little too much right there. I'm not opposed to a Reynolds draft today. Okay. Josh Reynolds.
Reynolds rap.
We spent a lot of time talking about Josh Reynolds.
Please.
You, if I'm not mistaken, you watched this year's NFC Championship game, did you not?
Oh, I did. Yeah,
you did. You certainly did. You certainly did. Mm-hmm. And you had strong opinions, which were,
I did not love the third down call or the fourth down call,
which were contrasting to my stronger and more correct opinions.
No, your off base opinions.
Mm-hmm. So, if you will recall,
okay. Who was he? What pass did he drop?
The Lions had a 24-10 lead, okay? A 24-10 lead.
Yes, sir.
They're driving. They face a 4th down and 2.
Yep.
At the Niner 28.
Okay.
They could have kicked a field goal.
Could have. What time in the game? This is still
the third quarter.
Right.
This is the third quarter. 2-score lead, trying to push it back to a 3-score lead. Dan Campbell says we're going for it. It's a 4th down and 2. Jared Goff back to pass. Spring.
Goff to throw. Here comes pressure. Escapes. Fires over the middle, and it is incomplete. He got out of a sack but couldn't connect with Reynolds, and the 49ers get a big stop on D. Goff trying to connect to Reynolds. He had it. Couldn't bring it in. And San Francisco with a big play. Campbell bummed.
Had it. Couldn't bring it in. Campbell.
Because Campbell said,
bummed.
Bleep them kicks.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
You like that? You like that?
That was
there
good.
There we go.
That was good. I like
there
that.
It is.
I was like that. Yeah, turnover on downs, and that draft ended in Purdy to Ayuk, a 6-yard touchdown, made it a 24-17 game, okay? After that, remember Jahmyr Gibbs fumbled, coughed up the ball?
Yeah.
He went to the wrong side of Jared Goff. They fumbled it. And, Brock Purdy had a 21-yard scramble, and boom, a Christian McCaffrey 1-yard touchdown run. We're suddenly tied at 24. But Lions ball, late third quarter. It's a 3rd down and 10 now. Lions
3rd and 10.
3rd down and 10. And, oh, man, Josh Reynolds is open. He's really, really open. Then what happened?
Blitz coming. Goff over the middle, and it's dropped. Oh, it was a first down gimme, and Reynolds could not hang on. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is our guy, huh?
And do you remember right after that, that was the punt? There was like the 73-yard punt.
That then hit off the leg.
Landed inside the 5, bounced straight up, and then the dude went over the goal line. Yeah.
Lions were lioning from back in the day.
Oh, man, did they lion from then on out. But yeah, that's Josh Reynolds. I can't imagine why Detroit didn't want to re-sign him.
How cool, Carl. I saw a Channel 9 news alert that said Josh Reynolds to replace Jerry Jeudy, and I was thinking, isn't that Mims? And now that you've played all these highlights, yeah, that's going to be Mims.
Kind of makes sense.
That better be Mims.
It better be Mims.
You know what I love about sports talk?
Mm-hmm.
You took me back to a time when it was colder and darker, and we were trying to just get through January. We had all these hot, fiery, spicy takes coming at each other.
We were going at it.
God, I could care less right now. All the spit and vinegar that I had that Monday after, whatever.
I still care.
So you went for it.
Justice
so you didn't.
For Dan
No,
Campbell.
not me. Don't care. Not my team. I am Jerry Seinfeld on the couch going, that's a shame.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know. This guy apparently is going to give us something. I really hope it goes better here than there.
I mean, that game, Andy.
You got to get out. You got to get out of town after that game, don't you?
You do.
You got to sign somewhere.
You
else,
can't be
right?
on that team anymore.
Yeah.
No,
that
no.
second highlight you played too, you could hear Kevin Burkhardt's like, "Oh my, what did I just watch?"
Right between the numbers.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to grab that thing.
You're paid for that, son.
You're on the Lions. Like, you guys, you have no margin for error in the NFC Championship game. You had a great first half. The Niners had a disastrous first half. And that's the funniest thing, Andy, is all the yelling that we did about Dan Campbell's decision making doesn't even matter if Josh Reynolds just catches the ball.
That's just it.
Yeah.
Well, same. Yeah, that's true. Both plays.
Yeah.
One a fourth, one a third.
Or remember the ball bouncing off of Vildor's face and then Brandon Ayuk catching it?
Yeah.
That game was insane.
Well, and what about, wasn't it the Niners punt? It goes off dude's ankle.
Yeah.
And the Niners recover it.
That was
That's
in the Super
why
Bowl.
if you're the was that against Kansas City?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you're the Niners,
yeah,
you got to wonder if you've given the bird to Lady Luck a little too much in your window here.
Brutal, man.
You got to take advantage of these
Brutal,
suckers.
brutal. But there was, if I'm not mistaken, in the Super Bowl, there were 7 fumbles and 6 of them were recovered by the Chiefs.
God, is that right?
Yeah.
It sounds about right.
Yeah.
See, again, when it's not my team, I'm like, all right, you could sell me on most things. Remember when Patrick Mahomes took his helmet off, his hair was on fire, and he still threw a touchdown? Did that happen? Well, that sounds cool.
It's a medical condition.
Yeah,
that he was
look it up
dealing
on
with.
YouTube.
It was an absolute nightmare. I am so excited for our next guest to be joining us here on the show. In fact, I choose to start this with a highlight because there's no better way to bring this guy in than this very highlight, Andy. I take you back to February of 2011, the great Kevin Harlan on the call.
Phillips, kid is out. Chauncey, a follow for the game. And a follow is an assassin.
Great one dribble, escape dribble. Afflalo goes up, and that's well within time. And Afflalo had a great fourth quarter. Brought the Nuggets back, and I tell you what a big shot by Aaron Afflalo.
19-point fourth quarter for Aaron Afflalo. 24 in the game, and he just put the dagger in the Dallas Mavericks. What a shot, what a game.
What a shot, what a game. Aaron Afflalo is an assassin, and he joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Aaron Afflalo, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Thank you for having me. Beautiful intro. I appreciate it.
Hey, well, it was a beautiful shot there that night. Aaron Afflalo, do you remember the other little piece of trivia about that night? In addition to you hitting that dagger to beat the Dallas Mavericks that night, and by the way, I asked my co-host and my producer, neither of whom could answer this question. Do you remember also why that game was significant in Denver Nuggets history?
Why would that game be significant? I do remember it was Carmelo Anthony's last home game with the team.
That's right. Carmelo Anthony's last game at the Pepsi Center, and you completely stole the show that night, Aaron Aflalo.
Well, that wasn't the intent. I just wanted to win, but it was a fun night.
Well, you were with the team through that transition. In some ways, Aaron, you were, one of the faces of that transition, because when you got here, it was the year after the Western Conference Finals run, so it was, you're on a team with Chauncey and Carmelo, but, the trade drama and the rumors are swirling in your second year here in Denver. What was it like to go through that, to go from a team led by Carmelo, led by Chauncey, with JR and Kenyon and that great group, and watch it kind of transition into a team that was sort of led by Gallo and Wilson Chandler and really yourself?
Yeah, it was interesting. Obviously, two totally different dynamics and leadership groups, and a feel for the team as a group. The team prior to me getting here, they were very successful, had a lot of veterans, and George had done a great job with that crew. Me being young, I just wanted to fit in and play my part and help the team in any way I could, replacing Dante Jones at that time. So it was fun. It was a learning experience for me. I was a young player, but thrusted into a role that I really appreciated being in as a starter to try to help in any way I could. And wish we could have done more on both sides of those teams, but it was definitely a fun ride.
All right, so how do you look back on those days? Because you were a fan favorite. I think you knew that. But, man, it was a while. Like, it was fun, but then it was the rumors. You guys are getting asked about it all the time. Every group of media that comes in from the visiting team wanted you to know what's it like with the Melo stuff. Is he getting traded? Blah, blah, blah. How do you look back on that time? Was it hectic? Was it fun? What was it?
As I got older in my career, I kind of understood it a little bit more. But again, I was a relatively young player at that time, and I was happy about my new role. I hadn't played much in Detroit. So, from a selfish perspective, I was kind of just focused. I was kind of just focused on, how I could personally help. So I didn't really grasp the magnitude of just what the organization was going through. But looking back on it, it was a little bit of a circus. But it was also fun. It was entertaining. A lot of good guys, a lot of great memories.
What was it like to go through that transition in the way that the team changed? Because you went from such a star-focused, future Hall of Fame talent on the roster kind of team to suddenly a much more balanced team, a team that, you didn't know who was going to beat you from night to night, but a number of guys that could drop, 15, 20, 24 points on you in a given night. How did you guys evolve as a basketball team over that stretch?
Yeah, you know what? Melo and Chauncey, they were kind of the leaders, unquestioned. We were kind of like your classic NBA team that had a 1-2 punch. You kind of knew where the ball was going at all times and who would have it and who would take your big shots. So just like you said, we became more of a cohesive group that just kind of tried to overwhelm you with numbers and depth from our 1 through 9. And that was a fun period. We ended up losing to the Thunder that year, but I wish that group could have stayed together a little bit longer and really flourished, because it's nothing like having 10 guys on the same page pulling for one goal. We just didn't stay together long enough.
What was your experience like with George Karl? And Aaron, I ask you because, it's been interesting to watch the Twitter interactions between he and Kenyon and he and Melo and everybody out there. I don't know if you're on Twitter. I don't know how much you follow it, but what was your relationship like with Karl?
You know what? I don't follow it much. I've obviously heard a couple of rumblings here and there, but, I try to take the experience for what it was for me. It could have been totally different for Melo and Kenyon and JR and others who had, personal interactions with Coach Karl. But for me, it was positive. I for one, have to be thankful because he put me in a role as a starter. He played me big minutes. He trusted me with big shots. So, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to say that I wasn't thankful for all that he did for me in particular in my career with the Nuggets.
Aaron, he was a guy, and, when you spoke to him anytime off the record, he always spoke glowingly about you and your game. And more than anything, he loved that you defended. He loved that you rebound. He loved that you were, willing to match up with the opponent's best player on the perimeter night in and night out, and that you put your energy into that side of the ball. And really, like, you look at your Nuggets experience and, like, your numbers went up every single year. Your profile went up every single year. You eventually landed in Orlando, but you were, a marquee acquisition for them because of the basketball player that you kind of became in that stretch. Like, how important were those years in forming what you were going to be as an NBA player?
Yeah, literally my fourth year was the foundation of true confidence to play in the league. Quietly, I worked really, really hard. I took the humble approach of wanting to do the little things that coach asked of me so that I could stay on the court with the known players that were on the Nuggets at that time. But my fourth year was a lot of trust provided, not only in me as a defensive player, but as an offensive player. And, I kind of rode that wave for the remaining 7 to 8 years of my career. There was a real transition in my confidence and what I thought I could be in the league starting that year. So I'm literally forever grateful for the Nuggets and in particular Coach at that point in my career for just believing in me.
Aaron, and I'm sure, you'll witness it at the game, but the Nuggets fan base has just exploded. It's passionate. The sellouts are alive. The building is alive. But you were, like I said, you were a fan favorite, maybe during a very interesting time for this team. But what was your experience with the Nuggets fan base here while you were here?
It was great. Everything that you said has been spot on for me. I think people just appreciated my approach to the game. They can see the passion, energy, and effort that I brought as a young player. That I wasn't highly self-motivated at that time, but really team-motivated. And I think fans who represent a city can always appreciate a player that's really there to, carry the city's name and legacy as much as they take pride in it themselves. So everywhere I go, still to this day, tons of Nuggets fans, and they appreciate the time that I was there. So that feeling is mutual.
Aaron Aflalo, alumni of the game tonight. Nuggets will take on the Suns. You listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, Aaron, speaking of Nuggets fans, I believe it was the guys over at Denver Stiffs that actually coined the nickname for you. But I was happy today. I looked up your basketball reference page, and it does list it as your nickname. How did you feel about being known as Spellcheck?
Actually, I didn't know that. I can imagine my last name, unless you're a true basketball fan, it could be a little bit of a tongue twister. But I'm thankful to that Denver Stiff writer or fan or whomever created that.
Well, now hold on. What was your nickname in the locker room? What did the guys call you?
They just called me AA, AAA, just because of my initials. But it was never spell check.
Arron. It's the original spelling on Aaron. There's no doubt about that. Hey,
right.
Plus, don't forget this dude played in 2 Final Fours when he was at UCLA. As March Madness going along as well. Aaron Aflalo, you were the guy that you knocked out Adam Morrison. In fact, I do believe the ultimate, the precipitous drop of Adam Morrison, I believe technically your team started that with what you guys did. That was a critical NCAA tournament victory.
Yeah, that was the last game of his career. Tough moment. Obviously, he had a lot of hype around him as a national player. And, it was a really fun game. I mean, we weren't supposed to win that game. Came back from a huge deficit for college standards.
Down 17, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and to come back in that fashion just presented a really historic game for college basketball. So, unfortunate for him, it ended that way, but still respect his game and respect all that he did at the college level at that time.
Plus, if I'm not mistaken, I do think that you did help him up and help get him off the court. So, Aaron Aflalo, class act as always. Alumni of the game tonight, Nuggets and Suns. The great Aaron Aflalo with us right there. Aaron, thank you so much. We really do appreciate you joining the show. Have fun tonight, man, and soak in the cheers and the adulation because it's well deserved.
No, thank you. I enjoy it. I appreciate it. I'm so happy for the franchise getting their first championship. Is well deserved.
Well said right there. Aaron Aflalo with us right there. I can't believe he never heard that.
Really?
That was what I knew. I think it was Andrew Feinstein over at Denver Stiffs that coined the nickname Spell Check, which I was like, that's an amazing nickname. Nobody spells Aaron Arron except for Aaron Aflalo. He's a good player.
He was.
Really good player.
He's one of those, we kind of talked, you know what? Not as long, maybe not the perfect comp.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a little Justin Simmons to him, though. Really good player during an interesting time for the franchise.
I would very much say he also came back briefly in the Brian Shaw era. So.
He knew how to play some deep. Well, that even got more interesting. Guess I could have asked him about that relationship.
By the way, Ben threw in a dang fellas thought you'd find some way to make AAA hate you guys. Well done grabbing another friend of the program. Thank you, Ben. We appreciate that.
You know, hey, call back hadn't happened yet.
It's very true. He hasn't answered our call again. It's Craig Bitt at Lindahl. Yes, it is. Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Thanks again to Aaron Aflalo for being with us here today on the show. That was fun.
You like to say that name, too.
Aflalo. Nick Kosminer joins us coming up at 4 o'clock. Further in-depth analysis of the Josh Reynolds acquisition by the Broncos. 2 years, worth up to $14 million. Josh Reynolds now joins the wide receiver room. Where are you feeling right now on the likelihood that Courtland Sutton is a Bronco Week 1 2024?
Yeah, I'm not. I feel like if Sean Payton, so I thought it was funny, one of our texters always pointed this out to us. Apparently in the latest ESPN mock draft, they've got the Broncos trading up to 4, which I think is probably, don't you got to imagine, I don't put a lot of mock drafts together, but when you're knocking out a weekly mock draft or whatever these guys do every couple of weeks, aren't sometimes you just having a little fun with one? And since Sean Payton talks so much about it, don't you think they're like, all right, fine, you want to yap about it so much at the owners' meetings, we got you trading to 4. That's what that kind of feels like to me.
Yeah.
But if they're going to do something like that, you would imagine a Courtland Sutton, a Garrett Bowles, possibly, likely a Patrick Surtain are going to be involved in that. I think it's a great question to ask. They could still save a ton of money by moving Sutton. I'm still not positive Garrett Bowles is on this roster, frankly. You know, I think that if you're the Broncos and you're truly trying to trade up, you're trying to move guys you've already got as part of it to try to buy your way out of a pick. So I don't know. Even if they don't move up, I'm not positive those two are really the long-term plan here.
I completely agree with you. In fact, I think both of them are coming up on, if they are Broncos this year, their last years in the Broncos uniform.
I would agree.
Yeah, and I know Bowles is on an expiring contract. I want to say Sutton has one more, but it's like all the guarantees are gone, and it's, you know.
You'd be eating some dead money with Courtland, but I think the last time I checked, you're still saving $14 million.
Yes,
so
there are savings available to you right there. So Josh Reynolds is now a member of the Broncos
here today. But who's throwing him the football, Nate?
We don't know. That's a good question. We don't know. As of today, it's Stiddy or maybe the Danucci.
All right, you know what?
I have no idea.
I want to do a little something here if you don't mind. We got a couple minutes.
Do a little something.
I haven't even warned you about this.
Okay.
I legit want responses from the text line, 303-504-0925. And I'll tell you.
I don't really, but
Andy I do.
Does.
And you know what? And at the same time, I want your opinion.
Okay.
Because, you know, you're right there.
I have a microphone.
So I found this a little bit interesting today. I've been in sports radio now literally 25 years. This is my 25th year in sports radio. I started in 1999. Okay? It's been a deal. When I started in sports radio, and I would say through most of my career, I started doing talk shows, my own talk shows in 2012.
Okay?
I thought people wanted balance, we want to have fun. You and I like to have fun. And part of what we do here is try to give you a few laughs because we know traffic sucks. Every time I drive in rush hour, I say a prayer for all of you because I don't know how you deal with it every day. Thank God this show goes to 6. So I've always wanted to give laughs. But we're here because I feel like people for the most part have always wanted the real story, kind of both sides, whatever. Analysis, you want to call it that, whatever. But today it kind of made me laugh. I'm listening to Scotty and Tyler talk about J.J. McCarthy. Okay? And Scotty, I had sent Scotty what I read you the other day. The guy that's probably the harshest critic of McCarthy.
Was that guy, was he first round mark or whatever?
No, I don't know. But look, he's allegedly a former NFL scout, which a lot of these guys out here are doing. And I just think it's funny. To me, when I do sports talk, I would like you to know there are those that think J.J. McCarthy that are going to be the steal of the draft, but you have to be careful because there's some other people that assess him like the guy did the other day. Now, everybody, I talked, you heard me. I was talking to Mike Sanford on my way in, had him read the assessment. What did he agree with? What didn't he? I asked Leggy about it. Both Sanford and Leggy are more towards that second round, Sanford will tell you, I'm sure, when he's on here, whatever, Friday. Penix is still his guy. He's going to go to the mat with Penix when it's, I think, after Williams. Okay.
Luke McCown, also a big Penix guy.
There you go. But the bottom line is, like, Tyler was just irate. Matter of fact, Rob's wrong. They didn't even want to. How dare this guy say he could be a 5th round pick? How dare you? Who is this guy? He's just a jack. You know what I mean? So what I thought was funny was like, now hold on, because the guy does go to the tape and he refers to the techniques. You don't have to agree with it, but don't you want to hear all the opinions as to what these guys could be? Don't you want all the sides? Or if we just hit this thing where you just want positive whatever barfed all over the microphones about what could be going on? Because I feel, dude, this quarterback class, it's hyped because teams need quarterbacks and don't love what's next year.
Yes.
But I think if things were balanced a little more, I don't think people would be jumping on some of these QBs the way people, again, like a Bo Nix going in the 1st round is partially because we're hearing that the league hates next year's class, Nate. That's part of what's going to push these guys up. So don't you want that information, or do you just want to be told, it's all glorious. Whoever they get, franchise guy. Hey, who cares if they get Pratt? Guess what? You're going to 5 Super Bowls with him.
You're having a very meta sports radio conversation.
I just thought even our own guy, Tyler, and I love Tyler. We did a show together. We did a lot of these discussions together. I just was he was like so angry about the evaluation that it caught me off guard. Because I don't know why anybody would be so loyal to J.J. McCarthy right at the moment.
He's got cool hair.
Sure. And I get if
It's
you're a
blonde
Michigan
and
fan
curly.
and he's your guy,
Yeah.
totally understand that. Totally get it.
Yeah.
There's CU people that are writing in going, I don't care what they think of the quarterback class. Get Shador. Get Shador because CU fans love Shador. I totally get it. But again, I just could not believe that, okay, it's an assessment. Part of the reason why I bring it up is to spur some conversation, to warn you. There were people telling us on this show that somehow Zach Wilson was going to be better than Trevor Lawrence. How has that worked out?
There are media outlets that live to tell you that everything is great.
Everything is all right.
They exist.
You're right.
They are
You're
out
right.
there. We are not that outlet. We are not that show. That is not what we aim to do on a daily basis. I don't want to do that show. I hate those shows. But that's fine. I get the appeal of that. People want to hear that everything's awesome about their football team. Sure. Yeah, it's
but we can't make that up.
It's like coverage of anything else. I want to hear that everything about my side and my team is the best.
I know.
And I need that reinforced to me over and over and over again. And
I can't tell you that if you're drafting the 4th or 5th guy at a position.
We
Can't
don't
tell you that.
We don't do that show.
So anyway.
We don't do that show.
Sorry. Got it off my chest.
And nor do we want to do that show. And again, I made a lot of fun of that assessment the other day, but it did not anger me.
No,
I'm glad
you had
that
fun with it.
Assessment exists.
And I'm not saying I agree with the guy either.
Yeah.
But again, read what's out there.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't get your heart broken when it doesn't work out that way.
I agree. That's why, Andy, when we do our draft previews and telling me starting next week, by the way, we're going to be doing Sell Lindahl a Dude, and I'll be selling you on these guys starting next
bring
week.
Your carpet samples.
And I am going to tell you what is good, and I'm going to tell you what is crap. Because that's
It's a complete crap. I want the samples I can see in my house.
That's how we do
I
it.
want a dude fitting in my offense. That's what I want.
Make it 0 for 7. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's our numero dos here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're with you until 6 o'clock today. We are expecting to chat with our friend Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com coming up here momentarily.
So I got a giggle from our person in 618.
Okay.
You need carpet, Lindahl? I'm your guy. I live in your neighborhood. I might need a wood floor at some point, so if you can do that, let me know. But no, the carpet thing was, as Nate tries to sell me next week, we're going to start to... Nate is going to go almost used car salesman.
That's correct.
Trying to get me to buy into some of these draft dudes.
I'm going to try and put you in an edge rusher today.
You're tired of my will see kind of attitude, so you're going to try to get me to go and purchase a jersey before a guy's throwing a football for my team.
I need you, or blocked for somebody throwing a football, or ran and caught a thrown football, or tried to tackle somebody before they threw the football. We don't know. We don't know what they could be up to.
What do we do with the Wilson jersey? Do we do that as a giveaway?
The Russ jersey?
Yeah.
You
I don't need it.
You own
I'm all right.
A triple XL white.
It's quite big.
Number 3 Broncos jersey. It says Wilson on the back.
They could trade for Zach Wilson. I'm still going to give the jersey away.
Would he wear number 3?
He might as well.
Okay.
Can we help ourselves out?
Just go ahead and keep those going. Are those? But I haven't.
Super sale marked.
I was going to say
everywhere I've gone.
I haven't gone into a Dick's
the
or
shirts,
a team store,
the jerseys,
anytime
the jerseys.
soon. They're all
they're all there.
Let's ride till we're
All
out of
shapes and
inventory
sizes.
is what they're going for right now.
Yeah,
That's what everyone's trying to do.
So you're going to sell me on some dudes.
I'm going to do my best. I will do my Buccaneers' best to try and sell you on some dudes. I tell you what.
Do you have your list together yet? Do you have an idea? Like, do you know who's coming Monday? When we're out at Twin Peaks, by the way. Join us out at Twin Peaks.
On Monday.
Now,
That's right.
Get there early. I may have to just sit back and eat some dinner at Twin Peaks. Because the last time we ended at 4:30, I still got home at 6:30.
There's some traffic in that part of town.
It's kind of a pain.
So come and visit with us. We would appreciate that very much. We'll be in Vegas over the next couple of days. We'll be broadcasting live from Stadium Swim at the Circa Hotel, Resort, and Casino, which is marvelous. We'll be out there tomorrow, and we very much are looking forward to that. This current Bronco team, I ask you this question, Andy, okay? After quarterback, okay? And that has to be the way that I ask this question. After quarterback, what position or position group on this team is most in need of an upgrade?
Great question.
Thank you.
I think there's a lot of candidates. I'm going to go.
Sports radio topic guy,
Boom.
Nate Kreckman. Here we
Kapow.
go.
None, Nate. The Broncos are awesome. All right.
You were on a station called Orange and Blue.
I was. And even then we were like, dude, this is rough. We were asking Case Keenum, hey, got these benching rumors.
The problem at that stage of your career, Andy, was they orange and blue back
Yeah,
then. Yes,
hey,
yes.
there it is. There
Thank you.
Always
See,
ready.
I could have been writing the imaging for your station instead of dude.
Guys, hey.
See me Monday.
So I'm going to take a line from Jim Harbaugh, funny enough. He was speaking at the coaches' breakfast, and I'd seen this pop up.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't know, somebody, some draftnik was saying, hey, bookmark this comment. Remember it when the Chargers start drafting. But I really liked what he had to say. Had I known we were going this route, I'd have told Spring to play the audio. Maybe we'll play it later on. I'll give you the Cliff Notes. Do you want to play it? What do you think? You want me to give you the Cliff Notes, or you want to hear it from Jimmy?
Cliff Clavin it up for me.
All right. Jimmy. Harbaugh said, there's one position that is not dependent on the quarterback to play well. And yet all the other positions are dependent on this position to play well. And that position, offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
He said the offensive line, matter of fact, if they play well, chances are your quarterback will play better. The receivers will actually get time. Time will be had so the receivers can fully run routes. Running backs will get the proper holes to run the play properly. On and on and on.
I do not agree with Jim Harbaugh.
Take it up with Jim Harbaugh.
But yes.
But for the sake of this conversation, I would like to see, I really wouldn't have a problem with them grabbing another left tackle. As you laid out before, Garrett's on the last year of his contract. I did hear Tyler say a month ago, and I know he's got ties in the O-line room, that he's not positive that Garrett really is a Sean Payton guy.
Sure.
He's not positive that Garrett loves it here. So take it for what it is. Maybe, he's happy to play out his contract, yada, yada, yada. That's a guy who we all remember Garrett at the end of the year last year going, when they finally did bench Russ, he's going, here we go again. Man, this has been my whole career. And I'm sick of not winning, and I'm sick of. So he was pretty loud about that. I would guess if they could get a tackle they wanted, whether it's a 12 or a trade down, then I think something happens with Garrett Bowles, don't you? And quite honestly, I mean, the only guy that I think is really solidified is the belly, Miners.
Yeah.
And I think Powers got better as the year went along. But look, you overpaid for a guy that's a run-first offensive lineman because that's what free agency is. Hey, dude, even McGlinchey. Now, you went and played with his contract again, so you're tied into McGlinchey, I think, for at least a couple more years, right? So, but I think Broncos country doesn't need a lesson on how important the offensive line is.
Sure.
Every damn quarterback they've tried to play has gotten his teeth kicked in and in some cases his soul taken from him because they can't hold up against a real pass rush ever. They can't. And Nate, you and I know last year when they were getting some things done, they had to keep a tight end in. They had to keep the fullback in. They never could go to a 4-wide. When was the last time this team had a line that could hold up in a spread formation? You and I, how many times for
Since
2
Manning was
years during Vic, it was
Since
all
Peyton
we
was
heard
here.
about was they can't block a 3-wide.
Right.
Then it continued under Nathaniel Hackett. Give me a good dang offensive line and let's take it from there.
Tackle is definitely one that I would circle. And the thing is about this draft is if the quarterback run happens as some seem to think that it may, which it could, and if there's 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 10 of this draft, a quality offensive tackle will be staring you in the face at number 12. Fashanu out of Penn State, Joe Alt from Notre Dame, one of those guys
Maybe
could be
the Oregon
falling
kid?
down to 12. That's right. Fuaga out of Oregon State could be there for you. Like one of these guys could potentially be available. And that is, I agree with you. And if I was doing a top 3, I would say it's on my list.
Offensive line, another edge rusher.
That's where I was going.
And then I've told you, tight end. Look,
Edge rusher.
I did a big soliloquy about the O-line, and if Brock Bowers is sitting there at 12, run to the podium and take the kid.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you there either, just because I think he's such a fantastic individual talent. But this team right now, I mean, you were led last year by Jonathan Cooper with 8.5 sacks, which first off is not a great total. And I mean this with all due respect to Jonathan Cooper, who has absolutely overachieved as an NFL player. That guy can't be your best edge rusher.
Love the player.
Right.
But you're right. He's a rotational talent.
Nick Benito is fine. Baron Browning, when healthy, is fine.
But no one's been dynamic a full season.
And nobody, and this is just true across the sport, nobody impacts the game outside of quarterback as much as edge rushers do. They because their job is to go and get the guy who impacts everything else and throws that ball. And if you can force an opposing offensive coordinator to have to think about you down in and down out, first off, it makes the entire rest of your defense better. And then eventually a mistake will be made and that guy will go and make a play. This is why these are the second highest paid players in all of football, because nobody impacts the game quite like them. And the Broncos have not had an elite one since Von Miller. They need to get back to that place. I don't think this team is solving its quarterback problem this year, but you can go and get an awesome edge rusher, and whether it's Latu out of UCLA, you got Jared Verse out of Florida State, Dallas Turner from Alabama, Chop Robinson from Penn State. And he's got a cool name. There's really good edge rushers that I think you could be looking at right there at number 12, somebody that could make your defense better, because Andy, all the best defenses in football have an awesome edge rusher.
Yeah, and they also have a pretty good second punch on the other side too.
Yep.
So I know it's amazing how many mock drafts really do have the Broncos. Jared Verse seems to be a very popular edge rusher name from Florida State that pops up constantly. I think at Bucky Brooks' recent mock, that's what he had the Broncos doing as well, which he just did yesterday.
Yep.
So, yeah, look, I'm fine with it. You need dynamic playmakers, not just, again, folks, don't mishear us. You need a quarterback. We all know it, but you just said it right there. Seems unlikely that's going to happen with how this thing. I know Leggy was telling me yesterday he doesn't see the Commanders or Patriots really wanting to trade.
Right.
It just they need quarterbacks too.
They desperately do.
So it just seems highly unlikely. Here's a name. It's funny because Joe just texted this in. Are we going to have a year? Remember it was 2017. We all talked about Kirk Cousins.
Mm-hmm.
Is Dak Prescott about to be that name we talk about? As the offseason goes on and the Cowboys have done nothing with his contract.
They did restructure it.
Did they finally? I didn't see
for this upcoming season. They haven't signed him to an extension yet, but there was a restructure on this coming season's deal.
Is he going to be the apple of the Bronco country eye?
If he decides he doesn't want to be a Dallas Cowboy anymore, he very well could. Eventually you would think in the twilight years of one Jerry J. Jones. I don't actually know what his middle name is. Either way. Jerry Jones.
Triple J.
Triple J's.
Spell check.
See if he knows Triple A. We'll find out.
Sure.
So Triple J's. Jer, my dude.
Jer.
He's going to get sick of this eventually, right?
What do you mean? Dak?
Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott.
Next year.
Okay, so he's going to have to pay CeeDee Lamb soon. He's going to have to pay Micah Parsons soon. He should pay both of those guys because both those guys rule, okay? So he should completely pay those guys and keep them on his football team forever. At some point, he's going to get frustrated with Dak. And I would have thought this was going to be the year where he would have been like, hey, Mike McCarthy's not a good football coach. But he didn't reach that conclusion this year. He has decided to give those guys another year. Eventually, that has to change.
I think he's sick of paying guys not to work.
We'll
talk more about
would
it.
think so. I would think so.
Plenty of time to talk about Dak.
The Smiter Man, Nick Kosmiter of TheAthletic.com, joins us to talk about this very same topic. We'll pose the same question. Andy says tackle. I say edge rusher. What is the most critical position group for the Broncos to upgrade outside of quarterback? More on that next. All right, it is a Wednesday afternoon on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Let's keep this football conversation a-rolling. By the way, Nuggets Suns coming up tonight. We had Aaron Aflalo last hour. That was fun. If you missed it, altitudesportsradio.com. Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com. He is with us right now on a Wednesday. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you require Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Nick Kosmider, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. How you doing, fellas?
We're doing good. I want to ask you the same question that Andy and I were just volleying back and forth in the last segment here. Outside of quarterback, what position group on this team is in most critical need of an upgrade?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think overall their sort of defensive line, pass rush spots, I think you can kind of lump those things together as being in need of some real talent enforcements. Like they need a guy in one of those positions that is just sort of a game plan wrecker who you can count on consistently pressuring the quarterback every day or every game. A guy that you can consistently count on being a real thorn in the side of a team's attempts to run the football. The Broncos haven't really had that going for them in the last several seasons, even though they've made some adjustments. And guys like DJ Jones and Zach Allen, have had their moments. And then, you looked at the young group of pass rushers that they had that took some nice steps last year, right? Like Nick Bonito goes from a sack and a half to 8 sacks. Jonathan Cooper, career high, 8.5 sacks. Baron Browning, when he was on the field, did some nice things. But I just think that they really could use more depth, more talent in that kind of front seven mode as they continue to kind of try to chase, the vision that they have defensively.
Nick, what do you make of Sean Payton being so forthright with, we visited with J.J. McCarthy. It is really possible to trade up to 4, which there's no doubt. He's not telling a lie there. If they really want to get it done, they could get it done. It just doesn't seem maybe wise to some of us on the outside. Do you buy a veteran coach like him that he's really being forthright about all the guys he loves and some of their plans, or do you feel like there's a little smoke show going on there?
Well, there's always some of that this time of year, as you well know, Andy. But I think he was, I think he was just trying to kind of put out there that, again, don't count us out of anything in terms of the options that we have to ultimately get a quarterback. And again, I just think that given that they are the only team this offseason that had a significant need at quarterback that hasn't addressed it in any way at all, just continues to point toward them using this draft to get their guy, and their guy being one that would actually step in and start as early as next year would have to be a guy that you drafted almost certainly in that first round. And so, again, I think it's on the table. It's interesting to me what they're kind of doing right now with the composition of the rosters. They're playing something of a Moneyball situation here. Like you're having Josh Reynolds, replace a Jerry Jeudy that gives you, when you look at the stats from last year, pretty comparable numbers. He's going to make $7 million next year. Jerry Jeudy, making 19 or whatever it might be. You kind of did the same thing at safety with Brandon Jones in there for Justin Simmons. Cody Barton making a fair amount less than what Josie Jewell got in Carolina. So you're seeing where, okay, now that they had to take this big hit, this is sort of how they're trying to fill those gaps and create a situation where you have in 2025 a lot more flexibility. And I say that to say that makes you more think, okay, well, perhaps they would be willing to give up first round pick in next year's draft because they will have a lot more ability because of the way that they're spending now to go out and free agency or to swing trades that would put guys quickly around a quarterback. But again, you have to be right, because if you're not giving up that kind of capital and not having sort of the object of that trade work out for you, it's a recipe for disaster, as we've seen time and time again.
I like the Moneyball analogy right there. Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com. Speaking of the Moneyball, Josh Reynolds on a 2-year deal, $14 million, worth up to $14 million. Josh Reynolds is a Bronco. Nick, why is that?
Yeah, I think that they see him. Look, the connections there are pretty obvious in terms of he played the last couple of years under Dan Campbell, who Sean Payton knows well, both as a former player, as a former assistant. So you know that the intel that he has on Reynolds and what he would bring is important. I also just think they like kind of his positional versatility. Can play in the slot, can play outside. Is a guy that's really good in the run game as a blocker, and that's something they feel like they're improving on over what they had with Jerry Jeudy in that regard. And so, again, you add all those things in. I think they have things that they're hoping that will pan out, right? Like that Tim Patrick will come off 2 years of being injured and resemble that really solid guy you can count on that he was in 2021. They're hopeful that Greg Dulcich will be kind of this mismatch nightmare type of guy that they can use in a lot of different positions, but he's got to show that these hamstring injuries are behind him. With Reynolds, it's a guy who you can count on this guy in terms of giving you 40 catches, 600 yards, 5 touchdowns. Like that's more or less been who he's been. Has been healthy, has been reliable, and I just think they wanted to go out and kind of pay for that consistency of knowing what they'll get from that spot.
To be fair, I believe the hamstring injuries are always behind him.
Well done. Well played.
You are just shucking and jiving all over the place.
All over the place today.
Everywhere we go,
all
you
over
got
the
a
place.
little something. Nick, if they want Penix, where do you think they need to get him? Is he an early second round guy? Where do you think all the noise? You've done a bunch of mock drafts. Penix isn't a first round guy, is he?
I think it's possible that you land six guys in this first round, 6 quarterbacks. That would look like something like the famed 83 class. Not to say that these guys are all going to work out to that degree, but that's how many I believe were in that draft. I think if he is able to climb into the first round, it's going to be toward the back end. The Raiders are a team that you sometimes fear is potentially connected to him, but I don't necessarily think that would be with the 13th overall pick, which Vegas currently holds. I would probably see that, Andy, being toward the back end of the first round, which of course, that adds to the complication for the Broncos because they're sitting at 12 but don't have a second round pick right now. So do you trade back in an effort to have another pick and you can get him then? That's part of the reason I don't necessarily see him as that guy. But again, I think one of the things to keep in mind, Sean Payton said, look, if I determine a guy is the one that we want to have him, I think his quote was, I'm unconcerned with where people think we should draft that guy. So it only takes one team to believe that he's worthy of that spot that you have in the first round or the top half of the first round. But at this point, I would be surprised if he was going that high, to be where the Broncos currently are.
Hey, Sean Payton is of the opinion he'll be very, very good at this. Nick Kosmider, The Athletic, subscribe, read his stuff. Plus, listen to his podcast, the Not Another Bucking podcast, which is terrific, and I swear to God, we'll record another edition of it.
Boy, you really are putting the
soon.
pressure on.
I really am.
You would like to return.
I would.
You enjoyed your time with Nick.
Well, the problem is that I have been an elusive guest here of late.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's another nice way of saying I've been a pain in the ass lately.
The kids, we know the parenting situation, the colds, the commitments, and all those sorts of things. So. We'll make it happen.
I'm a flaky friend, is what I am. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nick, he'll make the plans, but he's going to cancel on you last minute. Hey, I really I can't do it.
Yeah, thing here.
Oh man,
Nick, who is going to be the Broncos' kickoff returner next year? Now that kickoffs are cool again.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about that is I think you're going to have so many more returns that you might use different guys in that role. As I understand it, you're going to have two guys back there. But obviously Marvin Mims is going to be first and foremost the guy that they will hope has a big hand in helping the Broncos be really good at this kickoff return game in this new world. If he had enough returns to qualify last year, I think he would have led the league in kickoff return average, but he only returned 15 kicks all season. So it's going to be a lot more. It's a pretty fascinating deal. I'm sure you guys have talked about it, pretty extensively, but this is going to be a situation that is sort of new for everyone. I think the Broncos one of the interesting things about Denver is that they, as bad as last season was, they made some real progress on special teams for the first time in a long time. So I think they like what they have there in terms of the coaching staff, some of the pieces, and it'll be interesting to see how quickly they can get up to speed with that, and then ultimately how effective that they can become under these new rules.
What are you expecting from the new uniforms, Nick? Have you heard any rumors as to what they will look like and all that?
I haven't, but certainly it seems as though the fans are just eager, right, for mountain sleeves, right? It doesn't take you very deep. It doesn't require you to go very deep down a rabbit hole to see that fans, at least the vocal ones on social media, have a certain opinion about whether Colorado's famed Rockies should be depicted on the jersey. So I guess we'll just have to see. And I'm with it. I mean, if they do something like that, you would hope that it's kind of subtle and all that kind of thing. But I'm not the world's biggest uniform guy. Like I don't get super deep into all that. But I'm unique in that way, I guess, because it's the most responsive thing that I get whenever I tweet about it. So I think one way or the other, the reaction will be, people will like it, people won't like it, but it'll be fun. We'll talk about it for sure.
Some people will love it, some people will hate it, and others will think it's okay.
Well, they look like
that's we might trade up, we might stay where we're at, we might move back. You'll just have to.
You never know.
Will they be green license plate uniforms?
Oh gosh, please,
no. God, no.
Please no.
It's already been done and done poorly. Nick Kosmider, everybody.
You really pondered that one. What happened over there? What's going on? You stopped, you thought, you looked down?
No.
Yeah.
What if they incorporate Casa Bonita in some way?
Then I'm in.
That would be a win. Yeah.
What are you doing? A diving board out, the rock jump thing? Black Bart's Cave outline on his sleeve?
Get rid of the horse head, have a cliff diver on the side of the helmet. There we go, everybody.
There we go. That's Colorado. All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
There he goes. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic.
He just ended that one.
That's good.
I've had enough. Bye, guys.
Enough of you guys.
All right, we may have to
Thanks
test
for having me on, guys.
Yeah,
Good luck.
That was even quicker than that. All right, guys. Enough.
All right. Mm-hmm.
I'm back to writing.
Yeah.
Let's get on those mountain sleeves. And immediately the first text, please no mountain sleeves. I'm with the texter. No mountain sleeves. I don't need the mountains. It's a sports team.
I believe, didn't they say it'll have elements of Colorado?
Look, you're triggering me back to those license plate things.
I'm a lot like Kosmider.
I know you don't care.
I don't care. I just want people to put the stickers straight on their car.
You would like the horse head just gone. You'll go back to the old Denver logo.
But I guess that's not what they're doing. They said the logo's staying the same. I like the old logo. I like the letter D. I like a horse bucking in the middle of a letter D. I think that's fun.
Why not?
The horse head never really did much for me.
See, I think they are, I don't know, the Twitter is full of rumors, but aren't they going also back to the old, they're going back to the original letter D uniforms as a throwback.
That'll be the throwback?
The throwback.
The color rush, if you will. Allegedly.
I hate the color rush. Just get rid of the color rush.
Is it going to be the same colors of orange and blue?
I doubt it. We'll have their font of orange. You know what I mean?
Font of orange.
Yeah. We've already had the extremely bright orange of the modern era, almost neon orange.
Okay.
We had the, whatever that was, the brown burnt orange of hunting attire. And this one will probably be a good Fanta orange or something like that. So,
Jaleel McLaughlin, we talked about this yesterday. He has to be a part of this return game,
I
right?
would think so.
Yes.
Give the kid a shot.
Very much
it could be fun.
You know, one of the things we didn't really talk about yesterday, that we kind of glossed over this, and I feel like we covered it substantially yesterday, but something we kind of glossed over a little bit is now if you want to do an onside kick,
you
have
tell everybody.
You have to declare it.
I declare bankruptcy!
That's the first thing I thought of.
I think the coaches should have to walk out to the middle of the field and yell it like that. Borrow that ref mic.
Right.
I declare an onside kick.
Or can the kicker just run out there with a big flag?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the flag guys. Okay, what?
Yes, we should be doing something more grandiose as long as we're declaring
Make them all march out to a song like it's a rugby game or something.
Right.
The soccer introductions.
For the love of God, can we just get the 4th and 20?
Please.
Please, okay? onside kick, like they've changed the rules so much that they've completely neutered any kind of fun out of him, aka violent collisions. Let's be honest, that was the most fun, the most fun thing about it, okay? And so if we could get to a place where it's like, okay, let's just keep having the best players on the team, the most highly paid players on the team, like the quarterbacks and the tackles and the receivers, have them actually decide the outcome rather than the end of the bench dudes that we just throw out there and basically say, you go and give yourself brain damage. We don't care what happens to you right now.
Yeah, I like the idea, though, letting the guys pay to do this on a regular basis, try to attempt to win the ball back, too.
Yes. Also,
because again, you've completely emasculated the onside kick. It's done.
Don't
Don't bother with it.
This is one of those things where, like, I don't have a ton of good things to say about the Philadelphia Eagles. I appreciate them for being the team to still bring this proposal every single year, even though everyone in the NFL is just like, nah, we're going to leave it exactly the same. Like, okay, we already completely changed the kickoff. We've shown a willingness to do that. We live in a world where now the term swivel hip drop tackle is something we have to know about. So let's just go with this vastly better idea of a 4th down and 20 at your own 25-yard line or whatever in an onside kick situation. And if you convert, you get to keep the thing. I think I saw the number, by the way, Andy, is last year in the NFL, 3rd and 15s, or it was like 3rd and 15 or longer was converted at like a 14% clip, where onside kick were like 3% this past year. Good. Let's go back in that direction.
Well, and what I love is if you screw up, they get the ball where you tried it from.
Yeah.
So there's a risk.
Very much so. Risk. Yeah. And there should be a risk reward involved in all of it.
By the way, one of the texters said one coach should go and slap the other with a glove like a duel. I challenge you to an onside kick, sir.
I declare, sir. Sir.
Except those tack gloves would it get stuck to like one guy's face. Get stuck in the Dan Campbell beard.
Nuggets getting ready for the Suns this evening. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Our old buddy Windy, Brian Windhorst, had an interesting thought about what Nikola Jokic has to gain this postseason. Is he right about this? We'll talk about that next. That's right. I do have all those things. I am Nate Kreckman. That is Andy Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're with you until 6 o'clock. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here at 5 p.m. Plus a Major League Baseball preview like you will only get on the Kreckman and Lindahl show coming up at 5:20 this afternoon, which I'm very much looking forward to. But first, Andy, I give you this. Brian Windhorst. Windy, if you will. A man who once said nobody has ever been better in a sweep than the Los Angeles Lakers were last year in the Western Conference Finals. 2024 NBA playoffs, 20 players with most to gain or lose this postseason. Number 1 on the list, and I think he kind of did this in no particular order, but he had mentioned Jason Tatum first, which I would say, given what the Celtics are and NBA leader in wins, and Jason Tatum, a guy who is, an all-NBA talent, but is generally not regarded amongst the elite of the elite in the sport. I would say that Jason Tatum has an awful lot to gain this upcoming postseason. He gets to Jokic second, and he makes an interesting point here about Jokic. By the way, I did not know this little note here. He writes, Jokic has nothing to prove, but he has more to win and is on the verge of joining the all-time greats. He's favored to win his 3rd MVP. If he's able to back up last season's dominant playoff showing with another, it's downright historic. Players with 3 MVPs and 2 Finals MVPs. Listen to this list. MJ, LeBron, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
All right. That's tall cotton.
That's the cream of the crop. Yeah. You really can't beat that. Again, Finals MVP didn't start until 1969.
Nice.
So Bill Russell, whose name is actually on the trophy, Bill Russell would be on the list, but he isn't because he didn't win a Finals MVP. Jokic can join that unimpeachable group this season. Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Post Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, that's
the dudes.
That's the 5 most accomplished players in NBA history right there. And you would be putting Nikola Jokic on that list. That's freaking cool.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
That's your Hall of Fame entry stamped.
Yeah.
Probably already there anyway.
It's done.
There's no arguing that.
He's there. He's a 2-time MVP and a Finals MVP. But that's like that's where you go from, like, you can be an all-time great player, right? Like, Dirk Nowitzki's an all-time great NBA player. Dwayne Wade's an all-time great NBA player. That's a different list right there. There's the Hall of Fame, and then there's like the GOATs.
That's the private room of the Hall of Fame.
Right. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of dudes that don't get to go and visit that room right there that you would be putting him into. I mean, this is the legacy portion of his career. Like by now, he's a 2-time MVP. He's going to win his 3rd. He might have one more in him. I would say he could have one more in him before it's all said and done. And this is ring collection, and this is putting together the resume to consider you one of the all-time greats. And that right there is that's it right there. And Andy, he's one of those dudes.
Yeah.
We know he's one of those dudes.
But
okay?
That's the undeniable resume.
Exactly. That's the one where, like, I don't care how dumb Kendrick Perkins or anybody else wants to be, you cannot deny that kind of accomplishment right there if he goes and he wins an NBA championship this year, which, honestly, Andy, I firmly believe with this team, if they stay healthy, they're going to win the NBA championship. What they have been since the All-Star break, they're 15-2 since the break. They are number 2 in offensive rating, number 7 in defensive rating, and they're number 2 in net rating. Now, in offensive and in net rating, the one team they're behind is the Boston Celtics. What's the Celtics' record against the Nuggets this year? They're 0-2, okay? The Nuggets are better than that team. Now, I think that's a really, really freaking good team, and that's going to be a really hard NBA Finals, okay? But I give the Nuggets a better than 50-50 shot to win that series just because I think that they are a better team. And when they lock in and have that starting 5 together, it's the best lineup in basketball. I think this is the best team in basketball with the best player. If you're telling me that a game is close midway through the fourth quarter, I will believe the Nuggets will win every single time. They won't win every single time, but I believe they will.
Yeah, I'm with you. And look, there's no reason they can't. We talked about the two that they lost so far post All-Star break.
Yeah.
And they included a last-second shot in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
And the Nuggets have continued to come. Now, when it comes to the Avs and Nuggets, there's a couple of habits I'd like you to break before playoff time. With the Avs, it's, falling behind early, which unfortunately they did again last night despite having the quick goal. And with the Nuggets, it's giving back leads too soon. Or in some cases, like with Phoenix, the last time they played, having to come back from a big deficit. Now they can do it, but I'd rather you quit forcing yourself to do it.
I think a few things happen at playoff time. Number one, the bench limits get shrunk down so much that you don't give away leads as much. And number two, you play hard every single game. You play hard for 48 every single night in the playoffs.
Yeah, there won't be any. You're right. The Nuggets, there's still times, even the other night, there were times where the Nuggets looked bored with that game.
Yeah. That just happens with this team.
I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah.
I don't want it to come off as insulting, but.
Andy, are you ready for your Rockhead of the day?
Oh, please.
Yes,
can't wait.
Yes, your Rockhead of the day. It's presented to you by our friends at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. They are your local home comfort specialists. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. Here we go, Andy. This is coming to us, and I saw this today, and I was like, April Fool's is next week, dudes, which leads me to believe that I think they're reporting the truth here, although I still think I might be getting punked here. Anyway, here's the headline. 7-Eleven just announced a drink like we've never seen before. Over the last decade, and this is courtesy of allrecipes.com, found this on Yahoo. Over the last decade, we have seen seltzer transition from a bubbly beverage beloved by a few to an all-out phenomenon. From the popularity of brands like LaCroix, Spindrift, and Waterloo to boozy spiked seltzers sweeping the nation, sparkling waters now have an ever-expanding section of the drink shelves in grocery stores. And now some brands are pushing the envelope on what flavors a seltzer can be. So here we go. This is what 7-Eleven's plan is right here. In collaboration with Miracle Seltzer, 7-Eleven is introducing 4 new flavors of 7 select sparkling waters to its convenience stores. Here's the first 3 before I get to the 4th. Lemon lime, green apple, and sweet orange. So,
fairly run in the mill. Fairly run in the mill.
Yes. Number 4.
Yeah.
Inspired by 7-Eleven's best-selling Big Bite hot dog. That's right, Big Bite hot dog flavored sparkling water.
To help you ensure that this is not you getting punked, I just found this on WFAB, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
I know I can trust
And
them.
there's the story. They just posted this an hour ago, and I knew that's why you heard my audible reaction. What is this mess?
That's right, a hot dog flavored sparkling water. Mm-hmm.
I might throw up at just the thought.
According to the press release, quote, gone are the days of alternating bites of a hot dog with sips of a beverage because now those on the go can swap the bun for bubbles. Mm-hmm.
That is gross.
Here's my question. Would you rather drink hot dog water, the remaining water from the pot of boiling hot dogs, or a hot dog flavored seltzer?
Boy. I don't even know. I don't know how to answer. Neither. Yeah. No. I'm out.
You got to make a pick.
Can't make me.
Gun to your head.
Yeah. Go ahead and pull the trigger because both that sounds just awful. Because here's the thing. Like, do you remember the snack, the Circus Peanuts?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the banana-flavored styrofoam
But see, that's
things.
just it.
Yeah.
First off, flavoring of something, and I point to that.
Mhm.
Banana flavoring, strawberry flavoring it can be worse than the actual thing.
Yeah,
right?
this is.
And I like a banana, but
Like what I will need them to do is, and I want to see this like in the hot dog seltzer factory, is I do actually want to see like you've boiled a hot dog, and now this is the water that you are now using to make this sparkling beverage. Also,
stop it. Stop describing it.
What color is this going to be?
You just be quiet.
Is it brown?
Do you remember Pepsi Clear?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. Circus peanuts look like a peanut. I'm enunciating the heck out of this sucker. But it tastes like a banana. It messes with you. This thing just needs to be clear. The can is color enough. The can looks like a hot dog.
Buy me some peanuts and Cracker
Not that.
Jack.
But anyway, you know what I find is funny in at least in the updated article they have here on WABF of what you're talking about.
Okay.
They're saying that it could be hard to find. Right now, you can get the other 3 flavors readily available, but it may be difficult to get your hands on the hot dog water as 7-Eleven doesn't have the details fully worked out on the availability.
Glizzy flavored sparkling water, my friend.
Grizzy. It is grizzly. A Glizzy LaCroix. Sign somebody up, I guess.
Hot dog sparkling water. Yes, the fine folks at 7-Eleven, your rockheads of the day. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. They're your local home comfort specialists. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your existence. It is the third hour of the show. Nate Craig and Andy Lindahl, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. And we fire it up right now with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We got a shiny new wide receiver, Mark Springer.
Hell yeah. It's the High Five brought to you by Bet365, whatever the sport, whatever the moment. It is never ordinary at Bet365. The Broncos have signed most recently with the Lions wide receiver Josh Reynolds, a 2-year deal worth up to $14 million.
Interesting point that was made earlier last hour by our buddy Nick Kosmider. Broncos are playing Moneyball football right now.
Sure.
Josh Reynolds, bring him in. Production really not that far back from what Jerry Jeudy did last year.
Only he blocks in the run game.
And you paid, basically, you're going to pay basically half of what you were going to pay Jerry Jeudy this season, a little bit more than half. Cody Barton in the linebacking core coming in on a cheaper rate than Josie Jewell. Brandon Jones, the safety, comes in cheaper rate than Justin Simmons. That this is one of those things where the Broncos are just saying, okay, let's shove these guys out. They're pricey. Let's bring in players where there's really not a tremendous drop-off, and we'll pay them much less.
Yeah, I have no problem with the plan.
It's pretty sound for where they're at in this stage of the development.
Here was look, you're going to eat the cap hell for 2 years, and hopefully next year is going to be a little more reduced. If you get another $8 million jump, you took the bigger $50 million chunk this year.
Yeah.
You're making the smarter signings behind it. They could have. Now, I know everyone's saying, well, they're going to have $100 million in cap money. Well, they could, but if you pay Surtain and you pay Quinn Miners, that's going to eat up a ton of what your cap
Few
is.
things will get,
So,
yeah.
it won't quite look as gaudy as that. But look, we've said go young. They're going young. It may lead to a terrible record next year. You have to get over the bridge of pain that was the failed Russell Wilson trade.
Yes. You weren't winning with Russell Wilson anyway, so what's the difference? Josh Reynolds comes in at 6'3", 194 pounds. We talked about it earlier in the show, Andy. 2 critical drops that Josh Reynolds had in the NFC Championship game. The 4th down and 2, up 24-10, in which ball hit him in the hands, went right through there. Jared Goff was not able to complete his maybe more egregious drop coming later in the third quarter on a 3rd down and 10, in which he was wide open. Josh Reynolds has had good playoff production in his career. He certainly did not that day. I'm not terribly shocked that he's not going to be back in Detroit. Not because I don't think the coaches necessarily wanted him gone or anything like that. I think they wanted him at the right price. It's really tough as a player to keep playing in a city after
where you were the GOAT.
You were
not the good GOAT
in a playoff game. Ask Raheem Moore about that, and I don't even think Raheem Moore was a terrible player after that. I just think it was tough to be a Bronco after that.
It was always brought up to him.
Yeah,
he always had to talk about it.
Rams game last year in the playoffs in the opening round, he had 5 catches for 80 yards against the team that originally drafted him. He had a touchdown in their win over Tampa Bay. Again, he infamously had a terrible day in the NFC Championship game, but now he's a Bronco on a 2-year deal worth up to $14 million, joining a receiver room with Cortland Sutton, with Tim Patrick, with Marvin Mims. Josh Reynolds right now is your 4th option as we sit here today, but Andy, as you covered earlier in the show, there's always that possibility one or more of those guys might not make it to training camp.
Yeah, I think there's still some moves that could happen with those 2 positions and contract, more cap room to be had if you move on from Garrett Bowles and Cortland Sutton. So I don't think they're done with their moves. I think they're in a place now where let's see what we do get in the draft, and then probably some more roster machinations and maybe another free agent signing or 2.
Spring.
High five. Quarterback Jaden Daniels had his pro day today, and now, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Media, Jaden Daniels is going to meet with a handful of NFL teams, including the Commanders, Patriots, Giants, Vikings, Raiders, and Broncos.
He did meet with the Broncos at the Combine. Here's this quote from the Twitter account of Chris Thomason of the Gazette. This is from Jaden Daniels. What Sean did in New Orleans, I was just down the road, and people still talk about those days. To be able to see the offensive mind that he is, the guru, to be able to sit there and talk football with him was cool. Close quote.
Jaden Daniels does intrigue me.
Mm-hmm.
When I've talked to Leahy about him in the past, all the stuff is there. I guess one of the big NFL concerns is he's got a slight frame.
Mm-hmm.
So will he hold up if he takes, punishment from a bad offensive line?
My concern on Jayden Daniels is he wasn't awesome until his 5th year in college when he was 23 years of age.
Fair enough. Nick. I just read Nick right there.
Wow.
Nate, all these guys, we don't know. If any NFL fan needs to learn about the imperfect science that is the draft, all you need to do is go back to a couple years ago with Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, all on Wilson about to be the other 3 already on new teams.
That's what's funny about it is, that's my concern on Jayden Daniels. He might be awesome.
Wait, we don't know.
He might be awesome.
We don't know. Look, too many people. There were a whole bunch of people that thought, Lamar Jackson. I told you, we talked to the voice out of Louisville asking, would this guy be a good fit as a quarterback? I don't know. I don't know if he's a quarterback. The voice of the team that called his college games was telling us, I don't know. So you really don't know.
I know Jayden Daniels is an insane athlete, and I do like that part of it because I think good athletes make your football team better. Spring.
High five.
Steelers GM Omar Khan talked at the owners' meetings. He was asked about acquiring both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. He said, quote, "I'm excited about both of those players. They're both really good quarterbacks. If you would have told me a month ago in Indy that we'd be here and Russell Wilson and Justin Fields would be our quarterbacks, I'd say I'd be a little bit surprised." He did a one-on-one with Steelers.com as well. He said he had a great meeting with Russell Wilson before they signed him. What does that entail?
He came in that weekend. We spent a whole day with him, got to know him. He got to know us, talked a lot of ball, and just felt right. I'm not going to speak for him, but I think he'll tell you the same thing, that just felt right. Felt like it was a good match.
Yeah, he'll tell you. He'll make a video. Look, all the reporting on NFL Network was mainly that it was Tomlin and Russell that sat together most of the time.
And
so I'm sure Khan had a meeting with them.
Yeah.
But it sounded like most of the hard talking went on between Wilson and Tomlin.
Tomlin does say Russ is in the pole position to be Pittsburgh's starting quarterback, the pole position.
That kind of changed a little bit.
It is interesting, though, I didn't anticipate being able to get both players. This is one spot where I will give the Steelers credit on the upside gamble, is if you were looking at 2 quarterbacks where you were going to say, if anybody was in desperate need of a change of scenery, it was Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. And that alone makes it all intriguing. Plus, the fact that you have both of them means on the roll of the dice, if one of them is going to get it together and be a competent winning NFL quarterback, well, in the very least, you have several darts that you're throwing right now.
Sure. Well, and the good news is they both will run the same style of offense.
Yeah.
They both will, I should say, they both will play the position somewhat the same way.
Yes.
So they're going to hold on to the ball. They're going to look for the second play. They're going to be most effective when you move them around.
Mm-hmm.
So at least if one gets hurt, the other shouldn't, it'll be a good match for the second to go in if needed.
That is also.
You're not running 2 different offenses.
A very good point. Spring.
High five.
Got a slight change to Hard Knocks for the upcoming season. Now, it appears that the preseason edition of Hard Knocks will largely remain the same. They'll follow one team with I think the same prerequisites in place for who can be that team. But for the in-season Hard Knocks, they will not just be following one team now. They will be following every team within a single division. So if the AFC West is chosen, the Broncos will have to do it.
Cool. That's fun.
Well, they'd want to do it because the TV will want it because that means the Chiefs are doing it.
Yes. You get your best star players, plus you get Jim Harbaugh in there, you get Sean Payton in there. I mean, you got good characters going on right here in this division. Interesting.
It is interesting. Probably not interesting enough to get me to watch it, but it's still interesting.
I watched, I think, 3 of the in-season episodes this year on the Dolphins. I thought it was great. I thought it was really good television. Mike McDaniel I'm a huge Mike McDaniel fan to begin with. The Dolphins were a very interesting team. Plus, they just, they had major drama go down on their team, like key injuries that went down during all of it. I thought it was really well done. I thought it was a good show. I think they kind of lucked into it because wasn't it like Arizona a year before?
Yeah, it was brutal.
Yeah, and then who gives a bleep?
Cliff Kingsbury. Injured Kyler Murray by the time they got to the end of it.
The whole key is it has to be an intriguing team. Spring.
High five.
And finally, according to Andrew Marchand, now with The Athletic, he is reporting that Bill Belichick has told TV networks that he is disinclined to be part of a regular studio show.
I think he would suck in that format. Like the regular studio show, the pregame thing where, or, you pop up at halftime and there's, 7 dudes with giant ties and everybody talks for exactly 11.4 seconds and then they go to the next guy and he doesn't even respond to what the previous guy just said. He's just saying whatever his canned thought was on the first half of that game, and it's terrible television. I do think Belichick would suck at that.
No, I agree, because at the end of the day, what's he going to do? He's going to listen to Terry Bradshaw lip on about something?
Quite honestly, I think
and then
Belichick
just set his 2 set of knuckles with all his rings on the counter and be like, you disagree with me?
Bill's going to sit there going, you're an idiot. Like, that's what he's going to think the entire time. Yeah. He needs a longer form thing. I'm telling you, like,
he needs to do the Manning cast thing we heard.
With Saban. Yes. I do think that would be very cool.
With a lively person. I know you don't like the guy necessarily, but a Pat McAfee trying to guide those two into places like the big
a character,
yeah,
sure,
exactly,
or at least a focused driver in
just
the midst
some
of
energy,
all of it.
Just some, because I feel like until they got their TV personality kind of crafted, which is a thing, both Saban and Belichick, someone needs to bring something more than the stiff out of them.
Yes, bring the stiff out of them. That's Andy Lindahl, everybody. I'm Nate Kreckman. Nuggets Suns tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Very much looking forward to that one. And after the break, in honor of the Rockies opener tomorrow, our 2024 Major League Baseball preview, as only we can do it, here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We have that for you next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl here to tell you about Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for some truck or 4x4 accessories? Well, if you are, I got your place. It's Colorado Off-Road. They sponsor this show, and it's run by Jerry and Wendy Jones. And you know what? They'll have you hooked up with anything you need from any accessories, light bars, bed covers, step rails, floor mats, whatever you may want, they've got it there for a truck or 4x4. Also, from now until April 2nd, which is coming up week from Tuesday is April 2nd. They've got big rebates on bed covers and power steps. So get in there, see the brands that are offering these rebates, and see if it doesn't fit your budget. Maybe save you some money. This only goes on a couple of times a year, and he's never real sure when it's going to happen because, honestly, it's up to the manufacturers. But they're doing it right now through April 2nd. So again, if you need the step rails, power steps, or the bed covers, get in there, see what Jerry can do for you. That is Colorado Off-Road. They're located 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street, or at cooffroad.com.
Yes, it is the Craigman and Lindahl Show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We will be broadcasting live over the next 2 days at Stadium Swim at the Circa Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. We're very much looking forward to doing that show with you.
We got to get there, though.
We do have to get there. Andy already has a flight delay.
Got to get there.
Andy's getting in at 4 a.m.
Yeah. I may end up landing when you do.
I was going to say,
We'll
Spring and I may get there before you.
We'll all just ride together.
It'll be delightful. But yes, we're going to be there over the next couple of days. Tomorrow night, we'll be watching, obviously, the NCAA tournament action, which should be very good. Of course, headlined by national title favorite, or should be, the Fighting Illini of Illinois. They will take on Iowa State at 8:09 here locally. We also got Clemson, Arizona. Did I say it right? Clemson?
You did.
Okay.
You did.
Yep. Brad Brownell and company, friend of the program right there. And Arizona, San Diego State, and UConn. We'll have Bama, North Carolina, and Illinois, Iowa State tomorrow. Plus, we'll have the Avalanche and the New York Rangers tomorrow night to be discussing. We'll be looking back on Nuggets Suns. And we have opening day of the baseball season tomorrow, Andy, with the Rockies opening up on the road, Chase Field in Arizona. Kyle Freeland v. Zach Gallen. The
Kevin
Rocks
Freeland?
playing game number 1 of 162 tomorrow. Do you have Rockies fever?
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
No.
No.
I don't even have a mild rash.
No.
No, not really.
Now, again, I'll remind everybody, go to the Rockies.tv, get signed up if you want to watch it. There is no longer an AT&T Sportsnet. It will not be on your cable channels.
If you must.
You've got to figure out how to do it over the streaming thing.
You will.
So don't let it surprise you.
Yes.
I don't think it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
I got to figure this out for my mom, too. But, yeah.
I will tell you this. MLB.tv, and again, I don't see a penny for this, is a fantastic product. If you are a baseball fan, I think this is the best collective viewing experience that is offered up in sports. Baseball doesn't do many things right at all anymore, but they've generally done a good job with advanced media.
Does that have an app that's easy to stream to?
Yes.
Or very
yes.
good.
Mm-hmm. It'll pull up right on your smart TV. So
Good.
It's very nice.
See, that's what I'm going to... For my mom who's older, I'm going to need ease with this.
You
know what I mean?
I hear you.
I need a click the app, play the game. That's what I need.
The E's as in Ezekiel Tovar and the Rocks in action tomorrow. Okay. It's time to preview the baseball season here, Andy. And you know how we like to do this. We like to do this with a ridiculous game show that I just made up this morning that I can use to laugh at you. So that's what we are going to do, Andy. This will be the first ever edition, and I know Mark Springer is very excited about this one. Here we go. We're about to play NL West reliever or NBA white guy.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
This seems oddly specific.
Yes.
But okay.
NL West reliever or NBA white guy.
Okay.
Here we go. First time we've ever played this one. I believe last year it was Rockies reliever or Columbus Blue Jackets.
Yes. Yes. We did do that.
We did. And the hockey people always get really annoyed that we don't know who obscure hockey players are. So therefore, we've in honor of you guys, you completely cool and just go with the flow sports fans, we will bring you for the first time ever NL West reliever or NBA white guy. Let's go. Do you understand the rules, Andy?
Yeah.
Okay.
The rules are you name somebody.
Yep.
I'm not Googling it.
Nope.
And yeah.
Yes. Are they an NL West relief pitcher or a Caucasian NBA player?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually don't have a high percentage of success. So let's go.
So here we go.
Bring it on.
Let's start with this one. I'll start with this name, Corey Kispert. Corey Kispert, is that an NL West reliever or an NBA white guy?
I'm going with reliever.
Sorry, that is incorrect. That is incorrect. Corey Kispert out of Gonzaga of the Washington Wizards. Andy, you don't know your Wizards rotation guys?
No, not yet.
By the way,
Monte Morris still there. They let him go, and now he's a member of the Wolves.
Have the Wizards fallen below the Pistons? Who has the worst record in the NBA right now?
I think that the Wizards are now looking to play in the NIT tournament.
The Pistons at 12-60, Wizard 2 up on them at 14-58. There you go.
There you go.
Spurs at 16-56. So there you go. All right, so you're 0 for 1 on NL West reliever or NBA white guy. Here we go. Drew Eubanks, is that an NL West reliever or an NBA white guy?
Sounds like a reliever to me.
What
are we doing?
That is incorrect. We will see Drew Eubanks in action tonight against the Denver Nuggets.
Will he be filling in for Nurkic, who has a possible injured ankle?
Drew Eubanks, a big old white guy for the Suns.
That sounds like someone in that 6'10" to 7-foot range.
Yes.
Likes to rebound.
Uh-huh.
Limited offensive postgame.
Very much so.
Does that sound about right?
Yes, I would say. I also am of the belief that Drew Eubanks looks a lot like Sean Hayes, one of the supporting actors on Will and Grace.
Okay.
So look for that tonight.
There we go.
Okay. You're 0 for 2. Like much like a middle of the lineup Rockies hitter. You're 0 for 2.
This is going chalk.
All right, here we go. Ryan Walker, is that an NBA white guy or an NL West reliever? Ryan Walker.
You can't go all NBA white guys. I'm sticking with the answer of a reliever.
Wow, what a cop out. He is a San Francisco Giants right-hander.
Boom.
Ryan Walker.
Good old Ryan Walker. Can't wait till he comes into the game. When the Giants have owned the Rockies a bit the last few years, have they not?
They have, but
you and I have endured some long Rocky games while on the air.
They do stink this year. They're not going to be very good.
Walker's going to come into an 8-1 game and try to hold the lead.
Ryan Yarbrough. Is Ryan Yarbrough an NL West reliever or an NBA white guy?
That's an NBA white guy.
Sorry, that is incorrect. Ryan Yarbrough, southpaw, out of the pen for your Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh, good for them. Is he going to pitch a lot?
Yarbrough. Yeah, probably. Every reliever gets quite a bit of use.
Does he go up to Ohtani and go, hey, man, I bet you I get into it?
That was good. I like that one. Jake LaRavia.
That's got to be a pitcher.
Sorry, that is incorrect. Jake LaRavia was 1 of 9 from the field the other night against the Nuggets. He is a Memphis Grizzly.
I watched that game almost like it was radio.
Uh-huh.
Don't remember the name LaRavia.
Jake
LaRavia Nights.
Jake LaRavia is an NBA white guy. Uh-huh. Tom Cosgrove, relief pitcher out of the National League West or a Caucasian NBA player?
Sticking with pitcher.
That is correct. Tom Cosgrove, Padres lefty.
Good.
Padres lefty. Victor Vodnik. Is Victor Vodnik?
That's an NBA stick. Really?
That is a Colorado Rockies reliever.
Oh, man, and I even sent you the list.
Victor
I should have paid
Vodnik.
attention to that.
Victor Vodnik was right there.
Good
for
old
you,
Vodnik.
Andy.
He was there for the taking.
Garrison Matthews. Is Garrison Matthews?
I'm sticking with pitcher. These are all pitchers.
That is an Atlanta Hawks shooting guard, Garrison Matthews.
Yeah.
I think you only got one so far.
I think so.
I got 2. I got 2 and 6 down here.
You counted 2 and 6?
Who was the second?
Who was the second?
I can't even remember.
Here we go. Kyle Nelson. Is Kyle Nelson?
That's a reliever. Yeah.
Kyle Nelson actually sounds like he'd be a winger for the Vancouver Canucks.
He does.
Kyle Nelson is an Arizona Diamondbacks left-hander.
So we'll see him possibly tomorrow.
Possibly tomorrow night. Your first look at Kyle Nelson this season. Joe Harris.
NBA. We're on a roll.
That is correct. Pistons shooting guard.
Guess your algorithm sooner or later.
Joe Harris. Kevin Huerter.
Oh, that's a reliever. What?
Kevin Huerter is actually a pretty good player. Sacramento Kings, formerly of the Atlanta Hawks.
Man, they were on last night.
Maryland
Did you watch
Terrapin.
any of that Mavericks-Kings game?
They got blown
that
the
thing
bleep
got
out.
drunk at the end. The ball, like it was like fun sloppy.
Mm-hmm. Blown the bleep out. That game was hideous. That was like my plan for the evening, was to sit down and watch the second half of that game. Like, got the chores done. I was like, okay, I'm going to get some hoops in. Nope, this game sucks.
Did you cuss more during your attempted win in the Iowa women's game or last night those guys ruining your game?
I cussed way more at the refs giving Caitlin Clark every single call, which they're going to do again on Saturday. But the Buffs are out to spoil everybody's good time. And that's what I'm here for. Do we have any more? Evan Phillips, Andy. Evan Phillips.
Yeah, let's just stay with pitcher.
He is a Dodgers reliever, Evan Phillips. Do I have any other names on here? Let's see. Did we get Mike Muscala? Mike Muscala?
NBA shooter.
He is. That is.
Well, NBA white guy.
Oklahoma City Thunder. Eric says this is easily a top 85 bit.
Brandon says Andy sucks at this fake game.
That's right. We just invented it today, okay? So as soon as this thing hits it big and it has like a home video component to it, this is what we're going to make millions off of,
sure.
Andy. This right here.
Yeah.
NL West reliever or NBA white guy.
Yeah.
Micah Potter. Micah Potter.
Boy, that is a real. We'll go baseball.
Micah Potter.
Oh, no, we were on a roll.
That is Jazz two-way guy Micah Potter. Okay, I think that's enough.
No, we can do one more.
NL West reliever. You want more?
Whatever.
Nick Mears.
This will be the last one. Nick Mears has got to be baseball.
For what team?
I got no idea.
He's a Rocky. Nick Mears.
Dude, are you serious? That's
Nick
two?
Mears.
What? Well, I haven't been able to watch spring training. I haven't tried, but I haven't been able to watch it. I guess.
I think I saw one of the games on MLB Network. I gave it an inning. I don't even know if I gave it an inning. I honestly
John
don't even
says,
know.
how about Nate Kreckman? Well,
yes, I am also very white, but I am neither of these things. There you go. How did he do, Spring? What was the final count?
7 and 8.
No way.
You went on a run
Not
there.
bad. You got hot at the end.
I feel like my guy's Enron accounting for me over here. That did not feel like that was nearly split down the
7
middle.
of 8.
There was a whole lot of buzzers going on there for a
7
minute.
of 8. You got hot down the stretch. You were good. NBA white guy or NL West reliever, everybody.
Hey, one day we need to do country artist or DH.
Wasn't it? It was country artist or NHL defenseman, I believe.
Something like that.
We've done in the past.
And then a hockey guy got mad. I didn't know who was the sixth pairing on Columbus from 2 years ago.
I don't think they have a sixth pairing. That would really be something.
The sixth guy, third pairing.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever.
Yes.
Sixth guy, I guess. Third pair.
I enjoy these games very much.
I know you do.
I do.
One day we shall turn the tables.
I do. Turn them we shall.
Lacrosse player or ex-hockey coach.
Ooh.
maybe that's what we do.
Wow. Oh, just a bunch of guys named Brandon. I'd be screwed, man.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'd be in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
You know what I could do? I could dip into the French history, the French-Canadian history of both leagues. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Pierre something.
Speaking of the French history, so last night the Avalanche lost a heartbreaker to the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah.
The Avalanche
heartbreaker, anger-inducing,
scored a goal, and the Canadiens scored 2 goals. The Avalanche actually did lead in this game, Andy. They led for, according to the official stat sheet, if my math is correct, they led for 9 seconds.
Yep.
in this game. They led for 9 seconds of game time. Obviously, there's some stoppage and,
but from
whatnot that happens after Nathan McKinnon scored his goal, which McKinnon's goal was pretty rad. It was pretty sweet.
Celebration. Guys give a hug.
It was really good. A little Taves, a little
skate down the bench.
Rantanen, a little boomer from McKinnon from the right circle. Normally scores from the left circle. That was from the right circle. That was good to see. A little bit of variety in the game to put the home point streak at 35 last night. But they didn't lead for long. And again, if you're looking at the score sheet, they led for exactly 9 seconds. How long is that? You might be wondering to yourself. Well, in order to be able to illustrate that, here is 9 seconds of Michelle Branch's 2003 seminal hit, Everywhere.
You headbang to this every time.
So we got through the roughly the end.
We
of the
did.
Chorus. That was good.
Yeah, you got the hook in.
That's a lengthy lead.
Sure.
Last night.
Well, yeah. No.
By Michelle Branch standards,
Yeah,
it's not
that
bad.
was a good chunk of the song. It's better than that. Look, the lead lasted longer than the Sean Payton pause on Monday.
Sure did. Sure did. Okay.
That clocked in at like 6-9.
So let's test it out. Here we go, Spring. Line them up. How did we do? Connor McGahey on the call last night. Just how long did the Avalanche lead for, starring Michelle Branch? That's good. That's good. Uh-huh.
Hey, shut up. Nothing happy is happening. The happy's over.
Right in the middle of the Roach announcement. He was still screaming, and Suzuki went and scored. Middlestad.
And here comes annoyed McGahey.
Didn't exactly finish that check on that play.
That was a darn shame.
No, really didn't work out.
They weren't. They weren't. Sean Walker taking 6 minutes, and look, we love the guy. He's been great since he got here, but 6 minutes of penalties in the last 8 minutes or whatever it was, not ideal.
So that was how long the Avalanche led for last night. They led for such a short amount of time. Connor wasn't exactly even sure it happened.
No, he was so annoyed with the goal, and he's like, and then Roach, are you done? Quit yelling. Justin, chef's kiss of a text. Will the Rockies lead the division? Will that be longer, or the Avs lead?
Just got to win on opening day. Just got to get that opening day dub, okay?
Now you'll be tied with somebody.
Padres.
It is impossible to lead. Well, I get, yeah.
Padres and Dodgers are both 1-1 right now.
Who plays? Do they all play each other tomorrow? We got to have another divisional matchup tomorrow,
Rocks play the D-bags. That would be the other.
And then the Padres and Dodgers are done.
Uh-huh.
No, the Dodgers play the Cardinals.
Okay.
What about the Giants? Are they facing the Pods?
Yes, those two play each other.
See, then it's impossible to lead the division tomorrow.
If the Giants win...
What lasted longer, the Avs lead or the Mosier Corn Dogs, says Rick?
So if the Giants win, the Giants will be tied tomorrow atop the division
with the winner of Rockies D-Bags. Now, if the Giants lose
because of the losses,
well, yes, exactly. Okay. We're talking about win
'cause
percentage
they're both 1-1.
here. The winner of Rockies Diamondbacks, by quick math, would tell me they will have a 1,000 win percentage. Thus, that would be your first place club.
But you could lose it immediately the next day.
You could.
I don't foresee the Rockies leading the division this year at any time. There's my bold prediction.
I tell you what, that's we got to talk to the folks at Circa. That's the bet you put at the window.
Booyah!
Right
Bang!
there. Will the Rockies lead the division at the end of the night?
If I can get there, then I'm going to do it.
You just like parlay money line on Giants, Padres, and Rockies, Diamondbacks, and that's pretty much it. That's all you need to do right there. MLB Network has given us our Rockies preview for the upcoming season.
Guess what else lasted as long as that lead?
What's that?
Draymond's participation in their game tonight. For he's already been ejected with 2 technicals 4 minutes into the game against Orlando.
Who did he punch?
I don't know,
Boncaro?
but I guess according to the headline from ESPN that just popped up on my phone,
Wagner?
Steph Curry left shaking his head after 2 quick texts on Draymond, and he's now out of the game.
All right, we'll look at Twitter here in the break and find out who Draymond kicked or grabbed or what he kicked or grabbed. That's next.
All right, so we do know why Draymond Green was ejected, Andy. It was for being a gigantic a-hole.
Well, of course, but you know.
Paolo Banchero got away with an offensive foul on Andrew Wiggins. It was an and one. Draymond complained about the call. He got teed up, and then he just didn't stop.
Of course.
To the point where Steph Curry was standing next to him. Steph just sort of was hanging his head, just kind of like, are you going to shut up any minute now? And he was giving him like the tap on the chest. But Steph is well aware. I can't like grab this guy and pull him out of here or anything like this. He's a nut.
Right.
And so Draymond just keeps on going, and then eventually he gets the second tee and he's out of there. Yeah, you just it's honestly, it's like you can look at it and you can go like, oh, all he did was complain. Yeah, but he had already been teed up and he didn't stop.
Right.
And that's the point where you have now taken away the referee's ability to let you just chill out when you keep going at them.
Warriors barely holding on to the last play-in spot. The Rockets are just breathing down their neck. But again, Rockets are a young team. They could.
This is a play-in game. You can't get tossed 4 minutes in. What are you doing?
Right.
This is that thing where it's like the Warriors, they always, they close ranks around Draymond Green and act like he's some kind of big-time winning player, and we got to give this guy $100 million, and we got to get Jordan Poole out of here. Not to say that they were wrong on that one, because they absolutely were, but they act like they desperately have to have Draymond Green, and then he just keeps making losing decisions like that.
So let me ask you, though. Remember, the Broncos, and if you got a better team, hit me up with it, but the Broncos were holding on to whatever championship hopes they could have late in 2016. And the defense just broke, right? Just broke. That was where they lose to New England. The old tackle was trying to speak. They told him.
Russell Okung.
Thank you.
Was told to shut up.
Comes in, tells him, shut up. We don't want to hear from anybody on my offense here, especially you.
Yeah.
And now it's just where it broke and they were done with each other. Do you feel like the Warriors are nearing that point?
Yeah.
A championship pedigree team they're just sick of each other.
It's
the
done.
chemistry's just not right anymore.
It can only last so long. Like I would say you could have the best locker room dudes, and it only lasts so long, especially in that sport where the roster is smaller, the locker room is more close-knit, and quite frankly, between Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Kevin Durant, who came through that place, and Steve Kerr, quite frankly, you're talking about, Andy, like 5 extremely famous people. Is what you're talking about right there. And people's motivations change over time. For Draymond Green, and I will say this about Draymond, okay? The thing that I hate about what a bag that he has voluntarily become is I love watching him play basketball. To me, he is a top 10 defensive player in the history of the sport. He's an all-time great. I love watching Draymond play the game. The problem is what's going on upstairs, and the fact that all of that positive emotion that I think he was able to inject into that team back when they were winning championships, the frustration of aging and the inability of some of the younger players to develop and become core pieces there in Golden State. It is all eaten him up. Plus, he's become a media star, which I do think has added a certain air of I have a character that I have to play into now. We've seen this happen to guys over time. It happened to Rodman, quite frankly. And Rodman was still an all-time great player, but there were also some destructive tendencies that were going on with all of that. You brought up that Bronco team. Aqib Talib couldn't stop poking guys, and just doing nonsense like that and snatching chains or whatever else that he was up to at that stage. And it eventually became destructive to what he was out on the field. It just happens to some guys.
Yeah, you just get to a point and it feels like it's happening. Like you said, the Golden State guys have done a great job of defending Draymond Green and, as you said, circling the wagons. But teammates get tired of it. I always go back to the Jay Cutler just walking out at a presser with Brandon Marshall, I think it was whatever over the summer with the alleged domestic violence or the slip on the McDonald's bag, whatever he did with his hand through the TV. And Jay Cutler just comes out and he goes, it's always something with this guy.
Yeah.
And I just feel like Draymond's got to push teammates to that point.
When you watch that video, didn't Steph Curry have that look on his face of just...
Dude, why?
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Right now,
we need
here,
this game.
Yeah, this isn't November. This
Right.
isn't January. This is now, as we're getting trailed by a team for the last chance of getting in the playoffs.
And when he's engaged, he's a great player, and he's the difference between them being a winning team and a losing team. And Steph knows that, and Kerr knows that. And so they put up with a bunch of nonsense in order to be able to get his performances on the floor, which are absolutely critical. But you that thing's done. That thing is toast right now.
What do you think about the Suns? What do you think about the Suns? Are they a threat? Like, it's
No,
funny.
No, they're Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, two great players. Didn't Bradley Beal score in single digits the other night?
They were talking about it on the NBA Today, or maybe it was just SportsCenter, but somebody, it was Tim Legler, said, when you watch this team, the Suns, the want to, the sense of urgency, looking like they're engaged with each other, it's just not there.
It doesn't
now,
seem
I don't
to
know
exist.
I don't know what'll happen tonight, but between the Suns and the Warriors, the Suns, Lakers, and Warriors, two of them may not even be in this thing by the time we get to the playoffs.
It's very possible.
By the time the playoff scenario is, a play-in scenario is done, two of the three teams could be out.
Let me tell you something cool about Nikola Jokic besides everything. Dan Hyatt has this note for Jokic going into tonight's game. Reminder, we're at the end of March, so this is critical. In the last 5 days, Nikola Jokic has played a total of 3 quarters.
That's beautiful. Be cool if you found a way to keep that going.
Didn't play in Portland. Had off days around that. Played 31 minutes, including no fourth quarter the other night in a blowout win over Memphis, and they didn't have a game yesterday. He's played 3 quarters of basketball in the last 5 days. At this time of year, that's gold.
Yeah?
That's good. That's really, really good that he is able to steal that kind of rest.
Yeah, I would like the back to not be so sore soon. I would love the Nuggets to win enough. Whether it's the first seed or the second seed, I would like it all locked up, decided by those last weekend of games. Okay, not having to play San Antonio or Memphis would be good.
So, as of right now, Jokic and MPJ are fully expected to play. Jamal and AG are listed as questionable. They lost last time out against Phoenix. They know the importance of beating this team. This feels like a game they get up for tonight.
Chris Dempsey was saying this morning he talked to Frank Vogel, and apparently Frank Vogel told Demps that he does think there will be revenge on the mind tonight.
Yeah. Plus, and Nurk is listed as questionable. He always gets up for playing against Jokic. Whenever Jokic decides he wants to get up for Nurk, he kicks the snot out of that dude.
And Nurk's got he's on the injury report with a bad ankle, right?
Yeah.
And it's not ideal to bang bodies with Nikola Jokic.
Nurk is one of the few guys in the world that can.
He can.
Know? He's one of the few.
But even that's going to give after a bit.
Exactly. I think the Nuggets win this game by double figures tonight. I think this is one where they want to go and beat the snot out of these dudes. So is that the end
of the Suns if it happens? Suns' schedule's not easy down the stretch.
That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here this afternoon. Our thanks to Aaron Aflalo, who was with us today on the show. That was fun. Nick Kosmider was with us today, and that was fun. We will be with you tomorrow from Las Vegas. We will be broadcasting the Kreckman and Lindahl show at the Circa, and we very much look forward to talking to you then. Andy is in flight delay hell. Spring and I have to wake up really early, but we'll all be there tomorrow.
Happy as a lark.
That's absolutely true. I believe it will be our first show ever broadcasting from the shores of a pool.